Book 8. The Latins with the Campanians revolt, and ambassadors having been sent to the Senate, they proposed that, if they wished for peace, they should elect one of the consuls from among the Latins. Titus Manlius, the consul, put his son to death, because he had fought, though successfully, against the Latins, contrary to orders. The Romans being hard-pressed in the battle, Publius Decius, then consul with Manlius, devoted himself for the army. The Latins surrender. None of the young men came out to meet Manlius on his return to the city. Minutia, a Vestal virgin, was condemned for incest. Several matrons convicted of poisoning. Laws then first made against that crime. The Ausonians, Praevernians, and Palapolitans subdued. Quintus Publilius, the first instance of a person continuing in command after the expiration of his office, and of a triumph decreed to any person not a consul. Law against confinement for debt. Quintus Fabius, master of the horse, fights the Samnites with success, contrary to the orders of Lucius Papirius, dictator, and, with difficulty, obtains pardon, through the intercession of the people. Successful expedition against the Samnites. 1. The consuls now were Caius Plautius a second time, and Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus, when the people of Caesia and Norba came to Rome to announce the revolt of the Praevernians, with complaints of the damages received by them. News were brought that the army of the Volscians, under the guidance of the people of Antium, had taken post at Satricum. Both wars fell by lot to Plautius. He, marching first to Pravernum, immediately came to an engagement. The enemy were defeated after a slight resistance, the town was taken, and given back to the Praevernians, a strong garrison being placed in it, 2/3 of their land were taken from them. The victorious army was marched thence to Satricum against the Antians, there a desperate battle was fought with great slaughter on both sides. And when a storm separated the combatants, hope inclining to neither side, the Romans, nowise disheartened by this so indecisive an engagement, prepare for battle against the following day. The Volscians, reckoning up what men they had lost in battle, had by no means the same spirits to repeat the risk. They went off in the night to Antium as a vanquished army in the utmost confusion, leaving behind their wounded and a part of their baggage. A vast quantity of arms was found, both among the dead bodies of the enemy, and also in the camp. These, the consul declared, that he offered up to Mother Lua, and he laid waste the enemy's country as far as the sea-coast. The other consul, Aemilius, on entering the Sabellan territory, found neither a camp of the Samnites nor legions opposed to him. Whilst he laid waste their territories with fire and sword, the ambassadors of the Samnites came to him, suing for peace. By whom being referred to the Senate, after leave to address them was granted, laying aside their ferocious spirits, they sued for peace for themselves from the Romans, and the right of waging war against the Sidicinians. Which requests, they alleged, that they were the more justified in making, because they had both united in friendship with the Roman people, when their affairs were flourishing, not under circumstances of distress, as the Campanians had done. And they were taking up arms against the Sidicinians, ever their enemies, never the friends of the Roman people. Who had neither, as the Samnites, sought their friendship in time of peace, nor, as the Campanians, their assistance in time of war, and were neither in alliance with, nor under subjection to the Roman people. 2. After the praetor Tiberius Aemilius had consulted the Senate respecting the demands of the Samnites, and the Senate voted that the treaty should be renewed with them. The praetor returned this answer to the Samnites, that it neither had been the fault of the Roman people that their friendship with them was not perpetual. Nor was any objection made to that friendship being once more re-established, since they themselves were now become tired of a war entered into through their own fault. With respect to what regarded the Sidicinians, they did not interfere with the Samnite nation having the free decision of peace and war. The treaty being concluded, on their return home, the Roman army was immediately withdrawn after they had received a year's pay, and corn for 3 months, for which the consul had stipulated, to grant time for a truce, until the ambassadors should return. The Samnites having marched against the Sidicinians with the same forces which they had employed in their war against the Romans, entertained rather sanguine hopes of becoming masters of the enemy's citadel. Then the Sidicinians first began to surrender to the Romans. Afterwards, when the Senate rejected that offer as too late, and as being wrung from them by extreme necessity, it was made to the Latins, who were already taking up arms on their own account. Nor did even the Campanians, so much stronger was their recollection of the injuries done them by the Samnites than of the kindness of the Romans, keep themselves from this quarrel. Out of these so many states, one vast army, entering the territories of the Samnites under the direction of the Latins, committed more damage by depredations than by battles. And though the Latins had the advantage in the field, they retired out of the enemy's territory without reluctance, that they might not be obliged to fight too frequently. This opportunity was afforded to the Samnites to send ambassadors to Rome. When they appeared before the Senate, having complained that they, though now confederates, were subjected to the same hardships as those they had suffered as enemies, solicited, with the humblest entreaties, that the Romans would think it enough the victory, of which they had deprived the Samnites, over their Campanian and Sidicinian enemy. That they would not besides suffer them to be vanquished by these most dastardly states. That they could by their sovereign authority keep the Latins and the Campanians out of the Samnite territory, if they really were under the dominion of the Roman people, but if they rejected their authority, that they might compel them by arms. To this an equivocal answer was returned, because it was mortifying to acknowledge, that the Latins were not now in their power. And they were afraid lest by finding fault they might estrange them from their side, that the case of the Campanians was different, they having come under their protection, not by treaty but by surrender, accordingly, that the Campanians, whether they wished or not, should remain quiet, that in the Latin treaty there was no clause by which they were prevented from going to war with whomsoever they pleased. 3. Which answer, whilst it sent away the Samnites uncertain as to what conduct they were to think that the Romans would pursue, it further estranged the Campanians through fear. It rendered the Samnites more presuming, they considering that there was nothing which the Romans would now refuse them. Wherefore, proclaiming frequent meetings under the pretext of preparing for war against the Samnites, their leading men, in their several deliberations among themselves, secretly fomented the plan of a war with Rome. In this war the Campanians too joined against their preservers. But though all their schemes were carefully concealed, and they were anxious that their Samnite enemy should be got rid of in their rear before the Romans should be aroused, yet through the agency of some who were attached to the latter, by private friendships and other ties, information of their conspiracy made its way to Rome, and the consuls being ordered to resign their office before the usual time, in order that the new consuls might be elected the sooner to meet so important a war, a religious scruple entered their minds at the idea of the elections being held by persons whose time of office had been cut short. Accordingly an interregnum took place. There were two interreges, Marcus Valerius and Marcus Fabius. The consuls elected were Titus Manlius Torquatus a third time, and Publius Decius Mus. It is agreed on that, in this year, Alexander, king of Epirus, made a descent on Italy with a fleet. Which war, if the first commencement had been sufficiently successful, would unquestionably have extended to the Romans. The same was the era of the exploits of Alexander the Great, whom, being son to the other's sister, in another region of the world, having shown himself invincible in war, fortune cut short in his youth by disease. But the Romans, although the revolt of their allies and of the Latin nation was now no matter of doubt, yet as if they felt solicitude regarding the Samnites, not for themselves, summoned 10 of the leading men of the Latins to Rome, to whom they wished to issue such orders as they might wish. Latium had at that time 2 praetors, Lucius Annius, a native of Caesia, and Lucius Nemesius of Circeii, both from the Roman colonists, through whose means, besides Signia and Velletri, also Roman colonies, the Volscians too had been stirred up to arms. It was determined that these 2 should be summoned specially. It was a matter of doubt to no one, on what matter they were sent for. Accordingly the praetors, having held an assembly, before they set out for Rome, informed them, that they were summoned by the Roman Senate, and consult them as to what answer it was their wish should be given on those subjects which they thought would be discussed with them. 4. When different persons advance different opinions, then Aeneas says, though I myself put the question, as to what answer it might be your pleasure should be given. Yet I think it more concerns our general interest how we should act than how we should speak. Your plans being once unfolded, it will be easy to suit words to the subject. For if even now we are capable of submitting to slavery under the shadow of a confederacy on equal terms, what is wanting but to betray the Sidicinians, be obedient to the orders not only of the Romans, but of the Samnites, and tell the Romans that we will lay down our arms whenever they intimate it to be their wish? But if at length the desire of liberty stimulates your minds, if a confederacy does subsist, if alliance be equalization of rights, if there be reason now to boast that we are of the same blood as the Romans, of which they were formerly ashamed. If they have such an army of allies, by the junction of which they may double their strength, such a one as their consuls would be unwilling to separate from themselves either in concluding or commencing their own wars. Why are not all things equalized? Why is not one of the consuls chosen from the Latins? Where there is an equal share of strength, is there also an equal share in the government? This indeed in itself reflects no extraordinary degree of honor on us, as still acknowledging Rome to be the metropolis of Latium, but that it may possibly appear to do so, has been effected by our long-continued forbearance. But if ye ever wished for an opportunity of sharing in the government, and enjoying freedom, lo! This opportunity is now at hand, presented both by your own valor and the bounty of the gods. Ye have tried their patience by refusing them soldiers. Who doubts that they were fired with rage, when we broke through a custom of more than 200 years? Still they submitted to this feeling of resentment. We waged war with the Polignians in our own name. They who formerly did not even concede to us the right of defending our own territories through ourselves, interfered not. They heard that the Sidicinians were received under our protection, that the Campanians had revolted from themselves to us, that we were preparing armies against their confederates, the Samnites, yet they stirred not from the city. Whence this so great forbearance on their part, except from a knowledge of our strength and their own? I have it from competent authority, that when the Samnites complained of us, such an answer was given them by the Roman Senate, as plainly showed that not even themselves insisted that Latium was under the Roman jurisdiction. Only assume your rights in demanding that which they tacitly concede to you. If fear prevents any one from saying this, lo! I pledge myself that I will say it, in the hearing not only of the Roman people and Senate, but of Jupiter himself, who inhabits the Capitol. That if they wish us to be in confederacy and alliance with them, they are to receive one consul from us, and one half of the Senate. When he not only recommended these measures boldly, but promised also his aid, they all, with acclamations of assent, permitted him to do and say whatever might appear to him conducive to the republic of the Latin nation in his own honor. 5. When they arrived in Rome, an audience of the Senate was granted them in the Capitol. There, when Titus Manlius the consul, by direction of the Senate, required of them not to make war on their confederates the Samnites, Aeneas, as if he had taken the Capitol by arms as a victor, and were not addressing them as an ambassador protected by the law of nations, says, it were time, Titus Manlius, and you, conscript fathers, to cease at length treating with us on a footing of superiority. When you see Latium in a most flourishing state by the bounty of the gods in arms and men, the Samnites being vanquished in war, the Sidicinians and Campanians our allies, the Volscians now united to us in alliance. And that your own colonies even prefer the government of Latium to that of Rome. But since you do not bring your minds to put an end to your arbitrary despotism, we, though able by force of arms to vindicate the independence of Latium, yet will make this concession to the ties of blood between us, as to offer terms of peace on terms of equality for both, since it has pleased the immortal gods that the strength of both is equalized. One of the consuls must be selected out of Rome, the other out of Latium, an equal portion of the Senate must be from both nations, we must be one people, one republic. And that the seat of government may be the same, and we all may have the same name, since the concession must be made by the one party or other, let this, and may it be auspicious to both, have the advantage of being the mother country. And let us all be called Romans. It so happened that the Romans also had a consul, a match for this man's high spirit, who, so far from restraining his angry feelings, openly declared, that if such infatuation took possession of the conscript fathers, that they would receive laws from a man of Caesar, he would himself come into the Senate armed with a sword, and would slay with his hand any Latin whom he should see in the Senate house. And turning to the statue of Jupiter, "Hear thou, Jupiter," says he, "hear these impious proposals, hear ye them, justice and equity. Jupiter, art thou to behold foreign consuls and a foreign senate in thy consecrated temple, as if thou wert a captive and overpowered? Were these the treaties which Tullus, a Roman king, concluded with the Albans, your forefathers, Latins, and which Lucius Tarquinius subsequently concluded with you? Does not the battle at the Lake Regillus occur to your thoughts? Have you so forgotten your own calamities and our kindnesses towards you?" 6. When the indignation of the Senate followed these words of the consul, it is recorded that, in reply to the frequent appeals to the gods, whom the consuls frequently invoked as witnesses to the treaties, an expression of Aeneas was heard in contempt of the divinity of the Roman Jupiter. Certainly, when aroused with wrath he was proceeding with rapid steps from the porch of the temple, having fallen down the stairs, his head being severely struck, he was dashed against a stone at the bottom with such force as to be deprived of sense. As all writers do not say that he was killed, I too shall leave it in doubt, as also the circumstance, that a storm, with a dreadful noise in the heavens, took place during the appeal made in reference to the violated treaties. For they may both be true, and also invented aptly to express in a striking manner the resentment of heaven. Torquatus, being dispatched by the Senate to dismiss the ambassadors, on seeing Aeneas lying prostrate, exclaimed, so as that his voice was heard both by the people and the Senate, "It is well. The gods have excited a just war. There is a deity in heaven. Thou dost exist, great Jove, not without reason have we consecrated thee the Father of gods and men in this mansion. Why do ye hesitate, Romans, and you, conscript fathers, to take up arms under the direction of the gods? Thus will I lay low the legions of the Latins, as you now see this man lying prostrate." The words of the consul, received with the approbation of the people, filled their breasts with such ardor, that the ambassadors on their departure were protected from the anger and violence of the people more by the care of the magistrates, who escorted them by order of the consul, than by the law of nations. The Senate also voted for the war. And the consuls, after raising 2 armies, marched into the territories of the Marsians and Pelignians, the army of the Samnites having joined them, and pitched their camp near Capua, where the Latins and their allies had now assembled. There it is said there appeared to both the consuls, during sleep, the same form of a man larger and more majestic than human, who said, of the one side a general, of the other an army was due to the Deimanes and to Mother Earth. From whichever army a general should devote the legions of the enemy and himself, in addition, that the victory would belong to that nation and that party. When the consuls compared together these visions of the night, it was resolved that victims should be slain for the purpose of averting the anger of the gods. At the same time, that if the same portents were exhibited in the entrails as those which had been seen during sleep, either of the consuls should fulfill the fates. When the answers of the haruspices coincided with the secret religious impression already implanted in their minds, then, having brought together the lieutenant generals and tribunes, and having openly expounded to them the commands of the gods, they settled among themselves, lest the consul's voluntary death should intimidate the army in the field, that on which side soever the Roman army should commence to give way, the consul in that quarter should devote himself for the Roman people and the Quirites. In this consultation it was also suggested, that if ever on any occasion any war had been conducted with strict discipline, then indeed military discipline should be reduced to the ancient standard. What excited their attention particularly was, that they had to contend against Latins, who coincided with themselves in language, manners, in the same kind of arms, and more especially in military institutions. Soldiers had been mixed with soldiers, centurions with centurions, tribunes with tribunes, as comrades and colleagues, in the same armies, and often in the same companies. Lest in consequence of this the soldiers should be involved in any mistake, the consuls issue orders that no one should fight against an enemy out of his post. 7. It happened that among the other prefects of the troops, who had been sent out in all directions to reconnoiter, Titus Manlius, the consul's son, came with his troop to the back of the enemy's camp. So near that he was scarcely distant a dart's throw from the next post. In that place were some Tusculan cavalry. They were commanded by Geminus Medius, a man distinguished among his countrymen both by birth and exploits. When he recognized the Roman cavalry, and conspicuous among them the consul's son marching at their head, for they were all known to each other, especially the men of note, Romans. Are ye going to wage war with the Latins and allies with a single troop? What in the interim will the consuls, what will the two consular armies be doing? They will be here in good time, says Manlius, and with them will be Jupiter himself, as a witness of the treaties violated by you, who is stronger and more powerful. If we fought at the lake Regillus until you had quite enough, here also we shall so act, that a line of battle and an encounter with us may afford you no very great gratification. In reply to this, Geminus, advancing some distance from his own party, says, Do you choose then, until that day arrives on which you are to put your armies in motion with such mighty labor, to enter the lists with me? That from the result of a contest between us both, it may be seen how much a Latin excels a Roman horseman. Either resentment, or shame at declining the contest, or the invincible power of fate, arouses the determined spirit of the youth. Forgetful therefore of his father's command, and the consul's edict, he is driven headlong to that contest, in which it made not much difference whether he conquered or was conquered. The other horsemen being removed to a distance as if to witness the sight, in the space of clear ground which lay between them they spurred on their horses against each other. And when they were together in fierce encounter, the spear of Manlius passed over the helmet of his antagonist, that of Medius across the neck of the other's horse. Then wheeling round their horses, when Manlius arose to repeat the blow, he fixed his javelin between the ears of his opponent's horse. When, by the pain of this wound, the horse, having raised his 4 feet on high, tossed his head with great violence, he shook off his rider, whom, when he was raising himself from the severe fall, by leaning on his spear and buckler, Manlius pierced through the throat, so that the steel passed out through the ribs, and pinned him to the earth. And having collected the spoils, he returned to his own party, and with his troop, who were exulting with joy, he proceeds to the camp, and thence to the general's tent to his father, ignorant of what awaited him. Whether praise or punishment had been merited. Father, says he, that all may truly represent me as sprung from your blood, when challenged, I slew my adversary, and have taken from him these equestrian spoils. When the consul heard this, immediately turning away from his son, he ordered an assembly to be summoned by sound of trumpet. When these assembled in great numbers, since you, Titus Manlius, says he, revering neither the consular power or a father's majesty, have fought against the enemy out of your post contrary to our orders, and, as far as in you lay, have subverted military discipline, by which the Roman power has stood to this day, and have brought me to this necessity, that I must either forget the Republic, or myself and mine. We shall expiate our own transgressions rather than the Republic should sustain so serious a loss for our misdeeds. We shall be a melancholy example, but a profitable one, to the youth of future ages. As for me, both the natural affection for my children, as well as that instance of bravery which has led you astray by the false notion of honor, affects me for you. But since either the authority of consuls is to be established by your death, or by your forgiveness to be forever annulled, I do not think that even you, if you have any of our blood in you, will refuse to restore, by your punishment, the military discipline which has been subverted by your misconduct. Go, lictor, bind him to the stake. All became motionless, more through fear than discipline, astounded by so cruel an order, each looking on the axe as if drawn against himself. Therefore when they stood in profound silence, suddenly, when the blood spouted from his severed neck, their minds recovering, as it were, from a state of stupefaction, then their voices arose together in free expressions of complaint. So that they spared neither lamentations nor execrations, and the body of the youth, being covered with the spoils, was burned on a pile erected outside the rampart. With all the military zeal with which any funeral could be celebrated, and Manlian orders were considered with horror, not only for the present, but of the most austere severity for future times. 8. The severity of the punishment however rendered the soldiers more obedient to the general. And besides that the guards and watches and the regulation of the posts were everywhere more strictly attended to, such severity was also profitable in the final struggle when they came into the field of battle. But the battle was very like to a civil war, so very similar was everything among the Romans and Latins, except with respect to courage. The Romans formerly used targets. Afterwards, when they began to receive pay, they made shields instead of targets, and what before constituted phalanxes similar to the Macedonian, afterwards became a line drawn up in distinct companies. At length they were divided into several centuries. A century contained 60 soldiers, 2 centurions, and 1 standard-bearer. The spearmen, hastati, formed the first line in 15 companies, with small intervals between them. A company had 20 light-armed soldiers, the rest wearing shields. Those were called light who carried only a spear and short iron javelins. This, which constituted the van in the field of battle, contained the youth in early bloom advancing towards the age of service. Next followed men of more robust age, in the same number of companies, who were called principes, all wearing shields, and distinguished by the completest armor. This band of 30 companies they called antipylani, because there were 15 others placed behind them with the standards, of which each company consisted of 3 divisions, and the first division of each they called a pilus. Each company consisted of 3 ensigns, and contained 186 men. The first ensign was at the head of the triarii, veteran soldiers of tried bravery. The second, at the head of the rorarii, men whose ability was less by reason of their age and course of service. The third, at the head of the exensi, a body in whom very little confidence was reposed. For this reason also they were thrown back to the rear. When the army was marshalled according to this arrangement, the spearmen first commenced the fight. If the spearmen were unable to repulse the enemy, they retreated leisurely, and were received by the principes into the intervals of the ranks. The fight then devolved on the principes, the spearmen followed. The triarii continued kneeling behind the ensigns, their left leg extended forward, holding their shields resting on their shoulders, and their spears fixed in the ground, with the points erect. So that their line bristled as if enclosed by a rampart. If the principes also did not make sufficient impression in the fight, they retreated slowly from the front to the triarii. Hence, when a difficulty is felt, matters have come to the triarii, became a usual proverb. The triarii rising up, after receiving the principes and spearmen into the intervals between their ranks, immediately closing their files, shut up as it were the openings. And in one compact body fell upon the enemy, no other hope being now left. That was the most formidable circumstance to the enemy, when having pursued them as vanquished, they beheld a new line suddenly starting up, increased also in strength. In general about 4 legions were raised, each consisting of 5,000 infantry and 300 horse. As many more were added from the Latin levy, who were at that time enemies to the Romans, and drew up their line after the same manner. And they knew that unless the ranks were disturbed they would have to engage not only standard with standard, spearmen with spearmen, principes with principes, but centurion also with centurion. There were among the veterans 2 first centurions in either army, the Roman by no means possessing bodily strength, but a brave man, and experienced in the service, the Latin powerful in bodily strength, and a first-rate warrior. They were very well known to each other, because they had always held equal rank. The Roman, somewhat diffident of his strength, had at Rome obtained permission from the consuls, to select any one whom he wished, his own sub-centurion, to protect him from the one destined to be his adversary. And this youth being opposed to him in the battle, obtained the victory over the Latin centurion. They came to an engagement not far from the foot of Mount Vesuvius, where the road led to the Vesuris. 9. The Roman consuls, before they marched out their armies to the field, offered sacrifices. The Aruspex is said to have shown to Decius the head of the liver wounded on the side relating to himself. In other respects the victim was acceptable to the gods, whilst Manlius obtained highly favorable omens from his sacrifice. But all is well, says Decius, if my colleague has offered an acceptable sacrifice. The ranks being drawn up in the order already described, they marched forth to battle. Manlius commanded the right, Decius the left wing. At first the action was conducted with equal strength on both sides, and with the same ardent courage. Afterwards the Roman spearmen on the left wing, not sustaining the violent assault of the Latins, betook themselves to the Principes. In this state of trepidation the consul Decius cries out with a loud voice to Marcus Valerius, "Valerius, we have need of the aid of the gods. Come, as public pontiff of the Roman people, dictate to me the words in which I may devote myself for the legions." The pontiff directed him to take the gown called praetexta, and with his head covered and his hand thrust out under the gown to the chin, standing upon a spear placed under his feet, to say these words, "Janus, Jupiter, Father Mars, Quirinus. Bellona, ye Lares, ye gods Novencels, 171 ye gods Indigetes, ye divinities, under whose power we and our enemies are, and ye Deimanes, I pray you, I adore you, I ask your favor. That you would prosperously grant strength and victory to the Roman people, the Quirites. And that ye may affect the enemies of the Roman people, the Quirites, with terror, dismay, and death. In such manner as I have expressed in words, so do I devote the legions and auxiliaries of the enemy, together with myself, to the Deimanes and to earth for the republic of the Quirites, for the army, legions, auxiliaries of the Roman people. The Quirites. Having uttered this prayer, he orders the lictors to go to Titus Manlius, and without delay to announce to his colleague that he had devoted himself for the army. He, girding himself in a Gabin cincture, and fully armed, mounted his horse, and rushed into the midst of the enemy. He was observed by both armies to present a more majestic appearance than human, as one sent from heaven as an expiation of all the wrath of the gods, to transfer to the enemy destruction turned away from his own side, accordingly. All the terror and panic being carried along with him, at first disturbed the battalions of the Latins, then completely pervaded their entire line. This was most evident, because, in whatever direction he was carried with his horse, there they became panic-stricken, as if struck by some pestilential constellation. But when he fell overwhelmed with darts, instantly the cohorts of the Latins, thrown into manifest consternation, took to flight, leaving a void to a considerable extent. At the same time also the Romans, their minds being freed from religious dread, exerting themselves as if the signal was then given for the first time, commenced to fight with renewed ardor. For the Rorarii also pushed forward among the Antipolani, and added strength to the spearmen and Principes, and the Triarii resting on the right knee awaited the consul's nod to rise up. 10. Afterwards, as the contest proceeded, when the superior numbers of the Latins had the advantage in some places, the consul, Manlius, on hearing the circumstance of his colleague's death, after he had, as was right and just, honored his so glorious a death with tears, as well as with praises so well merited, hesitated, for a little time, whether it was yet time for the Triarii to rise. Then judging it better that they should be kept fresh for the decisive blow, he ordered the Exensi to advance from the rear before the standards. When they moved forward, the Latins immediately called up their Triarii, as if their opponents had done the same thing, who, when they had by desperate fighting for a considerable time both fatigued themselves, and had either broken or blunted their spears, and were, however, beating back their adversaries, thinking that the battle was now nearly decided, and that they had come to the last line. Then the consul calls to the Triarii, "Arise now, fresh as ye are, against men now wearied, mindful of your country and parents, your wives and children, mindful of your consul who has submitted to death to ensure your victory." When the Triarii arose, fresh as they were, with their arms glittering, a new line which appeared unexpectedly, receiving the Antipolani into the intervals between the ranks, raised a shout, and broke through the first line of the Latins. And goading their faces, after cutting down those who constituted their principal strength, they passed almost intact through the other companies, with such slaughter that they scarcely left 1/4 of the enemy. The Samnites also, drawn up at a distance at the foot of the mountain, struck terror into the Latins. But of all, whether citizens or allies, the principal praise for that action was due to the consuls. The one of whom turned on himself alone all the threats and dangers, denounced, by the divinities of heaven and hell. The other evinced such valor and such judgment in the battle, that it was universally agreed among both the Romans and Latins who have transmitted to posterity an account of the battle, that, on whichever side Titus Manlius held the command, the victory must belong to that. The Latins in their flight betook themselves to Minturni. Immediately after the battle the camp was taken, and great numbers still alive were surprised therein, chiefly Campanians. Night surprised them in their search, and prevented the body of Decius from being discovered on that day. On the day after it was found amid vast heaps of slaughtered enemies, pierced with a great number of darts, and his funeral was solemnized under the direction of his colleague, in a manner suited to his death. It seems right to add here, that it is lawful for a consul, a dictator, and a praetor, when he devotes the legions of the enemy, to devote not himself particularly, but whatever citizen he may choose out of a Roman legion regularly enrolled. If the person who has been devoted die, the matter is duly performed. If he do not perish, then an image, 7 feet high or more, must be buried in the ground, and a victim slain, as an expiation. Where that image shall be buried, there it is not lawful that a Roman magistrate should pass. But if he wish to devote himself, as Decius did, unless he who has devoted himself die, he shall not with propriety perform any act of religion regarding either himself or the public. Should he wish to devote his arms to Vulcan or to any other god, he has a right, whether he shall please, by a victim, or in any other manner. It is not proper that the enemy should get possession of the weapon, on which the consul, standing, pronounced the imprecation. If they should get possession of it, then an expiation must be made to Mars by the sacrifices called the Suovterilia. Although the memory of every divine and human custom has been obliterated, in consequence of preferring what is modern and foreign to that which is ancient and belonging to our own country, I deemed it not irrelevant to relate the particulars even in the very terms used, as they have been handed down and expressed. 11. I find it stated in some writers, that the Samnites, having awaited the issue of the battle, came at length with support to the Romans after the battle was over. Also aid from Lavinium, whilst they wasted time in deliberating, was at length sent to the Latins after they had been vanquished. And when the first standards and part of the army just issued from the gates, news being brought of the defeat of the Latins, they faced about and returned back to the city. On which occasion they say that their praetor, Millionius, observed, that, for so very short a journey a high price must be paid to the Romans. Such of the Latins as survived the battle, after being scattered over many roads, collected themselves into a body, and found refuge in the city of Vetia. There their general, Numisius, insisted in their councils, that the truly common fortune of war had prostrated both armies by equal losses, and that only the name of victory rested with the Romans. That in other respects they too shared the lot of defeated persons. The 2 pavilions of the consuls were polluted, one by the murder committed on a son, the other by the blood of a devoted consul, that their army was cut down in every direction. Their spearmen and principes were cut down, great havoc was made before the standards and behind them. The Triarii at length restored their cause. Though the forces of the Latins were cut down in an equal proportion, yet for reinforcements, Latium or the Volscians were nearer than Rome. Wherefore, if they thought well of it, he would speedily call out the youth from the Latin and Volscian states, and would return to Capua with a determined army, and by his unexpected arrival strike dismay among the Romans, who were expecting nothing less than battle. Deceptive letters being sent around Latium and the Volscian nation, a tumultuary army, hastily raised from all quarters, was assembled, for as they had not been present at the battle, they were more disposed to believe on slight grounds. This army the consul Torquatus met at Trisanum, a place between Sinuessa and Minturni. Before a place was selected for a camp, the baggage on both sides being piled up in a heap, they fought and terminated the war. For so impaired was their strength, that all the Latins surrendered themselves to the consul, who was leading his victorious army to lay waste their lands, and the Campanians followed the example of this surrender. Latium and Capua were fined some land. The Latin with the addition of the Privernian land, and the Falernian land, which had belonged to the people of Campania, as far as the river Volturnus, is all distributed to the commons of Rome. In the Latin land 2 acres a man were assigned, so that they should receive an additional 3/4 of an acre from the Privernian land. In the Falernian land 3 acres were assigned, 1/4 of an acre being further added, in consideration of the distance. Of the Latins the Laurentians were exempted from punishment, as also the horsemen of the Campanians, because they had not revolted. An order was issued that the treaty should be renewed with the Laurentians. And it is renewed every year since, on the 10th day after the Latin festival. The rights of citizenship were granted to the Campanian horsemen, and that it might serve as a memorial, they hung up a brazen tablet in the temple of Castor at Rome. The Campanian state was also enjoined to pay them a yearly stipend of 450 denarii each, their number amounted to 1,600. 12. The war being thus concluded, after rewards and punishment were distributed according to the deserts of each, Titus Manlius returned to Rome. On his approach it appears that the aged only went forth to meet him. And that the young men, both then, and all his life after, detested and cursed him. The Antians made incursions on the territories of Ostia, Ardea, and Solonia. The consul Manlius, because he was unable by reason of his health to conduct that war, nominated as dictator Lucius Papirius Crassus, who then happened to be praetor. By him Lucius Papirius Cursor was appointed master of the horse. Nothing worthy of mention was performed against the Antians by the dictator, although he had kept a standing camp for several months in the Antian territory. To a year signalized by a victory over so many in such powerful states, further by the illustrious death of one of the consuls, as well as by the unrelenting, though memorable, severity of command in the other. There succeeded as consuls Titus Aemilius Mamercinus and Quintus Publilius Philo. Neither to a similar opportunity of exploits, and they themselves being mindful rather of their own interests as well as of those of the parties in the state, than of the interests of their country. They routed on the plains of Ferentinum, and stripped of their camp, the Latins, who, in resentment of the land they had lost, took up arms again. Publilius, under whose guidance and auspices the action had been fought, receiving the submission of the Latin states, who had lost a great many of their young men there, Aemilius marched the army to Paedum. The people of Paedum were supported by the states of Tibur, Praeneste, and Velitrae. Auxiliaries had also come from Lanuvium and Antium. Where, though the Romans had the advantage in several engagements, still the entire labor remained at the city of Paedum itself and at the camp of the allied states, which was adjoining the city, suddenly leaving the war unfinished. Because he heard that a triumph was decreed to his colleague, he himself also returned to Rome to demand a triumph before a victory had been obtained. The Senate displeased by this ambitious conduct, and refusing a triumph unless Paedum was either taken or should surrender, Aemilius, alienated from the Senate in consequence of this act, administered the remainder of the consulship like to a seditious tribuneship. For, as long as he was consul, he neither ceased to criminate the patricians to the people, his colleague by no means interfering, because he himself also was a plebeian. The scanty distribution of the land among the commons in the Latin and Falernian territory afforded the groundwork of the crimination's winky face. And when the Senate, wishing to put an end to the administration of the consuls, ordered a dictator to be nominated against the Latins, who were again in arms, Aemilius, to whom the fasces then belonged, nominated his colleague dictator. By him Junius Brutus was constituted master of the horse. The dictatorship was popular, both in consequence of his discourses containing invectives against the patricians, and because he passed 3 laws, most advantageous to the commons, and injurious to the nobility. 1. That the orders of the commons should be binding on all the Romans. Another, that the patricians should, before the suffrages commenced, declare their approbation of the laws which should be passed in the assemblies of the centuries. The third, that one at least of the censors should be elected from the commons, as they had already gone so far as that it was lawful that both the consuls should be plebeians. The patricians considered that more of detriment had been sustained on that year from the consuls and dictator than was counterbalanced by their success and achievements abroad. 13. On the following year, Lucius Furius Camillus and Caius Manius were consuls, in order that the neglect of his duty by Aemilius, the consul of the preceding year, might be rendered more markedly reproachful. The Senate loudly urged that Paedum should be assailed with arms, men, and every kind of force, and be demolished. And the new consuls, being forced to give that matter the precedence of all others, set out on that expedition. The state of affairs was now such in Latium, that they could no longer submit to either war or peace. For war they were deficient in resources, they spurned at peace through resentment for the loss of their land. It seemed necessary therefore to steer a middle course, to keep within their towns, so that the Romans by being provoked might have no pretext for hostilities. And that if the siege of any town should be announced to them, aid should be sent from every quarter from all the states. And still the people of Paedum were aided by only a very few states. The Tiburtians and Praenestans, whose territory lay nearest, came to Paedum. Manius suddenly making an attack, defeated the Aracinians, and Lanuvians, and Velaturnians, at the river Astura, the Volscians of Antium forming a junction with them. The Tiburtian, far the strongest body, Camillus engages at Paedum, encountering much greater difficulty, though with a result equally successful. A sudden sally of the townsmen during the battle chiefly occasioned confusion. Camillus, turning on these with a part of his army, not only drove them within their walls, but on the very same day. After he had discomfited themselves and their auxiliaries, he took the town by scalade. It was then resolved to lead round with greater energy and spirit his victorious army from the storming of a single city to the entire conquest of Latium. Nor did they stop until they reduced all Latium either by storming, or by becoming masters of the cities one after the other by capitulation. Then, disposing garrisons in the towns which they had taken, they departed to Rome to a triumph universally admitted to be due to them. To the triumph was added the honor of having equestrian statues erected to them in the Forum, a compliment very unusual at that period. Before they commenced holding the meeting for the election of the consuls for the ensuing year, Camillus moved the Senate concerning the Latin states, and spoke thus: Conscript fathers. That which was to be done by war and arms in Latium has now been fully accomplished by the bounty of the gods and the valor of the soldiers. The armies of the enemy have been cut down at Paedum and the Astura. All the Latin towns, and Antium belonging to the Volscians, either taken by storm, or received into surrender, are occupied by your garrisons. It now remains to be considered, since they annoy us by their repeated rebellions, how we may keep them in quiet submission and in the observance of perpetual peace. The immortal gods have put the determination of this matter so completely in your power, that they have placed it at your option whether Latium is to exist henceforward or not. Ye can therefore ensure to yourselves perpetual peace, as far as regards the Latins, either by adopting severe or lenient measures. Do ye choose to adopt cruel conduct towards people who have surrendered and have been conquered? Ye may destroy all Latium, make a vast desert of a place whence, in many and serious wars, ye have often made use of an excellent army of allies. Do you wish, according to the example of your ancestors, to augment the Roman state by admitting the vanquished among your citizens? Materials for extending your power by the highest glory are at hand. That government is certainly by far the most secure, which the subjects feel a pleasure in obeying. But whatever determination ye wish to come to, it is necessary that it be speedy. So many states have ye in a state of suspense between hope and fear. And it is necessary that you be discharged as soon as possible of your solicitude about them, and that their minds, whilst they are still in a state of insensibility from uncertainty, be at once impressed either by punishment or clemency. It was our duty to bring matters to such a pass that you may have full power to deliberate on every matter, yours to decide what is most expedient to yourselves and the commonwealth. 14. The principal members of the Senate applauded the consul's statement of the business on the whole. But said that, as the states were differently circumstanced, that their plan might be readily adjusted so that it might be determined according to the desert of each, if they should put the question regarding each state specifically. The question was therefore so put regarding each separately, and a decree passed. To the Lanuvians the right of citizenship was granted, and the exercise of their religious rights was restored to them with this provision: that the temple and grove of Juno Sospita should be common between the Lanuvian burghers and the Roman people. The Oricians, Nomentans, and Pedans were admitted into the number of citizens on the same terms as the Lanuvians. To the Tusculans the rights of citizenship which they already possessed were continued. And the crime of rebellion was turned from disaffection on public grounds against a few instigators. On the Velaturnians, Roman citizens of long standing, measures of great severity were inflicted because they had so often rebelled. Their walls were razed, and their senate removed from thence, and they were ordered to dwell on the other side of the Tiber. So that the fine of any individual who should be caught on the hither side of that river should amount to 1,000 asses. And that the person who had apprehended him, should not discharge his prisoner from confinement, until the money was paid down. Into the land of the senators colonists were sent. From the additions of which Velatri recovered its appearance of former populousness. A new colony was also sent to Antium, with this provision, that if the Antians desired to be enrolled as colonists, permission to that effect should be granted. Their ships of war were removed from thence, and the people of Antium were interdicted the sea, and the rights of citizenship were granted them. The Tiburtians and Praenestans were immersed in some land, not only on account of the recent guilt of the rebellion, which was common to them with the other Latins, but also because, from their dislike to the Roman government, they had formerly associated in arms with the Gauls, a nation of savages. From the other Latin states they took away the privileges of intermarriage, commerce, and of holding meetings. To the Campanians, in compliment to their horsemen, because they had refused to join in rebellion with the Latins, and to the Fundans and Formians, because the passage through their territories had been always secure and peaceful. The freedom of the state was granted with the right of suffrage. It was determined that the people of Cumae and Suessula should have the same rights and be on the same footing as Capua. Of the ships of the Antians some were drawn up to the docks at Rome, some were burned, and with the prows of these a pulpit built in the Forum was ordered to be decorated, and that temple was called Rostra. 15. During the consulship of Caius Sulpicius Longus and Publius Aelius Paetus, when the Roman power not more than the kindly feeling engendered by acts of kindness diffused the blessings of peace among all parties, a war broke out between the Sidicinians and Auruncans. The Auruncans having been admitted into alliance on the occasion of their surrendering, had since that period made no disturbance, accordingly they had a juster pretext for seeking aid from the Romans. But before the consuls led forth their army from the city, for the Senate had ordered the Auruncans to be defended, intelligence is brought that the Auruncans deserted their town through fear, and flying with their wives and children. That they fortified Suessa, which is now called Aurunca. That their ancient walls and city were demolished by the Sidicinians. The Senate being in consequence incensed against the consuls, by whose delays the allies had been betrayed, ordered a dictator to be created. Caius Claudius Regilensis was appointed, and he nominated Caius Claudius Hortator as master of the horse. A scruple afterwards arose concerning the dictator. And when the augurs declared that he seemed to have been created under an informality, the dictator and the master of the horse laid down their office. This Eumenutia, a Vestal, at first suspected on account of her dress being more elegant than was becoming, afterwards being arraigned before the pontiffs on the testimony of a slave. After she had been ordered by their decree to abstain from meddling in sacred rites, and to keep her slaves under her own power, when brought to trial, was buried alive at the Colline Gate, on the right of the causeway, in the field of wickedness. I suppose that name was given to the place from her crime. On the same year Quintus Publilius Philo was the first of the plebeians elected praetor, being opposed by Sulpicius the consul, who refused to take any notice of him as a candidate. The Senate, as they had not succeeded on that ground in the case of the highest offices, being less earnest with respect to the praetorship. 16. The following year, Lucius Papirius Crassus and Ciso Duilius being consuls, was distinguished by a war with the Ausonians, as being new rather than important. This people inhabited the city Callus. They had united their arms with their neighbors the Sidicinians. And the army of the two states being defeated in one battle scarcely worthy of record, was induced to take to flight the earlier in consequence of the proximity of the cities, and the more sheltered on their flight. Nor did the Senate, however, discontinue their attention to that war, because the Sidicinians had now so often taken up arms either as principals, or had afforded aid to those who did so, or had been the cause of hostilities. Accordingly they exerted themselves with all their might, to raise to the consulship for the fourth time, Marcus Valerius Corvus, the greatest general of that day. To Corvus was added Marcus Attilius Regulus as colleague. And lest any disappointment might by any chance occur, a request was made of the consuls, that, without drawing lots, that province might be assigned to Corvus. Receiving the victorious army from the former consuls, proceeding to Callus, whence the war had originated, after he had, at the first shout and onset, routed the enemy, who were disheartened by the recollection also of the former engagement. He set about attacking the town itself. And such was the ardor of the soldiers, that they wished to advance immediately up to the walls, and strenuously asserted that they would scale them. Corvus, because that was a hazardous undertaking, wished to accomplish his object rather by the labor than the risk of his men. Accordingly he formed a rampart, prepared his vinii, and advanced towers up to the walls. But an opportunity which accidentally presented itself, prevented the occasion for them. For Marcius Fabius, a Roman prisoner, when, having broken his chains during the inattention of his guards on a festival day, suspending himself by means of a rope which was fastened to a battlement of the wall, he let himself down by the hands. Persuaded the general to make an assault on the enemy whilst stupefied by wine and feasting. Nor were the Ausonians, together with their city, captured with greater difficulty than they had been routed in the field. A great amount of booty was obtained, and a garrison being stationed at Callus, the legions were marched back to Rome. The consul triumphed in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, and that Attilius might not be without a share of glory, both the consuls were ordered to lead the army against the Sidicinians. But first, in conformity with a decree of the Senate, they nominated as dictator for the purpose of holding the elections, Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus. He named Quintus Publilius Philo his master of the horse. The dictator presiding at the elections, Titus Veturius and Spurius Postumius were elected consuls. Though a part of the war with the Sidicinians still remained. Yet that they might anticipate, by an act of kindness, the wishes of the commons, they proposed about sending a colony to Callus. And a decree of the Senate being passed that 2,500 men should be enrolled for that purpose, they appointed Ciso Duilius, Titus Quinctius, and Marcus Fabius commissioners for conducting the colony and distributing the land. 17. The new consuls then, recovering the army from their predecessors, entered the enemy's territories and carried their depredations up to the walls and the city. There because the Sidicinians, who had raised a numerous army, seemed determined to fight vigorously for their last hope, and a report existed that Samnium also was preparing for hostilities. Publius Cornelius Rufinus was created dictator by the consuls in pursuance of a decree of the Senate. Marcus Antonius was nominated master of the horse. A scruple afterwards arose that they were elected under an informality, and they laid down their office. And because a pestilence followed, recourse was had to an interregnum, as if all the auspices had been infected by that irregularity. By Marcus Valerius Corvus, the fifth interrex from the commencement of the interregnum, Aulus Cornelius a second time, and Gnaeus Domitius were elected consuls. Things being now tranquil, the rumor of a Gallic war had the effect of a real outbreak, so that they were determined that a dictator should be nominated. Marcus Papirius Crassus was nominated, and Publius Valerius Publicola master of the horse. And when the levy was conducted by them with more activity than was deemed necessary in the case of neighboring wars, scouts were sent out and brought word, that there was perfect quiet with the Gauls in every direction. It was suspected that Samnium also was now for the second year in a state of disturbance in consequence of their entertaining new designs, hence the Roman troops were not withdrawn from the Sidicinian territory. But a hostile attack made by Alexander of Epirus on the Lucanians drew away the attention of the Samnites to another quarter. These two nations fought a pitched battle against the king, as he was making a descent on the district adjoining Paestum. Alexander, having come off victorious in that contest, concluded a peace with the Romans. With what fidelity he would have kept it, if his other projects had been equally successful, is uncertain. The same year the census was performed, and the new citizens were rated. On their account the Metian and Scaptian tribes were added. The censors who added them were Quintus Publilius Philo and Spurius Postumius. The Asarans were enrolled as Romans, in conformity with a law introduced by the praetor, Lucius Papirius, by which the right of citizenship with the privilege of suffrage was conferred. These were the transactions at home and abroad during that year. 18. The following year was disastrous, whether by the intemperature of the air, or by human guilt, Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Caius Valerius being consuls. I find in the annals Flaccus and Potatus variously given as the surname of the consul, but in this it is of little consequence which is the true one. I would heartily wish that this other account were a false one, nor indeed do all writers mention it, viz. that those persons, whose death rendered the year signal for the pestilence, were carried off by poison. The circumstance however must be stated as it is handed down to us, that I may not detract from the credit of any writer. When the principal persons of the state were dying of similar diseases, and all generally with the same result, a certain maidservant undertook, before Quintius Fabius Maximus, curule edile, to discover the cause of the public malady. Provided the public faith would be given to her by him, that the discovery should not be made detrimental to her. Fabius immediately lays the matter before the consuls, and the consuls before the Senate, and with the concurrence of that order the public faith was pledged to the informer. It was then disclosed that the state was afflicted by the wickedness of certain women, and that certain matrons were preparing those poisonous drugs, and if they wished to follow her forthwith, they might be detected in the very fact. Having followed the informer, they found women preparing certain drugs, and others of the same kind laid up. These being brought into the forum, and several matrons, to the number of 20, in whose possession they had been detected, being summoned by the beadle, 2 of them, Cornelia and Sergia, both of patrician rank. Maintaining that these drugs were wholesome, were directed by the informer who confronted them to drink some, that they might convict her of having stated what was false. Having taken time to confer together, when, the crowd being removed, they referred the matter to the other matrons in the open view of all, they also not refusing to drink, they all drank of the preparation, and perished by their own wicked device. Their attendants being instantly seized, informed against a great number of matrons, of whom to the number of 170 were condemned. Nor up to that day was there ever an inquiry made at Rome concerning poisoning. The circumstance was considered a prodigy, and seemed the act rather of insane persons than of persons depraved by guilt. Wherefore mention having been found in the annals, that formerly in the secessions of the commons the nail had been driven by the dictator, and that the minds of the people, distracted by discord, had been restored to a sane state. It was determined that a dictator should be nominated for the purpose of driving the nail. Gnaeus Quinctilius being nominated, appointed Lucius Valerius master of the horse, who, as soon as the nail was driven, abdicated their offices. 19. Lucius Papirius Crassus a second time, and Lucius Plautius Veno were elected consuls. At the commencement of which year ambassadors came to Rome from the Fabriturnians, a Volscian people, and from the Lucanians, soliciting to be admitted into alliance, promising, that if they were defended from the arms of the Samnites, they would continue in fidelity and obedience under the government of the Roman people. Ambassadors were then sent by the Senate, and the Samnites were directed to withhold all violence from the territories of those states. And this embassy proved effectual not so much because the Samnites were desirous of peace, as because they were not prepared for war. The same year a war broke out with the people of Privernum, in which the people of Fundi were their supporters, their leader also being a Fundanian, Vitruvius Vaccus, a man of distinction not only at home, but in Rome also. He had a house on the Palatine Hill, which, after the building was raised and the ground thrown open, was called the Vaxiprata. Lucius Papirius having set out to oppose him whilst devastating extensively the districts of Caesia, Morba, and Cora, posted himself at no great distance from his camp. Vitruvius neither adopted the prudent resolution to enclose himself with his trenches against an enemy his superior in strength, nor had he sufficient courage to engage at any great distance from his camp. When his army had scarcely got out of the gate of the camp, and his soldiers were looking backwards to flight rather than to battle or the enemy, he enters on an engagement without judgment or boldness. And as he was conquered by a very slight effort and unequivocally, so did he by the very shortness of the distance, and by the facility of his retreat into the camp so near at hand, protect his soldiers without difficulty from much loss. And scarcely were any slain in the engagement itself, and but few in the confusion of the flight in the rear, whilst they were making their way into the camp. And as soon as it was dark they repaired to Privernum in trepidation, so that they might protect themselves rather by walls than by a rampart. Plautius, the other consul, after laying waste the lands in every direction and driving off the spoil, leads his army into the Fundanian territory. The Senate of the Fundanians met him as he was entering their borders. They declared that, they had not come to intercede in behalf of Vitruvius or those who followed his faction, but in behalf of the people of Fundi, whose exemption from any blame in the war had been proved by Vitruvius himself. When he made Privernum his place of retreat, and not his native country, Fundi. At Privernum, therefore, the enemies of the Roman people were to be looked for, and punished, who revolted at the same time from the Fundanians and the Romans, unmindful of both countries. That the Fundanians were at peace, that they had Roman feelings and a grateful recollection of the political rights received. They entreated the consul to withhold war from an inoffensive people. Their lands, city, their own bodies and those of their wives and children, were, and ever should be, at the disposal of the Roman people. The consul, having commended the Fundanians, and dispatched letters to Rome that the Fundanians had preserved their allegiance, turned his march to Privernum. Claudius states, that the consul first punished those who were at the head of the conspiracy, that 350 of the conspirators were sent in chains to Rome. And that such submission was not received by the Senate, because they considered that the people of Fundi wished to come off with impunity by the punishment of needy and humble persons. 20. While the siege of Privernum was being conducted by the two consular armies, one of the consuls was recalled to Rome, on account of the elections. This year jails were first erected in the circus. While the attention of the public was still occupied by the Privernian War, an alarming report of the Gauls being in arms, a matter scarcely ever slighted by the Senate, suddenly came on them. The new consuls, therefore, Lucius Aemilius Mamercinus and Caius Plautius, on the calends of July, the very day on which they entered into office, received orders to settle the provinces immediately between themselves. And Mamercinus, to whom the Gallic war fell, was directed to levy troops, without admitting any plea of immunity. Nay, it is said, that even the rabble of handicrafts, and those of sedentary trades, of all the worst qualified for military service, were called out. And a vast army was collected at VIII, in readiness to meet the Gauls. It was thought proper not to proceed to a greater distance, lest the enemy might by some other route arrive at the city without being observed. In the course of a few days it being ascertained, on a careful inquiry, that everything on that side was quiet at the time, the whole force, which was to have opposed the Gauls, was then turned against Privernum. Of the issue of the business, there are two different accounts. Some say, that the city was taken by storm, and that Vitruvius fell alive into the hands of the conquerors. Others maintain that the townsmen, to avoid the extremities of a storm, presenting the rod of peace, surrendered to the consul, and that Vitruvius was delivered up by his troops. The Senate, being consulted with respect to Vitruvius and the Privernians, sent directions, that the consul Plautius should demolish the walls of Privernum, and, leaving a strong garrison there, come home to enjoy the honor of a triumph. At the same time ordering that Vitruvius should be kept in prison, until the return of the consul, and that he should then be beaten with rods, and put to death. His house, which stood on the Palatine hill, they commanded to be razed to the ground, and his effects to be devoted to Semos Sancus. With the money produced by the sale of them, brazen globes were formed, and placed in the chapel of Sancus, opposite to the temple of Quirinus. As to the Senate of Privernum, it was decreed, that every person who had continued to act as a senator of Privernum, after the revolt from the Romans, should reside on the farther side of the Tiber, under the same restrictions as those of Velatri. After the passing of these decrees, there was no further mention of the Privernians, until Plautius had triumphed. After the triumph, Vitruvius, with his accomplices, having been put to death, the consul thought that all being now fully gratified by the sufferings of the guilty, allusion might be safely made to the business of the Privernians. He spoke in the following manner: Conscript fathers, since the authors of the revolt have received, both from the immortal gods and from you, the punishment so well merited, What do ye judge proper to be done with respect to the guiltless multitude? For my part, although my duty consists rather in collecting the opinions of others than in offering my own, yet, when I reflect that the Praetorians are situated in the neighborhood of the Samnites, our peace with whom is exceedingly uncertain, I should wish, that as little ground of animosity as possible may be left between them and us. 21. The affair naturally admitted of a diversity of opinions, each, agreeably to his particular temper, recommending either severity or lenity. Matters were still further perplexed by one of the Praetorian ambassadors, more mindful of the prospects to which he had been born, than to the exigency of the present juncture, who being asked by one of the advocates for severity, what punishment he thought the Praetorians deserved, answered, such as those deserve who deem themselves worthy of liberty. The consul observing, that, by this stubborn answer, those who were adverse to the cause of the Praetorians were the more exasperated against them, and wishing, by a question of favorable import, to draw from him a more conciliating reply, said to him, what if we remit the punishment, in what manner may we expect that ye will observe the peace which shall be established between us? He replied, if the peace which ye grant us be a good one, both inviolable and eternal, if bad, of no long continuance. Then indeed some exclaimed, that the Praetorian menaced them, and not in ambiguous terms, and that by such expressions peaceable states were incited to rebellion. But the more reasonable part of the Senate interpreted his answers more favorably, and said, that, the words they had heard were those of a man, and of a free man. Could it be believed that any people, or even any individual, would remain, longer than necessity constrained, in a situation which he felt painful? That peace was faithfully observed, only when those at peace were voluntarily so. But that fidelity was not to be expected where they wished to establish slavery. In this opinion they were led to concur, principally, by the consul himself, who frequently observed to the consulars, who had proposed the different resolutions, in such a manner as to be heard by several, that, surely those men only who thought of nothing but liberty, were worthy of being made Romans. They consequently both carried their cause in the Senate, and, moreover, by direction of that body, a proposal was laid before the people, that the freedom of the state should be granted to the Praetorians. The same year a colony of 300 was sent to Anxur, and received 2 acres of land each. 22. The year following, in which the consuls were Publius Plautius Proculus and Publius Cornelius Scapula, was remarkable for no one transaction, civil or military, except the sending of a colony to Fregellae, a district which had belonged to the Sidicinians, and afterwards to the Volscians, and a distribution of meat to the people, made by Marcus Flavius, on occasion of the funeral of his mother. There were many who represented, that, under the appearance of doing honor to his parent, a deserved recompense was made to the people, for having acquitted him, when prosecuted by the aediles on a charge of having debauched a married woman. This distribution of meat intended as a return for favors shown on the trial, proved also the means of procuring him the honor of a public office. For, at the next election, though absent, he was preferred before the candidates who solicited in person the tribuneship of the commons. The city of Palliapolis was situated at no great distance from the spot where Neapolis now stands. The 2 cities were inhabited by one people, these came from Cumae, and the Cumans derived their origin from Chalcis in Euboea. By means of the fleet in which they had been conveyed hither, they possessed great power on the coast of the sea, near which they dwelt. Having first landed on the islands of Inaria, and the Pithecusae, they afterwards ventured to transfer their settlement to the continent. This state, relying both on their own strength, as well as on the treacherous nature of the alliance of the Samnites with the Romans, or, encouraged by the report of a pestilence having attacked the city of Rome, committed various acts of hostility against the Romans settled in the Campanian and Falernian territories. Wherefore, in the succeeding consulate of Lucius Cornelius, and Quintus Publilius Philo a second time, heralds being sent to Palliapolis to demand satisfaction, when a haughty answer was returned by these Greeks. A race more magnanimous in words than in action, the people, in pursuance of the direction of the Senate, ordered war to be declared against the Pallipolitans. On settling the provinces between the consuls, the war against the Greeks fell to Publilius. Cornelius, with another army, was appointed to watch the Samnites if they should attempt any movement. But a report prevailed that they, anxiously expecting a revolt in Campania, intended to march their troops thither, that was judged by Cornelius the proper station for him. 23. The Senate received information, from both the consuls, that there was very little hope of peace with the Samnites. Publilius informed them, that 2,000 soldiers from Noli, and 4,000 of the Samnites, had been received into Palliapolis, a measure rather forced on the Greeks by the Nolans than agreeable to their inclination. Cornelius wrote, that a levy of troops had been ordered, that all Samnium was in motion, and that the neighboring states of Pravernum, Fundi, and Formii, were openly solicited to join them. When in consequence it was thought proper, that, before hostilities were commenced, ambassadors should be sent to the Samnites, an insolent answer is returned by them. They even went so far as to accuse the Romans of behaving injuriously towards them. But, nevertheless, they took pains to clear themselves of the charges made against them, asserting, that the Greeks were not assisted with either counsel or aid by their state, nor were the Fundanians or Formians tampered with by them. For, if they were disposed to war, they had not the least reason to be diffident of their own strength. However, they could not dissemble, that it gave great offence to the state of the Samnites, that Fregelli, by them taken from the Volscians and demolished, should have been rebuilt by the Romans. And that they should have established a colony within the territory of the Samnites, to which their colonists gave the name of Fregelli. This injury and affront, if not done away by the authors, they were determined themselves to remove, by every means in their power. When one of the Roman ambassadors proposed to discuss the matter before their common allies and friends, their magistrate said, "Why do we disguise our sentiments? Romans, no conferences of ambassadors, nor arbitration of any person whatever, can terminate our differences, but the plains of Campania, in which we must meet, our arms and the common fortune of war will settle the point. Let our armies, therefore, meet between Capua and Suessula, and there let us decide, whether the Samnite or the Roman shall hold the sovereignty of Italy." To this the ambassadors of the Romans replied, that they would go, not whither their enemy called, but whither their commanders should lead. In the meantime, Publilius, by seizing an advantageous post between Palliapolis and Neapolis, had cut off that interchange of mutual aid, which they had hitherto afforded each other, according as either place was hard pressed. Accordingly, when both the day of the elections approached, and as it was highly inexpedient for the public interest that Publilius should be called away when on the point of assailing the enemy's walls, and in daily expectation of gaining possession of their city, application was made to the tribunes, to recommend to the people the passing of an order, that Publilius Philo, when his year of office should expire, might continue in command as proconsul, until the war with the Greeks should be finished. A letter was dispatched to Lucius Cornelius, with orders to name a dictator, for it was not thought proper that the consul should be recalled from the vigorous prosecution of the war now that he had entered into Samnium. He nominated Marcus Claudius Marcellus, who appointed Spurius Postumius master of the horse. The elections, however, were not held by the dictator, because it became a question whether he had been appointed under an irregularity. And the augurs being consulted, pronounced that it appeared that the dictator's appointment was defective. The tribunes inveighed against this proceeding as dangerous and dishonorable. For it was not probable, they said, that such defect could have been discovered, as the consul, rising in the night, had nominated the dictator while everything was still. 172 Nor had the said consul in any of his letters, either public or private, made any mention of such a thing to any one, nor did any person whatever come forward who said that he saw or heard anything which could vitiate the auspices. Neither could the augurs sitting at Rome divine what inauspicious circumstance had occurred to the consul in the camp. Who did not plainly perceive, that the dictator's being a plebeian, was the defect which the augurs had discovered. These and other arguments were urged in vain by the tribunes. The affair however ended in an interregnum. At last, after the elections had been adjourned repeatedly on one pretext or another, the 14th Interrex, Lucius Aemilius, elected consuls Caius Paetilius, and Lucius Papirius Mugellanus, or Cursor, as I find him named in some annals. 24. It has been recorded, that in this year Alexandria in Egypt was founded. And that Alexander, king of Epirus, being slain by a Lucanian exile, verified in the circumstances of his death the prediction of Jupiter of Dodona. At the time when he was invited into Italy by the Tarentines, a caution had been given him, to beware of the Acherusian waters and the city Pandosia, for there were fixed the limits of his destiny. For that reason he made the greater haste to pass over to Italy, in order to be at as great a distance as possible from the city Pandosia in Epirus, and the river Acheron, which, after flowing through Molossus, runs into the lakes called Infernal, and is received into the Thesprotian Gulf. But, as it frequently happens, that men, by endeavoring to shun their fate, run directly upon it, after having often defeated the armies of Bruttium and Lucania, and taken Heraclea, a colony of the Tarentines, Consentia and Metapontum from the Lucanians, Terina from the Bruttians, and several other cities of the Messapians and Lucanians. And having sent into Epirus 300 illustrious families, whom he intended to keep as hostages, he posted his troops on 3 hills, which stood at a small distance from each other, not far from the city Pandosia, and close to the frontiers of the Bruttians and Lucanians, in order that he might thence make incursions into every part of the enemy's country. At that time he kept about his person 200 Lucanian exiles, as faithful attendants, but whose fidelity, according to the general disposition of people of that description, was ever ready to follow the changes of fortune. When continual rains spread such an inundation over all the plains, as cut off from the 3 separate divisions of the army all means of mutual aid, the 2 parties, in neither of which the king was present, were suddenly attacked and overpowered by the enemy, who, after putting them to the sword, employed their whole force in blockading the king himself. From this place the Lucanian exiles sent emissaries to their countrymen, and stipulating a safe return for themselves, promised to deliver the king, either alive or dead, into their power. But he, bravely resolving to make an extraordinary effort, at the head of a chosen band, broke through the midst of their forces, engaged singly, and slew the general of the Lucanians, and collecting together his men, who had been scattered in the retreat, arrived at a river which pointed out his road by the ruins of a bridge which had been recently broken by the violence of the flood. Here, while the party was fording the river on a very uneven bottom, a soldier, almost spent with fatigue and apprehension, cried out as a reflection on the odious name of it. "You are justly named Akros, dismal," which expression reaching the king's ears, and instantly recalling to his mind the fate denounced on him, he halted, hesitating whether he should cross over or not. Then Sodomus, one of the royal band of youths which attended him, asking why he delayed in such a critical moment, showed him that the Lucanians were watching an opportunity to perpetrate some act of treachery, whereupon the king, looking back, and seeing them coming towards him in a body, drew his sword, and pushed on his horse through the middle of the river. When he had now reached the shallow, a Lucanian exile from a distance transfixed him with a javelin. After his fall, the current carried down his lifeless body, with the weapon sticking in it, to the posts of the enemy. There a shocking mangling of it took place. For dividing it in the middle, they sent one half to Consentia, and kept the other, as a subject of mockery, to themselves. While they were throwing darts and stones at it, a woman mixing with the crowd, who were enraged to a degree beyond the credible extent of human resentment, prevailed on them to stop for a moment. She then told them with tears in her eyes that she had a husband and children, prisoners among the enemy, and that she hoped to be able with the king's body, however disfigured, to ransom her friends. This put an end to their outrages. The remnants of his limbs were buried at Consentia, entirely through the care of the woman, and his bones were sent to Metapontum to the enemy, from whence they were conveyed to Epirus to his wife Cleopatra and his sister Olympias, the latter of whom was the mother, the former the sister, of Alexander the Great. Such was the melancholy end of Alexander of Epirus, of which, although fortune did not allow him to engage in hostilities with the Romans, yet, as he waged war in Italy, I have thought it proper to give this brief account. This year, the 5th time since the building of the city, the lectisternium was performed at Rome for procuring the favor of the same deities to whom it was addressed before. 25. When the new consuls had, by order of the people, sent persons to declare war against the Samnites, and they themselves were making all preparations with greater energy than against the Greeks. A new accession of strength also came to them when expecting no such thing. The Lucanians and Apulians, nations who, until that time, had no kind of intercourse with the Roman people, proposed an alliance with them, promising a supply of men and arms for the war. A treaty of friendship was accordingly concluded. At the same time, their affairs went on successfully in Samnium. 3 towns fell into their hands, Aliphae, Caliphae, and Rufrium, and the adjoining country to a great extent was, on the first arrival of the consuls, laid entirely waste. Whilst the war on this side was commenced with so much success, so the war in the other quarter where the Greeks were held besieged, now drew towards a conclusion. For, besides the communication between the 2 posts of the enemy being cut off, by the besiegers having possession of part of the works through which it had been carried on, they now suffered within the walls hardships far more grievous than those with which the enemy threatened them, and as if made prisoners by their own garrison. They were now subjected to the greatest indignities in the persons of their wives and children, and to such extremities as are generally felt on the sacking of cities. When, therefore, intelligence arrived that reinforcements were to come from Tarentum and from the Samnites, all agreed that there were more of the latter already within the walls than they wished. But the young men of Tarentum, who were Greeks as well as themselves, they earnestly longed for, as they hoped to be enabled by their means to oppose the Samnites and Nolans, no less than to resist their Roman enemies. At last a surrender to the Romans appeared to be the lightest evil. Charolaus and Nymphius, the 2 principal men in the state, consulting together on the subject, settled the part which each was to act. It was, that one should desert to the Roman general, and the other stay behind to manage affairs in the city, so as to facilitate the execution of their plan. Charolaus was the person who came to Publilius Philo. He told him that he had taken a resolution, which he hoped would prove advantageous, fortunate, and happy to the Palapolitans and to the Roman people, of delivering the fortifications into his hands. Whether he should appear by that deed to have betrayed or preserved his country, depended on the honor of the Romans. That for himself in particular, he neither stipulated nor requested anything. But, in behalf of the state, he requested rather than stipulated, that in case the design should succeed, the Roman people would consider more especially the zeal and hazard with which it sought a renewal of their friendship, than its folly and rashness in deviating from its duty. He was commended by the general, and received a body of 3,000 soldiers, with which he was to seize on that part of the city which was possessed by the Samnites. This detachment was commanded by Lucius Quinctius, military tribune. 26. At the same time also, Nymphius, on his part, artfully addressing himself to the commander of the Samnites, prevailed upon him, as all the troops of the Romans were employed either about Palæopolis or in Samnium, to allow him to sail round with the fleet to the territory of Rome, where he undertook to ravage, not only the sea-coast, but the country adjoining the very city. But, in order to avoid observation, it was necessary, he told him, to set out by night, and to launch the ships immediately. That this might be effected with the greater dispatch, all the young Samnites, except the necessary guards of the city, were sent to the shore. While Nymphius wasted the time there, giving contradictory orders, designedly, to create confusion, which was increased by the darkness, and by the crowd, which was so numerous as to obstruct each other's operations, Charolaus, according to the plan concerted, was admitted by his associates into the city, and have filled the higher parts of it with Roman soldiers. He ordered them to raise a shout, on which the Greeks, who had received previous directions from their leaders, kept themselves quiet. The Nolans fled through the opposite part of the town, by the road leading to Nola. The flight of the Samnites, who were shut out from the city, was easier, but had a more disgraceful appearance. For they returned to their homes without arms, stripped, and destitute of everything, all, in short, belonging to them being left with their enemies, so that they were objects of ridicule, not only to foreigners, but even to their own countrymen. I know that there is another account of this matter, according to which the town is represented to have been betrayed by the Samnites, but I have this account on the authority most worthy of credit. Besides, the treaty of Neapolis, for to that place the seat of government of the Greeks was then transferred, renders it more probable that the renewal of friendship was voluntary on their side. A triumph was decreed to Publilius, because people were well convinced that the enemy, reduced by the siege, had adopted terms of submission. These two extraordinary incidents, which never before occurred in any case, befell this man, a prolongation of command never before granted to any one, and a triumph after the expiration of his office. 27. Another war soon after arose with the Greeks of the other coast. For the Tarentines having, for a considerable time, buoyed up the state of Palæopolis with delusive hopes of assistance, when they understood that the Romans had gotten possession of that city. As if they were the persons who had suffered the disappointment, and not the authors of it, they inveighed against the Palæopolitans, and became furious in their anger and malice towards the Romans. On this account also, because information was brought that the Lucanians and Apulians had submitted to the Roman people, for a treaty of alliance had been this year concluded with both these nations. The business, they observed, was now brought almost to their doors. And that the matter would soon come to this, that the Romans must either be dealt with as enemies, or received as masters, that, in fact, their interests were involved in the war of the Samnites, and in its issue. That was the only nation which continued to make opposition. And that with power very inadequate, since the Lucanians left them, these however might yet be brought back, and induced to renounce the Roman alliance, if proper skill were used in sowing dissension between them. These reasonings being readily adopted, by people who wished for a change, some young Lucanians of considerable note among their countrymen, but devoid of honor, were procured for money. These having lacerated each other's persons with stripes, after they had come naked into a public meeting of their countrymen, exclaimed that, because they had ventured to go into the Roman camp, they had been thus beaten with rods. By order of the consul, and had hardly escaped the loss of their heads. A circumstance, so shocking in its nature, carrying strong proofs of the ill treatment, none of artifice, the people were so irritated, that, by their clamors, they compelled the magistrates to call together the Senate. And some standing round that assembly, insisted on a declaration of war against the Romans, others ran different ways to rouse to arms the multitude residing in the country. Thus the tumult hurrying into imprudence the minds even of rational men, a decree was passed, that the alliance with the Samnites should be renewed, and ambassadors sent for that purpose. Because this so sudden a proceeding was totally devoid of any obvious cause for its adoption, and consequently was little relied on for its sincerity. They were, however, obliged both to give hostages, and also to receive garrisons into their fortified places, and they, blinded by fraud and resentment, refused no terms. In a little time after, on the authors of the false charges removing to Tarentum, the whole imposition came to light. But as they had given all power out of their own hands, nothing was left them but unavailing repentance. 28. This year there arose, as it were, a new era of liberty to the Roman commons, in this that a stop was put to the practice of confining debtors. This alteration of the law was effected in consequence of the lust and signal cruelty of one usurer. His name was Lucius Papirius. To him one Caius Publilius having surrendered his person to be confined for a debt due by his father, his youth and beauty, which ought to have excited commiseration, operated on the other's mind as incentives to lust and insult. He first attempted to seduce the young man by impure discourses, considering the bloom of his youth his own adventitious gain. But finding that his ears were shocked at their infamous tendency, he then endeavored to terrify him by threats, and reminded him frequently of his situation. At last, convinced of his resolution to act conformably to his honorable birth, rather than to his present condition, he ordered him to be stripped and scourged. When with the marks of the rods imprinted in his flesh the youth rushed out into the public street, loudly complaining of the depravedness and inhumanity of the usurer. A vast number of people, moved by compassion for his early age, and indignation at his barbarous treatment, reflecting at the same time on their own lot and that of their children, flocked together into the Forum. And from thence in a body to the Senate house. When the consuls were obliged by the sudden tumult to call a meeting of the Senate, the people, falling at the feet of each of the senators, as they were going into the Senate house, presented to their view the lacerated back of the youth. On that day, in consequence of the outrageous conduct of an individual, the strongest bonds of credit were broken. And the consuls were commanded to propose to the people, that no person should be held in fetters or stocks, except convicted of a crime, and in order to punishment. But that, for money due, the goods of the debtor, not his person, should be answerable. Thus the confined debtors were released, and provision made, for the time to come, that they should not be liable to confinement. 29. In the course of this year, while the war with the Samnites was sufficient in itself to give full employment to the Senate, besides the sudden defection of the Lucanians, and the Tarentines, the promoters of the defection, another source of uneasiness was added in a union formed by the state of the Vestinians with the Samnites. Which event, though it continued, during the present year, to be the general subject of conversation, without coming under any public discussion, appeared so important to the consuls of the year following, Lucius Furius Camillus a second time, and Junius Brutus Scaeva, that it was the first business which they proposed to the consideration of the state. And though the matter was still recent, still great perplexity seized the Senate, as they dreaded equally the consequences either of passing it over, or of taking it up. Lest, on the one hand, impunity might stir up the neighboring states with wantonness and arrogance, and, on the other, punishment inflicted on them by force of arms, and dread of immediate danger, might produce the same effect by exciting resentment. And the whole body, too, was in every way equal in strength to the Samnites, being composed of the Marsians, the Pelignians, and the Marazinians, all of whom would have to be encountered as enemies, if the Vestinians were to be interfered with. However, that side prevailed which might, at the time, seem to have more spirit than prudence, but the event proved that fortune assists the brave. The people, in pursuance of the direction of the Senate, ordered war against the Vestinians. That province fell by lot to Junius, Samnium to Camillus. Armies were led to both places, and by carefully guarding the frontiers, the enemy were prevented from joining their forces. But the other consul, Lucius Furius, on whom the principal weight of the business rested, was withdrawn by chance from the war, being seized with a severe sickness. Being therefore ordered to nominate a dictator to conduct the business, he nominated Lucius Papirius Cursor, the most celebrated general, by far, of any in that age, who appointed Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus master of the horse, a pair of commanders distinguished for their exploits in war. More so, however, for a quarrel between themselves, and which proceeded almost to violence. The other consul, in the territory of the Vestinians, carried on operations of various kinds, and, in all, was uniformly successful. For he both utterly laid waste their lands, and, by spoiling and burning their houses and corn, compelled them to come to an engagement. And, in one battle, he reduced the strength of the Vestinians to such a degree, though not without loss on his own side, that the enemy not only fled to their camp, but, fearing even to trust to the rampart and trench, dispersed from thence into the several towns, in hopes of finding security in the situation and fortifications of their cities. At last, having undertaken to reduce their towns by force, amid the great ardor of the soldiers, and their resentment for the wounds which they had received, hardly one of them having come out of the battle unhurt, he took Catina by Scalade, and afterward Singilia. The spoil of both cities he gave to the soldiers, in consideration of their having bravely surmounted the obstruction both of gates and walls. 30. The commanders entered Samnium under uncertain auspices. An informality which pointed, not at the event of war, for that was prosperous, but at the furious passions and the quarrels which broke out between the leaders. For Papirius the dictator, returning to Rome in order to take the auspices anew, in consequence of a caution received from the Aruspecs, left strict orders with the master of the horse to remain in his post, and not to engage in battle during his absence. After the departure of the dictator, Fabius having discovered by his scouts that the enemy were in as unguarded a state as if there was not a single Roman in Samnium, the high-spirited youth, either conceiving indignation at the sole authority in every point appearing to be lodged in the hands of the dictator, or induced by the opportunity of striking an important blow, having made the necessary preparations and dispositions, marched to a place called Imbrinium, and there fought a battle with the Samnites. His success in the fight was such, that there was no one circumstance which could have been improved to more advantage, if the dictator had been present. The leader was not wanting to the soldiers, nor the soldiers to their leader. The cavalry too, finding, after repeated charges, that they could not break the ranks, by the advice of Lucius Cominius, a military tribune, pulled off the bridles from their horses and spurred them on so furiously, that no power could withstand them. Forcing their way through the thickest of the enemy, they bore down everything before them, and the infantry seconding the charge, the whole body was thrown into confusion. 20,000 of the enemy are said to have fallen on that day. I have authority for saying that there were 2 battles fought during the dictator's absence, and 2 victories obtained, but, according to the most ancient writers, only this one is found, and in some histories the whole transaction is omitted. The master of the horse, getting possession of abundance of spoils, in consequence of the great numbers slain, collected the arms into a huge heap, and burned them. Either in pursuance of a vow to some of the gods, or, if we choose to credit the authority of Fabius, it was done on this account, that the dictator might not reap the fruits of his glory, inscribe his name on them, or carry the spoils in triumph. His letters also, containing an account of the success, being sent to the Senate, not to the dictator, showed plainly that he wished not to impart to him any share of the honor. Who certainly viewed the proceeding in this light, for while others rejoiced at the victory obtained, he showed only surliness and anger. Insomuch that, immediately dismissing the Senate, he hastened out of the Senate house, and frequently repeated with warmth, that the legions of the Samnites were not more effectually vanquished and overthrown by the master of the horse than were the dictatorial dignity and military discipline, if such contempt of orders escaped with impunity. Thus, breathing resentment and menaces, he set out for the camp, but, though he travelled with all possible expedition, he was unable, however, to outstrip the report of his coming. For messengers had started from the city before him, who brought intelligence that the dictator was coming, eager for vengeance, and in almost every second sentence applauding the conduct of Titus Manlius. 31. Fabius instantly called an assembly, and entreated the soldiers to show the same courage in protecting him, under whose conduct and auspices they had conquered, from the outrageous cruelty of the dictator, which they had so lately displayed in defending the commonwealth from its most inveterate enemies. He was now coming, he told them, frantic with envy, enraged at another's bravery and success. He was mad, because, in his absence, the business of the public had been executed, with remarkable success. And if he could change the fortune of the engagement, would wish the Samnites in possession of victory rather than the Romans. He talked much of contempt of orders, as if his prohibition of fighting were not dictated by the same motive, which caused his vexation at the fight having taken place. He wished to shackle the valor of others through envy, and meant to take away the soldiers' arms when they were most eager for action, and that no use might be made of them in his absence. He was further enraged too, because without Lucius Papirius the soldiers were not without hands or arms, and because Quintus Fabius considered himself as master of the horse, not as a beadle to the dictator. How would he have behaved, had the issue of the fight been unfortunate, which, through the chances of war and the uncertainty of military operations, might have been the case? Since now, when the enemy has been vanquished, as completely, indeed, as if that leader's own singular talents had been employed in the matter, he yet threatens the master of the horse with punishment. Nor is he more incensed against the master of the horse, than against the military tribunes, the centurions, and the soldiers. On all, he would vent his rage if he could, and because that is not in his power, he vents it on one. Envy, like flame, soars upwards, aims at the summit, that he makes his attack on the head of the business, on the leader. If he could put him out of the way, together with the glory of the service performed, he would then lord it, like a conqueror over vanquished troops. And, without scruple, practice against the soldiers what he had been allowed to act against their commander. That they should, therefore, in his cause, support the general liberty of all. If the dictator perceived among the troops the same unanimity in justifying their victory that they had displayed in the battle, and that all interested themselves in the safety of one, it would bend his temper to milder counsels. In fine, he told them, that he committed his life, and all his interests, to their honor and to their courage. 32. His speech was received with the loudest acclamations from every part of the assembly, bidding him have courage. For while the Roman legions were in being, no man should offer him violence. Not long after, the dictator arrived, and instantly summoned an assembly by sound of trumpet. Then silence being made, a crier cited Quintus Fabius, master of the horse, and as soon as, on the lower ground, he had approached the tribunal, the dictator said, Quintus Fabius, I demand of you. When the authority of dictator is acknowledged to be supreme, and is submitted to by the consuls, officers endowed with regal power, and likewise by the praetors, created under the same auspices with consuls, whether or no you think it reasonable that it should not meet obedience from a master of the horse. I also ask you whether, when I knew that I set out from home under uncertain auspices, the safety of the commonwealth ought to have been endangered by me, whilst the omens were confused, or whether the auspices ought to be newly taken, so that nothing might be done while the will of the gods remained doubtful. And further, when a religious scruple was of such a nature as to hinder the dictator from acting, whether the master of the horse could be exempt from it and at liberty? But why do I ask these questions, when, though I had gone without leaving any orders, your own judgment ought to have been regulated according to what you could discover of my intention? Why do you not answer? Did I not forbid you to act, in any respect, during my absence? Did I not forbid you to engage the enemy? Yet, in contempt of these my orders, while the auspices were uncertain, while the omens were confused, contrary to the practice of war, contrary to the discipline of our ancestors, and contrary to the authority of the gods, you dared to enter on the fight. Answer to these questions proposed to you. On any other matter utter not a word. Lictor, draw near him. To each of these particulars, Fabius, finding it no easy matter to answer, at one time remonstrated against the same person acting as accuser and judge, in a cause which affected his very existence. At another, he asserted that his life should sooner be forced from him, than the glory of his past services, clearing himself and accusing the other by turns. So then Papirius' anger blazing out with fresh fury, he ordered the master of the horse to be stripped, and the rods and axes to be got ready. Fabius, imploring the protection of the soldiers, while the lictors were tearing his garments, betook himself to the quarters of the veterans, who were already raising a commotion in the assembly. From them the uproar spread through the whole body. In one place the voice of supplication was heard, in another, menaces. Those who happened to stand nearest to the tribunal, because, being under the eyes of the general, they could easily be known, entreated him to spare the master of the horse, and not in him to condemn the whole army. The remoter parts of the assembly, and the crowd collected round Fabius, railed at the unrelenting spirit of the dictator, and were not far from mutiny, nor was even the tribunal perfectly quiet. The lieutenants general standing round the general's seat besought him to adjourn the business to the next day, and to allow time to his anger, and room for consideration, representing that the indiscretion of Fabius had been sufficiently rebuked, his victory sufficiently disgraced, and they begged him not to proceed to the extreme of severity. Not to brand with ignominy a youth of extraordinary merit, or his father, a man of most illustrious character, together with the whole family of the Fabii. When they made but little impression either by their prayers or arguments, they desired him to observe the violent ferment of the assembly, and told him that, while the soldiers' tempers were heated to such a degree, it became not either his age or his wisdom to kindle them into a flame, and afford matter for a mutiny. That no one would lay the blame of such an event on Quintus Fabius, who only deprecated punishment, but on the dictator, if, blinded by resentment, he should, by an ill-judged contest, draw on himself the fury of the multitude, and lest he should think that they acted from motives of regard to Quintus Fabius, they were ready to make oath that, in their judgment, it was not for the interest of the commonwealth that Quintus Fabius should be punished at that time. 33. When by these expostulations they rather irritated the dictator against themselves, than appeased his anger against the master of the horse, the lieutenants general were ordered to go down from the tribunal. And after several vain attempts were made to procure silence by means of a crier, the noise and tumult being so great that neither the voice of the dictator himself, nor that of his apparitors, could be heard. Night, as in the case of a battle, put an end to the contest. The master of the horse was ordered to attend on the day following. But when all assured him that Papirius, being agitated and exasperated in the course of the present contention, would proceed against him with greater violence, he fled privately from the camp to Rome. Where, by the advice of his father, Marcus Fabius, who had been 3 times consul, and likewise dictator, he immediately called a meeting of the Senate. While he was strenuously complaining before the fathers of the rage and injustice of the dictator, on a sudden was heard the noise of lictors before the Senate house, clearing the way, and Papirius himself arrived, full of resentment. Having followed, with a guard of light horse, as soon as he heard that the other had quitted the camp. The contention then began anew, and the dictator ordered Fabius to be seized. Where, when his unrelenting spirit persisted in its purpose, notwithstanding the united intercessions of the principal patricians, and of the whole Senate, Fabius, the father, then said, "Since neither the authority of the Senate has any weight with you, nor my age, which you wish to render childless, nor the noble birth and merit of a master of the horse, nominated by yourself, nor prayers which have often mitigated the rage of an enemy, and which appease the wrath of the gods, I call upon the tribunes of the commons for support, and appeal to the people. And since you decline the judgment of your own army, as well as of the Senate, I call you before a judge who must certainly be allowed, though no other should, to possess more power and authority than yourself, though dictator. I shall see whether you will submit to an appeal, to which Tullus Hostilius, a Roman king, submitted." They proceeded directly from the Senate house to the assembly. Where, being arrived, the dictator attended by few, the master of the horse by all the people of the first rank in a body, Papirius commanded him to be taken from the rostrum to the lower ground. His father, following him, said, "You do well in ordering us to be brought down to a place where even as private persons we have liberty of speech." At first, instead of regular speeches, nothing but altercation was heard. At length, the indignation of old Fabius, and the strength of his voice, got the better of noise, while he reproached Papirius with arrogance and cruelty. He himself, he said, had been dictator at Rome. And no man, not even the lowest plebeian, or centurion, or soldier, had been outraged by him. But Papirius sought for victory and triumph over a Roman commander, as over the generals of the enemy. What an immense difference between the moderation of the ancients, and modern oppression and cruelty. Quinctius Cincinnatus when dictator exercised no further severity on Lucius Minucius the consul, although rescued by him from a siege, than leaving him at the head of the army, in the quality of lieutenant general, instead of consul. Marcus Furius Camillus, in the case of Lucius Furius, who, in contempt of his great age and authority, had fought a battle with a most disgraceful result, not only restrained his anger at the time so as to write no unfavorable representation of his conduct to the people or the Senate, but after returning home, when the patricians gave him a power of electing from among his colleagues whoever he might approve as an associate with himself in the command, chose that very man in preference to all the other consular tribunes. Nay, that not even the resentment of the people, with whom lay the supreme power in all cases, was ever exercised with greater severity towards those who, through rashness and ignorance, had occasioned the loss of armies, than the fining them in a sum of money. Until that day, a capital prosecution for ill conduct in war had never been instituted against any commander, but now generals of the Roman people when victorious, and meriting the most honorable triumphs, are threatened with rods and axes. A treatment which would not have been deemed allowable, even towards those who had been defeated by an enemy. What would his son have to suffer, if he had occasioned the loss of the army? If he had been routed, put to flight, and driven out of his camp? To what greater length could his resentment and violence be stretched, than to scourge him, and put him to death? How was it consistent with reason, that through the means of Quintus Fabius, the state should be filled with joy, exulting in victory, and occupied in thanksgivings and congratulations. While at the same time, he who had given occasion to the temples of the gods being thrown open, their altars yet smoking with sacrifices, and loaded with honors and offerings, should be stripped naked, and torn with stripes in the sight of the Roman people. Within view of the Capitol and citadel, and of those gods not in vain invoked in 2 different battles. With what temper would the army which had conquered under his conduct and auspices have borne it? What mourning would there be in the Roman camp? What joy among their enemies? This speech he accompanied with an abundant flow of tears, uniting reproaches and complaints, imploring the aid both of gods and men, and warmly embracing his son. 34. On his side stood the majesty of the Senate, the favor of the people, the support of the tribunes, and regard for the absent army. On the other side were urged the inviolable authority of the Roman government and military discipline. The edict of the dictator, always observed as the mandate of a deity, the orders of Manlius, and his postponing even parental affection to public utility. The same also, said the dictator, was the conduct of Lucius Brutus, the founder of Roman liberty, in the case of his 2 sons. That now fathers were become indulgent, and the aged indifferent in the case of the authority of others being despised, and indulged the young in the subversion of military order, as if it were a matter of trifling consequence. For his part, however, he would persevere in his purpose, and would not remit the smallest part of the punishment justly due to a person who fought contrary to his orders, while the rites of religion were imperfectly executed, and the auspices uncertain. Whether the majesty of the supreme authority was to be perpetual or not, depended not on him, but Lucius Papirius would not diminish aught of its rights. He wished that the tribunician office, inviolate itself, would not by its interposition violate the authority of the Roman government, nor the Roman people, to their own detriment particularly, annihilate the dictator and the rights of the dictatorship together. But if this should be the case, not Lucius Papirius but the tribunes and the people would be blamed by posterity in vain. When military discipline being once dissolved, the soldier would no longer obey the orders of the centurion those of the tribune those of the lieutenant general those of the consul, nor the master of the horse those of the dictator. No one would then pay any deference to men, no, nor even to the gods. Neither edicts of generals nor auspices would be observed. The soldiers, without leave of absence, would straggle at random through the lands of friends and of foes, and regardless of their oath would, influenced solely by a wanton humor, quit the service whenever they might choose. The standards would be unattended and forsaken, the men would neither assemble in pursuance of orders, nor would any distinction be made as to fighting by night or by day, on favorable or unfavorable ground, by order or without the orders of the general. Nor would they observe standards or ranks. The service, instead of being solemn and sacred, would be confused and the result of mere chance, like that of freebooters. Render yourselves then, tribunes of the commons, accountable for all these evils to all future ages. Expose your own persons to these heavy imputations in defense of the licentious conduct of Quintus Fabius. 35. The tribunes now confounded, and more anxiously concerned at their own situation than at his for whom their support was sought, were freed from this embarrassment by the Roman people unanimously having recourse to prayers and entreaties, that the dictator would, for their sakes, remit the punishment of the master of the horse. The tribunes likewise, following the example set them of employing entreaties, earnestly beseeched the dictator to pardon human error, to consider the immaturity of the offender's age, that he had suffered sufficiently. And now the youth himself, now his father, Marcus Fabius, disclaiming further contest, fell at the dictator's knees and deprecated his wrath. Then the dictator, after causing silence, said, "Romans, it is well. Military discipline has prevailed. The majesty of government has prevailed, both which were in danger of ceasing this day to exist. Quintus Fabius, who fought contrary to the order of his commander, is not acquitted of guilt, but after being condemned as guilty, is granted as a boon to the Roman people, is granted to the college of tribunes, supporting him with their prayers, not with the regular power of their office. Live, Quintus Fabius, more happy in this united sympathy of the state for your preservation, than in the victory in which you lately exulted. Live, after having ventured on such an act, as your father himself, had he been in the place of Lucius Papirius, would not have pardoned. With me you shall be reconciled whenever you wish it. To the Roman people, to whom you owe your life, you can perform no greater service than to let this day teach you a sufficient lesson to enable you to submit to lawful commands, both in war and peace. He then declared, that he no longer detained the master of the horse, and as he retired from the rostrum, the Senate being greatly rejoiced, and the people still more so, gathered round him and escorted him, on one hand commending the dictator, on the other congratulating the master of the horse. While it was considered that the authority of military command was confirmed no less effectually by the danger of Quintus Fabius than the lamentable punishment of young Manlius. It so happened, that, through the course of that year, as often as the dictator left the army the Samnites were in motion, but Marcus Valerius, the lieutenant general who commanded in the camp, had Quintus Fabius before his eyes for an example. Not to fear any violence of the enemy, so much as the unrelenting anger of the dictator. So that when a body of his foragers fell into an ambuscade and were cut to pieces in disadvantageous ground, it was generally believed that the lieutenant general could have given them assistance if he had not been held in dread by his rigorous orders. The resentment for this also alienated the affections of the soldiery from the dictator, already incensed against him because he had been implacable towards Quintus Fabius, and because he had granted him pardon at the intercession of the Roman people, a thing which he had refused to their entreaties. 36. The dictator, having appointed Lucius Papirius Crassus, as master of the horse, to the command of the city, and prohibited Quintus Fabius from acting in any case as magistrate, returned to the camp, where his arrival brought neither any great joy to his countrymen, nor any degree of terror to the enemy, for on the day following, either not knowing that the dictator had arrived or little regarding whether he were present or absent, they approached his camp in order of battle. Of such importance, however, was that single man, Lucius Papirius, that had the zeal of the soldiers seconded the dispositions of the commander, no doubt was entertained that an end might have been put that day to the war with the Samnites. So judiciously did he draw up his army with respect to situation and reserves, in such a manner did he strengthen them with every advantage of military skill, but the soldiers exerted no vigor, and designedly kept from conquering, in order to injure the reputation of their leader. Of the Samnites, however, very many were slain, and great numbers of the Romans wounded. The experienced commander quickly perceived the circumstance which prevented his success, and that it would be necessary to moderate his temper, and to mingle mildness with austerity. Accordingly, attended by the lieutenants general, going round to the wounded soldiers, thrusting his head into their tents, and asking them, one by one, how they were in health. Then, mentioning them by name, he gave them in charge to the officers, tribunes, and prefects. This behavior, popular in itself, he maintained with such dexterity, that by his attention to their recovery he gradually gained their affection. Nor did anything so much contribute towards their recovery as the circumstance of this attention being received with gratitude. The army being restored to health, he came to an engagement with the enemy. And both himself and the troops, being possessed with full confidence of success, he so entirely defeated and dispersed the Samnites, that was the last day they met the dictator in the field. The victorious army, afterwards, directed its march wherever a prospect of booty invited, and traversed the enemy's territories, encountering not a weapon, nor any opposition, either openly or by stratagem. It added to their alacrity, that the dictator had, by proclamation, given the whole spoil to the soldiers, so that they were animated not only by the public quarrel, but by their private emolument. Reduced by these losses, the Samnites sued to the dictator for peace, and, after they had engaged to supply each of his soldiers with a suit of clothes and a year's pay, being ordered to apply to the Senate, they answered that they would follow the dictator, committing their cause wholly to his integrity and honor. On this the troops were withdrawn out of Samnium. 37. The dictator entered the city in triumph. And, though desirous of resigning his office immediately, yet, by order of the Senate, he held it until the consuls were elected. These were Caius Sulpicius Longus a second time, and Quintus Aemilius Serratanus. The Samnites, without finishing the treaty of peace, the terms being still in negotiation, brought home with them a truce for a year. Nor was even that faithfully observed. So strongly was their inclination for war excited, on hearing that Papirius was gone out of office. In this consulate of Caius Sulpicius and Quintus Aemilius, some histories have Aulus, to the revolt of the Samnites was added a new war with the Apulians. Armies were sent against both. The Samnites fell by lot to Sulpicius, the Apulians to Aemilius. Some writers say, that this war was not waged with the Apulians, but that the allied states of that nation were defended against the violence and injustice of the Samnites. But the circumstances of the Samnites, who could with difficulty, at that period, support a war in which themselves were engaged, render it more probable that they did not make war on the Apulians. But that both nations were in arms against the Romans at the same time. However, no memorable event occurred. The lands of the Apulians and of Samnium were utterly laid waste, but in neither quarter were the enemy to be found. At Rome, an alarm which happened in the night, suddenly roused the people from their sleep, in such a fright, that the Capitol and citadel, the walls and gates, were all filled with men in arms. But after they had called all to their posts, and run together in bodies, in every quarter, when day approached, neither the author nor cause of the alarm could be discovered. This year, in pursuance to the advice of Flavius, the Tusculans were brought to a trial before the people. Marcus Flavius, a tribune of the commons, proposed, that punishment should be inflicted on those of the Tusculans, by whose advice and assistance the Velaturnians and Provernians had made war on the Roman people. The Tusculans, with their wives and children, came to Rome. The whole party in mourning habits, like persons under accusation, went round the tribes, throwing themselves at the feet of the citizens. The compassion thus excited operated more effectually towards procuring them pardon, than all their arguments did towards clearing them of guilt. Every one of the tribes, except the Polian, negatived the proposition. The sentence of the Polian tribe was, that the grown-up males should be beaten and put to death, and their wives and children sold by auction, according to the rules of war. It appears that the resentment which rose against the advisers of so rigorous a measure, was retained in memory by the Tusculans down to the age of our fathers. And that hardly any candidate of the Polian tribe could, ever since, gain the votes of the Papirian. 38. On the following year, in the consulate of Quintus Fabius and Lucius Fulvius, Aulus Cornelius Arvina being made dictator, and Marcus Fabius Ambustus master of the horse. A levy being held with more than usual rigor in consequence of their apprehension of a very serious war in Samnium, for it was reported that some young men had been hired from their neighbors, led forth a very strong army against the Samnites. Although in a hostile country, their camp was pitched in as careless a manner as if the foe were at a great distance. When, suddenly, the legions of the Samnites approached with so much boldness as to advance their rampart close to an outpost of the Romans. Night was now coming on, that prevented their assaulting the works. But they did not conceal their intention of doing so next day, as soon as the light should appear. The dictator found that there would be a necessity for fighting sooner than he had expected, and lest the situation should be an obstruction to the bravery of the troops, he led away the legions in silence, leaving a great number of fires the better to deceive the enemy. On account of the proximity of the camps, however, he could not escape their observation. Their cavalry instantly pursued, and pressed closely on his troops, in such a way as to refrain from attacking them until the day appeared. Their infantry did not even quit their camp before daylight. As soon as it was dawn, the cavalry venturing to attack the enemy by harassing the Roman rear, and pressing them in places of difficult passage, considerably delayed their march. Meanwhile their infantry overtook the cavalry, and now the Samnites pursued close with their entire force. The dictator then, finding that he could no longer go forward without great inconvenience, ordered the spot where he stood to be measured out for a camp. But it was impossible, while the enemy's horse were spread about on every side, that palisades could be brought, and the work be begun. Seeing it, therefore, impracticable either to march forward or to settle himself there. He drew up his troops for battle, removing the baggage out of the line. The enemy likewise formed their line opposite to his, fully equal both in spirit and in strength. Their courage was chiefly improved from not knowing that the motive of the Romans' retreat was the incommodiousness of the ground, so that they imagined themselves objects of terror, and supposed that they were pursuing men who fled through fear. This kept the balance of the fight equal for a considerable time, though, of late, it had been unusual with the Samnites to stand even the shout of a Roman army. Certain it is, that the contest, on this day, continued so very doubtful from the 3rd hour to the 8th, that neither was the shout repeated, after being raised at the first onset, nor the standards moved either forward or backward, nor any ground lost on either side. They fought without taking breath or looking behind them, every man in his post, and pushing against their opponents with their shields. The noise continuing equal, and the terror of the fight the same, seemed to denote, that the decision would be effected either by fatigue or by the night. The men had now exhausted their strength, the sword its power, and the leaders their skill. When, on a sudden, the Samnite cavalry, having learned from a single troop which had advanced beyond the rest, that the baggage of the Romans lay at a distance from their army, without any guard or defense. Through eagerness for booty, they attack it, of which the dictator being informed by a hasty messenger, said, let them only encumber themselves with spoils. Afterwards came several, one after another, crying out, that they were plundering and carrying off all the effects of the soldiers. He then called to him the master of the horse, and said, do you see, Marcus Fabius, that the fight has been forsaken by the enemy's cavalry? They are entangled and encumbered with our baggage. Attack them whilst scattered about, as is the case of every multitude employed in plundering. You will find few mounted on horseback, few with swords in their hands. And, while they are loading their horses with spoil, and unarmed, put them to the sword, and make it bloody spoil for them. I will take care of the legions, and the fight of the infantry, yours be the honor which the horse shall acquire. 39. The body of cavalry, in the most exact order possible, charging the enemy, who were straggling and embarrassed, filled every place with slaughter, for amid the packages which they hastily threw down, and which lay in the way of their feet, and of the affrighted horses, as they endeavored to escape, being now unable either to fight or fly, they are slaughtered. Then Fabius, after he had almost entirely cut off the enemy's horse, led round his squadrons in a small circuit, and attacked the infantry in the rear. The new shout, raised in that quarter, terrified the Samnites on the one hand. And when, on the other, the dictator saw their troops in the van looking behind them, their battalions in confusion, and their line wavering, he earnestly exhorted and animated his men, calling on the tribunes and chief centurions, by name, to join him in renewing the fight. Raising the shout anew, they pressed forward, and as they advanced, perceived the enemy more and more confused. The cavalry now could be seen by those in front, and Cornelius, turning about to the several companies, made them understand, by raising his voice and hands, that he saw the standards and bucklers of his own horsemen. On hearing which, and at the same time seeing them, they, at once, so far forgot the fatigue which they had endured through almost the whole day, and even their wounds, that they rushed on against the enemy with as much vigor and alacrity as if they were coming fresh out of camp on receiving the signal for battle. The Samnites could no longer sustain the charge of horse and foot together, part of them, enclosed on both sides, were cut off, the rest were scattered and fled different ways. The infantry slew those who were surrounded and made resistance. And the cavalry made great havoc of the fugitives, among whom fell their general. This battle crushed, at length, the power of the Samnites so effectually, that, in all their meetings, they said, it was not at all to be wondered at, if in an impious war, commenced in violation of a treaty, when the gods were, with justice, more incensed against them than men, they succeeded in none of their undertakings. That war must be expiated and atoned for with a heavy penalty. The only alternative they had, was whether the penalty should be the guilty blood of a few, or the innocent blood of all. Some now ventured to name the authors of the war. One name in particular, by the united voices of all, was mentioned, that of Brutulus Papias. He was a man of power and noble birth, and undoubtedly the violator of the late truce. The praetors being compelled to take the opinion of the assembly concerning him, a decree was made, that Brutulus Papias should be delivered into the hands of the Romans. And that, together with him, all the spoil taken from the Romans, and the prisoners, should be sent to Rome, and that the restitution demanded by the heralds, in conformity to treaty, should be made, as was agreeable to justice and equity. In pursuance of this determination heralds were sent to Rome, and also the dead body of Brutulus, for, by a voluntary death, he avoided the punishment and ignominy intended for him. It was thought proper that his goods also should be delivered up along with the body. But none of all those things were accepted, except the prisoners, and such articles of the spoil as were recognized by the owners. The dictator obtained a triumph by a decree of the Senate. 40. Some writers affirm, that this war was conducted by the consuls, and that they triumphed over the Samnites. And also, that Fabius advanced into Apulia, and carried off from thence abundance of spoil. But that Aulus Cornelius was dictator that year is an undisputed fact. The question then is, whether he was appointed for the purpose of conducting the war, or on occasion of the illness of Lucius Plautius, the praetor. In order that there might be a magistrate to give the signal for the starting of the chariots at the Roman games. This latter is asserted of him. And that after performing the business, which in truth reflected no great lustre on his office, he resigned the dictatorship. It is not easy to determine between either the facts or the writers, which of them deserves the preference. I am inclined to think that history has been much corrupted by means of funeral panegyrics and false inscriptions on statues. Each family striving by false representations to appropriate to itself the fame of warlike exploits and public honors. From this cause, certainly, both the actions of individuals and the public records of events have been confused. Nor is there extant any writer, contemporary with those events, on whose authority we can with certainty rely. Book 9. BC 321-304. Titus Veturius and Spurius Postumius, with their army, surrounded by the Samnites at the Caudine Forks, enter into a treaty, give 600 hostages, and are sent under the yoke. The treaty declared invalid. The two generals and the other sureties sent back to the Samnites, but are not accepted. Not long after, Papirius Cursor obliterates this disgrace, by vanquishing the Samnites, sending them under the yoke, and recovering the hostages. Two tribes added. Appius Claudius, censor, constructs the Claudian aqueduct, and the Appian road, admits the sons of freedom into the Senate. Successes against the Apulians, Etruscans, Umbrians, Marsians, Pelignians, Equins, and Samnites. Mention made of Alexander the Great, who flourished at this time. A comparative estimate of his strength, and that of the Roman people, tending to show, that if he had carried his arms into Italy, he would not have been as successful there as he had been in the eastern countries. 1. This year is followed by the Convention of Caudium, so memorable on account of the misfortune of the Romans, the consuls being Titus Veturius Calvinus and Spurius Postumius. The Samnites had as their commander that year Caius Ponius, son to Herennius, born of a father most highly renowned for wisdom, and himself a consummate warrior and commander. When the ambassadors, who had been sent to make restitution, returned, without concluding a peace, he said, that ye may not think that no purpose has been effected by this embassy. Whatever degree of anger the deities of heaven had conceived against us, on account of the infraction of the treaty, has been hereby expiated. I am very confident, that whatever deities they were, whose will it was that you should be reduced to the necessity of making the restitution, which had been demanded according to the treaty, it was not agreeable to them. That our atonement for the breach of treason should be so haughtily spurned by the Romans. For what more could possibly be done towards appeasing the gods, and softening the anger of men, than we have done? The effects of the enemy, taken among the spoils, which appeared to be our own by the right of war, we restored. The authors of the war, as we could not deliver them up alive, we delivered them dead, their goods we carried to Rome. Lest by retaining them any degree of guilt should remain among us. What more, Roman, do I owe to thee? What to the treaty? What to the gods, the guarantees of the treaty? What arbitrator shall I call in to judge of your resentment, and of my punishment? I decline none, neither nation nor private person. But if nothing in human law is left to the weak against stronger, I will appeal to the gods, the avengers of intolerant arrogance. And will beseech them to turn their wrath against those for whom neither the restoration of their own effects nor additional heaps of other men's property can suffice, whose cruelty is not satiated by the death of the guilty, by the surrender of their lifeless bodies, nor by their goods accompanying the surrender of the owner, who cannot be appeased otherwise than by giving them our blood to drink, and our entrails to be torn. Samnites, war is just to those for whom it is necessary, and arms are clear of impiety for those who have no hope left but in arms. Wherefore, as in every human undertaking, it is of the utmost importance what matter men may set about with the favor, what under the displeasure of the gods, be assured that the former wars ye waged in opposition to the gods more than to men. In this, which is now impending, ye will act under the immediate guidance of the gods themselves. 2. After uttering these predictions, not more cheering than true, he led out the troops, and placed his camp about Caudium as much out of view as possible. From thence he sent to Calatia, where he heard that the Roman consuls were encamped, 10 soldiers, in the habit of shepherds, and ordered them to keep some cattle feeding in several different places, at a small distance from the Roman posts. And that, when they fell in with any of their foragers, they should all agree in the same story, that the legions of the Samnites were then in Apulia, that they were besieging Luceria with their whole force, and very near taking it by storm. Such a rumor had been industriously spread before, and had already reached the Romans, but these prisoners increased the credit of it, especially as they all concurred in the same report. There was no doubt but that the Romans would carry succor to the Lucerians, as being good and faithful allies, and for this further reason, lest all Apulia, through apprehension of the impending danger, might go over to the enemy. The only point of deliberation was, by what road they should go. There were 2 roads leading to Luceria, one along the coast of the upper sea, wide and open. But, as it was the safer, so it was proportionably longer, the other, which was shorter, through the Caudine forks. The nature of the place is this: there are 2 deep glens, narrow and covered with wood, connected together by mountains ranging on both sides from one to the other. Between these lies a plain of considerable extent, enclosed in the middle, abounding in grass and water, and through the middle of which the passage runs, but before you can arrive at it, the first defile must be passed, while the only way back is through the road by which you entered it. Or if in case of resolving to proceed forward, you must go by the other glen, which is still more narrow and difficult. Into this plain the Romans, having marched down their troops by one of those passes through the cleft of a rock, when they advanced onward to the other defile, found it blocked up by trees thrown across, and a mound of huge stones lying in their way. When the stratagem of the enemy now became apparent, there is seen at the same time a body of troops on the eminence over the glen. Hastening back, then, they proceed to retrace the road by which they had entered. They found that also shut up by such another fence, and men in arms. Then, without orders, they halted. Amazement took possession of their minds, and a strange kind of numbness seized their limbs. They then remained a long time motionless and silent, each looking to the other, as if each thought the other more capable of judging and advising than himself. After some time, when they saw that the consuls' pavilions were being erected, and that some were getting ready the implements for throwing up works, although they were sensible that it must appear ridiculous the attempt to raise a fortification in their present desperate condition, and when almost every hope was lost, would be an object of necessity, yet, not to add a fault to their misfortunes, they all, without being advised or ordered by any one, set earnestly to work, and enclosed a camp with a rampart, close to the water, while themselves, besides that the enemy heaped insolent taunts on them, seemed with melancholy to acknowledge the apparent fruitlessness of their toil and labor. The lieutenants general and tribunes, without being summoned to consultation, for there was no room for either consultation or remedy, assembled round the dejected consul. While the soldiers, crowding to the general's quarters, demanded from their leaders that succor, which it was hardly in the power of the immortal gods themselves to afford them. 3. Night came on them while lamenting their situation rather than consulting, whilst they urged expedients, each according to his temper, one crying out, "Let us go over those fences of the roads," others, "over the steeps, through the woods. Any way, where arms can be carried. Let us be but permitted to come to the enemy, whom we have been used to conquer now near 30 years. All places will be level and plain to a Roman, fighting against the perfidious Samnite." Another would say, "Whither, or by what way can we go? Do we expect to remove the mountains from their foundations? While these cliffs hang over us, by what road will you reach the enemy? Whether armed or unarmed, brave or dastardly, we are all, without distinction, captured and vanquished. The enemy will not even show us a weapon by which we might die with honor. He will finish the war without moving from his seat." In such discourse, thinking of neither food nor rest, the night was passed. Nor could the Samnites, though in circumstances so joyous, instantly determine how to act. It was therefore universally agreed that Herennius Pontius, father of the general, should be consulted by letter. He was now grown feeble through age, and had withdrawn himself, not only from all military, but also from all civil occupations, yet, notwithstanding the decline of his bodily strength, his mind retained its full vigor. When he heard that the Roman armies were shut up at the Caudine forks between the two glens, being consulted by his son's messenger, he gave his opinion, that they should all be immediately dismissed from thence unhurt. On this counsel being rejected, and the same messenger returning a second time, he recommended that they should all, to a man, be put to death. When these answers, so opposite to each other, like those of an ambiguous oracle, were given, although his son in particular considered that the powers of his father's mind, together with those of his body, had been impaired by age, was yet prevailed on, by the general desire of all, to send for him to consult him. The old man, we are told, complied without reluctance, and was carried in a wagon to the camp, where, when summoned to give his advice, he spoke in such way as to make no alteration in his opinions, he only added the reasons for them. That, by his first plan, which he esteemed the best, he meant, by an act of extraordinary kindness, to establish perpetual peace and friendship with a most powerful nation, by the other, to put off the return of war to the distance of many ages, during which the Roman state, after the loss of those two armies, could not easily recover its strength. A third plan there was not. When his son, and the other chiefs, went on to ask him if a plan of a middle kind might not be adopted. That they both should be dismissed unhurt, and, at the same time, by the right of war, terms imposed on them as vanquished. That, indeed, said he, is a plan of such a nature, as neither procures friends or removes enemies. Only preserve those whom ye would irritate by ignominious treatment. The Romans are a race who know not how to sit down quiet under defeat. Whatever that is which the present necessity shall brand will rankle in their breasts for ever, and will not suffer them to rest, until they have wreaked manifold vengeance on your heads. Neither of these plans was approved, and Herennius was carried home from the camp. 4. In the Roman camp also, when many fruitless efforts to force a passage had been made, and they were now destitute of every means of subsistence, forced by necessity, they send ambassadors, who were first to ask peace on equal terms. Which, if they did not obtain, they were to challenge the enemy to battle. To this Pontius answered, that, the war was at an end. And since, even in their present vanquished and captive state, they were not willing to acknowledge their situation, he would send them under the yoke unarmed, each with a single garment. That the other conditions of peace should be such as were just between the conquerors and the conquered. If their troops would depart, and their colonies be withdrawn out of the territories of the Samnites. For the future, the Romans and Samnites, under a treaty of equality, shall live according to their own respective laws. On these terms he was ready to negotiate with the consuls, and if any of these should not be accepted, he forbade the ambassadors to come to him again. When the result of this embassy was made known, such general lamentation suddenly arose, and such melancholy took possession of them, that had they been told that all were to die on the spot, they could not have felt deeper affliction. After silence continued a long time, and the consuls were not able to utter a word either in favor of a treaty so disgraceful, or against a treaty so necessary. At length, Lucius Lentulus, who was the first among the lieutenants general, both in respect of bravery, and of the public honors which he had attained, addressed them thus: Consuls, I have often heard my father say that he was the only person in the capital who did not advise the Senate to ransom the state from the Gauls with gold. And these he would not concur in, because they had not been enclosed with a trench and rampart by the enemy, who were remarkably slothful with respect to works and raising fortifications, and because they might sally forth, if not without great danger, yet without certain destruction. Now if, in like manner as they had it in their power to run down from the capital in arms against their foe, as men besieged have often sallied out on the besiegers, it were possible for us to come to blows with the enemy, either on equal or unequal ground, would not be wanting in the high quality of my father's spirit in stating my advice. I acknowledge, indeed, that death, in defense of our country, is highly glorious, and I am ready either to devote myself for the Roman people and the legions, or to plunge into the midst of the enemy. But in this spot I behold my country, in this spot, the whole of the Roman legions, and unless these choose to rush on death in defense of their own individual characters, what have they which can be preserved by their death? The houses of the city, some may say, and the walls of it, and the crowd who dwell in it, by which the city is inhabited. But in fact, in case of the destruction of this army, all these are betrayed, not preserved. For who will protect them? An unwarlike and unarmed multitude, shall I suppose? Yes, just as they defended them against the attack of the Gauls. Will they call to their succor an army from VIII, with Camillus at its head? Here on the spot, I repeat, are all our hopes and strength, by preserving which, we preserve our country, by delivering them up to death, we abandon and betray our country. But a surrender is shameful and ignominious. True, but such ought to be our affection for our country, that we should save it by our own disgrace, if necessity required, as freely as by our death. Let therefore that indignity be undergone, how great soever, and let us submit to that necessity which even the gods themselves do not overcome. Go, consuls, ransom the state for arms, which your ancestors ransomed with gold. 5. The consuls having gone to Pontius to confer with him, when he talked, in the strain of a conqueror, of a treaty, they declared that such could not be concluded without an order of the people, nor without the ministry of the heralds, and the other customary rites. Accordingly the Caudine peace was not ratified by settled treaty, as is commonly believed, and even asserted by Claudius, but by conventional sureties. For what occasion would these be either for sureties or hostages in the former case, where the ratification is performed by the imprecation, that whichever nation shall give occasion to the said terms being violated, may Jupiter strike that nation in like manner as the swine is struck by the heralds. The consuls, lieutenants general, quaestors, and military tribunes, became sureties, and the names of all these who became sureties are extant, where, had the business been transacted by treaty, none would have appeared but those of the two heralds. On account of the necessary delay of the treaty 600 horsemen were demanded as hostages, who were to suffer death if the compact were not fulfilled. A time was then fixed for delivering up the hostages, and sending away the troops disarmed. The return of the consuls renewed the general grief in the camp, insomuch that the men hardly refrained from offering violence to them, by whose rashness, they said, they had been brought into such a situation, and through whose cowardice they were likely to depart with greater disgrace than they came. They had employed no guide through the country, nor scouts, but were sent out blindly, like beasts into a pitfall. They cast looks on each other, viewed earnestly the arms which they must presently surrender, while their persons would be subject to the whim of the enemy, figured to themselves the hostile yoke, the scoffs of the conquerors, their haughty looks, and finally, thus disarmed, their march through the midst of an armed foe. In a word, they saw with horror the miserable journey of their dishonored band through the cities of the allies, and their return into their own country, to their parents, whither themselves, and their ancestors, had so often come in triumph. Observing, that, they alone had been conquered without a fight, without a weapon thrown, without a wound, that they had not been permitted to draw their swords, nor to engage the enemy. In vain had arms, in vain had strength, in vain had courage been given them. While they were giving vent to such grievous reflections, the fatal hour of their disgrace arrived, which was to render every circumstance still more shocking in fact, than they had preconceived it in their imaginations. First, they were ordered to go out, beyond the rampart, unarmed, and with single garments. Then the hostages were surrendered, and carried into custody. The lictors were next commanded to depart from the consuls, and the robes of the latter were stripped off. This excited such a degree of commiseration in the breasts of those very men, who a little before, pouring execrations upon them, had proposed that they should be delivered up and torn to pieces, that every one, forgetting his own condition, turned away his eyes from that degradation of so high a dignity, as from a spectacle too horrid to behold. 6. First, the consuls, nearly half naked, were sent under the yoke, then each officer, according to his rank, was exposed to disgrace, and the legion successively. The enemy stood on each side under arms, reviling and mocking them. Swords were pointed at most of them, several were wounded and some even slain, when their looks, rendered too fierce by the indignity to which they were subjected, gave offence to the conquerors. Thus were they led under the yoke. And what was still more intolerable, under the eyes of the enemy. When they had got clear of the defile, they seemed as if they had been drawn up from the infernal regions, and then for the first time beheld the light. Yet, when they viewed the ignominious appearance of the army, the light itself was more painful to them than any kind of death could have been. So that although they might have arrived at Capua before night, yet, uncertain with respect to the fidelity of the allies, and because shame embarrassed them, in need of everything, they threw themselves carelessly on the ground. On each side of the road, which being told at Capua, just compassion for their allies got the better of the arrogance natural to the Campanians. They immediately sent to the consuls their ensigns of office, the fasces and lictors. To the soldiers, arms, horses, clothes, and provisions in abundance, and, on their approach to Capua, the whole senate and people went out to meet them, and performed every proper office of hospitality, both public and private. But the courtesy, kind looks, and address of the allies, could not only not draw a word from them, but it could not even prevail on them to raise their eyes, or look their consoling friends in the face, so completely did shame, in addition to grief, oblige them to shun the conversation and society of these their friends. Next day, when some young nobles, who had been sent from Capua, to escort them on their road to the frontiers of Campania, returned, they were called into the Senate house, and, in answer to the inquiries of the elder members, said that to them they seemed deeply sunk in melancholy and dejection. That the whole body moved on in silence, almost as if dumb, the former genius of the Romans was prostrated, and that their spirit had been taken from them, together with their arms. Not one returned a salute, nor returned an answer to those who greeted them, as if, through fear, they were unable to utter a word, as if their necks still carried the yoke under which they had been sent. That the Samnites had obtained a victory, not only glorious, but lasting also, for they had subdued, not Rome merely, as the Gauls had formerly done, but what was a much more warlike achievement, the Roman courage. When these remarks were made and attentively listened to, and the almost extinction of the Roman name was lamented in this assembly of faithful allies, Ophilius Calavius, son of Ovius, a man highly distinguished, both by his birth and conduct, and at this time further respectable on account of his age, is said to have declared that he entertained a very different opinion in the case. This obstinate silence, said he, those eyes fixed on the earth, those ears deaf to all comfort with the shame of beholding the light are indications of a mind calling forth, from its inmost recesses, the utmost exertions of resentment. Either he was ignorant of the temper of the Romans, or that silence would shortly excite, among the Samnites, lamentable cries and groans, for that the remembrance of the Caudine peace would be much more sorrowful to the Samnites than to the Romans. Each side would have their own native spirit, wherever they should happen to engage, but the Samnites would not, everywhere, have the glens of Caudium. 7. Their disaster was, by this time, well known at Rome also. At first, They heard that the troops were shut up. Afterwards the news of the ignominious peace caused greater affliction than had been felt for their danger. On the report of their being surrounded, a levy of men was begun. But when it was understood that the army had surrendered in so disgraceful a manner, the preparations were laid aside, and immediately, without any public directions, a general mourning took place, with all the various demonstrations of grief. The shops were shut, and all business ceased in the forum, spontaneously, before it was proclaimed. Laticlaves 173 in gold rings were laid aside, and the public were in greater tribulation, if possible, than the army itself. They were not only enraged against the commanders, the advisers and sureties of the peace, but detested even the unoffending soldiers, and asserted that they ought not to be admitted into the city or its habitations. But these transports of passion were allayed by the arrival of the troops, which excited compassion even in the angry. For entering into the city, not like men returning into their country with unexpected safety, but in the habit and with the looks of captives, late in the evening. They hid themselves so closely in their houses, that, for the next, and several following days, not one of them could bear to come in sight of the forum, or of the public. The consuls, shut up in private, transacted no official business, except that which was wrung from them by a decree of the Senate, to nominate a dictator to preside at the elections. They nominated Quintus Fabius Ambustus, and as master of the horse Publius Aelius Paetus. But they having been irregularly appointed, there were substituted in their room, Marcus Aemilius Pappus dictator, and Lucius Valerius Flaccus master of the horse. But neither did these hold the elections, and the people being dissatisfied with all the magistrates of that year, an interregnum ensued. The interreges were, Quintus Fabius Maximus and Marcus Valerius Corvus, who elected consuls Quintus Publilius Philo, and Lucius Papirius Cursor a second time. A choice universally approved, for there were no commanders at that time of higher reputation. 8. They entered into office on the day they were elected, for so it had been determined by the fathers. When the customary decrees of the Senate were passed, they proposed the consideration of the Caudine peace. And Publilius, who was in possession of the fasces, said, Spurius Postumius, speak. He arose with just the same countenance with which he had passed under the yoke, and delivered himself to this effect, Consuls, I am well aware that I have been called up first with marked ignominy, not with honor. And that I am ordered to speak, not as being a senator, but as a person answerable as well for an unsuccessful war as for a disgraceful peace. However, since the question propounded by you is not concerning our guilt, or our punishment, waiving a defense, which would not be very difficult, before men who are not unacquainted with human casualties or necessities, I shall briefly state my opinion on the matter in question. Which opinion will testify, whether I meant to spare myself or your legions, when I engaged as surety to the convention, whether dishonorable or necessary, by which, however, the Roman people are not bound, inasmuch as it was concluded without their order. Nor is anything liable to be forfeited to the Samnites, in consequence of it, except our persons. Let us then be delivered up to them by the heralds, naked, and in chains. Let us free the people of the religious obligation, if we have bound them under any such, so that there may be no restriction, divine or human, to prevent your entering on the war anew, without violating either religion or justice. I am also of opinion, that the consuls, in the meantime, enlist, arm, and lead out an army, but that they should not enter the enemy's territories before every particular, respecting the surrender of us, be regularly executed. You, O immortal gods! I pray and beseech that, although it has not been your will that Spurius Postumius and Titus Veturius, as consuls, should wage war with success against the Samnites, ye may yet deem it sufficient to have seen us sent under the yoke. To have seen us bound under an infamous convention, to have seen us delivered into the hands of our foes naked and shackled, taking on our own heads the whole weight of the enemy's resentment. And grant, that the consuls and legions of Rome may wage war against the Samnites, with the same fortune with which every war has been waged before we became consuls. On his concluding this speech, men's minds were so impressed with both admiration and compassion, that now they could scarce believe him to be the same Spurius Postumius who had been the author of so shameful a peace. Again lamenting, that such a man was likely to undergo, among the enemy, a punishment even beyond that of others, through resentment for annulling the peace. When all the members, extolling him with praises, expressed their approbation of his sentiments, a protest was attempted for a time by Lucius Livius and Quintus Malleus, tribunes of the commons, who said that the people could not be acquitted of the religious obligation by the consuls being given up, unless all things were restored to the Samnites in the same state in which they had been at Caudium. Nor had they themselves deserved any punishment, for having, by becoming sureties to the peace, preserved the army of the Roman people, nor, finally, could they, being sacred and inviolable, be surrendered to the enemy or treated with violence. 9. To this Postumius replied, In the meantime surrender us as unsanctified persons, which ye may do, without offence to religion. Those sacred and inviolable personages, the tribunes, ye will afterwards deliver up as soon as they go out of office, but, if ye listen to me, they will be first scourged with rods, here in the Comitium. That they may pay this as interest for their punishment being delayed. For, as to their denying that the people are acquitted of the religious obligation, by our being given up, who is there so ignorant of the laws of the heralds, as not to know, that those men speak in that manner? That they themselves may not be surrendered, rather than because the case is really so. Still I do not deny, conscript fathers, that compacts, on sureties given, are as sacred as treaties, in the eyes of all who regard faith between men, with the same reverence which is paid to duties respecting the gods, but I insist that without the order of the people, nothing can be ratified that is to bind the people. Suppose that, out of the same arrogance with which the Samnites wrung from us the convention in question, they had compelled us to repeat the established form of words for the surrendering of cities, would ye, tribunes, say that the Roman people was surrendered? And, that this city, these temples, and consecrated grounds, these lands and waters, were become the property of the Samnites? I say no more of the surrender, because our having become sureties is the point insisted on. Now, suppose we have become sureties that the Roman people should quit this city, that they should set it on fire, that they should have no magistrates, no senate, no laws, that they should, in future, be ruled by kings, the gods forbid, you say. But, the enormity of the articles lessens not the obligation of a compact. If there is anything in which the people can be bound, it can in all. Nor is there any importance in another circumstance, which weighs, perhaps, with some, whether a consul, a dictator, or a praetor, be the surety. And this, indeed, was what even the Samnites themselves proved, who were not satisfied with the security of the consuls, but compelled the lieutenants general, quaestors, and military tribunes to join them. Let no one, then, demand of me, why I entered into such a compact, when neither such power was vested in a consul, and when I could not either to them, ensure a peace, of which I could not command the ratification. Or in behalf of you, who had given me no powers. Conscript fathers, none of the transactions at Caudium were directed by human wisdom. The immortal gods deprived of understanding both your generals and those of the enemy. On the one side we acted not with sufficient caution in the war, on the other, they threw away a victory, which through our folly they had obtained, while they hardly confided in the places, by means of which they had conquered. But were in haste, on any terms, to take arms out of the hands of men who were born to arms. Had their reason been sound, would it have been difficult, during the time which they spent in sending for old men from home to give them advice, to send ambassadors to Rome, and to negotiate a peace and treaty with the Senate, and with the people? It would have been a journey of only 3 days to expeditious travelers. In the interim, matters might have rested under a truce, that is, until their ambassadors should have brought from Rome either certain victory or peace. That would have been really a compact, on the faith of sureties, for we should have become sureties by order of the people. But, neither would ye have passed such an order, nor should we have pledged our faith. Nor was it right that the affair should have any other issue, than, that they should be vainly mocked with a dream, as it were, of greater prosperity than their minds were capable of comprehending, and that the same fortune, which had entangled our army, should extricate it. That an ineffectual victory should be frustrated by a more ineffectual peace, and that a convention, on the faith of a surety, should be introduced, which bound no other person beside the surety. For what part had ye, conscript fathers? What part had the people, in this affair? Who can call upon you? Who can say, that he has been deceived by you? Can the enemy? Can a citizen? To the enemy ye engaged nothing. Ye ordered no citizen to engage on your behalf. Ye are therefore no way concerned either with us, to whom ye gave no commission, nor with the Samnites, with whom ye transacted no business. We are sureties to the Samnites. Debtors, sufficiently wealthy in that which is our own, in that which we can offer our bodies and our minds. On these, let them exercise their cruelty, against these, let them whet their resentment and their swords. As to what relates to the tribunes, consider whether the delivering them up can be effected at the present time, or if it must be deferred to another day. Meanwhile let us, Titus Veturius, and the rest concerned, offer our worthless persons, as atonements for the breaking our engagements, and, by our sufferings liberate the Roman armies. 10. Both these arguments, and, still more, the author of them, powerfully affected the senators, as they did likewise every one, not excepting even the tribunes of the commons who declared, that they would be directed by the Senate. They then instantly resigned their office, and were delivered, together with the rest, to the heralds, to be conducted to Caudium. On passing this decree of the Senate, it seemed as if some new light had shone upon the state. Postumius was in every mouth, they extolled him to heaven, and pronounced his conduct as equal even to the devoting act of the consul Publius Decius, and to other illustrious acts. Through his counsel, and exertions, they said, the state had raised up its head from an ignominious peace. He now offered himself to the enemy's rage, and to torments, and was suffering, in atonement for the Roman people. All turned their thoughts towards arms and war, and the general cry was, when shall we be permitted with arms in our hands to meet the Samnites? While the state glowed with resentment and rancor, the levies were composed almost entirely of volunteers. New legions, composed of the former soldiers, were quickly formed, and an army marched to Caudium. The heralds, who went before, on coming to the gate, ordered the sureties of the peace to be stripped of their clothes, and their hands to be tied behind their backs. As the apparitor, out of respect to his dignity, was binding Postumius in a loose manner, why do you not, said he, draw the cord tight, that the surrender may be regularly performed? Then, when they came into the assembly of the Samnites, and to the tribunal of Pontius, Aulus Cornelius Arvina, a herald, pronounced these words, forasmuch as these men, here present, without orders from the Roman people, the Quirites, entered into surety, that a treaty should be made, and have thereby rendered themselves criminal. Now, in order that the Roman people may be freed from the crime of impiety, I here surrender these men into your hands. On the herald saying thus, Postumius gave him a stroke on the thigh with his knee, as forcibly as he could, and said with a loud voice, that he was now a citizen of Samnium, the other a Roman ambassador. That the herald had been, by him, violently ill-treated, contrary to the law of nations, and that his people would therefore have the more justice on their side, in waging war. 11. Pontius then said, neither will I accept such a surrender, nor will the Samnites deem it valid. Spurius Postumius, if you believe that there are gods, why do you not undo all that has been done, or fulfill your agreement? The Samnite nation is entitled, either to all the men whom it had in its power, or, instead of them, to a peace. But why do I call on you, who, with as much regard to faith as you are able to show, return yourself a prisoner into the hands of the conqueror? I call on the Roman people. If they are dissatisfied with the convention made at the Caudine Forks, let them replace the legions within the defile where they were pent up. Let there be no deception on either side. Let all that has been done pass as nothing. Let them receive again the army which they surrendered by the convention, let them return into their camp. Whatever they were in possession of, the day before the conference, let them possess again. Then let war and resolute counsels be adopted. Then let the convention, and peace, be rejected. Let us carry on the war in the same circumstances, and situations, in which we were before peace was mentioned. Let neither the Roman people blame the convention of the consuls, nor us the faith of the Roman people. Will ye never want an excuse for not standing to the compacts which ye make on being defeated? Ye gave hostages to Porsenna, ye clandestinely withdrew them. Ye ransomed your state from the Gauls, for gold, while they were receiving the gold, they were put to the sword. Ye concluded a peace with us, on condition of our restoring your captured legions, that peace ye now annul, in fine, ye always spread over your fraudulent conduct some show of right. Do the Roman people disapprove of their legions being saved by an ignominious peace? Let them have their peace, and return the captured legions to the conqueror. This would be conduct consistent with faith, with treaties, and with the laws of the heralds. But that you should, in consequence of the convention, obtain what you desired, the safety of so many of your countrymen, while I obtain not, what I stipulated for on sending you back those men, a peace. Is this the law which you, Aulus Cornelius, which ye, heralds, prescribe to nations? But for my part, I neither accept those men whom ye pretend to surrender, nor consider them as surrendered. Nor do I hinder them from returning into their own country, which stands bound under an actual convention, formally entered into, carrying with them the wrath of all the gods, whose authority is thus baffled. Wage war, since Spurius Postumius has just now struck with his knee the herald, in character of ambassador. The gods are to believe that Postumius is a citizen of Samnium, not of Rome, and that a Roman ambassador has been violated by a Samnite. And that therefore a just war has been waged against us by you. That men of years, and of consular dignity, should not be ashamed to exhibit such mockery of religion in the face of day. And should have recourse to such shallow artifices to palliate their breach of faith, unworthy even of children. Go, lictor, take off the bonds from those Romans. Let no one delay them from departing when they think proper. Accordingly they returned unhurt from Caudium to the Roman camp, having acquitted, certainly, their own faith, and perhaps that of the public. 12. The Samnites, finding that instead of a peace which flattered their pride, the war was revived, and with the utmost inveteracy, not only felt, in their minds, a foreboding of all the consequences which ensued, but saw them, in a manner, before their eyes. They now, too late and in vain, applauded the plans of old Pontius, by blundering between which, they had exchanged the possession of victory for an uncertain peace. And having lost the opportunity of doing a kindness or an injury, were now to fight against men, whom they might have either put out of the way, for ever, as enemies, or engaged, for ever, as friends. And such was the change which had taken place in men's minds, since the Caudine peace, even before any trial of strength had shown an advantage on either side, that Postumius, by surrendering himself, had acquired greater renown among the Romans than Pontius among the Samnites, by his bloodless victory. The Romans considered their being at liberty to make war, a certain victory, while the Samnites supposed the Romans victorious, the moment they resumed their arms. Meanwhile, the Satricans revolted to the Samnites, who attacked the colony of Fregelli, by a sudden surprise in the night, accompanied, as it appears, by the Satricans. From that time until day, their mutual fears kept both parties quiet. The daylight was the signal for battle, which the Fragellans contrived to maintain, for a considerable time, without loss of ground. Both because they fought for their religion and liberty, and the multitude, who were unfit to bear arms, assisted them from the tops of the houses. At length a stratagem gave the advantage to the assailants. For they suffered the voice of a crier to be heard proclaiming, that whoever laid down his arms might retire in safety. This relaxed their eagerness in the fight, and they began almost everywhere to throw away their arms. A part, more determined, however, retaining their arms, rushed out by the opposite gate, and their boldness brought greater safety to them, than their fear, which inclined them to credulity, did to the others, for the Samnites, having surrounded the latter with fires, burned them all to death, while they made vain appeals to the faith of gods and men. The consuls having settled the province between them, Papirius proceeded into Apulia to Luceria, where the Roman horsemen, given as hostages at Caudium, were kept in custody. Publilius remained in Samnium, to oppose the Caudine legions. This proceeding perplexed the minds of the Samnites. They could not safely determine either to go to Luceria, lest the enemy should press on their rear or to remain where they were, lest in the meantime Luceria should be lost. They concluded, therefore, that it would be most advisable to trust to the decision of fortune, and to take the issue of a battle with Publilius. Accordingly they drew out their forces into the field. 13. When Publilius was about to engage, considering it proper to address his soldiers first, he ordered an assembly be summoned. But though they ran together to the general's quarters with the greatest alacrity, yet so loud were the clamors, demanding the fight, that none of the general's exhortations were heard. Each man's own reflections on the late disgrace served as an exhortation. They advanced therefore to battle, urging the standard-bearers to hasten. At rest, in beginning the conflict, there should be any delay, in wielding their javelins and then drawing their swords, they threw away the former, as if a signal to that purpose had been given, and, drawing the latter, rushed in full speed upon the foe. Nothing of a general's skill was displayed in forming ranks or reserves. The resentment of the troops performed all, with a degree of fury little inferior to madness. The enemy, therefore, were not only completely routed, not even daring to embarrass their flight by retreating to their camp but dispersing, made towards Apulia in scattered parties, afterwards, however, collecting their forces into one body. They reached Luceria. The same exasperation, which had carried the Romans through the midst of the enemy's line, carried them forward also into their camp, where greater carnage was made, and more blood spilt, than even in the field, while the greater part of the spoil was destroyed in their rage. The other army, with the consul Papirius, had now arrived at Arpi, on the sea coast, having passed without molestation through all the countries in their way, which was owing to the ill treatment received by those people from the Samnites, and their hatred towards them, rather than to any favor received from the Roman people. For such of the Samnites as dwelt on the mountains in separate villages, used to ravage the low lands, and the places on the coast. And being mountaineers, and savage themselves, despised the husbandmen who were of a gentler kind, and, as generally happens, resembled the district they inhabited. Now if this tract had been favorably affected towards the Samnites, either the Roman army could have been prevented from reaching Arpi, or, as it lay between Rome and Arpi, it might have intercepted the convoys of provisions, and utterly destroyed them by the consequent scarcity of all necessaries. Even as it was, when they went from thence to Luceria, both the besiegers and the besieged were distressed equally by want. Every kind of supplies was brought to the Romans from Arpi, but in so very scanty proportion, that the horsemen had to carry corn from thence to the camp, in little bags, for the foot, who were employed in the outposts, watches, and works. And sometimes falling in with the enemy, they were obliged to throw the corn from off their horses, in order to fight. Before the arrival of the other consul and his victorious army, both provisions had been brought into the Samnites, and reinforcements conveyed into them from the mountains, but the coming of Publilius contracted all their resources. For, committing the siege to the care of his colleague, and keeping himself disengaged, he threw every difficulty in the way of the enemy's convoys. There being therefore little hope for the besieged, or that they would be able much longer to endure want, the Samnites, encamped at Luceria, were obliged to collect their forces from every side, and come to an engagement with Papirius. 14. At this juncture, while both parties were preparing for an action, ambassadors from the Tarentines interposed, requiring both Samnites and Romans to desist from war, with menaces, that, if either refused to agree to a cessation of hostilities, they would join their arms with the other party against them. Papirius, on hearing the purport of their embassy, as if influenced by their words, answered, that he would consult his colleague. He then sent for him, employing the intermediate time in the necessary preparations. And when he had conferred with him on a matter, about which no doubt was entertained, he made the signal for battle. While the consuls were employed in performing the religious rites and the other usual business preparatory to an engagement, the Tarentine ambassadors put themselves in their way, expecting an answer, to whom Papirius said, "Tarentines, the priest reports that the auspices are favorable, and that our sacrifices have been attended with excellent omens. Under the direction of the gods, we are proceeding, as you see, to action." He then ordered the standards to move, and led out the troops. thus rebuking the exorbitant arrogance of that nation, which at a time when, through intestine discord and sedition, it was unequal to the management of its own affairs, yet presumed to prescribe the bounds of peace and war to others. On the other side, the Samnites, who had neglected every preparation for fighting, either because they were really desirous of peace, or it seemed their interest to pretend to be so, in order to conciliate the favor of the Tarentines. When they saw, on a sudden, the Romans drawn up for battle, cried out, that they would continue to be directed by the Tarentines, and would neither march out, nor carry their arms beyond the rampart. That if deceived, they would rather endure any consequence which chance may bring, than show contempt to the Tarentines, the advisers of peace. The consuls said that they embraced the omen, and prayed that the enemy might continue in the resolution of not even defending their rampart. Then, dividing the forces between them, they advanced to the works. And, making an assault on every side at once, while some filled up the trenches, others tore down the rampart, and tumbled it into the trench. All were stimulated, not only by their native courage, but by the resentment which, since their disgrace, had been festering in their breasts. They made their way into the camp, where, every one repeating, that here was not Caudium, nor the forks, nor the impassable glens, where cunning haughtily triumphed over error, but Roman valor, which no rampart nor trench could ward off. They slew, without distinction, those who resisted and those who fled, the armed and unarmed, freemen and slaves, young and old, men and cattle. Nor would a single animal have escaped, had not the consuls given the signal for retreat. And, by commands and threats, forced out of the camp the soldiers, greedy of slaughter. As they were highly incensed at being thus interrupted in the gratification of their vengeance, a speech was immediately addressed to them, assuring the soldiers, that the consuls neither did or would fall short of any one of the soldiers in hatred toward the enemy. On the contrary, as they led the way in battle, so would they have done the same in executing unbounded vengeance, had not the consideration of the 600 horsemen, who were confined as hostages in Luceria, restrained their inclinations. Lest total despair of pardon might drive on the enemy blindly to take vengeance on them, eager to destroy them before they themselves should perish. The soldiers highly applauded this conduct, and rejoiced that their resentment had been checked, and acknowledged that everything ought to be endured, rather than that the safety of so many Roman youths of the first distinction should be brought into danger. 15. The assembly being then dismissed, a consultation was held, whether they should press forward the siege of Luceria, with all their forces, or, whether with one of the commanders, and his army, trial should be made of the Apulians, a nation in the neighborhood still doubtful. The consul Publilius set out to make a circuit through Apulia, and in the one expedition either reduced by force, or received into alliance on conditions, a considerable number of the states. Papirius likewise, who had remained to prosecute the siege of Luceria, soon found the event agreeable to his hopes, for all the roads being blocked up through which provisions used to be conveyed from Samnium, the Samnites, who were in garrison, were reduced so low by famine, that they sent ambassadors to the Roman consul, proposing that he should raise the siege, on receiving the horsemen who were the cause of the war, to whom Papirius returned this answer: that, they ought to have consulted Pontius, son of Herennius, by whose advice they had sent the Romans under the yoke, what treatment he thought fitting for the conquered to undergo. But since, instead of offering fair terms themselves, they chose rather that they should be imposed on them by their enemies, he desired them to carry back orders to the troops in Luceria, that they should leave within the walls their arms, baggage, beasts of burthen, and all persons unfit for war. The soldiers he would send under the yoke with single garments, retaliating the disgrace formerly inflicted, not inflicting a new one. The terms were not rejected. 7,000 soldiers were sent under the yoke, and an immense booty was seized in Luceria, all the standards and arms which they had lost at Caudium being recovered. And, what greatly surpassed all their joy, recovered the horsemen whom the Samnites had sent to Luceria to be kept as pledges of the peace. Hardly ever did the Romans gain a victory more distinguished for the sudden reverse produced in the state of their affairs. Especially if it be true, as I find in some annals, that Pontius, son of Herennius, the Samnite general, was sent under the yoke along with the rest, to atone for the disgrace of the consuls. I think it indeed more strange that there should exist any doubt whether it was Lucius Cornelius, in quality of dictator, Lucius Papirius Cursor being master of the horse, who performed these achievements at Caudium, and afterwards at Luceria. As the single avenger of the disgrace of the Romans, enjoying the best deserved triumph, perhaps, next to that of Furius Camillus, which had ever yet been obtained. Or whether that honor belongs to the consuls, and particularly to Papirius. This uncertainty is followed by another, whether, at the next election, Papirius Cursor was chosen consul a third time, with Quintus Aulus Serratanus a second time, being re-elected in requital of his services at Luceria. Or whether it was Lucius Papirius Mugellanus, the surname being mistaken. 16. From henceforth, the accounts are clear, that the other wars were conducted to a conclusion by the consuls. Aulus by one successful battle, entirely conquered the Florentines. The city, to which their army had retreated after its defeat, surrendered on terms, hostages having been demanded. With similar success the other consul conducted his operations against the Satricans, who, though Roman citizens, had, after the misfortune at Caudium, revolted to the Samnites, and received a garrison into their city. The Satricans, however, when the Roman army approached their walls, sent deputies to sue for peace, with humble entreaties. To whom the consul answered harshly, that, they must not come again to him, unless they either put to death, or delivered up. The Samnite garrison by which terms greater terror was struck into the colonists than by the arms with which they were threatened. The deputies, accordingly, several times asking the consul, how he thought that they, who were few and weak, could attempt to use force against a garrison so strong and well armed, he desired them to seek counsel from those by whose advice they had received that garrison into the city. They then departed, and returned to their countrymen, having obtained from the consul, with much difficulty, permission to consult their senate on the matter, and bring back their answer to him. Two factions divided the senate. One that whose leaders had been the authors of the defection from the Roman people, the other consisted of the citizens who retained their loyalty. Both, however, showed an earnest desire, that every means should be used towards effecting an accommodation with the consul for the restoration of peace. As the Samnite garrison, being in no respect prepared for holding out a siege, intended to retire the next night out of the town, one party thought it sufficient to discover to the consul, at what hour, through what gate, and by what road his enemy was to march out. The other, against whose wishes defection to the Samnites had occurred, even opened one of the gates for the consul in the night, secretly admitting the armed enemy into the town. In consequence of this twofold treachery, the Samnite garrison was surprised and overpowered by an ambush, placed in the woody places, near the road, and, at the same time, a shout was raised in the city, which was now filled with the enemy. Thus, in the short space of 1 hour, the Samnites were put to the sword, the Satricans made prisoners, and all things reduced under the power of the consul. Who, having instituted an inquiry by whose means the revolt had taken place, scourged with rods and beheaded such as he found to be guilty, and then, disarming the Satricans, he placed a strong garrison in the place. On this those writers state, that Papirius Cursor proceeded to Rome to celebrate his triumph, who say, that it was under his guidance Luceria was retaken, and the Samnites sent under the yoke. Undoubtedly, as a warrior, he was deserving of every military praise, excelling not only in vigor of mind, but likewise in strength of body. He possessed extraordinary swiftness of foot, surpassing every one of his age in running, from whence came the surname into his family. And he is said, either from the robustness of his frame, or from much practice, to have been able to digest a very large quantity of food and wine. Never did either the foot soldier or horseman feel military service more laborious, under any general, because he was of a constitution not to be overcome by fatigue. The cavalry, on some occasion, venturing to request that, in consideration of their good behavior, he would excuse them some part of their business, he told them, ye should not say that no indulgence has been granted you. I excuse you from rubbing your horses' backs when ye dismount. He supported also the authority of command, in all its vigor, both among the allies and his countrymen. The praetor of Praeneste, through fear, had been tardy in bringing forward his men from the reserve to the front. He, walking before his tent, ordered him to be called, and then bade the lictor to make ready his axe, on which the Praenestan standing frightened almost to death, he said, "Here, lictor, cut away this stump, it is troublesome to people as they walk." And, after thus alarming him with the dread of the severest punishment, he imposed a fine and dismissed him. It is beyond doubt, that during that age, than which none was ever more productive of virtuous characters, there was no man in whom the Roman affairs found a more effectual support. Nay, people even marked him out, in their minds, as a match for Alexander the Great, in case that, having completed the conquest of Asia, he should have turned his arms on Europe. 17. Nothing can be found farther from my intention, since the commencement of this history, than to digress, more than necessity required, from the course of narration. And, by embellishing my work with variety, to seek pleasing resting places, as it were, for my readers, and relaxation for my own mind, nevertheless, the mention of so great a king in commander. Now, editorial note, there is reason to believe that 1 or 2 lines of text might be missing at this point, calls forth to public view those silent reflections, whom Alexander must have fought. Manlius Torquatus, had he met him in the field, might, perhaps, have yielded to Alexander in discharging military duties in battle, for these also render him no less illustrious, and so might Valerius Corvus. Men who were distinguished soldiers, before they became commanders. The same, too, might have been the case with the Decii, who, after devoting their persons, rushed upon the enemy. Or of Papirius Cursor, though possessed of such powers, both of body and mind. By the counsels of one youth, it is possible the wisdom of a whole senate, not to mention individuals, might have been baffled, consisting of such members, that he alone, who declared that it consisted of kings, conceived a correct idea of a Roman senate. But then the danger was, that with more judgment than any one of those whom I have named he might choose ground for an encampment, provide supplies, guard against stratagems, distinguish the season for fighting, form his line of battle, or strengthen it properly with reserves. He would have owned that he was not dealing with Darius, who drew after him a train of women and eunuchs, saw nothing about him but gold and purple, was encumbered with the trappings of his state, and should be called his prey, rather than his antagonist. Whom therefore he vanquished without loss of blood and had no other merit, on the occasion, than that of showing a proper spirit in despising empty show. The aspect of Italy would have appeared to him of a quite different nature from that of India, which he traversed in the guise of a traveller, at the head of a crew of drunkards, if he had seen the forests of Apulia, and the mountains of Lucania, with the vestiges of the disasters of his house, and where his uncle Alexander, king of Epirus, had been lately cut off. 18. We are now speaking of Alexander not yet intoxicated by prosperity, the seductions of which no man was less capable of withstanding. But, if he is to be judged from the tenor of his conduct in the new state of his fortune, and from the new disposition, as I may say, which he put on after his successes, he would have entered Italy more like Darius than Alexander, and would have brought thither an army that had forgotten Macedonia, and were degenerating into the manners of the Persians. It is painful, in speaking of so great a king, to recite his ostentatious change of dress, of requiring that people should address him with adulation, prostrating themselves on the ground, a practice insupportable to the Macedonians, had they even been conquered, much more so when they were victorious. The shocking cruelty of his punishments, his murdering his friends in the midst of feasting and wine, with the folly of his fiction respecting his birth. What must have been the consequence, if his love of wine had daily become more intense? If his fierce and uncontrollable anger? And as I mention not any one circumstance of which there is a doubt among writers, do we consider these as no disparagements to the qualifications of a commander? But then, as is frequently repeated by the silliest of the Greeks, who are fond of exalting the reputation, even of the Parthians, at the expense of the Roman name, the danger was that the Roman people would not have had resolution to bear up against the splendor of Alexander's name, who, however, in my opinion, was not known to them even by common fame. And while, in Athens, a state reduced to weakness by the Macedonian arms, which at the very time saw the ruins of Thebes smoking in its neighborhood, men had spirit enough to declaim with freedom against him. As is manifest from the copies of their speeches, which have been preserved. We are to be told, that out of such a number of Roman chiefs, no one would have freely uttered his sentiments. How great soever our idea of this man's greatness may be, still it is the greatness of an individual, constituted by the successes of a little more than 10 years. And those who give it preeminence on account that the Roman people have been defeated, though not in any entire war, yet in several battles, whereas Alexander was never once unsuccessful in a single fight. Do not consider that they are comparing the actions of one man, and that a young man, with the exploits of a nation waging wars now 800 years. Can we wonder if, when on the one side more ages are numbered than years on the other, fortune varied more in so long a lapse of time than in the short term of 13 years, 174? But why not compare the success of one general with that of another? How many Roman commanders might I name who never lost a battle? In the annals of the magistrates, and the records, we may run over whole pages of consuls and dictators, with whose bravery, and successes also, the Roman people never once had reason to be dissatisfied. And what renders them more deserving of admiration than Alexander, or any king, is, that some of these acted in the office of dictator, which lasted only 10, or it might be 20 days, none. In a charge of longer duration than the consulship of a year. Their levies obstructed by plebeian tribunes, often late in taking the field, recalled, before the time, on account of elections, amidst the very busiest efforts of the campaign, their year of office expired. Sometimes the rashness, sometimes the perverseness of a colleague, proving an impediment or detriment, and finally succeeding to the unfortunate administration of a predecessor, with an army of raw or ill-disciplined men. But, on the other hand, kings, being not only free from every kind of impediment, but masters of circumstances and seasons, control all things in subserviency to their designs, themselves uncontrolled by any. So that Alexander, unconquered, would have encountered unconquered commanders, and would have had stakes of equal consequence pledged on the issue. Nay, the hazard had been greater on his side. Because the Macedonians would have had but one Alexander, who was not only liable, but fond of exposing himself to casualties, the Romans would have had many equal to Alexander, both in renown, and in the greatness of their exploits. Any one of whom might live or die according to his destiny, without any material consequence to the public. 19. It remains that the forces be compared together, with respect to their numbers, the quality of the men, and the supplies of auxiliaries. Now, in the general surveys of the age, there were rated 250,000 men, so that, on every revolt of the Latin confederates, 10 legions were enlisted almost entirely in the city levy. It often happened during those years, that 4 or 5 armies were employed at a time, in Etruria, in Umbria, the Gauls too being at war, in Samnium, in Lucania. Then as to all Latium, with the Sabines, and Volscians, the Equins, and all Campania. Half of Umbria, Etruria, and the Picentians, Marsians, Polignians, Vestinians, and Apulians, to whom may add, the whole coast of the lower sea, possessed by the Greeks, from Thurii to Neapolis and Cumae. And the Samnites from thence as far as Antium and Ostia, all these he would have found either powerful allies to the Romans or deprived of power by their arms. He would have crossed the sea with his veteran Macedonians, amounting to no more than 30,000 infantry and 4,000 horse, these mostly Thessalians. This was the whole of his strength. Had he brought with him Persians and Indians, and those other nations, it would be dragging after him an encumbrance other than a support. Add to this, that the Romans, being at home, would have had recruits at hand. Alexander, waging war in a foreign country, would have found his army worn out with long service, as happened afterwards to Hannibal. As to arms, theirs were a buckler and long spears, those of the Romans, a shield, which covered the body more effectually, and a javelin, a much more forcible weapon than the spear either in throwing or striking. The soldiers, on both sides, were used to steady combat, and to preserve their ranks. But the Macedonian phalanx was unapt for motion, and composed of similar parts throughout, the Roman line less compact, consisting of several various parts, was easily divided as occasion required, and as easily conjoined. Then what soldier is comparable to the Roman in the throwing up of works? Who better calculated to endure fatigue? Alexander, if overcome in one battle, would have been overcome in war. The Roman, whom Claudium, whom Cannae, did not crush, what line of battle could crush? In truth, even should events have been favorable to him at first, he would have often wished for the Persians, the Indians, and the effeminate tribes of Asia, as opponents. And would have acknowledged, that his wars had been waged with women, as we are told was said by Alexander, king of Epirus, after receiving his mortal wound, when comparing the wars waged in Asia by this very youth, with those in which himself had been engaged. Indeed, when I reflect that, in the first Punic War, a contest was maintained by the Romans with the Carthaginians, at sea, for 24 years. I can scarcely suppose that the life of Alexander would have been long enough for the finishing of one war, with either of those nations. And perhaps, as both the Punic state was united to the Roman by ancient treaties, and as similar apprehensions might arm against a common foe those two nations the most potent of the time in arms and in men, he might have been overwhelmed in a Punic and a Roman war at once. The Romans have had experience of the boasted prowess of the Macedonians in arms, not indeed under Alexander as their general, or when their power was at the height, but in the wars against Antiochus, Philip, and Perses. And not only not with any losses, but not even with any danger to themselves. Let not my assertion give offense, nor our civil wars be brought into mention. Never were we worsted by an enemy's cavalry, never by their infantry, never in open fight, never on equal ground, much less when the ground was favorable. Our soldiers, heavy laden with arms, may reasonably fear a body of cavalry, or arrows, defile of difficult passage, and places impassable to convoys. But they have defeated, and will defeat 1,000 armies, more formidable than those of Alexander and the Macedonians, provided that the same love of peace and solicitude about domestic harmony, in which we now live, continue permanent. 20. Marcus Foslius Flaxinator and Lucius Plautius Venno were the next raised to the consulship. In this year ambassadors came from most of the states of the Samnites to procure a renewal of the treaty. And, after they had moved the compassion of the Senate, by prostrating themselves before them, on being referred to the people, they found not their prayers so efficacious. The treaty therefore, being refused, after they had importuned them individually for several days, was obtained. The Tenians likewise, and Canusians of Apulia, worn out by the devastations of their country, surrendered themselves to the consul, Lucius Plautius, and gave hostages. This year prefects first began to be created for Capua, and a code of laws was given to that nation, by Lucius Furius the praetor. Both in compliance with their own request, as a remedy for the disorder of their affairs, occasioned by intestine dissensions. At Rome, 2 additional tribes were constituted, the Eupentine and Falerine. On the affairs of Apulia falling into decline, the Taetians of that country came to the new consuls, Caius Junius Bubulcus, and Quintus Aemilius Barbula, suing for an alliance, and engaging, that peace should be observed towards the Romans through every part of Apulia. By pledging themselves boldly for this, they obtained the grant of an alliance, not however on terms of equality, but of their submitting to the dominion of the Roman people. Apulia being entirely reduced, for Junius had also gained possession of Ferentum, a town of great strength, the consuls advanced into Lucania, their Nerulum was surprised and stormed by the sudden advance of the consul Aemilius. When fame had spread abroad among the allies, how firmly the affairs of Capua were settled by the introduction of the Roman institutions, the Antians, imitating the example, presented a complaint of their being without laws and without magistrates, on which the patrons of the colony itself were appointed by the Senate to form a body of laws for it. Thus not only the arms, but the laws, of Rome became extensively prevalent. 21. The consuls, Caius Junius Bubulcus and Quintus Aemilius Barbula, at the conclusion of the year, delivered over the legions, not to the consuls elected by themselves, who were Spurius Nautius and Marcus Popilius, but to a dictator, Lucius Aemilius. He, with Lucius Fulvius, master of the horse, having commenced to lay siege to Saticula, gave occasion to the Samnites of reviving hostilities. Hence a twofold alarm was occasioned to the Roman army. On one side, the Samnites having collected a numerous force to relieve their allies from the siege, pitched their camp at a small distance from that of the Romans. On the other side, the Saticulans, opening suddenly their gates, ran up with violent tumult to the posts of the enemy. Afterwards, each party, relying on support from the other, more than on its own strength, formed a regular attack, and pressed on the Romans. The dictator, on his part, though obliged to oppose two enemies at once, yet had his line secure on both sides, for he both chose a position not easily surrounded, and also formed two different fronts. However, he directed his greater efforts against those who had sallied from the town, and, without much resistance, drove them back within the walls. He then turned his whole force against the Samnites. There he found greater difficulty. But the victory, though long delayed, was neither doubtful nor alloyed by losses. The Samnites, being forced to fly into their camp, extinguished their fires at night, and marched away in silence. And renouncing all hopes of relieving Saticula, sat themselves down before Plistia, which was in alliance with the Romans, that they might, if possible, retort equal vexation on their enemy. 22. The year coming to a conclusion, the war was thenceforward conducted by a dictator, Quintius Fabius. The new consuls, Lucius Papirius Cursor and Quintus Publilius Philo, both a fourth time, as the former had done, remained at Rome. Fabius came with a reinforcement to Saticula, to receive the army from Aemilius. For the Samnites had not continued before Plistia. But having sent for a new supply of men from home, and relying on their numbers, had encamped in the same spot as before, and, by provoking the Romans to battle, endeavored to divert them from the siege. The dictator, so much the more intently, pushed forward his operations against the fortifications of the enemy. Considering that only as war which was directed against the city, and showing an indifference with respect to the Samnites, except that he placed guards in proper places, to prevent any attempt on his camp. The more furiously did the Samnites ride up to the rampart, and allowed him no quiet. When the enemy were now come up close to the gates of the camp, Quintus Aulus Cerretanus, master of the horse, without consulting the dictator, sallied out furiously at the head of all the troops of cavalry, and drove back the enemy. In this desultory kind of fight, fortune worked up the strength of the combatants in such a manner, as to occasion an extraordinary loss on both sides, and the remarkable deaths of the commanders themselves. First, the general of the Samnites, indignant at being repulsed, and compelled to fly from a place to which he had advanced so confidently, by entreating and exhorting his horsemen, renewed the battle. As he was easily distinguished among the horsemen, while he urged on the fight, the Roman master of the horse galloped up against him, with his spear directed, so furiously, that, with one stroke, he tumbled him lifeless from his horse. The multitude, however, were not, as is generally the case, dismayed by the fall of their leader, but rather raised to fury. All who were within reach darted their weapons at Aulus, who incautiously pushed forward among the enemy's troops. But the chief share of the honor of revenging the death of the Samnite general they assigned to his brother. He, urged by rage and grief, dragged down the victorious master of the horse from his seat, and slew him. Nor were the Samnites far from obtaining his body also, as he had fallen among the enemy's troops, but the Romans instantly dismounted, and the Samnites were obliged to do the same. And lines being thus formed suddenly but, at the same time, untenable through scarcity of necessaries, for all the country round, from which provisions could be supplied, has revolted. And besides, even were the inhabitants disposed to aid us, the ground is unfavorable. I will not therefore mislead you by leaving a camp here, into which ye may retreat, as on a former day, without completing the victory. Works ought to be secured by arms, not arms by works. Let those keep a camp, and repair to it, whose interest it is to protract the war, but let us cut off from ourselves every other prospect but that of conquering. Advance the standards against the enemy, as soon as the troops shall have marched beyond the rampart, let those who have it in orders burn the camp. Your losses, soldiers, shall be compensated with the spoil of all the nations round who have revolted. The soldiers advanced against the enemy with spirit inflamed by the dictator's discourse, which seemed indication of an extreme necessity. And, at the same time, the very sight of the camp burning behind them, though the nearest part only was set on fire, for so the dictator had ordered, was small incitement, rushing on therefore like madmen. They disordered the enemy's battalions at the very first onset. And the master of the horse, when he saw at a distance the fire in the camp, which was a signal agreed on, made a seasonable attack on their rear. The Samnites, thus surrounded on either side, fled different ways. A vast number, who had gathered into a body through fear, yet from confusion incapable of fleeing, were surrounded and cut to pieces. The enemy's camp was taken and plundered. And the soldiers being laden with spoil, the dictator led them back to the Roman camp, highly rejoiced at the success, but by no means so much as at finding, contrary to their expectation, everything there safe, except a small part only, which was injured or destroyed by the fire. 24. They then marched back to Sora, and the new consuls, Marcus Poetilius and Caius Sulpicius, received the army from the dictator Fabius, discharging a great part of the veteran soldiers, having brought with them new cohorts to supply their place. Now while, on account of the dire situation of the city, no certain mode of attack could be devised, and success must either be distant in time, or at desperate risk. A deserter from Sora came out of the town privately by night, and when he had got as far as the Roman watches, desired to be conducted instantly to the consuls, which being complied with, he made them an offer of delivering the place into their hands. When he answered their questions, respecting the means by which he intended to make good his promise, appearing to state a project by no means idle, he persuaded them to remove the Roman camp, which was almost close to the walls, to the distance of 6 miles. That the consequence would be that this would render the guards by day, and the watches by night, the less vigilant. He then desired that some cohorts should post themselves the following night in the woody places under the town, and took with himself 10 chosen soldiers, through steep and almost impassable ways, into the citadel, where a quantity of missive weapons had been collected, larger than bore proportion to the number of men. There were stones besides, some lying at random, as in all craggy places, and others heaped up designedly by the townsmen, to add to the security of the place. Having posted the Romans here, and shown them a steep and narrow path leading up from the town to the citadel from this ascent, said he, even 3 armed men would keep off any multitude whatever. Now ye are 10 in number. And, what is more, Romans, and the bravest among the Romans. The night is in your favor, which, from the uncertainty it occasions, magnifies every object to people once alarmed. I will immediately fill every place with terror, be ye alert in defending the citadel. He then ran down in haste, crying aloud, to arms, citizens, we are undone, the citadel is taken by the enemy, run, defend it. This he repeated, as he passed the doors of the principal men, the same to all whom he met, and also to those who ran out in a fright into the streets. The alarm, communicated first by one, was soon spread by numbers through all the city. The magistrates, dismayed on hearing from scouts that the citadel was full of arms and armed men, whose number they multiplied, laid aside all hopes of recovering it. All places are filled with terror, the gates are broken open by persons half asleep, and for the most part unarmed, through one of which the body of Roman troops, roused by the noise, burst in, and slew the terrified inhabitants, who attempted to skirmish in the streets. Sora was now taken, when, at the first light, the consuls arrived, and accepted the surrender of those whom fortune had left remaining after the flight and slaughter of the night. Of these, they conveyed in chains to Rome 225, whom all men agreed in pointing out as the authors, both of the revolt, and also of the horrid massacre of the colonists. The rest they left in safety at Sora, a garrison being placed there. All those who were brought to Rome were beaten with rods in the forum, and beheaded, to the great joy of the commons, whose interest it most highly concerned, that the multitudes, sent to various places in colonies should be in safety. 25. The consuls, leaving Sora, turned their warlike operations against the lands and cities of the Ausonians. For all places had been set in commotion by the coming of the Samnites. When the battle was fought at Lochley, conspiracies likewise had been formed in several parts of Campania. Nor was Capua itself clear of the charge, nay, the business spread even to Rome, and inquiries came to be instituted respecting some of the principal men there. However, the Ausonian nation fell into the Roman power, in the same manner as Sora, by their cities being betrayed. These were Ausonum Interni, and Vetia. Certain young men, of the principal families, 12 in number, having conspired to betray their respective cities, came to the consuls. They informed them that their countrymen, who had for a long time before honestly wished for the coming of the Samnites, on hearing of the battle at Lochley, had looked on the Romans as defeated, and had assisted the Samnites with supplies of young men and arms. But that, since the Samnites had been beaten out of the country, they were wavering between peace and war, not shutting their gates against the Romans, lest they should thereby invite an attack. Yet determined to shut them if an army should approach, that in that fluctuating state they might easily be overpowered by surprise. By these men's advice the camp was moved nearer. And soldiers were sent, at the same time, to each of the 3 towns, some armed, who were to lie concealed in places near the walls. Others, in the garb of peace, with swords hidden under their clothes, when, on the opening of the gates at the approach of day, were to enter into the cities. These latter began with killing the guards. At the same time, a signal was made to the men with arms, to hasten up from the ambuscades. Thus the gates were seized, and the 3 towns taken in the same hour and by the same device. But as the attacks were made in the absence of the generals, there were no bounds to the carnage which ensued. And the nation of the Ausonians, when there was scarcely any clear proof of the charge of its having revolted, was utterly destroyed, as if it had supported a contest through a deadly war. 26. During this year, Luceria fell into the hands of the Samnites, the Roman garrison being betrayed to the enemy. This matter did not long go unpunished with the traitors. The Roman army was not far off, by whom the city, which lay in a plain, was taken at the first onset. The Lucerians and Samnites were to a man put to the sword. And to such a length was resentment carried, that at Rome, on the Senate being consulted about sending a colony to Luceria, many voted for the demolition of it. Besides, their hatred was of the bitterest kind, against a people whom they had been obliged twice to subdue by arms. The great distance, also, made them averse from sending away their citizens among nations so ill affected towards them. However, the resolution was carried, that the colonists should be sent, and accordingly 2,500 were transported thither. This year, when all places were becoming disaffected to the Romans, secret conspiracies were formed among the leading men at Capua, as well as at other places. A motion concerning which being laid before the Senate, the matter was by no means neglected. Inquiries were decreed, and it was resolved that a dictator should be appointed to enforce these inquiries. Caius Manius was accordingly nominated, and he appointed Marcus Foslius master of the horse. People's dread of that office was very great, insomuch that the Calavii, Ovius and Novius, who were the heads of the conspiracy, either through fear of the dictator's power, or the consciousness of guilt, previous to the charge against them being laid in form before him, avoided, as appeared beyond doubt, trial by a voluntary death. As the subject of the inquiry in Campania was thus removed, the proceedings were then directed towards Rome, by construing the order of the Senate to have meant, that inquiry should be made, not specially who at Capua, but generally who at any place had caballed or conspired against the state. For that cabals, for the attaining of honors, were contrary to the edicts of the state. The inquiry was extended to a greater latitude, with respect both to the matter, and to the kind of persons concerned, the dictator scrupling not to avow, that his power of research was unlimited. In consequence, some of the nobility were called to account. And though they applied to the tribunes for protection, no one interposed in their behalf, or to prevent the charges from being received. On this the nobles, not those only against whom the charge was levelled, but the whole body jointly insisted that such an imputation lay not against the nobles, to whom the way to honors lay open if not obstructed by fraud, but against the new men, so that even the dictator and master of the horse, with respect to that question, would appear more properly as culprits than suitable inquisitors. And this they should know as soon as they went out of office. Then indeed Manius, who was more solicitous about his character than his office, advanced into the assembly and spoke to this effect: Romans, both of my past life ye are all witnesses. And this honorable office, which ye conferred on me, is in itself a testimony of my innocence. For the dictator, proper to be chosen for holding these inquiries, was not, as on many other occasions, where the exigencies of the state so required, the man who was most renowned in war, but him whose counsel of life was most remote from such cabals. But certain of the nobility, for what reason it is more proper that ye should judge than that I, as a magistrate, should, without proof, insinuate, have labored to stifle entirely the inquiries. And then, finding their strength unequal to it, rather than stand a trial have fled for refuge to the stronghold of their adversaries, an appeal and the support of the tribunes. And on being there also repulsed, so fully were they persuaded that every other measure was safer than the attempt to clear themselves, have made an attack upon us. And, though in private characters have not been ashamed of instituting a criminal process against a dictator. Now, that gods and men may perceive that they to avoid a scrutiny as to their own conduct, attempt even things which are impossible, and that I willingly meet the charge, and face the accusations of my enemies, I divest myself of the dictatorship. And, consuls, I beseech you, that if this business is put into your hands by the Senate, ye make me and Marcus Foslius the first objects of your examinations. That it may be manifested that we are safe from such imputations by our own innocence, not by the dignity of office. He then abdicated the dictatorship, as did Marcus Foslius, immediately after, his office of master of the horse. And being the first brought to trial before the consuls, for to them the Senate had committed the business, they were most honorably acquitted of all the charges brought by the nobles. Even Publilius Philo, who had so often been invested with the highest honors, and had performed so many eminent services, both at home and abroad, being disagreeable to the nobility, was brought to trial, and acquitted. Nor did the inquiry continue respectable on account of the illustrious names of the accused, longer than while it was new, which is usually the case. It then began to descend to persons of inferior rank. And, at length, was suppressed, by means of those factions and cabals against which it had been instituted. 27. The accounts received of these matters, but more especially the hope of a revolt in Campania, for which a conspiracy had been formed, recalled the Samnites, who were turning towards Apulia, back to Caudium. So that from thence, being near, they might, if any commotion should open them an opportunity, snatch Capua out of the hands of the Romans. To the same place the consuls repaired with a powerful army. They both held back for some time, on the different sides of the defile, the roads being dangerous to either party. Then the Samnites, making a short circuit through an open tract, marched down their troops into level ground in the Campanian plains, and there the hostile camps first came within view of each other. Trial of their strength in slight skirmishes was made on both sides, more frequently between the horse than the foot, and the Romans were no way dissatisfied either at the issue of these, or at the delay by which they protracted the war. The Samnite generals, on the contrary, considered that their battalions were becoming weakened daily by small losses, and the general vigor abated by prolonging the war. They therefore marched into the field, disposing their cavalry on both wings, with orders to give more heedful attention to the camp behind than to the battle, for that the line of infantry would be able to provide for their own safety. The consuls took post, Sulpicius on the right wing, Poetilius on the left. The right wing was stretched out wider than usual, where the Samnites also stood formed in thin ranks, either with design of turning the flank of the enemy, or to avoid being themselves surrounded. On the left, besides that they were formed in more compact order, an addition was made to their strength, by a sudden act of the consul Poetilius. For the subsidiary cohorts, which were usually reserved for the exigencies of a tedious fight, he brought up immediately to the front, and, in the first onset, pushed the enemy with the whole of his force. The Samnite line of infantry giving way, their cavalry advanced to support them. And as they were charging in an oblique direction between the two lines, the Roman horse, coming up at full speed, disordered their battalions and ranks of infantry and cavalry, so as to oblige the whole line on that side to give ground. The left wing had not only the presence of Poetilius to animate them, but that of Sulpicius likewise, who, on the shout being first raised in that quarter, rode thither from his own division, which had not yet engaged. When he saw victory no longer doubtful there, he returned to his own post with 1,200 men, but found the state of things there very different, the Romans driven from their ground, and the victorious enemy pressing on them thus dismayed. However, the arrival of the consul effected a speedy change in every particular. For, on the sight of their leader, the spirit of the soldiers was revived, and the bravery of the men who came with him rendered them more powerful aid than even their number. While the news of success in the other wing, which was heard, and after seeing, restored the fight. From this time, the Romans became victorious through the whole extent of the line, and the Samnites, giving up the contest, were slain or taken prisoners, except such as made their escape to Maleventum, the town which is now called Beneventum. It is recorded that 30,000 of the Samnites were slain or taken. 28. The consuls, after this important victory, led forward the legions to lay siege to Bovianum. And there they passed the winter quarters, until Caius Poetilius, being nominated dictator, with Marcus Foslius, master of the horse, received the command of the army from the new consuls, Lucius Papirius Cursor a fifth, and Caius Junius Bubulcus a second time. On hearing that the citadel of Fregelli was taken by the Samnites, he left Bovianum, and proceeded to Fregelli, whence, having recovered possession of it without any contest, the Samnites abandoning it in the night, and having placed a strong garrison there, he returned to Campania, directing his operations principally to the recovery of Nola. Within the walls of this place, the whole multitude of the Samnites, and the inhabitants of the country about Nola, betook themselves on the approach of the dictator. Having taken a view of the situation of the city, in order that the approach to the fortifications may be the more open, he set fire to all the buildings which stood round the walls, which were very numerous. And, in a short time after, Nola was taken either by the dictator Poetilius, or the consul Caius Junius, for both accounts are given. Those who attribute to the consul the honor of taking Nola, add, that Atina and Calatia were also taken by him, and that Poetilius was created dictator in consequence of a pestilence breaking out, merely for the purpose of driving the nail. The colonies of Suessa and Pontii were established in this year. Suessa had belonged to the Orontians, the Volscians had occupied Pontii, an island lying within sight of their shore. A decree of the Senate was also passed for conducting colonies to Interamna and Casinum. But commissioners were appointed, and colonists, to the number of 4,000, were sent by the succeeding consuls, Marcus Valerius and Publius Decius. 29. The war with the Samnites being now nearly put an end to, before the Roman Senate was freed from all concern on that side, a report arose of an Etrurian war. And there was not, in those times, any nation, excepting the Gauls, whose arms were more dreaded, by reason both of the vicinity of their country, and of the multitude of their men. While therefore one of the consuls prosecuted the remains of the war in Samnium, Publius Decius, who, being attacked by a severe illness, remained at Rome, by direction of the Senate, nominated Caius Junius Bubulcus dictator. He, as the magnitude of the affair demanded, compelled all the younger citizens to enlist, and with the utmost diligence prepared arms, and the other matters which the occasion required. Yet he was not so elated by the power he had collected, as to think of commencing offensive operations, but prudently determined to remain quiet, unless the Etrurians should become aggressors. The plans of the Etrurians were exactly similar with respect to preparing for, and abstaining from, war. Neither party went beyond their own frontiers. The censorship of Appius Claudius and Caius Plautius, for this year, was remarkable. But the name of Appius has been handed down with more celebrity to posterity, on account of his having made the road, called after him, the Appian, and for having conveyed water into the city. These works he performed alone. For his colleague, overwhelmed with shame by reason of the infamous and unworthy choice made of senators, had abdicated his office. Appius, possessing that inflexibility of temper, which, from the earliest times, had been the characteristic of his family, held on the censorship by himself. By direction of the same Appius, the Petition family, in which the office of priest's attendant on the great altar of Hercules was hereditary, instructed some of the public servants in the rites of that solemnity, with the intention to delegate the same to them. A circumstance is recorded, wonderful to be told, and one which should make people scrupulous of disturbing the established modes of religious solemnities, for though there were, at that time, 12 branches of the Petition family, all grown-up persons, to the number of 30, yet they were every one, together with their offspring, cut off within the year. So that the name of the Petitii became extinct, while the censor Appius also was, by the unrelenting wrath of the gods, some years after, deprived of sight. 30. The consuls of the succeeding year were, Caius Junius Bubulcus a third time, and Quintus Aemilius Barbula a second. In the commencement of their office, they complained before the people, that, by the improper choice of members of the Senate, that body had been disgraced, several having been passed over who were preferable to the persons chosen in. And they declared, that they would pay no regard to such election, which had been made without distinction of right or wrong, merely to gratify interest or humor. They then immediately called over the list of the Senate, in the same order which had existed before the censorship of Appius Claudius and Caius Plautius. 2 public employments, both relating to military affairs, came this year into the disposal of the people, one being an order, that 16 of the tribunes, for 4 legions, should be appointed by the people. Whereas hitherto they had been generally in the gift of the dictators and consuls, very few of the places being left to suffrage. This order was proposed by Lucius Attilius and Caius Marcius, plebeian tribunes. Another was, that the people likewise should constitute 2 naval commissioners, for the equipping and refitting of the fleet. The person who introduced this order of the people, was Marcus Decius, plebeian tribune. Another transaction of this year I should pass over as trifling, did it not seem to bear some relation to religion. The flute players, taking offense because they had been prohibited by the last censors from holding their repasts in the temple of Jupiter, which had been customary from very early times, went off in a body to Tibur, so that there was not one left in the city to play at the sacrifices. The religious tendency of this affair gave uneasiness to the Senate, and they sent envoys to Tibur to endeavor that these men might be sent back to Rome. The Tiburtines readily promised compliance, and first, calling them into the Senate house, warmly recommended to them to return to Rome. And then, when they could not be prevailed on, practiced on them an artifice not ill adapted to the dispositions of that description of people. On a festival day, they invited them separately to their several houses, apparently with the intention of heightening the pleasure of their feasts with music, and there plied them with wine, of which such people are always fond, until they laid them asleep. In this state of insensibility they threw them into wagons, and carried them away to Rome, nor did they know anything of the matter, until, the wagons having been left in the Forum, the light surprised them, still heavily sick from the debauch. The people then crowded about them, and, on their consenting at length to stay, privilege was granted them to ramble about the city in full dress, with music, and the license which is now practiced every year during 3 days. And that license, which we see practiced at present, and the right of being fed in the temple, was restored to those who played at the sacrifices. These incidents occurred while the public attention was deeply engaged by 2 most important wars. 31. The consuls adjusting the provinces between them, the Samnites fell by lot to Junius, the new war of Etruria to Aemilius. In Samnium the Samnites had blockaded and reduced by famine Cluvia, a Roman garrison, because they had been unable to take it by storm. And, after torturing with stripes, in a shocking manner, the townsmen who surrendered, they had put them to death. Enraged at this cruelty, Junius determined to postpone everything else to the attacking of Cluvia. And, on the first day that he assaulted the walls, took it by storm, and slew all who were grown to man's estate. The victorious troops were led from thence to Bovianum. This was the capital of the Pentrian Samnites, by far the most opulent of their cities, and the most powerful both in men and arms. The soldiers, stimulated by the hope of plunder, for their resentment was not so violent, soon made themselves masters of the town, where there was less severity exercised on the enemy. But a quantity of spoil was carried off, greater almost than had ever been collected out of all Samnium, and the whole was liberally bestowed on the assailants. And when neither armies, camps, or cities could now withstand the vast superiority of the Romans in arms, the attention of all the leading men in Samnium became intent on this, that an opportunity should be sought for some stratagem, if by any chance the army, proceeding with incautious eagerness for plunder, could be caught in a snare and overpowered. Peasants who deserted and some prisoners, some thrown in their way by accident, some purposely, reporting to the consul a statement in which they concurred, and one which was at the same time true. That a vast quantity of cattle had been driven together into a defile of difficult access, prevailed on them to lead thither the legions lightly accoutred for plunder. Here a very numerous army of the enemy had posted themselves, secretly, at all the passes, and, as soon as they saw that the Romans had got into the defile, they rose up suddenly, with great clamour and tumult, and attacked them unawares. At first an event so unexpected caused some confusion, while they were taking their arms, and throwing the baggage into the centre. But, as fast as each had freed himself from his burden and fitted himself with arms, they assembled about the standards, from every side. And all, from the long course of their service, knowing their particular ranks, the line was formed of its own accord without any directions. The consul, riding up to the place where the fight was most warm, leaped from his horse, and called Jupiter, Mars, and the other gods to witness, that he had come into that place, not in pursuit of any glory to himself, but of booty for his soldiers. Nor could any other fault be charged on him, than too great a solicitude to enrich his soldiers at the expense of the enemy. From that disgrace nothing could extricate him but the valor of the troops, let them only join unanimously in a vigorous attack against a foe, already vanquished in the field, beaten out of their camps, and stripped of their towns. And now trying their last hope by the contrivance of an ambuscade, placing their reliance on the ground they occupied, not on their arms. But what ground was now unsurmountable to Roman valor? The citadel of Fregelli, and that of Sora, were called to their remembrance, with many other places where difficulties from situation had been surmounted. Animated by these exhortations, the soldiers, regardless of all difficulties, advanced against the line of the enemy, posted above them, and here there was some fatigue whilst the army was climbing the steep. But as soon as the first battalions got footing in the plain, on the summit, and the troops perceived that they now stood on equal ground, the dismay was instantly turned on the plotters, who, dispersing and casting away their arms, attempted, by flight, to recover the same lurking places in which they had lately concealed themselves. But the difficulties of the ground, which had been intended for the enemy, now entangled them in the snares of their own contrivance. Accordingly very few found means to escape. 20,000 men were slain, and the victorious Romans hastened in several parties to secure the booty of cattle, spontaneously thrown in their way by the enemy. 32. While such was the situation of affairs in Samnium, all the states of Etruria, except the Aretians, had taken arms, and vigorously commenced hostilities, by laying siege to Sutrium. Which city, being in alliance with the Romans, served as a barrier against Etruria. Thither the other consul, Aemilius, came with an army to deliver the allies from the siege. On the arrival of the Romans, the Sutrians conveyed a plentiful supply of provisions into their camp, which was pitched before the city. The Etrurians spent the first day in deliberating whether they should expedite or protract the war. On the day following, when the speedier plan pleased the leaders in preference to the safer, as soon as the sun rose the for battle was displayed, and the troops marched out to the field. Which being reported to the consul, he instantly commanded notice to be given, that they should dine, and after taking refreshment, then appear under arms. The order was obeyed. And the consul, seeing them armed and in readiness, ordered the standards to be carried forth beyond the rampart, and drew up his men at a small distance from the enemy. Both parties stood a long time with fixed attention, each waiting for the shout and fight to begin on the opposite side, and the sun had passed the meridian before a weapon was thrown by either side. Then, rather than leave the place without something being done, the shout was given by the Etrurians, the trumpets sounded, and the battalions advanced. With no less alertness do the Romans commence the fight, both rushed to the fight with violent animosity. The enemy were superior in numbers, the Romans in valor. The battle being doubtful, carries off great numbers on both sides, particularly the men of greatest courage. Nor did victory declare itself, until the second line of the Romans came up fresh to the front, in the place of the first, who were much fatigued. The Etrurians, because their front line was not supported by any fresh reserves, fell all before and round the standards, and in no battle whatever would there have been seen less disposition to run, or a greater effusion of human blood. Had not the night sheltered the Etrurians, who were resolutely determined on death. So that the victors, not the vanquished, were the first who desisted from fighting. After sunset the signal for retreat was given, and both parties retired in the night to their camps. During the remainder of the year, nothing memorable was effected at Sutrium, for, of the enemy's army, the whole first line had been cut off in one battle, the reserves only being left, who were scarce sufficient to guard the camp. And, among the Romans, so numerous were the wounds, that more wounded men died after the battle than had fallen in the field. 33. Quintus Fabius, consul for the ensuing year, succeeded to the command of the army at Sutrium. The colleague given to him was Caius Marcius Rutilius. On the one side, Fabius brought with him a reinforcement from Rome, and on the other, a new army had been sent for, and came from home, to the Etrurians. Many years had now passed without any disputes between the patrician magistrates and plebeian tribunes, when a contest took its rise from that family, which seemed raised by fate as antagonists to the tribunes and commons of those times. Appius Claudius, being censor, when the 18 months had expired, which was the time limited by the Aemilian law for the duration of the censorship, although his colleague Caius Plautius had already resigned his office, could not be prevailed on, by any means, to give up his. There was a tribune of the commons, Publius Sempronius. He undertook to enforce a legal process for terminating the censorship within the lawful time, which was not more popular than just, nor more pleasing to the people generally than to every man of character in the city. After he frequently appealed to the Aemilian law, and bestowed commendations on Mamercus Aemilius, who, in his dictatorship, had been the author of it, for having contracted, within the space of a year and 6 months, the censorship, which formerly had lasted 5 years, and was a power which, in consequence of its long continuance, often became tyrannical, he proceeded thus: Tell me, Appius Claudius, in what manner you would have acted, had you been censor. At the time when Caius Furius and Marcus Jaganius were censors. Appius insisted, that, the tribune's question was irrelevant to his case. For, although the Aemilian law might bind those censors, during whose magistracy it was passed, because the people made that law after they had become censors. And whatever order is the last passed by the people, that is held to be the law, and valid, yet neither he, nor any of those who had been created censors subsequent to the passing of that law, could be bound by it. 34. While Appius urged such frivolous arguments as these, which carried no conviction whatever, the other said, Behold, Romans, the offspring of that Appius, who being created December for 1 year, created himself for a second. And who, during a third, without being created even by himself or by any other, held on the fasces and the government though a private individual. Nor ceased to continue in office, until the government itself, ill-acquired, ill-administered, and ill-retained, overwhelmed him in ruin. This is the same family, Romans, by whose violence and injustice ye were compelled to banish yourselves from your native city, and seize on the sacred mount, the same, against which ye provided for yourselves the protection of tribunes. The same, on account of which 2 armies of you took post on the Aventine, the same, which violently opposed the laws against usury, and always the agrarian laws. The same, which broke through the right of intermarriage between the patricians and the commons, the same, which shut up the road to curule offices against the commons. This is a name, more hostile to your liberty by far, than that of the Tarquins. I pray you, Appius Claudius, though this is now the 100th year since the dictatorship of Mamercus Aemilius, though there have been so many men of the highest characters and abilities censors, did none of these ever read the 12 tables? None of them know, that, whatever was the last order of the people, that was law. Nay, certainly they all knew it, and they therefore obeyed the Aemilian law, rather than the old one, under which the censors had been at first created. Because it was the last order, and because, when two laws are contradictory, the new always repeals the old. Do you mean to say, Appius, that the people are not bound by the Aemilian law? Or, that the people are bound, and you alone exempted? The Aemilian law bound those violent censors, Caius Furius and Marcus Jaganius, who showed what mischief that office might do in the state. When, out of resentment for the limitation of their power, they disfranchised Mamercus Aemilius, the first man of the age either in war or peace. It bound all the censors thenceforward, during the space of 100 years. It binds Caius Plautius your colleague, created under the same auspices, with the same privileges. Did not the people create him with the fullest privileges with which any censor ever was created? Or is yours an accepted case, in which this peculiarity and singularity takes place? Shall the person, whom you create king of the sacrifices, laying hold of the style of sovereignty, say, that he was created with the fullest privileges with which any king was ever created at Rome? Who then, do you think, would be content with a dictatorship of 6 months? Who, with the office of interrex for 5 days? Whom would you, with confidence, create dictator, for the purpose of driving the nail, or of exhibiting games? How foolish, how stupid, do ye think, those must appear in this man's eyes, who, after performing most important services, abdicated the dictatorship within the 20th day, or who, being irregularly created, resigned their office? Why should I bring instances from antiquity? Lately, within these last 10 years, Caius Manius, dictator, having enforced inquiries, with more strictness than consisted with the safety of some powerful men, a charge was thrown out by his enemies, that he himself was infected with the very crime against which his inquiries were directed. Now Manius, I say, in order that he might, in a private capacity, meet the imputation, abdicated the dictatorship. I expect not such moderation in you, you will not degenerate from your family, of all others the most imperious and assuming. Nor resign your office a day, nor even an hour, before you are forced to it. Be it so, but then let no one exceed the time limited. It is enough to add a day, or a month, to the censorship. But Appius says, I will hold the censorship, and hold it alone, 3 years and 6 months longer than is allowed by the Aemilian law. Surely this is like kingly power. Or will you fill up the vacancy with another colleague, a proceeding not allowable, even in the case of the death of a censor? You are not satisfied that, as if a religious censor, you have degraded a most ancient solemnity, and the only one instituted by the very deity to whom it is performed. From priests of that right who were of the highest rank to the ministry of mere servants. You are not satisfied that, a family, more ancient than the origin of this city, and sanctified by an intercourse of hospitality with the immortal gods, has, by means of you and your censorship, been utterly extirpated, with all its branches. Within the space of a year, unless you involve the whole commonwealth in horrid guilt, which my mind feels a horror even to contemplate. This city was taken in that lustrum in which Lucius Papirius Cursor, on the death of his colleague Julius, the censor, rather than resign his office, substituted Marcus Cornelius Melogenensis. Yet how much more moderate was his ambition, Appius, than yours? Lucius Papirius neither held the censorship alone, nor beyond the time prescribed by law. But still he found no one who would follow his example. All succeeding censors, in case of the death of a colleague, abdicated the office. As for you, neither the expiration of the time of your censorship, nor the resignation of your colleague, nor law, nor shame restrains you. You make fortitude to consist in arrogance, in boldness, in a contempt of gods and men. Appius Claudius, in consideration of the dignity and respect due to that office which you have borne, I should be sorry, not only to offer you personal violence, but even to address you in language too severe. With respect to what I have hitherto said, your pride and obstinacy forced me to speak. And now, unless you pay obedience to the Aemilian law, I shall order you to be led to prison. Nor, since a rule has been established by our ancestors, that in the election of censors unless 2 shall obtain the legal number of suffrages, neither shall be returned, but the election deferred, will I suffer you. Who could not singly be created censor, to hold the censorship without a colleague. Having spoken to this effect he ordered the censor to be seized, and borne to prison. But although 6 of the tribunes approved of the proceeding of their colleague, 3 gave their support to Appius, on his appealing to them, and he held the censorship alone, to the great disgust of all ranks of men. 35. While such was the state of affairs at Rome, the Etrurians had laid siege to Sutrium, and the consul Fabius, as he was marching along the foot of the mountains, with a design to succor the allies, and attempt the enemy's works. If it were by any means practicable, was met by their army prepared for battle. As the wide extended plain below showed the greatness of their force, the consul, in order to remedy his deficiency in point of number, by advantage of the ground, changed the direction of his route a little towards the hills, where the way was rugged and covered with stones, and then formed his troops, facing the enemy. The Etrurians, thinking of nothing but their numbers, on which alone they depended, commenced the fight with such haste and eagerness, that, in order to come the sooner to a close engagement, they threw away their javelins, drew their swords, rushing against the enemy. On the other side, the Romans poured down on them, sometimes javelins, and sometimes stones which the place abundantly supplied. So that whilst the blows on their shields and helmets confused even those whom they did not wound, it was neither an easy matter to come to close quarters, nor had they missive weapons with which to fight at a distance. When there was nothing now to protect them whilst standing exposed to the blows, some even giving way, and the whole line wavering and unsteady, the spearmen in the first rank, renewing the shout, rush on them with drawn swords. This attack the Etrurians could not withstand, but, facing about, fled precipitately towards their camp. When the Roman cavalry, getting before them by galloping obliquely across the plain, threw themselves in the way of their flight, on which they quitted the road, and bent their course to the mountains. From thence, in a body, almost without arms, and debilitated with wounds, they made their way into the Ciminian forest. The Romans, having slain in many thousands of the Etrurians, and taken 38 military standards, took also possession of their camp, together with a vast quantity of spoil. They then began to consider of pursuing the enemy. 36. The Ciminian forest was in those days deemed as impassable and frightful as the German forests have been in latter times, not even any traitor having ever attempted to pass it. Hardly any, besides the general himself, showed boldness enough to enter it. The others had not the remembrance of the disaster at Caudium effaced from their mind. On this, of those who were present, Marcus Fabius, the consul's brother, some say Ciso, others Caius Claudius, born of the same mother with the consul, undertook to go and explore the country, and to bring them in a short time an account of every particular. Being educated at Caira, where he had friends, he was perfectly acquainted with the Etrurian language. I have seen it affirmed, that, in those times, the Roman youth were commonly instructed in the Etrurian learning, as they are now in the Greek, but it is more probable that there was something very extraordinary in the person who acted so daringly a counterfeit part, and mixed among the enemy. It is said, that his only attendant was a slave, who had been bred up with him, and who was therefore not ignorant of the same language. They received no further instructions at their departure, than a summary description of the country through which they were to pass. To this was added the names of the principal men in the several states, to prevent their being at a loss in conversation, and from being discovered by making some mistake. They set out in the dress of shepherds, armed with rustic weapons, bills, and 2 short javelins each. But neither their speaking the language of the country, nor the fashion of their dress and arms, concealed them so effectually, as the incredible circumstance of a stranger's passing the Ciminian forest. They are said to have penetrated as far as the Commercian district of the Umbrians. There the Romans ventured to own who they were, and being introduced to the Senate, treated with them, in the name of the consul, about an alliance and friendship. And after being entertained with courteous hospitality, were desired to acquaint the Romans, that if they came into those countries, there should be provisions in readiness for the troops sufficient for 30 days. And that they should find the youth of the Commercian Umbrians prepared in arms to obey their commands. When this information was brought to the consul, he sent forward the baggage at the first watch, ordering the legions to march in the rear of it. He himself stayed behind with the cavalry, and the next day, as soon as light appeared, rode up to the posts of the enemy, which had been stationed on the outside of the forest. And, when he had detained them there for a sufficient length of time, he retired to his camp, and marching out by the opposite gate, overtook the main body of the army before night. At the first light, on the following day, he had gained the summit of Mount Sabines, from whence having a view of the opulent plains of Etruria, he let loose his soldiers upon them. When a vast booty had been driven off, some tumultuary cohorts of Etrurian peasants, hastily collected by the principal inhabitants of the district, met the Romans. But in such disorderly array, that these rescuers of the prey were near becoming wholly a prey themselves. These being slain or put to flight, and the country laid waste to a great extent, the Romans returned to their camp victorious, and enriched with plenty of every kind. It happened that, in the meantime, 5 deputies, with 2 plebeian tribunes, had come hither, to charge Fabius, in the name of the Senate, not to attempt to pass the Ciminian forest. These, rejoicing that they had arrived too late to prevent the expedition, returned to Rome with the news of its success. 37. By this expedition of the consul, the war, instead of being brought nearer to a conclusion, was only spread to a wider extent, for all the tract adjacent to the foot of Mount Sabines had felt his devastations. And, out of the indignation conceived thereat, had roused to arms, not only the states of Etruria, but the neighboring parts of Umbria. They came therefore to Sutrium, with such a numerous army as they had never before brought into the field. And not only ventured to encamp on the outside of the wood, but through their earnest desire of coming to an engagement as soon as possible, marched down the plains to offer battle. The troops, being marshalled, stood at first, for some time, on their own ground, having left a space sufficient for the Romans to draw up, opposite to them, but perceiving that the enemy declined fighting, they advanced to the rampart. Where, when they observed that even the advanced guards had retired within the works, a shout at once was raised around their generals, that they should order provisions for that day to be brought down to them, for they were resolved to remain there under arms. And either in the night, or, at all events, at the dawn of day, to attack the enemy's camp. The Roman troops, though not less eager for action, were restrained by the commands of the general. About the 10th hour, the consul ordered his men a repast, and gave directions that they should be ready in arms, at whatever time of the day or night he should give the signal. He then addressed a few words to them. Spoke in high terms of the wars of the Samnites, and disparagingly of the Etrurians, who were not, he said, as an enemy to be compared with other enemies, nor as a numerous force, with others in point of numbers. Besides, he had an engine at work, as they should find in due time. At present it was of importance to keep it secret. By these hints he intimated that the enemy was circumvented in order to raise the courage of his men, damped by the superiority of the enemy's force. And, from their not having fortified the post where they lay, the insinuation of a stratagem formed against them seemed the more credible. After refreshing themselves, they consigned themselves to rest, and being roused without noise, about the 4th watch, took arms. Axes are distributed among the servants following the army, to tear down the rampart and fill up the trench. The line was formed within the works, and some chosen cohorts posted close to the gates. Then, a little before day, which in summer nights is the time of the profoundest sleep, the signal being given, the rampart was leveled, and the troops rushing forth, fell upon the enemy, who were everywhere stretched at their length. Some were put to death before they could stir, others half asleep, in their beds, the greatest part, while they ran in confusion to arms, few, in short, had time afforded them to arm themselves. And these, who followed no particular leader, nor orders, were quickly routed by the Romans and pursued by the Roman horse. They fled different ways, to the camp and to the woods. The latter afforded the safer refuge. For the former, being situated in a plain, was taken the same day. The gold and silver was ordered to be brought to the consul, the rest of the spoil was given to the soldiers. On that day, 60,000 of the enemy were slain or taken. Some affirm, that this famous battle was fought on the farther side of the Ciminian forest, at Perugia. And that the public had been under great dread, lest the army might be enclosed in such a dangerous pass, and overpowered by a general combination of the Etrurians and Umbrians. But on whatever spot it was fought, it is certain that the Roman power prevailed. And, in consequence thereof, ambassadors from Perugia, Cortona, and Arretium, which were then among the principal states of Etruria, soliciting a peace and alliance with the Romans, obtained a truce for 30 years. 38. During these transactions in Etruria, the other consul, Caius Marcius Rutilius, took Aliphae by storm from the Samnites, and many of their forts, and smaller towns, were either destroyed by his arms or surrendered without being injured. About the same time also, the Roman fleet, having sailed to Campania, under Publius Cornelius, to whom the Senate had given the command on the sea-coast, put into Pompeii. Immediately on landing, the soldiers of the fleet set out to ravage the country about Nuceria, and after they had quickly laid waste the parts which lay nearest, and whence they could have returned to the ships with safety. They were allured by the temptation of plunder, as it often happens, to advance too far, and thereby roused the enemy against them. While they rambled about the country, they met no opposition, though they might have been cut off to a man. But as they were returning, in a careless manner, the peasants overtook them, not far from the ships, stripped them of the booty, and even slew a great part of them. Those who escaped were driven in confusion to the ships. As Fabius having marched through the Ciminian forest had occasioned violent apprehensions at Rome, so it had excited joy in proportion among the enemy in Samnium. They talked of the Roman army being pent up, and surrounded. And of the Caudine Forks, as a model of their defeat. Those people, they said, ever greedy after further acquisitions, were now brought into inextricable difficulties, hemmed in, not more effectually by the arms of their enemy, than by the disadvantage of the ground. Their joy was even mingled with a degree of envy, because fortune, as they thought, had transferred the glory of finishing the Roman war, from the Samnites to the Etrurians. They hastened, therefore, with their whole collected force, to crush the consul Caius Marcius. Resolving, if he did not give them an opportunity of fighting, to proceed, through the territories of the Marsians and Sabines, into Etruria. The consul met them, and a battle was fought with great fury on both sides, but without a decisive issue. Although both parties suffered severely, yet the discredit of defeat fell on the Romans, because several of equestrian rank, some military tribunes, with one lieutenant general, had fallen. And, what was more remarkable than all, the consul himself was wounded. On account of this event, exaggerated by report as is usual, the Senate became greatly alarmed, so that they resolved on having a dictator nominated. No one entertained a doubt that the nomination would light on Papirius Cursor, who was then universally deemed to possess the greatest abilities as a commander, but they could not be certain. Either that a message might be conveyed with safety into Samnium, where all was in a state of hostility, or that the consul Marcius was alive. The other consul, Fabius, was at enmity with Papirius, on his own account. And lest this resentment might prove an obstacle to the public good, the Senate voted that deputies of consular rank should be sent to him, who, uniting their own influence to that of government, might prevail on him to drop, for the sake of his country, all remembrance of private animosities. When the deputies, having come to Fabius, delivered to him the decree of the Senate, adding such arguments as were suitable to their instructions, the consul, casting his eyes towards the ground, retired in silence, leaving them in uncertainty what part he intended to act. Then, in the silent time of the night, according to the established custom, he nominated Lucius Papirius dictator. When the deputies returned him thanks, for so very meritoriously subduing his passion, he still persevered in obstinate silence, and dismissed them without any answer or mention of what he had done, a proof that he felt an extraordinary degree of resentment, which had been suppressed within his breast. Papirius appointed Caius Junius Bubulcus master of the horse, and, as he was proceeding in an assembly of the Curiae 175 to get an order passed respecting the command of the army, an unlucky omen obliged him to adjourn it. For the Curia which was to vote first, happened to be the Phocian, remarkably distinguished by two disasters, the taking of the city, and the Caudine peace, the same Curia having voted first in those years in which the said events are found. Licinius Macer supposes this curia ominis, also, on account of a third misfortune, that which was experienced at the Cremera. 39. Next day the dictator, taking the auspices anew, obtained the order, and, marching out at the head of the legions, lately raised on the alarm occasioned by the army passing the Ciminian forest, came to Longula. Where having received the old troops of the consul Martius, he led on his forces to battle, nor did the enemy seem to decline the combat. However, they stood drawn up for battle and under arms, until night came on, neither side choosing to begin the fray. After this, they continued a considerable time encamped near each other, without coming to action, neither diffident of their own strength, nor despising the adversary. Meanwhile matters went on actively in Etruria, for a decisive battle was fought with the Umbrians, in which the enemy was routed, but lost not many men, for they did not maintain the fight with the vigor with which they began it. Besides this the Etrurians, having raised an army under the sanctions of the devoting law, each man choosing another, came to an engagement at the Cape of Vatiman, with more numerous forces, and, at the same time, with greater spirit than they had ever shown before. The battle was fought with such animosity that no javelins were thrown by either party, swords alone were made use of, and the fury of the combatants was still higher inflamed by the long-continued contest. So that it appeared to the Romans as if they were disputing, not with Etrurians, whom they had so often conquered, but with a new race. Not the semblance of giving ground appeared in any part, the first lines fell. And lest the standards should be exposed, without defense, the second lines were formed in their place. At length, even the men forming the last reserves were called into action. And to such an extremity of difficulty and danger had they come, that the Roman cavalry dismounted, and pressed forward, through heaps of arms and bodies, to the front ranks of the infantry. These starting up a new army, as it were, among men now exhausted, disordered the battalions of the Etrurians, and the rest, weak as their condition was, seconding their assault, broke at last through the enemy's ranks. Their obstinacy then began to give way, some companies quitted their posts, and, as soon as they once turned their backs, betook themselves to more decided flight. That day first broke the strength of the Etrurians, now grown exuberant through a long course of prosperity. All the flower of their men were cut off in the field, and in the same assault their camp was seized and sacked. 40. Equal danger, and an issue equally glorious, soon after attended the war with the Samnites, who, besides their many preparations for the field, made their army to glitter with new decorations of their armor. Their troops were in two divisions, one of which had their shields embossed with gold, the other with silver. The shape of the shield was this: broad at the middle to cover the breast and shoulders, the summit being flat, sloping off gradually so as to become pointed below, that it might be wielded with ease. A loose coat of mail also served as a protection for the breast, and the left leg was covered with a greave. Their helmets were adorned with plumes, to add to the appearance of their stature. The golden-armed soldiers wore tunics of various colors. The silver-armed, of white linen. To the latter the right wing was assigned, the former took post on the left. The Romans had been apprised of these splendid accoutrements, and had been taught by their commanders, that a soldier ought to be rough. Not decorated with gold and silver, but placing his confidence in his sword. That matters of this kind were in reality spoil rather than armor, glittering before action, but soon becoming disfigured amid blood and wounds. That the brightest ornament of a soldier was valor, that all those trinkets would follow victory, and that those rich enemies would be valuable prizes to the conquerors, however poor. Cursor, having animated his men with these observations, led them on to battle. He took post himself on the right wing, he gave the command of the left to the master of the horse. As soon as they engaged, the struggle between the two armies became desperate, while it was no less so between the dictator and the master of the horse, on which wing victory should first show itself. It happened that Junius first, with the left wing, made the right of the enemy give way. This consisted of men devoted after the custom of Samnites, and on that account distinguished by white garments and armor of equal whiteness. Junius, saying he would sacrifice these to Pluto, pressed forward, disordered their ranks, and made an evident impression on their line, which being perceived by the dictator, he exclaimed, "Shall the victory begin on the left wing? And shall the right, the dictator's own troops, only second the arms of others, and not claim the greatest share of the victory?" This spurred on the soldiers, nor did the cavalry yield to the infantry in bravery, nor the ardor of lieutenants general to that of the commanders. Marcius Valerius from the right wing, and Publius Decius from the left, both men of consular rank, rode off to the cavalry, posted on the extremities of the line, and, exhorting them to join in putting in for a share of the honor, charged the enemy on the flanks. When the addition of this new alarm assailed the enemy's troops on both sides, and the Roman legions, having renewed the shout to confound the enemy, rushed on, they began to fly. And now the plains were quickly filled with heaps of bodies and splendid armor. At first, their camp received the dismayed Samnites, but they did not long retain even the possession of that. Before night it was taken, plundered, and burnt. The dictator triumphed, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate. And the most splendid spectacle by far, of any in his procession, was the captured arms. So magnificent were they deemed, that the shields, adorned with gold, were distributed among the owners of the silver shops, to serve as embellishments to the forum. Hence, it is said, arose the custom of the forum being decorated by the aediles, when the grand processions are made on occasion of the great games. The Romans, indeed, converted these extraordinary arms to the honor of the gods, but the Campanians, out of pride, and in hatred of the Samnites, gave them as ornaments to their gladiators, who used to be exhibited as a show at their feasts, and whom they distinguished by the name of Samnites. During this year, the consul Fabius fought with the remnants of the Etrurians at Perugia, which city also had violated the truce, and gained an easy and decisive victory. He would have taken the town itself, for he marched up to the walls, had not deputies come out and capitulated. Having placed a garrison at Perugia, and sent on before him to the Roman Senate the embassies of Etruria, who solicited friendship, the consul rode into the city in triumph, for success is more important than those of the dictator. Besides, a great share of the honor of reducing the Samnites was attributed to the lieutenants general, Publius Decius and Marcius Valerius, whom, at the next election, the people, with universal consent, declared the one consul, the other praetor. 41. To Fabius, in consideration of his extraordinary merit in the conquest of Etruria, the consulship was continued. Decius was appointed his colleague. Valerius was created praetor a fourth time. The consuls divided the provinces between them. Etruria fell to Decius, Samnium to Fabius. The latter, having marched to Nuceria, rejected the application of the people of Alphaturna, who then sued for peace, because they had not accepted it when offered, and by force of arms compelled them to surrender. A battle was fought with the Samnites, the enemy were overcome without much difficulty, nor would the memory of that engagement have been preserved, except that in it the Marsians first appeared in arms against the Romans. The Pelignians, imitating the defection of the Marsians, met the same fate. The other consul, Decius, was likewise very successful in his operations. Through terror he compelled the Tarquinians to supply his army with corn, and to sue for a truce for 40 years. He took several forts from the Volsinians by assault, some of which he demolished, that they might not serve as receptacles to the enemy, and by extending his operations through every quarter, diffused such a dread of his arms, that the whole Etrurian nation sued to the consul for an alliance. This they did not obtain. But a truce for a year was granted them. The pay of the Roman army for that year was furnished by the enemy, and 2 tunics for each soldier were exacted from them. This was the purchase of the truce. The tranquility now established in Etruria was interrupted by a sudden insurrection of the Umbrians, a nation which had suffered no injury from the war, except what inconvenience the country had felt in the passing of the army. These, by calling into the field all their own young men, and forcing a great part of the Etrurians to resume their arms, made up such a numerous force, that speaking of themselves with ostentatious vanity and of the Romans with contempt, they boasted that they would leave Decius behind in Etruria, and march away to besiege Rome. Which design of theirs being reported to the consul Decius, he removed by long marches from Etruria towards their city, and sat down in the district of Pupinia, in readiness to act according to the intelligence received of the enemy. Nor was the insurrection of the Umbrians slighted at Rome. Their very threats excited tears among the people, who had experienced, in the calamities suffered from the Gauls, how insecure a city they inhabited. Deputies were therefore dispatched to the consul Fabius with directions, that, if he had any respite from the war of the Samnites, he should with all haste lead his army into Umbria. The consul obeyed the order, and by forced marches proceeded to Mevania, where the forces of the Umbrians then lay. The unexpected arrival of the consul, whom they had believed to be sufficiently employed in Samnium, far distant from their country, so thoroughly affrighted the Umbrians, that several advised retiring to their fortified towns. Others, the discontinuing the war. However, one district, called by themselves Moderina, prevailed on the rest not only to retain their arms, but to come to an immediate engagement. They fell upon Fabius while he was fortifying his camp. When the consul saw them rushing impetuously towards his rampart, he called off his men from the work, and drew them up in the best manner which the nature of the place and the time allowed. Encouraging them by displaying, in honorable and just terms, the glory which they had acquired, as well in Etruria as in Samnium, he bade them finish this insignificant appendage to the Etrurian war, and take vengeance for the impious expressions in which these people had threatened to attack the city of Rome. Such was the alacrity of the soldiers on hearing this, that, raising the shout spontaneously, they interrupted the general's discourse, and, without waiting for orders, advanced, with the sound of all the trumpets and cornets, in full speed against the enemy. They made their attack not as on men, or at least men in arms, but, what must appear wonderful in the relation, began by snatching the standards out of the hands which held them. And then, the standard-bearers themselves were dragged to the consul, and the armed soldiers transferred from the one line to the other. And wherever resistance was anywhere made, the business was performed, not so much with swords, as with their shields, with the bosses of which, and thrusts of their elbows, they bore down the foe. The prisoners were more numerous than the slain, and through the whole line the Umbrians called on each other, with one voice, to lay down their arms. Thus a surrender was made in the midst of action, by the first promoters of the war. And on the next and following days, the other states of the Umbrians also surrendered. The Ocriculans were admitted to a treaty of friendship on giving security. 42. Fabius, successful in a war allotted to another, led back his army into his own province. And as, in the preceding year, the people had, in consideration of his services so successfully performed, re-elected him to the consulship, so now the Senate, from the same motive, notwithstanding a warm opposition made by Appius, prolonged his command for the year following, in which Appius Claudius and Lucius Volumnius were consuls. In some annals I find, that Appius, still holding the office of censor, declared himself a candidate for the consulship, and that his election was stopped by a protest of Lucius Furius, plebeian tribune, until he resigned the censorship. After his election to the consulship, the new war with the Salentine enemies being decreed to his colleague, he remained at Rome, with design to increase his interest by city intrigues. Since the means of procuring honor in war were placed in the hands of others, Volumnius had no reason to be dissatisfied with his province. He fought many battles with good success, and took several cities by assault. He was liberal in his donations of the spoil. And this munificence, engaging in itself, he enhanced by his courteous demeanor, by which conduct he inspired his soldiers with ardor to meet both toil and danger. Quintus Fabius, proconsul, fought a pitched battle with the armies of the Samnites, near the city of Aliphae. The victory was complete. The enemy were driven from the field, and pursued to their camp. Nor would they have kept possession of that, had not the day been almost spent. It was invested, however, before night, and guarded until day, lest any should slip away. Next morning, while it was scarcely clear day, they proposed to capitulate, and it was agreed, that such as were natives of Samnium should be dismissed with single garments. All these were sent under the yoke. No precaution was taken in favor of the allies of the Samnites. They were sold by auction, to the number of 7,000. Those who declared themselves subjects of the Hernicians, were kept by themselves under a guard. All these Fabius sent to Rome to the Senate. And, after being examined, whether it was in consequence of a public order, or as volunteers, that they had carried arms on the side of the Samnites against the Romans, they were distributed among the states of the Latins to be held in custody. And it was ordered, that the new consuls, Publius Cornelius Arvina and Quintus Marcius Tremulus, who by this time had been elected, should lay that affair entire before the Senate. This gave such offense to the Hernicians, that at a meeting of all the states, assembled by the Anagnians, in the circus called the Maritime, the whole nation of the Hernicians, excepting the Elatrians, Ferentinnes, and Verulans, declared war against the Roman people. 43. In Samnium also, in consequence of the departure of Fabius, new commotions arose. Calatia and Sora, and the Roman garrisons stationed there, were taken, and extreme cruelty was exercised towards the captive soldiers. Publius Cornelius was therefore sent thither with an army. The command against the new enemy, for by this time an order had passed for declaring war against the Anagnians, and the rest of the Hernicians, was decreed to Marcius. These, in the beginning, secured all the passes between the camps of the consuls, in such a manner, that no messenger, however expert, could make his way from one to the other. And each consul spent several days in absolute uncertainty regarding every matter and in anxious suspense concerning the state of the other. Apprehensions for their safety spread even to Rome. So that all the younger citizens were compelled to enlist and 2 regular armies were raised, to answer sudden emergencies. The conduct of the Hernicians during the progress of the war afterwards, showed nothing suitable to the present alarm, or to the ancient renown of that nation. Without ever venturing any effort worth mentioning, being stripped of 3 different camps within a few days, they stipulated for a truce of 30 days, during which they might send to Rome, to the Senate, on the terms of furnishing 2 months' pay, and corn, and a tunic to every soldier. They were referred back to Marcius by the Senate, whom by a decree they empowered to determine regarding the Hernicians, and he accepted their submission. Meanwhile, in Samnium, the other consul, though superior in strength, was very much embarrassed by the nature of his situation. The enemy had blocked up all the roads, and seized on the passable defile, so that no provisions could be conveyed. Nor could the consul, though he daily drew out his troops and offered battle, allure them to an engagement. It was evident, that neither could the Samnites support an immediate contest, nor the Romans a delay of action. The approach of Marcius, who, after he had subdued the Hernicians, hastened to the succor of his colleague, put it out of the enemy's power any longer to avoid fighting, for they, who had not deemed themselves a match in the field, even for one of the armies, could not surely suppose that if they should allow the 2 consular armies to unite, they could have any hope remaining. They made an attack therefore on Marcius, as he was approaching in the irregular order of march. The baggage was hastily thrown together in the center, and the line formed as well as the time permitted. First the shout which reached the standing camp of Cornelius, then the dust observed at a distance, excited a bustle in the camp of the other consul. Ordering his men instantly to take arms, and leading them out to the field with the utmost haste, he charged the flank of the enemy's line, which had enough to do in the other dispute, at the same time exclaiming that it would be the height of infamy if they suffered Marcius's army to monopolize the honor of both victories, and did not assert their claim to the glory of their own war. He bore down all before him, and pushed forward, through the midst of the enemy's line, to their camp, which, being left without a guard, he took and set on fire. Which when the soldiers of Marcius saw in flames, and the enemy observed it on looking about, a general flight immediately took place among the Samnites. But they could not effect an escape in any direction, in every quarter they met death. After a slaughter of 30,000 men, the consuls had now given the signal for retreat, and were collecting, into one body, their several forces, who were employed in mutual congratulations, when some new cohorts of the enemy, which had been levied for a reinforcement, being seen at a distance, occasioned a renewal of the carnage. On these the conquerors rushed, without any order of the consuls, or signal received, crying out, that they would make these Samnites pay dearly for their introduction to service. The consuls indulged the ardor of the legions, well knowing that the raw troops of the enemy, mixed with veterans dispirited by defeat, would be incapable even of attempting a contest. Nor were they wrong in their judgment. All the forces of the Samnites, old and new, fled to the nearest mountains. These the Roman army also ascended, so that no situation afforded safety to the vanquished. They were beaten off, even from the summits which they had seized. And now they all, with one voice, supplicated for a suspension of arms. On which, being ordered to furnish corn for 3 months, pay for a year, and a tunic to each of the soldiers, they sent deputies to the Senate to sue for peace. Cornelius was left in Samnium. Marcius returned into the city, in triumph over the Hernicians, and a decree was passed for erecting to him, in the Forum, an equestrian statue, which was placed before the temple of Castor. To 3 states of the Hernicians, the Elatrians, Verulans, and Ferentinnes, their own laws were restored, because they preferred these to the being made citizens of Rome. And they were permitted to intermarry with each other, a privilege which they alone of the Hernicians, for a long time after, enjoyed. To the Anagnians, and the others, who had made war on the Romans, was granted the freedom of the state, without the right of voting. Public assemblies, and intermarriages, were not allowed them, and their magistrates were prohibited from acting except in the ministration of public worship. During this year, Caius Junius Bubulcus, censor, contracted for the building of a temple to Health, which he had vowed during his consulate in the war with the Samnites. By the same person, and his colleague, Marcus Valerius Maximus, roads were made through the fields at the public expense. During the same year the treaty with the Carthaginians was renewed a 3rd time, and ample presents made to their ambassadors who came on that business. 44. This year had a dictator in office, Publius Cornelius Scipio, with Publius Decius Mus, master of the horse. By these the election of consuls was held, being the purpose for which they had been created, because neither of the consuls could be absent from the armies. The consuls elected were Lucius Postumius and Titus Minucius. Whom Piso places next after Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius, omitting the 2 years in which I have set down Claudius with Volumnius, and Cornelius with Marcius, as consuls. Whether this happened through a lapse of memory in digesting his annals, or whether he purposely passed over those 2 consulates as deeming the accounts of them false, cannot be ascertained. During this year the Samnites made incursions into the district of Steli in the Campanian territory. Both the consuls were therefore sent into Samnium, and proceeded to different regions, Postumius to Tifernum, Minucius to Bovianum. The first engagement happened at Tifernum, under the command of Postumius. Some say, that the Samnites were completely defeated, and 20,000 of them made prisoners. Others, that the army separated without victory on either side. And that Postumius, counterfeiting fear, withdrew his forces privately by night, and marched away to the mountains, whither the enemy also followed, and took possession of a stronghold 2 miles distant. The consul, having created a belief that he had come thither for the sake of a safe post, and a fruitful spot, and such it really was, secured his camp with strong works. Furnishing it with magazines of everything useful, he left a strong guard to defend it, and at the 3rd watch, led away the legions lightly accoutred, by the shortest road which he could take, to join his colleague, who lay opposite to his foe. There, by advice of Postumius, Minucius came to an engagement with the enemy. And when the fight had continued doubtful through a great part of the day, Postumius, with his fresh legions, made an unexpected attack on the enemy's line, spent by this time with fatigue, thus. Weariness and wounds having rendered them incapable even of flying, they were cut off to a man, and 21 standards taken. The Romans then proceeded to Postumius's station, where the 2 victorious armies falling upon the enemy, already dismayed by the news of what had passed, routed and dispersed them. 26 military standards were taken here. And the Samnite general, Statius Gellius, with a great number of other prisoners, and both the camps were taken. Next day Bovianum was besieged, and soon after taken. Both the consuls were honored with a triumph, with high applause of their excellent conduct. Some writers say, that the consul Minucius was brought back to the camp grievously wounded, and that he died there. That Marcus Fulvius was substituted consul in his place, and that it was he who, being sent to command Minucius's army, took Bovianum. During the same year, Sora, Arpinum, and Sensenia were recovered from the Samnites. The great statue of Hercules was erected in the capital, and dedicated. 45. In the succeeding consulate of Publius Sulpicius Saverio and Publius Sempronius Sophus, the Samnites, desirous either of a termination or a suspension of hostilities, sent ambassadors to Rome to treat of peace. To whose submissive solicitations this answer was returned, that, had not the Samnites frequently solicited peace, at times when they were actually preparing for war, their present application might, perhaps, in the course of negotiating, have produced the desired effect. But now, since words had hitherto proved vain, people's conduct must be guided by facts, that Publius Sempronius the consul would shortly be in Samnium with an army, that he could not be deceived in judging whether their dispositions inclined to peace or war. He would bring the Senate certain information respecting every particular, and their ambassadors might follow the consul on his return from Samnium. When the Roman army accordingly marched through all parts of Samnium, which was in a state of peace, provisions being liberally supplied, a renewal of the old treaty was, this year, granted to the Samnites. The Roman arms were then turned against the Equins, their old enemies, but who had, for many years past, remained quiet, under the guise of a treacherous peace, because, while the Hernicians were in a state of prosperity, these had, in conjunction with them, frequently sent aid to the Samnites. And after the Hernicians were subdued, almost the whole nation, without dissembling that they acted by public authority, had revolted to the enemy. And when, after the conclusion of the treaty with the Samnites at Rome, ambassadors were sent to demand satisfaction, they said, that this was only a trial made of them, on the expectation that they would through fear suffer themselves to be made Roman citizens. But how much that condition was to be wished for, they had been taught by the Hernicians, who, when they had the option, preferred their own laws to the freedom of the Roman state. To people who wished for liberty to choose what they judged preferable, the necessity of becoming Roman citizens would have the nature of a punishment. In resentment of these declarations, uttered publicly in their assemblies, the Roman people ordered war to be made on the Equins. And, in prosecution of this new undertaking, both the consuls marched from the city, and sat down at the distance of 4 miles from the camp of the enemy. The troops of the Equins, like tumultuary recruits, in consequence of their having passed such a number of years without waging war on their own account, were all in disorder and confusion, without established officers and without command. Some advised to give battle, others to defend the camp, the greater part were influenced by concern for the devastation of their lands, likely to take place, and the consequent destruction of their cities, left with weak garrisons. Among a variety of propositions, one, however, was heard which, abandoning all concern for the public interest, tended to transfer every man's attention to the care of his private concerns. It recommended that, at the first watch, they should depart from the camp by different roads, so as to carry all their effects into the cities, and to secure them by the strength of the fortifications. This they all approved with universal assent. When the enemy were now dispersed through the country, the Romans, at the first dawn, marched out to the field, and drew up in order of battle, but no one coming to oppose them, they advanced in a brisk pace to the enemy's camp. But when they perceived neither guards before the gates, nor soldiers on the ramparts, nor the usual bustle of a camp, surprised at the extraordinary silence, they halted in apprehension of some stratagem. At length, passing over the rampart, and finding the whole deserted, they proceeded to search out the tracks of the enemy. But these, as they scattered themselves to every quarter, occasioned perplexity at first. Afterwards, discovering their design by means of scouts, they attacked their cities, one after another, and within the space of 50 days took, entirely by force, 41 towns, most of which were razed and burnt. And the race of the Equins almost extirpated. A triumph was granted over the Equins. The Maricinians, Marsians, Polignians, and Ferentans, warned by the example of their disasters, sent deputies to Rome to solicit peace and friendship. And these states, on their submissive applications, were admitted into alliance. 46. In the same year, Gnaeus Flavius, son of Gnaeus, grandson of a freed man, a notary, in low circumstances originally, but artful and eloquent, was appointed curule aedile. I find in some annals, that, being in attendance on the aediles, and seeing that he was voted aedile by the prerogative tribe, but that his name would not be received, because he acted as a notary, he threw down his tablet, and took an oath that he would not, for the future, follow that business. But Licinius Macer contends, that he had dropped the employment of notary a considerable time before, having already been a tribune, and twice a triumvir, once for regulating the nightly watch, and another time for conducting a colony. However, of this there is no dispute, that against the nobles, who threw contempt on the meanness of his condition, he contended with much firmness. He made public the rules of proceeding in judicial causes, hitherto shut up in the closets of the pontiffs. And hung up to public view, round the forum, the calendar on white tablets, that all might know when business could be transacted in the courts. To the great displeasure of the nobles, he performed the dedication of the Temple of Concord, in the area of Vulcan's temple. And the chief pontiff, Cornelius Barbatus, was compelled by the united instances of the people, to dictate to him the form of words, although he affirmed, that, consistently with the practice of antiquity, no other than a consul, or commander-in-chief, could dedicate a temple. This occasioned a law to be proposed to the people, by direction of the Senate, that no person should dedicate a temple, or an altar, without an order from the Senate, or from a majority of the plebeian tribunes. The incident which I am about to mention would be trivial in itself, were it not an instance of the freedom assumed by plebeians in opposition to the pride of the nobles. When Flavius had come to make a visit to his colleague, who was sick, and when, by an arrangement between some young nobles who were sitting there, they did not rise on his entrance, he ordered his curule chair to be brought thither. And from his honorable seat of office enjoyed the sight of his enemies tortured with envy. However, a low faction, which had gathered strength during the censorship of Appius Claudius, had made Flavius an aedile, for he was the first who degraded the Senate, by electing into it the immediate descendants of freed men. And when no one allowed that election as valid, and when he had not acquired in the Senate House that influence in the city which he had been aiming at, by distributing men of the meanest order among all the several tribes, he thus corrupted the assemblies both of the Forum and of the Field of Mars. And so much indignation did the election of Flavius excite, that most of the nobles laid aside their gold rings and bracelets in consequence of it. From that time the state was split into two parties. The uncorrupted part of the people, who favored and supported the good, held one side, the faction of the rabble, the other, until Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius were made censors. And Fabius, both for the sake of concord, and at the same time to prevent the elections remaining in the hands of the lowest of the people, purged the rest of the tribes of all the rabble of the Forum, and threw it into four, and called them city tribes. And this procedure, we are told, gave such universal satisfaction, that, by this regulation in the orders of the state, he obtained the surname of Maximus, which he had not obtained by his many victories. The annual review of the Knights, on the Ides of July, is also said to have been instituted by him. Book X. BC 303 to 293. Submission of the Martians accepted. The College of Augurs augmented from 4 to 9. The law of appeal to the people carried by Valerius the consul. 2 more tribes added. War declared against the Samnites. Several successful actions. In an engagement against the combined forces of the Etruscans, Umbrians, Samnites, and Gauls, Publius Decius, after the example of his father, devotes himself for the army. Dies, and, by his death, procures the victory to the Romans. Defeat of the Samnites by Papirius Cursor. The census held. The lustrum closed. The number of the citizens 262,322. 1. During the consulate of Lucius Janutius and Servius Cornelius, the state enjoyed almost uninterrupted rest from foreign wars. Colonies were led out to Sora and Alba. For the latter, situated in the country of the Equins, 6,000 colonists were enrolled. Sora had formerly belonged to the Volscian territory, but had fallen into the possession of the Samnites, thither were sent 4,000 settlers. This year the freedom of the state was granted to the Arpinians and Trebulans. The Frosinonians were fined a third part of their lands, because it was discovered that the Hernicians had been tampered with by them. And the heads of that conspiracy, after a trial before the consuls, held in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, were beaten with rods and beheaded. However, that the Romans might not pass the year entirely exempt from war, a little expedition was made into Umbria. Intelligence being received from thence, that excursions of men, in arms, had been made, from a certain cave, into the adjacent country. Into this cave the troops penetrated with their standards, and, the place being dark, they received many wounds, chiefly from stones thrown. At length the other mouth of the cave being found, for it was pervious, both the openings were filled up with wood, which being set on fire, there perished by means of the smoke and heat, no less than 2,000 men. Many of whom, at the last, in attempting to make their way out, rushed into the very flames. The two Marsi, Livius Denter and Aemilius, succeeding to the consulship, war was renewed with the Equins, who, being highly displeased at the colony established within their territory, as if it were a fortress, having made an attempt, with their whole force, to seize it, were repulsed by the colonists themselves. They caused, however, such an alarm at Rome, that, to quell this insurrection, Caius Junius Bubulcus was nominated dictator, for it was scarcely credible that the Equins, after being reduced to such a degree of weakness, should by themselves alone have ventured to engage in a war. The dictator, taking the field, with Marcus Titinius, master of the horse, in the first engagement reduced the Equins to submission. And returning into the city in triumph, on the 8th day, dedicated, in the character of dictator, the temple of health, which he had vowed when consul, and contracted for when censor. 2. During this year a fleet of Grecians, under the command of Cleonymus, a Lacedaemonian, arrived on the coast of Italy, and took Thurii, a city in the territory of the Salentines. Against this enemy the consul Aemilius was sent, who, in one battle, completely defeated them, and drove them on board their ships. Thurii was then restored to its old inhabitants, and peace re-established in the country of the Salentines. In some annals, I find that Junius Bubulcus was sent dictator into that country, and that Cleonymus, without hazarding an engagement with the Romans, retired out of Italy. He then sailed round the promontory of Brundusium, and, steering down the middle of the Adriatic Gulf, because he dreaded, on the left hand, the coasts of Italy destitute of harbours, and, on the right, the Illyrians, Liburnians, and Istrians, nations of savages, and noted in general for piracy, he passed on to the coasts of the Venetians. Here, having landed a small party to explore the country, and being informed that a narrow beach stretched along the shore, beyond which were marshes, overflowed by the tides. That dry land was seen at no great distance, level in the nearest part, and rising behind into hills, beyond which was the mouth of a very deep river, into which they had seen ships brought round and moored in safety. This was the river Meduicus. He ordered his fleet to sail into it and go up against the stream. As the channel would not admit the heavy ships, the troops, removing into the lighter vessels, arrived at a part of the country occupied by 3 maritime cantons of the Batavians, settled on that coast. Here they made a descent, leaving a small guard with the ships, made themselves masters of these cantons, set fire to the houses, drove off a considerable booty of men and cattle, and, allured by the sweets of plunder, proceeded still further from the shore. When news of this was brought to Patavium, where the contiguity of the Gauls kept the inhabitants constantly in arms, they divided their young men into 2 bands, one of which was led towards the quarter where the marauders were said to be busy. The other by a different route, to avoid meeting any of the pirates, towards the station of the ships, 15 miles distant from the town. An attack was made on the small craft, and the guards being killed, the affrighted mariners were obliged to remove their ships to the other bank of the river. By land, also, the attack on the dispersed plunderers was equally successful. And the Grecians, flying back towards their ships, were opposed in their way by the Venetians. Thus they were enclosed on both sides, and cut to pieces. And some, who were made prisoners, gave information that the fleet, with their king, Cleonymus, was but 3 miles distant. Sending the captives into the nearest canton, to be kept under a guard, some soldiers got on board the flat-bottomed vessels, so constructed for the purpose of passing the shoals with ease. Others embarked in those which had been lately taken from the enemy, and proceeding down the river, surrounded their unwieldy ships, which dreaded the unknown sands and flats more than they did the Romans, and which showed a greater eagerness to escape into the deep than to make resistance. The soldiers pursued them as far as the mouth of the river, and having taken and burned a part of the fleet, which in the hurry and confusion had been stranded, returned victorious. Cleonymus, having met success in no part of the Adriatic Sea, departed with scarce a fifth part of his navy remaining. Many, now alive, have seen the beaks of his ships, and the spoils of the Lacedaemonians, hanging in the old temple of Juno. In commemoration of this event, there is exhibited at Patavium, every year, on its anniversary day, a naval combat on the river in the middle of the town. 3. A treaty was this year concluded at Rome with the Vestinians, who solicited friendship. Various causes of apprehension afterwards sprung up. News arrived, that Etruria was in rebellion, the insurrection having arisen from the dissensions of the Aretians. For the Silnian family having grown exorbitantly powerful, a party, out of envy of their wealth, had attempted to expel them by force of arms. Accounts were also received, that the Marsians held forcible possession of the lands to which the colony of Carceali, consisting of 4,000 men, had been sent. By reason, therefore, of these commotions, Marcus Valerius Maximus was nominated dictator, and chose for his master of the horse Marcus Aemilius Paulus. This I am inclined to believe, rather than that Quintus Fabius, at such an age as he then was, and after enjoying many honors, was placed in a station subordinate to Valerius, but I think it not unlikely that the mistake arose from the surname Maximus. The dictator, having set out at the head of an army, in one battle utterly defeated the Marsians, drove them into their fortified towns, and afterwards, in the course of a few days, took Milionia, Plastina, and Frasilia. And then finding Marsians in a part of their lands, granted them a renewal of the treaty. The war was then directed against the Etrurians. And when the dictator had gone to Rome, for the purpose of renewing the auspices, the master of the horse, going out to forage, was surrounded by an ambuscade, and obliged to fly shamefully into his camp, after losing several standards and many of his men. The occurrence of which discomfiture to Fabius is exceedingly improbable, not only because, if in any particular, certainly, above all, in the qualifications of a commander, he fully merited his surname, but besides, mindful of Papirius's severity, he never could have been tempted to fight, without the dictator's orders. 4. The news of this disaster excited at Rome an alarm greater than suited the importance of the affair. For, as if the army had been destroyed, a justicium was proclaimed, guards mounted at the gates, and watches set in every street, and armor and weapons were heaped on the walls. All the younger citizens being compelled to enlist, the dictator was ordered to join the army. There he found everything in a more tranquil state than he expected, and regularity established through the care of the master of the horse, the camp removed to a place of greater safety, the cohorts, which had lost their standards, left without tents on the outside of the ramparts, and the troops ardently impatient for battle, that their disgrace might be the sooner obliterated. He therefore immediately advanced his camp into the territory of Rosella. Thither the enemy also followed, and although, since their late success, they entertained the most sanguine hopes from an open trial of strength, yet they endeavored to circumvent the enemy by a stratagem which they had before practiced with success. There were, at a small distance from the Roman camp, the half-ruined houses of a town which had been burnt in the devastation of the country. A body of troops being concealed there, some cattle was driven on, within view of a Roman post, commanded by a lieutenant general, Gnaeus Fulvius. When no one was induced by this temptation to stir from his post, one of the herdsmen, advancing close to the works, called out, that others were driving out those cattle at their leisure from the ruins of the town. Why did they remain idle, when they might safely drive them through the middle of the Roman camp? When this was interpreted to the lieutenant general, by some natives of Caira, and great impatience prevailed through every company of the soldiers, who, nevertheless, dared not to move without orders. He commanded some who were skilled in the language to observe attentively, whether the dialect of the herdsmen resembled that of rustics or of citizens. When these reported, that their accent in speaking, their manner and appearance, were all of a more polished cast than suited shepherds, "Go then," said he, "tell them that they may uncover the ambush which they vainly conceal. That the Romans understand all their devices, and can now be no more taken by stratagem than they can be conquered by arms." When these words were heard, and carried to those who lay in ambush, they immediately arose from their lurking place, and marched out in order into the plain which was open to view on every side. The lieutenant general thought their force too powerful for his small band to cope with. He therefore sent in haste to Valerius for support, and in the meantime, by himself, sustained the enemy's onset. 5. On receiving his message, the dictator ordered the standards to move, and the troops to follow in arms. But everything was executed more quickly, almost, than ordered. The standards and arms were instantly snatched up, and they were with difficulty restrained from running impetuously on. Both indignation at their late defeat stimulated them, as well as the shout striking their ears with increasing vehemence. As the contest grew hotter, they therefore urged each other, and pressed the standard-bearers to quicken their pace. The dictator, the more eagerly he saw them push forward, took the more pains to repress their haste, and ordered them to march at a slower rate. On the other side, the Etrurians, putting themselves in motion, on the first beginning of the fray had come up with their whole force, and several expresses came to the dictator, one after another, that all the regions of the Etrurians had joined in the fight, and that his men could not any longer withstand them. At the same time, he himself saw, from the higher ground, in how perilous a situation the party was. Confident, however, that the lieutenant general was able, even yet, to support the contest, and considering that he himself was at hand to rescue him from defeat, he wished to let the enemy be fatigued, as much as might be, in order that, when in that state, he might fall on them with his fresh troops. Slowly as these marched, the distance was now just sufficient for the cavalry to begin their career for a charge. The battalions of the legions marched in front, lest the enemy might suspect any secret or sudden movement, but intervals had been left in the ranks of the infantry, affording room for the horses to gallop through. At the same instant the line raised the shout, and the cavalry, charging at full speed, poured on the enemy, and spread at once a general panic. After this, as succor had arrived, almost too late, to the party surrounded, so now they were allowed entire rest, the fresh troops taking on themselves the whole business of the fight. Nor was that either long or dubious. The enemy, now routed, fled to their camp, and the Romans advancing to attack it, they gave way, and are crowded all together in the remotest part of it. In their flight they are obstructed by the narrowness of the gates. The greater number climbed up on the mounds and ramparts, to try if they could either defend themselves with the aid of the advantageous ground, or get over, by any means, and escape. One part of the rampart, happening to be badly compacted, sunk under the weight of the multitude who stood on it, and fell into the trench. On which, crying out that the gods had opened that pass to give them safety, they made their way out, most of them leaving their arms behind. By this battle the power of the Etrurians was, a second time, effectually crushed, so that, engaging to furnish a year's pay, and corn for 2 months, with the dictator's permission, they sent ambassadors to Rome to treat of peace. This was refused, but a truce for 2 years was granted to them. The dictator returned into the city in triumph. I have seen it asserted, that tranquility was restored in Etruria by the dictator, without any memorable battle, only by composing the dissensions of the Aretians, and effecting a reconciliation between the Silnian family and the commons. Marcus Valerius was elected consul, before the expiration of his dictatorship, many have believed, without his soliciting the office, and even while he was absent, and that the election was held by an interrex. In one point all agree, that he held the consulship with Quintus Apulsius Pansa. 6. During this consulate of Marcus Valerius and Quintus Apulsius, affairs abroad wore a very peaceable aspect. Their losses sustained in war, together with the truce, kept the Etrurians quiet. The Samnites, depressed by the misfortunes of many years, had not yet become dissatisfied with their new alliance. At Rome, also, the carrying away of such multitudes to colonies, rendered the commons tranquil, and lightened their burthens. But, that things might not be tranquil on all sides, a contention was excited between the principal persons in the commonwealth, patricians on one hand, and plebeians on the other, by the two Ogonii, Quintus and Gnaeus, plebeian tribunes, who, seeking everywhere occasions of criminating the patricians in the hearing of the people, and having found other attempts fruitless, set on foot a proceeding by which they might inflame, not the lowest class of the commons, but their chief men. The plebeians of consular and triumphal rank, to the completion of whose honors nothing was now wanting but the offices of the priesthood, which were not yet laid open to them. They therefore published a proposal for a law, that, whereas there were then 4 augurs and 4 pontiffs, and it had been determined that the number of priests should be augmented, the 4 additional pontiffs and 5 augurs should all be chosen out of the commons. How the college of augurs could be reduced to the number of 4, except by the death of 2, I do not understand, for it is a rule among the augurs, that their number should be composed of 3s, so that the 3 ancient tribes, the Rams, Titianses, and Lusres, should have each its own augur. Or, in case there should be occasion for more, that each should increase its number of augurs, in equal proportion with the rest, in like manner as when, by the addition of 5 to 4, they made up the number 9. So that there were 3 to each tribe. However, as it was proposed that they should be chosen out of the commons, the patricians were as highly offended at the proceeding, as when they saw the consulship made common. Yet they pretended that the business concerned not them so much as it did the gods, who would take care that their own worship should not be contaminated, that, for their parts, they only wished that no misfortune might ensue to the commonwealth. But they made a less vigorous opposition, as being now accustomed to suffer defeat in such kind of disputes, and they saw their adversaries, not, as formerly, grasping at that which they could scarcely hope to reach, the higher honors, but already in possession of all those advantages, on the uncertain prospect of which they had maintained the contest, manifold consulships, censorships, and triumphs. 7. The principal struggle, however, in supporting and opposing the bill, they say, was between Appius Claudius and Publius Decius Mus. After these had urged nearly the same topics, respecting the privileges of patricians and plebeians, which had been formerly employed for and against the Licinian law, when the proposition was brought forward of opening the consulship to plebeians. Decius is said to have drawn a lively description of his own father, such as many then present in the assembly had seen him, girt in the Gabin dress, standing on a spear. In the attitude in which he had devoted himself for the people and the legions, and to have added, that the consul Publius Decius was then deemed by the immortal gods an offering equally pure and pious, as if his colleague, Titus Manlius, had been devoted. And might not the same Publius Decius have been, with propriety, chosen to perform the public worship of the Roman people? Was there any danger that the gods would give less attention to his prayers than to those of Appius Claudius? Did the latter perform his private acts of adoration with a purer mind, or worship the gods more religiously than he? Who had any reason to complain of the vows offered in behalf of the commonwealth, by so many plebeian consuls and dictators, either when setting out to their armies, or in the heat of battle? Were the numbers of commanders reckoned, during those years since business began to be transacted under the conduct and auspices of plebeians, the same number of triumphs might be found. The commons had now no reason to be dissatisfied with their own nobility. On the contrary, they were fully convinced, that in case of a sudden war breaking out, the Senate and people of Rome would not repose greater confidence in patrician than in plebeian commanders. Which being the case, said he, what god or man can deem it an impropriety, if those whom ye have honored with curule chairs, with the purple bordered gown, with the palm vest and embroidered robe, with the triumphal crown and laurel, whose houses ye have rendered conspicuous above others, by affixing to them the spoils of conquered enemies, should add to these the badges of augurs or pontiffs. If a person, who has rode through the city in a gilt chariot, and, decorated with the ensigns of Jupiter, supremely good and great, has mounted the Capitol, should be seen with a chalice and wand, What impropriety, I say, that he should, with his head veiled, slay a victim, or take an augury in the citadel. When, in the inscription on a person's statue, the consulship, censorship, and triumph shall be read with patience, will the eyes of readers be unable to endure the addition of the office of augur or pontiff? In truth, with deference to the gods I say it, I trust that we are, through the kindness of the Roman people, qualified in such a manner that we should, by the dignity of our characters, reflect back on the priesthood not less luster than we should receive. And may demand, rather on behalf of the gods, than for our own sakes, that those whom we worship in our private we may also worship in a public capacity. 8. But why do I argue thus, as if the cause of the patricians, respecting the priesthood, were untouched? And as if we were not already in possession of one sacerdotal office, of the highest class? We see plebeian decemvirs, for performing sacrifices, interpreters of the Sibylline prophecies, and of the fates of the nation. We also see them presidents of Apollo's festival, and of other religious performances. Neither was any injustice done to the patricians, when, to the 2 commissioners for performing sacrifices, an additional number was joined, in favor of the plebeians. Nor is there now, when a tribune, a man of courage and activity, wishes to add 5 places of augurs, and 4 of pontiffs, to which plebeians may be nominated, not Appius, with intent to expel you from your places. But, that men of plebeian rank may assist you, in the management of divine affairs, with the same zeal with which they assist you in matters of human concernment. Blush not, Appius, at having a man your colleague in the priesthood, whom you might have a colleague in the censorship or consulship, whose master of the horse you yourself may be, when he is dictator. As well as dictator when he is master of the horse. A Sabine adventurer, the first origin of your nobility, either Attus Clausus, or Appius Claudius, which you will, the ancient patricians of those days admitted into their number, do not then, on your part, disdain to admit us into the number of priests. We bring with us numerous honors, all those honors, indeed, which have rendered your party so proud. Lucius Sextius was the first consul chosen out of the plebeians, Caius Licinius Stolo, the first master of the horse. Caius Marcius Rutilius, the first dictator, and likewise censor, Quintus Publilius Philo, the first praetor. On all occasions was heard a repetition of the same arguments, that the right of auspices was vested in you. That ye alone had the rights of ancestry, that ye alone were legally entitled to the supreme command, and the auspices both in peace and war. The supreme command has hitherto been, and will continue to be, equally prosperous in plebeian hands as in patrician. Have ye never heard it said, that the first created patricians were not men sent down from heaven, but such as could cite their fathers, that is, nothing more than free-born? I can now cite my father, a consul. And my son will be able to cite a grandfather. Citizens, there is nothing else in it, than that we should never obtain anything without a refusal. The patricians wish only for a dispute, nor do they care what issue their disputes may have. For my part, be it advantageous, happy, and prosperous to you and to the commonwealth, I am of opinion that this law should receive your sanction. 9. The people ordered that the tribes should be instantly called. And there was every appearance that the law would be accepted. It was deferred, however, for that day, by a protest, from which on the day following the tribunes were deterred, and it passed with the approbation of a vast majority. The pontiffs created were, Publius Decius Mus, the advocate for the law, Publius Sempronius Sophus, Caius Marcius Rutilius, and Marcus Livius Denter. The 5 augurs, who were also plebeians, were, Caius Janutius, Publius Aelius Paetus, Marcus Minucius Fessus, Caius Marcius, and Titus Publilius. Thus the number of the pontiffs was made 8, that of the augurs 9. In the same year Marcus Valerius, consul, procured a law to be passed concerning appeals, more carefully enforced by additional sanctions. This was the 3rd time, since the expulsion of the kings, of this law being introduced, and always by the same family. The reason for renewing it so often was, I believe, no other, than that the influence of a few was apt to prove too powerful for the liberty of the commons. However, the Porcian law seems intended, solely, for the security of the persons of the citizens, as it visited with a severe penalty any one for beating with stripes or putting to death a Roman citizen. The Valerian law, after forbidding a person, who had appealed, to be beaten with rods and beheaded, added, in case of any one acting contrary thereto, that it shall yet be only deemed a wicked act. This, I suppose, was judged of sufficient strength to enforce obedience to the law in those days, so powerful was then men's sense of shame. At present one would scarcely make use of such a threat seriously. The Equins rebelling, the same consul conducted the war against them, in which no memorable event occurred, for, except ferocity, they retained nothing of their ancient condition. The other consul, Apuleius, invested the town of Nequinum in Umbria. The ground, the same whereon Narnia now stands, was steep, on one side even perpendicular. This rendered the town impregnable either by assault or works. That business, therefore, came unfinished into the hands of the succeeding consuls, Marcus Fulvius Pietinus and Titus Manlius Torquatus. When all the centuries named Quintus Fabius consul for that year, though not a candidate. Macer Licinius and Tubero state that he himself recommended them to postpone the conferring the consulship on him until a year wherein there might be more employment for their arms. Adding, that, during the present year, he might be more useful to the state in the management of a city magistracy. And thus, neither dissembling what he preferred, nor yet making direct application for it, he was appointed curule aedile with Lucius Papirius cursor. Piso, a more ancient writer of annals, prevents me from averring this as certain. He asserts that the curule aediles of that year were Caius Domitius Calvinus, son of Gnaeus, and Spurius Carvilius Maximus, son of Caius. I am of opinion, that this latter surname caused a mistake concerning the aediles. And that thence followed a story conformable to this mistake, patched up out of the two elections, of the aediles, and of the consuls. The general survey was performed, this year, by Publius Sempronius Sophus and Publius Sulpicius Saverio, censors. And two tribes were added, the Anientian and Tarentine. Such were the occurrences at Rome. 10. Meanwhile, after much time had been lost in the tedious siege of Nequinum, two of the townsmen, whose houses were contiguous to the wall, having formed a subterraneous passage, came by that private way to the Roman advanced guards. And being conducted thence to the consul, offered to give admittance to a body of armed men within the works and walls. The proposal was thought to be such as ought neither to be rejected, nor yet assented to without caution. With one of these men, the other being detained as an hostage, 2 spies were sent through the mine, and certain information being received from them, 300 men in arms, guided by the deserter, entered the city. And seized by night the nearest gate, which being broken open, the Roman consul and his army took possession of the city without any opposition. In this manner came Nequinum under the dominion of the Roman people. A colony was sent thither as a barrier against the Umbrians, and called Narnia, from the river Aenear. The troops returned to Rome with abundance of spoil. This year the Etrurians made preparations for war in violation of the truce. But a vast army of the Gauls, making an irruption into their territories, while their attention was directed to another quarter, suspended for a time the execution of their design. They then, relying on the abundance of money which they possessed, endeavored to make allies of the Gauls, instead of enemies, in order that, with their armies combined, they might attack the Romans. The barbarians made no objection to the alliance, and a negotiation was opened for settling the price. Which being adjusted and paid, and everything else being in readiness for commencing their operations, the Etrurians desired them to accompany them in their march. This they refused, alleging that, they had stipulated a price for making war against the Romans, that the payment already made, they had received in consideration of their not wasting the Etrurian territory, or using their arms against the inhabitants. That notwithstanding, if it was the wish of the Etrurians, they were still willing to engage in the war, but on no other condition than that of being allowed a share of their lands, and obtaining at length some permanent settlement. Many assemblies of the states of Etruria were held on this subject, and nothing could be settled. Not so much by reason of their aversion from the dismemberment of their territory, as because every one felt a dread of fixing in so close vicinity to themselves people of such a savage race. The Gauls were therefore dismissed, and carried home an immense sum of money, acquired without toil or danger. The report of a Gallic tumult, in addition to an Etrurian war, had caused serious apprehensions at Rome. And, with the less hesitation on that account, an alliance was concluded with the state of the Picentians. 11. The province of Etruria fell by lot to the consul Titus Manlius, who, when he had but just entered the enemy's country, as he was exercising the cavalry, in wheeling about at full speed, was thrown from his horse, and almost killed on the spot. 3 days after the fall, he died. The Etrurians, embracing this omen, as it were, of the future progress of the war, and observing that the gods had commenced hostilities on their behalf, assumed new courage. At Rome the news caused great affliction, on account both of the loss of such a man and of the unseasonableness of the juncture. Insomuch that an assembly, held for the purpose of substituting a new consul, having been conducted agreeably to the wishes of people of the first consequence, prevented the Senate from ordering a dictator to be created. All the votes and centuries concurred unanimously in appointing Marcus Valerius consul, the same whom the Senate would have ordered to be made dictator. They then commanded him to proceed immediately into Etruria, to the legions. His coming gave such a check to the Etrurians, that not one of them dared thenceforward to appear on the outside of their trenches, their own fears operating as a blockade. Nor could the new consul, by wasting their lands and burning their houses, draw them out to an engagement, for not only country houses, but numbers of their towns, were seen smoking and in ashes, on every side. While this war proceeded more slowly than had been expected, an account was received of the breaking out of another, which was, not without reason, regarded as terrible, in consequence of the heavy losses formerly sustained by both parties, from information given by their new allies, the Picentians. That the Samnites were looking to arms and a renewal of hostilities, and that they themselves had been solicited to join therein. The Picentians received the thanks of the state, and a large share of the attention of the Senate was turned from Etruria toward Samnium. The dearness of provisions also distressed the state very much, and they would have felt the extremity of want, according to the relation of those who make Fabius Maximus curule edile that year, had not the vigilant activity of that man, such as he had on many occasions displayed in the field, been exerted then with equal zeal at home, in the management of the market, and in procuring and forming magazines of corn. An interregnum took place this year, the reason of which is not mentioned. Appius Claudius, and, after him, Publius Sulpicius, were interreges. The latter held an election of consuls, and chose Lucius Cornelius Scipio and Gnaeus Fulvius. In the beginning of this year, ambassadors came from the Lucanians to the new consuls to complain, that, the Samnites, finding that they could not, by any offers, tempt them to take part in the war, had marched an army in a hostile manner into their country, and were now laying it waste, and forcing them into a war. That the Lucanian people had on former occasions erred enough and more than enough. That their minds were so firmly fixed that they thought it more endurable to bear and suffer every hardship, rather than ever again to outrage the Roman name, they besought the Senate to take the people of Lucania into their protection, and defend them from the injustice and outrage of the Samnites. That although fidelity on their part to the Romans would now become necessary, a war being undertaken against the Samnites, still they were ready to give hostages. 12. The deliberation of the Senate was short. They all, to a man, concurred in opinion, that a compact should be entered into with the Lucanians, and satisfaction demanded from the Samnites. Accordingly, a favorable answer was returned to the Lucanians, and the alliance concluded. Heralds were then sent, to require of the Samnites, that they should depart from the country of the allies, and withdraw their troops from the Lucanian territory. These were met by persons dispatched for the purpose by the Samnites, who gave them warning, that, if they appeared at any assembly in Samnium, they must not expect to depart in safety. As soon as this was heard at Rome, the Senate voted, and the people ordered, that war should be declared against the Samnites. The consuls, then, dividing the provinces between them, Etruria fell to Scipio, the Samnites to Fulvius. And they set out by different routes, each against the enemy allotted to him. Scipio, while he expected a tedious campaign, like that of the preceding year, was met near Volaterra by the Etrurians, in order of battle. The fight lasted through the greater part of the day, while very many fell on both sides, and night came on while it was uncertain to which side victory inclined. But the following dawn showed the conqueror and the vanquished. For the Etrurians had decamped in the dead of the night. The Romans, marching out with intent to renew the engagement, and seeing their superiority acknowledged by the departure of the enemy, advanced to their camp. And, finding even this fortified post deserted, took possession of it, evacuated as it was, together with a vast quantity of spoil. The consul then, leading back his forces into the Philician territory, and leaving his baggage with a small guard at Falerii, set out with his troops, lightly accoutred, to ravage the enemy's country. All places are destroyed with fire and sword. Plunder driven from every side, and not only was the ground left a mere waste to the enemy, but their forts and small towns were set on fire. He refrained from attacking the cities into which fear had driven the Etrurians. The consul Gnaeus Fulvius fought a glorious battle in Samnium, near Bovianum, attended with success by no means equivocal. Then, having attacked Bovianum, and not long after off Edina, he took them by storm. This year a colony was carried out to Carceali, into the territory of the Equicoli. The consul Fulvius triumphed on his defeat of the Samnites. 13. When the consular elections were now at hand, a report prevailed, that the Etrurians and Samnites were raising vast armies. That the leaders of the Etrurians were, in all their assemblies, openly censured for not having procured the aid of the Gauls on any terms. And the magistrates of the Samnites arraigned, for having opposed to the Romans an army destined to act against the Lucanians. That, in consequence, the people were rising up in arms, with all their own strength and that of their allies combined. And that this affair seemed not likely to be terminated without a contest of much greater difficulty than the former. Although the candidates for the consulship were men of illustrious characters, yet this alarming intelligence turned the thoughts of all on Quintus Fabius Maximus, who sought not the employment at first, and afterwards, when he discovered their wishes, even declined it. Why, said he, should they impose such a difficult task on him, who was now in the decline of life, and had passed through a full course of labors, and of the rewards of labor? Neither the vigor of his body, nor of his mind, remained the same. And he dreaded fortune herself, lest to some god she should seem too bountiful to him, and more constant than the course of human affairs allowed. He had himself succeeded, in gradual succession, to the dignities of his seniors. And he beheld, with great satisfaction, others rising up to succeed to his glory. There was no scarcity at Rome either of honors suited to men of the highest merit, or of men of eminent merit suited to the highest honors. This disinterested conduct, instead of repressing, increased, while in fact it justified their zeal. But thinking that this ought to be checked by respect for the laws, he ordered that clause to be read aloud by which it was not lawful that the same person shall be re-elected consul within 10 years. The law was scarcely heard in consequence of the clamor, and the tribunes of the commons declared, that this decree should be no impediment. For they would propose an order to the people, that he should be exempted from the obligation of the laws. Still he persisted in his opposition, asking, to what purpose were laws enacted, if they eluded by the very persons who procured them? The laws now, he said, instead of being rulers, were overruled. The people, nevertheless, proceeded to vote, and, according as each century was called in, it immediately named Fabius consul. Then at length, overcome by the universal wish of the state, he said, Romans, may the gods approve your present, and all your future proceedings. But since, with respect to me, ye intend to act according to your own wills, let my interest find room with you, with respect to my colleague. I earnestly request, that ye will place in the consulship with me Publius Decius, a man with whom I have already experienced the utmost harmony in our joint administration of that office, a man worthy of you, worthy of his father. The recommendation was deemed well-founded, and all the remaining centuries voted Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius consuls. This year, great numbers were prosecuted by the aediles, for having in possession larger quantities of land than the state allowed, and hardly any were acquitted, by which means, a very great restraint was laid on exorbitant covetousness. 14. Whilst the new consuls, Quintus Fabius Maximus a fourth, and Publius Decius Mus a third time, were settling between themselves that one should command against the Samnites, and the other against the Etrurians. And what number of forces would be sufficient for this and for that province, and which would be the fitter commander in each war. Ambassadors from Sutrium, Nepete, and Phalerii, stating that the states of Etruria were holding assemblies on the subject of suing for peace, they directed the whole force of their arms against Samnium. The consuls, in order that the supply of provisions might be the more ready, and to leave the enemy in the greater uncertainty on what quarter the war would fall, Fabius led his legions towards Samnium through the territory of Sora, and Decius his through that of Sidicinum. As soon as they arrived at the frontiers of the enemy, both advanced briskly, spreading devastation wherever they came, but still they explore the country, to a distance beyond where the troops were employed in plundering. Accordingly the fact did not escape the notice of the Romans, that the enemy were drawn up in a retired valley, near Tifernum, which, when the Romans entered, they were preparing to attack them from the higher ground. Fabius, sending away his baggage to a place of safety, and setting a small guard over it, and having given notice to his soldiers that a battle was at hand, advanced in a square body to the hiding place of the enemy already mentioned. The Samnites, disappointed in making an unexpected attack, determined on a regular engagement, as the matter was now likely to come to an open contest. They therefore marched out into the plain, and, with a greater share of spirit than of hopes, committed themselves to the disposal of fortune. However, whether in consequence of their having drawn together, from every state, the whole of the force which it possessed, or that the consideration of their all being at stake, heightened their courage, they occasioned, even in open fight, a considerable alarm. Fabius, when he saw that the enemy in no place gave way, ordered Marcus Fulvius and Marcus Valerius, military tribunes, with whom he hastened to the front, to go to the cavalry, and to exhort them, that, if they remembered any instance wherein the public had received advantage from the service of the horsemen, they would, on that day, exert themselves to ensure the invincible renown of that body. Telling them that the enemy stood immovable against the efforts of the infantry, and the only hope remaining was in the charge of horse. He addressed particularly both these youths, and with the same cordiality, loading them with praises and promises. But considering that, in case that effort should also fail, it would be necessary to accomplish by stratagem what his strength could not effect. He ordered Scipio, one of his lieutenants general, to draw off the spearmen of the first legion out of the line, to lead them round as secretly as possible to the nearest mountains, and, by an ascent concealed from view, to gain the heights, and show himself suddenly on the rear of the enemy. The cavalry, led on by the tribunes, rushing forward unexpectedly before the van, caused scarcely more confusion among the enemy than among their friends. The line of the Samnites stood firm against the furious onset of the squadrons. It neither could be driven from its ground, nor broken in any part. The cavalry, finding their attempts fruitless, withdrew from the fight, and retired behind the line of infantry. On this the enemy's courage increased, so that the Roman troops in the van would not have been able to support the contest, nor the force thus increasing by confidence in itself, had not the second line, by the consul's order, come up into the place of the first. These fresh troops checked the progress of the Samnites, who had now began to gain ground. And, at this seasonable juncture, their comrades appearing suddenly on the mountains, and raising a shout, occasioned in the Samnites a fear of greater danger than really threatened them. Fabius called out aloud that his colleague Decius was approaching, on which all the soldiers, elated with joy, repeated eagerly, that the other consul was come, the legions were arrived. This artifice, useful to the Romans, filled the Samnites with dismay and terror, terrified chiefly lest fatigued as they were, they should be overpowered by another army fresh and unhurt. As they dispersed themselves in their flight on every side, there was less effusion of blood than might have been expected, considering the completeness of the victory. There were 3,400 slain, about 830 made prisoners, and 23 military standards taken. 15. The Apulians would have joined their forces to the Samnites before this battle, had not the consul, Publius Decius, encamped in their neighborhood at Maleventum, and, finding means to bring them to an engagement, put them to the rout. Here, likewise, there was more of flight than of bloodshed. 2,000 of the Apulians were slain, but Decius, despising such an enemy, led his legions into Samnium. There the two consular armies, overrunning every part of the country during the space of 5 months, laid it entirely waste. There were in Samnium 45 places where Decius, and 86 where the other consul, encamped. Nor did they leave traces only of having been there, as ramparts and trenches, but other dreadful mementos of a general desolation and regions depopulated. Fabius also took the city of Symetra, where he made prisoners 2,400 soldiers, and there were slain in the assault about 430. Going thence to Rome to preside at the elections, he used all expedition in dispatching that business. All the first-called centuries voted Quintus Fabius consul. Appius Claudius was a candidate, a man of consular rank, daring and ambitious. And as he wished not more ardently for the attainment of that honor for himself, than he did that the patricians might recover the possession of both places in the consulship, he labored, with all his own power, supported by that of the whole body of the nobility, to prevail on them to appoint him consul along with Quintus Fabius. To this Fabius objected, giving, at first, the same reasons which he had advanced the year before. The nobles then all gathered round his seat, and besought him to raise up the consulship out of the plebeian mire, and to restore both to the office itself, and to the patrician rank, their original dignity. Fabius then, procuring silence, allayed their warmth by a qualifying speech, declaring, that he would have so managed, as to have received the names of 2 patricians, if he had seen an intention of appointing any other than himself to the consulship. As things now stood, he would not set so bad a precedent as to admit his own name among the candidates, such a proceeding being contrary to the laws. Whereupon Appius Claudius, and Lucius Volumnius, a plebeian, who had likewise been colleagues in that office before, were elected consuls. The nobility reproached Fabius for declining to act in conjunction with Appius Claudius, because he evidently excelled him in eloquence and political abilities. 16. When the election was finished, the former consuls, their command being continued for 6 months, were ordered to prosecute the war in Samnium. Accordingly, during this next year also, in the consulate of Lucius Volumnius and Appius Claudius, Publius Decius, who had been left consul in Samnium by his colleague, in the character of proconsul, ceased not to spread devastation through all parts of that country. Until, at last, he drove the army of the Samnites, which never dared to face him in the field, entirely out of the country. Thus expelled from home, they bent their route to Etruria. And, supposing that the business, which they had often in vain endeavored to accomplish by embassies, might now be negotiated with more effect, when they were backed by such a powerful armed force, and could intermix terror with their entreaties, they demanded a meeting of the chiefs of Etruria, which being assembled, they set forth the great number of years during which they had waged war with the Romans, in the cause of liberty. They had, they said, tried to sustain, with their own strength, the weight of so great a war. They had also made trial of the support of the adjoining nations, which proved of little avail. When they were unable longer to maintain the conflict, they had sued the Roman people for peace, and had again taken up arms, because they felt peace was more grievous to those with servitude, than war to free men. That their one only hope remaining rested in the Etrurians. They knew that nation to be the most powerful in Italy, in respect of arms, men, and money. To have the Gauls their closest neighbors, born in the midst of war and arms, of furious courage, both from their natural temper, and particularly against the people of Rome, whom they boasted, without infringing the truth, of having made their prisoners, and of having ransomed for gold. If the Etrurians possessed the same spirit which formerly Porsenna and their ancestors once had, there was nothing to prevent their obliging the Romans, driven from all the lands on this side of the Tiber, to fight for their own existence, and not for the intolerable dominion which they assumed over Italy. The Samnite army had come to them, in readiness for action, furnished with arms and pay, and were willing to follow that instant, even should they lead to the attack of the city of Rome itself. 17. While they were engaged in these representations, and intriguing at Etruria, the operations of the Romans in their own territories distressed them severely. For Publius Decius, when he ascertained through his scouts the departure of the Samnite army, called a council, and there said, "Why do we ramble through the country, carrying the war from village to village? Why not attack the cities and fortified places? No army now guards Samnium. They have fled their country, they are gone into voluntary exile." The proposal being universally approved, he marched to attack Mergantia, a city of considerable strength. And so great was the ardor of the soldiers, resulting from their affection to their commander, and from their hopes of richer treasure than could be found in pillaging the country places, that in one day they took it by assault. Here, 2,100 of the Samnites, making resistance, were surrounded and taken prisoners, and abundance of other spoil was captured. Decius, not choosing that the troops should be encumbered in their march with heavy baggage, ordered them to be called together, and said to them, "Do ye intend to rest satisfied with this single victory, and this booty? Or do ye choose to cherish hopes proportioned to your bravery? All the cities of the Samnites, and the property left in them, are your own, since, after so often defeating their legions, ye have finally driven them out of the country. Sell those effects in your hands, and allure traders, by a prospect of profit, to follow you on your march. I will, from time to time, supply you with goods for sale. Let us go hence to the city of Romulia, where no greater labor, but greater gain awaits you." Having sold off the spoil, and warmly adopting the general's plan, they proceeded to Romulia. There, also, without works or engines, as soon as the battalions approached, the soldiers, deterred from the walls by no resistance, hastily applying ladders wherever was most convenient to each, they mounted the fortifications. The town was taken and plundered. 2,300 men were slain, 6,000 taken prisoners, and the soldiers obtained abundance of spoil. This they were obliged to sell in like manner as the former. And, though no rest was allowed them, they proceeded, nevertheless, with the utmost alacrity to Ferentinum. But here they met a greater share both of difficulty and danger. The fortifications were defended with the utmost vigor, and the place was strongly fortified both by nature and art. However, the soldiers, now inured to plunder, overcame every obstacle. 3,000 of the enemy were killed round the walls, and the spoil was given to the troops. In some annals, the principal share of the honor of taking these cities is attributed to Maximus. They say that Mergantia was taken by Decius, Romulia and Ferentinum by Fabius. Some ascribe this honor to the new consuls, others not to both, but to one of these, Lucius Volumnius, that to him the province of Samnium had fallen. 18. While things went on thus in Samnium, whoever it was that had the command and auspices, powerful combination, composed of many states, was formed in Etruria against the Romans, the chief promoter of which was Gellius Ignatius, a Samnite. Almost all the Etrurians had united in this war. The neighboring states of Umbria were drawn in, as it were, by the contagion, and auxiliaries were procured from the Gauls for hire, all their several numbers assembled at the camp of the Samnites. When intelligence of this sudden commotion was received at Rome, after the consul, Lucius Volumnius, had already set out for Samnium, with the 2nd and 3rd legions, and 15,000 of the allies. It was, therefore, resolved, that Appius Claudius should, at the very earliest opportunity, go into Etruria. 2 Roman legions followed him, the 1st and 4th, and 12,000 allies. Their camp was pitched at a small distance from the enemy. However, advantage was gained by his early arrival in this particular, that the awe of the Roman name kept in check some states of Etruria which were disposed to war. Rather than from any judicious or successful enterprise achieved under the guidance of the consul. Several battles were fought, at times and places unfavorable, and increasing confidence rendered the enemy daily more formidable. So that matters came nearly to such a state, as that neither could the soldiers rely much on their leader, nor the leader on his soldiers. It appears in 3 several histories, that a letter was sent by the consul to call his colleague from Samnium. But I will not affirm what requires stronger proof, as that point was a matter of dispute between these 2 consuls of the Roman people, a second time associated in the same office. Appius denying that the letter was sent, and Volumnius affirming that he was called thither by a letter from Appius. Volumnius had, by this time, taken 3 forts in Samnium, in which 3,000 of the enemy had been slain, and about half that number made prisoners. And, a sedition having been raised among the Lucanians by the plebeians and the more indigent of the people, he had, to the great satisfaction of the nobles, quelled it by sending thither Quintus Fabius, proconsul, with his own veteran army. He left to Decius the ravaging of the enemy's country, and proceeded with his troops into Etruria to his colleague, where, on his arrival, the whole army received him with joy. Appius, if he did not write the letter, being conscious of this, had, in my opinion, just ground of displeasure, but if he had actually stood in need of assistance, his disowning it, as he did, arose from an illiberal and ungrateful mind. For, on going out to receive him, when they had scarcely exchanged salutations, he said, "Is all well, Lucius Volumnius? How stand affairs in Samnium? What motive induced you to remove out of your province?" Volumnius answered, that affairs in Samnium were in a prosperous state, and that he had come thither in compliance with the request in his letter. But, if that were a forged letter, and that there was no occasion for him in Etruria, he would instantly face about, and depart. "You may depart," replied the other. "No one detains you, for it is a perfect inconsistency, that when, perhaps, you are scarcely equal to the management of your own war, you should vaunt of coming hither to succor others." To this Volumnius rejoined, "May Hercules direct all for the best." For his part, he was better pleased that he had taken useless trouble, than that any conjuncture should have arisen which had made one consular army insufficient for Etruria. 19. As the consuls were parting, the lieutenants general and tribunes of Appius's army gathered round them. Some entreated their own general that he would not reject the voluntary offer of his colleague's assistance, which ought to have been solicited in the first instance. The greater number used their endeavors to stop Volumnius, beseeching him not, through a peevish dispute with his colleague, to abandon the interest of the commonwealth. And represented to him, that in case any misfortune should happen, the blame would fall on the person who forsook the other, not on the one forsaken. That the state of affairs was such, that the credit and discredit of every success and failure in Etruria would be attributed to Lucius Volumnius, for no one would inquire, what were the words of Appius, but what the situation of the army. Appius indeed had dismissed him, but the commonwealth, and the army, required his stay. Let him only make trial of the inclinations of the soldiers. By such admonitions and entreaties they, in a manner, dragged the consuls, who almost resisted, to an assembly. There, longer discourses were made to the same purport, as had passed before in the presence of a few. And when Volumnius, who had the advantage of the argument, showed himself not deficient in oratory, in despite of the extraordinary eloquence of his colleague, Appius observed with a sneer, that they ought to acknowledge themselves indebted to him, in having a consul who possessed eloquence also, instead of being dumb and speechless, when in their former consulate, particularly during the first months, he was not able so much as to open his lips. But now, in his harangues, even aspired after popularity. Volumnius replied, "How much more earnestly do I wish, that you had learned from me to act with spirit, than I from you to speak with elegance." That now he made a final proposal, which would determine, not which is the better orator. For that is not what the public wants, but which is the better commander. The provinces are Etruria and Samnium, that he might select which he preferred, that he, with his own army, will undertake to manage the business either in Etruria or in Samnium. The soldiers then, with loud clamors, requested that they would, in conjunction, carry on the war in Etruria. When Volumnius, perceiving that it was the general wish, said, "Since I have been mistaken in apprehending my colleague's meaning, I will take care that there shall be no room for mistake with respect to the purport of your wishes. Signify by a shout whether you choose that I should stay or depart." On this, a shout was raised, so loud, that it brought the enemy out of their camp. They snatched up their arms, and marched down in order of battle. Volumnius likewise ordered the signal to be sounded, and the standard to be advanced from the camp. It is said that Appius hesitated, perceiving that, whether he fought or remained inactive, his colleague would have the victory. And that, afterwards, dreading lest his own legions also should follow Volumnius, he also gave the signal, at the earnest desire of his men. On neither side were the forces drawn up to advantage. For, on the one, Gellius Egnatius, the Samnite general, had gone out to forage with a few cohorts, and his men entered on the fight as the violence of their passions prompted, rather than under any directions or orders. On the other, the Roman armies neither marched out together, nor had time sufficient to form. Volumnius began to engage before Appius came up to the enemy, consequently the engagement commenced, their front in the battle being uneven. And by some accidental interchange of their usual opponents, the Etrurians fought against Volumnius, and the Samnites, after delaying some time on account of the absence of their general, against Appius. We are told that Appius, during the heat of the fight, raising his hands toward heaven, so as to be seen in the foremost ranks, prayed thus, Bellona, if thou grantest us the victory this day, I vow to thee a temple. And that after this vow, as if inspirited by the goddess, he displayed a degree of courage equal to that of his colleague and of the troops. The generals performed every duty, and each of their armies exerted, with emulation, its utmost vigor, lest victory should commence on the other side. They therefore routed and put to flight the enemy, who were ill able to withstand a force so much superior to any with which they had been accustomed to contend, then pressing them as they gave ground, and pursuing them closely as they fled. They drove them into their camp. There, by the interposition of Gellius and his Samnite cohorts, the fight was renewed for a little time. But these being likewise soon dispersed, the camp was now stormed by the conquerors. And whilst Volumnius, in person, led his troops against one of the gates, Appius, frequently invoking Bellona the victorious, inflamed the courage of his men. They broke in through the rampart and trenches. The camp was taken and plundered, and an abundance of spoil was found, and given up to the soldiers. Of the enemy 7,300 were slain, and 2,120 taken. 20. While both the consuls, with the whole force of the Romans, pointed their exertions principally against the war in Etruria, a new army which arose in Samnium, with design to ravage the frontiers of the Roman Empire, passed over through the country of the Vetians, into the Campanian and Falernian territories, and committed great depredations. Volumnius, as he was hastening back to Samnium, by forced marches, because the term for which Fabius and Decius had been continued in command was nearly expired, heard of this army of Samnites, and of the mischief which they had done in Campania. Determining, therefore, to afford protection to the allies, he altered his route towards that quarter. When he arrived in the district of Gales, he found marks of their recent ravages. And the people of Gales informed him that the enemy carried with them such a quantity of spoil, that they could scarcely observe any order in their march, and that the commanders then directed publicly that the troops should go immediately to Samnium, and having deposited the booty there, that they should return to the business of the expedition, as they must not commit to the hazard of an engagement an army so heavily laden. Notwithstanding that this account carried every appearance of truth, he yet thought it necessary to obtain more certain information. Accordingly he dispatched some horsemen, to seize on some of the straggling marauders. From these he learned, on inquiry, that the enemy lay at the river Vulturnus, that they intended to remove thence at the third watch, and that their route was towards Samnium. On receiving this intelligence, which could be depended upon, he set out, and sat down at such a distance from the enemy, that his approach could not be discovered by his being too near them, and, at the same time, that he might surprise them, as they should be coming out of their camp. A long time before day, he drew nigh to their post, and sent persons, who understood the Oscan language, to discover how they were employed, these, mixing with the enemy, which they could easily do during the confusion in the night, found that the standards had gone out thinly attended, that the booty, and those appointed to guard it, were then setting out, a contemptible train, each busied about his own affairs, without any concert with the rest, or much regard to orders. This was judged the fittest time for the attack, and daylight was now approaching. He gave orders to sound the charge, and fell on the enemy as they were marching out. The Samnites being embarrassed with the spoil, and very few armed, some quickened their pace, and drove the prey before them, others halted, deliberating whether it would be safer to advance, or to return again to the camp. And while they hesitated, they were overtaken and cut off. The Romans had by this time passed over the rampart, and filled the camp with slaughter and confusion. The Samnite army, in addition to the disorder caused by the enemy, had their disorder increased by a sudden insurrection of their prisoners. Some of whom, getting loose, set the rest at liberty, while others snatched the arms which were tied up among the baggage, and being intermixed with the troops, raised a tumult more terrible than the battle itself. They then performed a memorable exploit, for making an attack on Statius Manatius, the general, as he was passing between the ranks and encouraging his men. Then, dispersing the horsemen who attended him, they gathered round himself, and dragged him, sitting on his horse, a prisoner to the Roman consul. By this movement the foremost battalions of the Samnites were brought back, and the battle, which seemed to have been already decided, was renewed, but they could not support it long. 6,000 of them were slain, and 2,500 taken, among whom were 4 military tribunes, together with 30 standards, and, what gave the conquerors greater joy than all, 7,400 prisoners were recovered. The spoil which had been taken from the allies was immense, and the owners were summoned by a proclamation, to claim and receive then property. On the day appointed, all the effects, the owners of which did not appear, were given to the soldiers, who were obliged to sell them, in order that they might have nothing to think of but their duty. 21. The depredations, committed on the lands of Campania, had occasioned a violent alarm at Rome, and it happened, that about the same time intelligence was brought from Etruria, that, after the departure of Volumnius's army, all that country had risen up in arms, and that Gellius Ignatius, the leader of the Samnites, was causing the Umbrians to join in the insurrection, and tempting the Gauls with high offers. Terrified at this news, the Senate ordered the courts of justice to be shut, and a levy to be made of men of every description. Accordingly not only freeborn men and the younger sort were obliged to enlist, but cohorts were formed of the elder citizens, and the sons of freed men were incorporated in the centuries. Plans were formed for the defense of the city, and the praetor, Publius Sempronius, was invested with the chief command. However, the Senate was exonerated of one half of their anxiety, by a letter from the consul, Lucius Volumnius, informing them that the army, which had ravaged Campania, had been defeated and dispersed, whereupon they decreed a public thanksgiving for this success, in the name of the consul. The courts were opened, after having been shut 18 days, and the thanksgiving was performed with much joy. They then turned their thoughts to devising measures for the future security of the country depopulated by the Samnites, and, with this view, it was resolved that 2 colonies should be settled on the frontiers of the Vetian and Falernian territories, one at the mouth of the river Liris, which has received the name of Minturni, the other in the Vetian forest, which borders on the Falernian territory, where, it is said, stood Sinope, a city of Grecians, called thenceforth by the Roman colonists Sinuessa. The plebeian tribunes were charged to procure an order of the commons, commanding Publius Sempronius, the praetor, to create triumphs for conducting the colonies to those places. But persons were not readily found to give in their names, because they considered that they were being sent into what was almost a perpetual advance guard in a hostile country, not as a provision from concord between consuls, and the evils arising from their disagreement in the conduct of military affairs. At the same time remarking, how near the extremity of danger matters had been brought, by the late dispute between his colleague and himself. He warmly recommended to Decius and Fabius to live together with one mind and one spirit. Observe that, they were men qualified by nature for military command, great in action, but unpracticed in the strife of words and eloquence. Their talents were such as eminently became consuls. As to the artful and the ingenious lawyers and orators, such as Appius Claudius, they ought to be kept at home to preside in the city and the forum, and to be appointed praetors for the administration of justice. In these proceedings that day was spent, and, on the following, the elections both of consuls and praetor were held, and were guided by the recommendations suggested by the consul. Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius were chosen consuls. Appius Claudius, praetor, all of them absent, and, by a decree of the Senate, followed by an order of the Commons, Lucius Volumnius was continued in the command for another year. 23. During that year many prodigies happened. For the purpose of averting which, the Senate decreed a supplication for 2 days, the wine and frankincense for the sacrifices were furnished at the expense of the public, and numerous crowds of men and women attended the performance. This supplication was rendered remarkable by a quarrel, which broke out among the matrons in the chapel of Patrician Chastity, which stands in the cattle market, near the round temple of Hercules. Virginia, daughter of Aulus, a patrician, but married to Volumnius the consul, a plebeian, was, because she had married out of the patricians, excluded by the matrons from sharing in the sacred rites. A short altercation ensued, which was afterwards, through the intemperance of passion incident to the sex, kindled into a flame of contention. Virginia boasted with truth that she had a right to enter the temple of patrician chastity, as being of patrician birth, and chaste in her character, and, besides, the wife of one husband, to whom she was betrothed a virgin. And had no reason to be dissatisfied either with her husband, or his exploits or honors. To her high-spirited words, she added importance by an extraordinary act. In the long street where she resided, she enclosed with a partition a part of the house, of a size sufficient for a small chapel, and there erected an altar. Then calling together the plebeian matrons, and complaining of the injurious behavior of the patrician ladies, she said, "This altar I dedicate to plebeian chastity, and exhort you, that the same degree of emulation which prevails among the men of this state, on the point of valor, may be maintained by the women on the point of chastity. And that you contribute your best care, that this altar may have the credit of being attended with a greater degree of sanctity, and by chaster women, than the other, if possible." Solemn rites were performed at this altar under the same regulations, nearly, with those at the more ancient one. No person being allowed the privilege of taking part in the sacrifices, except a woman of approved chastity, and who was the wife of one husband. This institution, being afterwards debased by the admission of vicious characters, and not only by matrons, but women of every description, sunk at last into oblivion. During this year the Ogulnii, Gnaeus and Quintus, being curule aediles, carried on prosecutions against several usurers, whose property being fined, out of the produce, which was deposited in the treasury, they ordered brazen thresholds for the Capitol, utensils of plate for 3 tables in the chapel of Jupiter. A statue of Jupiter in a chariot drawn by 4 horses placed on the roof, and images of the founders of the city in their infant state under the teats of the wolf, at the Romanal fig tree. They also paved with square stones the roads from the Capuan gate to the temple of Mars. By the plebeian aediles likewise, Lucius Aelius Paetus and Caius Fulvius Corvus, out of money levied as fines on farmers of the public pastures, whom they had convicted of malpractices, games were exhibited. And golden bowls were placed in the temple of Ceres. 24. Then came into the consulship Quintus Fabius a 5th time, and Publius Decius a 4th. They had been colleagues from the censorship, and twice in the consulship, and were celebrated not more for their glorious achievements, splendid as these were, than for the unanimity which had ever subsisted between them. The continuance of this feeling I am inclined to think was interrupted by a jarring between the opposite orders rather than between themselves, the patricians endeavoring that Fabius should have Etruria for his province, without casting lots, and the plebeians insisting that Decius should bring the matter to the decision of lots. There was certainly a contention in the Senate, and the interest of Fabius being superior there, the business was brought before the people. Here, between military men who laid greater stress on deeds than on words, the debate was short. Fabius said, that it was unreasonable, after he had planted a tree, another should gather the fruit of it. He had opened the Ciminian forest, and made a way for the Roman arms, through passes until then impracticable. Why had they disturbed him, at that time of his life, if they intended to give the management of the war to another? Then, in the way of a gentle reproof, he observed, that, instead of an associate in command, he had chosen an adversary. And that Decius thought it too much that their unanimity should last through 3 consulates. Declaring, in fine, that he desired nothing further, than that, if they thought him qualified for the command in the province, they should send him thither. He had submitted to the judgment of the Senate, and would now be governed by the authority of the people. Publius Decius complained of injustice in the Senate, and asserted, that the patricians had labored, as long as possible, to exclude the plebeians from all access to the higher honors. And since merit, by its own intrinsic power, had prevailed so far, as that it should not, in any rank of men, be precluded from the attainment of honors, expedients were sought how not only the suffrages of the people, but even the decisions of fortune may be rendered ineffectual, and be converted to the aggrandizement of a few. All the consuls before him had disposed of the provinces by lots, now, the Senate bestowed a province on Fabius without lots. If this was meant as a mark of honor, the merits of Fabius were so great towards the commonwealth, and towards himself in particular, that he would gladly second the advancement of his reputation, provided only its splendor could be increased without reflecting dishonor on himself. But who did not see, that, when a war of difficulty and danger, and out of the ordinary course, was committed to only that one consul, the other would be considered as useless and insignificant? Fabius gloried in his exploits performed in Etruria. Publius Decius wished for a like subject of glory, and perhaps would utterly extinguish that fire, which the other left smothered, in such a manner that it often broke out anew, in sudden conflagrations. In fine, honors and rewards he would concede to his colleague, out of respect to his age and dignified character, but when danger, when a vigorous struggle with an enemy was before them, he never did, nor ever would, willingly, give place. With respect to the present dispute, this much he would gain at all events, that a business, appertaining to the jurisdiction of the people, should be determined by an order of that people, and not complemented away by the Senate. He prayed Jupiter, supremely good and great, and all the immortal gods, not to grant him an equal chance with his colleague, unless they intended to grant him equal ability and success, in the management of the war. It was certainly in its nature reasonable, in the example salutary, and concerned the reputation of the Roman people, that the consuls should be men of such abilities, that under either of them a war with Etruria could be well managed. Fabius, after requesting of the people nothing else than that, before the tribes were called in to give their votes, they would hear the letters of the praetor Appius Claudius, written from Etruria, withdrew from the comitium. And with no less unanimity of the people than of the Senate, the province of Etruria was decreed to him without having recourse to lots. 25. Immediately almost all the younger citizens flocked together to the consul, and readily gave in their names, so strong was their desire of serving under such a commander. Seeing so great a multitude collected round him, he said, "My intention is to enlist only 4,000 foot and 600 horse, such of you as give in your names today and tomorrow, I will carry with me. I am more solicitous to bring home all my soldiers rich, than to employ a great multitude." Accordingly, with a competent number of men, who possessed greater hopes and confidence because a numerous army had not been required, he marched to the town of Aharna, from which the enemy were not far distant, and proceeded to the camp of the praetor Appius. When within a few miles of it, he was met by some soldiers, sent to cut wood, attended by a guard. Observing the lictors preceding him, and learning that he was Fabius the consul, they were filled with joy and alacrity. They expressed their thanks to the gods, and to the Roman people, for having sent them such a commander. Then as they gathered round to pay their respects, Fabius inquired whither they were going, and on their answering they were going to provide wood, "What do you tell me?" said he, "have you not a rampart raised about your camp?" When to this they replied, they had a double rampart, and a trench, and, notwithstanding, were in great apprehension. "Well then," said he, "you have abundance of wood, go back and level the rampart." They accordingly returned to the camp, and there leveling the rampart threw the soldiers who had remained in it, and Appius himself, into the greatest fright, until with eager joy each called out to the rest, that they acted by order of the consul, Quintus Fabius. Next day the camp was moved from thence, and the praetor, Appius, was dismissed to Rome. From that time the Romans had no fixed post, the consul affirming, that it was prejudicial to an army to lie in one spot, and that by frequent marches, and changing places, it was rendered more healthy, and more capable of brisk exertions. And marches were made as long as the winter, which was not yet ended, permitted. Then, in the beginning of spring, leaving the 2nd legion near Clusium, which they formerly called the Commercian, and giving the command of the camp to Lucius Scipio, as propraetor, he returned to Rome. In order to adjust measures for carrying on the war, either led thereto by his own judgment, because the war seemed to him more serious than he had believed, from report, or, being summoned by a decree of the Senate, for writers give both accounts. Some choose to have it believed, that he was forced back by the praetor, Appius Claudius, who, both in the Senate, and before the people, exaggerated, as he was wont in all his letters, the danger of the Etrurian war, contending, that one general, or one army, would not be sufficient to oppose 4 nations. That whether these directed the whole of their combined force against him alone, or acted separately in different parts, there was reason to fear, that he would be unable to provide against every emergency. That he had left there but 2 Roman legions, and that the foot and horse, who came with Fabius, did not amount to 5,000. It was, therefore, his opinion, that the consul, Publius Decius should, without delay, set out to his colleague in Etruria, and that the province of Samnium should be given to Lucius Volumnius. But if the consul preferred going to his own province, that then Volumnius should march a full consular army into Etruria, to join the other consul. When the advice of the praetor influenced a great part of the members, they say that Publius Decius recommended that every thing should be kept undetermined, and open for Quintus Fabius, until he should either come to Rome, if he could do so without prejudice to the public, or send some of his lieutenants, from whom the Senate might learn the real state of the war in Etruria, and with what number of troops, and by how many generals, it should be carried on. 26. Fabius, as soon as he returned to Rome, qualified his discourses, both in the Senate and when brought before the people, in such a manner as to appear neither to exaggerate or lessen any particular relating to the war, and to show, that, in agreeing to another general being joined with him, he rather indulged the apprehensions of others, than guarded against any danger to himself, or the public. But if they chose, he said, to give him an assistant in the war, an associate in command, how could he overlook Publius Decius the consul, whom he had tried during so many associations in office? There was no man living whom he would rather wish to be joined in commission with him. With Publius Decius he should have forces sufficient, and never too many enemies. If, however, his colleague preferred any other employment, let them then give him Lucius Volumnius as an assistant. The disposal of every particular was left entirely to Fabius by the people and the Senate, and even by his colleague. And when Decius declared that he was ready to go either to Etruria or Samnium, such general congratulation and satisfaction took place, that victory was anticipated, and it seemed as if a triumph, not a war, had been decreed to the consuls. I find in some writers, that Fabius and Decius, immediately on their entering into office, set out together for Etruria, without any mention of the casting of lots for the provinces, or of the disputes which I have related. Others, not satisfied with relating those disputes, have added charges of misconduct, laid by Appius before the people against Fabius, when absent, and a stubborn opposition, maintained by the praetor against the consul, when present. And also another contention between the colleagues, Decius insisting that each consul should attend to the care of his own separate province. Certainty, however, begins to appear from the time when both consuls set out for the campaign. Now, before the consuls arrived in Etruria, the Senonian Gauls came in a vast body to Clusium, to attack the Roman legion and the camp. Scipio, who commanded the camp, wishing to remedy the deficiency of his numbers by an advantage in the ground, led his men up a hill, which stood between the camp and the city, but having, in his haste, neglected to examine the place. He reached near the summit, which he found already possessed by the enemy, who had ascended on the other side. The legion was consequently attacked on the rear, and surrounded in the middle, when the enemy pressed it on all sides. Some writers say, that the whole were cut off, so that not one survived to give an account of it, and that no information of the misfortune reached the consuls, who were, at the time, not far from Clusium. Until the Gallic horsemen came within sight, carrying the heads of the slain, some hanging before their horses' breasts, others on the points of their spears, and expressing their triumph in songs according to their custom. Others affirm, that the defeat was by Umbrians, not Gauls, and that the loss sustained was not so great. That a party of foragers, under Lucius Manlius Torquatus, lieutenant general, being surrounded, Scipio, the propraetor, brought up relief from the camp, and the battle being renewed, that the Umbrians, lately victorious, were defeated, and the prisoners and spoil retaken. But it is more probable that this blow was suffered from a Gallic than an Umbrian enemy, because during that year, as was often the case at other times, the danger principally apprehended by the public, was that of a Gallic tumult, for which reason, notwithstanding that both the consuls had marched against the enemy, with 4 legions, and a large body of Roman cavalry, joined by 1,000 chosen horsemen of Campania, supplied on the occasion, and a body of the allies and Latin confederates. Superior in number to the Romans, 2 other armies were posted near the city, on the side facing Etruria, one in the Cilician, the other in the Vatican territory. Gnaeus Fulvius and Lucius Postumius Magellus, both propraetors, were ordered to keep the troops stationed in those places. 27. The consuls, having crossed the Apennines, came up with the enemy in the territory of Sentinum. Their camp was pitched there at the distance of about 4 miles. Several councils were then held by the enemy, and their plan of operations was thus settled, that they should not encamp together, nor go out together to battle. The Gauls were united to the Samnites, the Umbrians to the Etrurians. The day of battle was fixed. The part of maintaining the fight was committed to the Samnites and Gauls, and the Etrurians and Umbrians were ordered to attack the Roman camp during the heat of the engagement. This plan was frustrated by 3 Clusian deserters, who came over by night to Fabius, and after disclosing the above designs, were sent back with presents, in order that they might discover, and bring intelligence of any new scheme which should be determined on. The consuls then wrote to Flavius and Postumius to move their armies, the one from the Cilician, the other from the Vatican country, towards Clusium, and to ruin the enemy's territory by every means in their power. The news of these depredations drew the Etrurians from Sentinum to protect their own region. The consuls, in their absence, practiced every means to bring on an engagement. For 2 days they endeavored, by several attacks, to provoke the enemy to fight, in which time, however, nothing worth mention was performed. A few fell on each side, but still the minds of the Romans were irritated to wish for a general engagement, yet nothing decisive was hazarded. On the 3rd day, both parties marched out their whole force to the field. Here, while the armies stood in order of battle, a hind, chased by a wolf from the mountains, ran through the plain between the 2 lines. There the animals taking different directions, the hind bent its course towards the Gauls, the wolf towards the Romans. Way was made between the ranks for the wolf. The Gauls slew the hind with their javelins. On which one of the Roman soldiers in the van said, "To that side, where you see an animal, sacred to Diana, lying prostrate, flight and slaughter are directed. On this side the victorious wolf of Mars, safe and untouched, reminds us of our founder, and of our descent from that deity." The Gauls were posted on the right wing, the Samnites on the left. Against the latter, Fabius drew up, as his right wing, the 1st and 3rd legions. Against the Gauls, Decius formed the left wing of the 5th and 6th. The 2nd and 4th were employed in the war in Samnium, under the proconsul, Lucius Volumnius. In the first encounter the action was supported with strength so equal on both sides, that had the Etrurians and Umbrians been present, either in the field or at the camp, in whichever place they might have employed their force, the Romans must have been defeated. 28. However, although the victory was still undecided, fortune not having declared in favor of either party, yet the course of the fight was by no means similar on both right and left wings. The Romans, under Fabius, rather repelled than offered assault, and the contest was protracted until very late in the day, for their general knew very well, that both Samnites and Gauls were furious in the first onset, so that To withstand them would be sufficient. It was known, too, that in a protracted contest the spirits of the Samnites gradually flagged, and even the bodies of the Gauls, remarkably ill able to bear labor and heat, became quite relaxed, and although, in their first efforts, they were more than men, yet in their last they were less than women. He, therefore, reserved the strength of his men as unimpaired as possible, until the time when the enemy were the more likely to be worsted. Decius, more impetuous, as being in the prime of life and full flow of spirits, exerted whatever force he had to the utmost in the first encounter, and thinking the infantry not sufficiently energetic, brought up the cavalry to the fight. Putting himself at the head of a troop of young horsemen of distinguished bravery, he besought those youths, the flower of the army, to charge the enemy with him, telling them, they would reap a double share of glory if the victory should commence on the left wing, and through their means. Twice they compelled the Gallic cavalry to give way. At the second charge, when they advanced farther and were briskly engaged in the midst of the enemy's squadrons, by a method of fighting new to them, they were thrown into dismay. A number of the enemy, mounted on chariots and cars, made towards them with such a prodigious clatter from the trampling of the cattle and rolling of wheels, as affrighted the horses of the Romans, unaccustomed to such tumultuous operations. By this means the victorious cavalry were dispersed, through a panic, and men and horses, in their headlong flight, were tumbled promiscuously on the ground. Hence also the battalions of the legions were thrown into disorder, through the impetuosity of the horses, and of the carriages which they dragged through the ranks. Many of the soldiers in the van were trodden or bruised to death. While the Gallic line, as soon as they saw their enemy in confusion, pursued the advantage, nor allowed them time to take breath or recover themselves. Decius, calling aloud, whither were they flying, or what hope could they have in running away? Strove to stop them as they turned their backs, but finding that he could not, by any efforts, prevail on them to keep their posts, so thoroughly were they dismayed, he called on his father, Publius Decius, by name. He said, "Why do I any longer defer the fate entailed on my family? It is destined to our race, that we should serve as expiatory victims to avert the public danger. I will now offer the legions of the enemy, together with myself, to be immolated to earth, and the infernal gods." Having thus said, he commanded Marcus Livius, a pontiff, whom, at his coming out to the field, he had charged not to stir from him, to dictate the form of words in which he was to devote himself, and the legions of the enemy. For the army of the Roman people, the Quirites. He was accordingly devoted with the same imprecations, and in the same habit, in which his father, Publius Decius, had ordered himself to be devoted at the Vesuris in the Latin war. When, immediately after the solemn imprecation, he added, that he drove before him dismay and flight, slaughter and blood, and the wrath of the gods celestial and infernal, that, with the contagious influence of the Furies, the ministers of death, he would infect the standards, the weapons, and the armor of the enemy, and that the same spot should be that of his perdition, and that of the Gauls and Samnites. After uttering these execrations on himself and the foe, he spurred forward his horse, where he saw the line of the Gauls thickest, and, rushing upon the enemy's weapons, met his death. 29. Thenceforward the battle seemed to be fought with a degree of force scarcely human. The Romans, on the loss of their general, a circumstance which, on other occasions, is wont to inspire terror, stopped their flight, and were anxious to begin the combat afresh. The Gauls, and especially the multitude which encircled the consul's body, as if deprived of reason, cast their javelins at random without execution. Some became so stupid as not to think of either fighting or flying, while on the other side, Livius, the pontiff, to whom Decius had transferred his lictors, with orders to act as propraetor, cried out aloud, that the Romans were victorious, being saved by the death of their consul. That the Gauls and Samnites were now the victims of Mother Earth and the infernal gods. That Decius was summoning and dragging to himself the army devoted along with him, and that, among the enemy, all was full of dismay, and the vengeance of all the Furies. While the soldiers were busy in restoring the fight, Lucius Cornelius Scipio and Caius Marcius, with some reserve troops from the rear, who had been sent by Quintus Fabius, the consul, to the support of his colleague, came up. There the fate of Decius is ascertained, a powerful stimulus to brave every danger in the cause of the public. Wherefore, when the Gauls stood in close order, with their shields formed into a fence before them, and but little prospect of success appeared from a close fight, the javelins, which lay scattered between the two lines, were, therefore, by order of the lieutenants general, gathered up from the ground, and thrown against the enemy's shields, and as most of them pierced the fence, the long pointed ones even into their bodies, their compact band was overthrown in such a manner that a great many, who were unhurt, yet fell as if thunderstruck. Such were the changes of fortune on the left wing of the Romans. On the right, Fabius had at first protracted the time, as we mentioned above, in slow operations, then, as soon as he perceived that neither the shout, nor the efforts of the enemy, nor the weapons which they threw, retained their former force. Having ordered the commanders of the cavalry to lead round their squadrons to the flank of the Samnites, so that, on receiving the signal, they should charge them in flank, with all possible violence, he commanded, at the same time, his infantry to advance leisurely, and drive the enemy from their ground. When he saw that they were unable to make resistance, and that their exhaustion was certain, drawing together all his reserves, whom he had kept fresh for that occasion, he made a brisk push with the legions, and gave the cavalry the signal to charge. The Samnites could not support the shock, but fled precipitately to their camp, passing by the line of the Gauls, and leaving their allies to fight by themselves. These stood in close order under cover of their shields. Fabius, therefore, having heard of the death of his colleague, ordered the squadron of Campanian cavalry, in number about 500, to fall back from the ranks, and riding round, to attack the rear of the Gallic line. Then the chief strength of the 3rd Legion to follow, with directions that wherever they should see the enemy's troops disordered by the charge, to follow the blow, and cut them to pieces, when in a state of consternation. After vowing a temple and the spoils of the enemy to Jupiter the victorious, he proceeded to the camp of the Samnites, whither all their forces were hurrying in confusion. The gates not affording entrance to such very great numbers, those who were necessarily excluded, attempted resistance just at the foot of the rampart, and here fell Gellius Egnatius, the Samnite general. These, however, were soon driven within the rampart, the camp was taken after a slight resistance, and at the same time the Gauls were attacked on the rear, and overpowered. There were slain of the enemy on that day 25,000, 8,000 were taken prisoners. Nor was the victory an unbloody one, for, of the army of Publius Decius, the killed amounted to 7,000. Of the army of Fabius, to 1,200. Fabius, after sending persons to search for the body of his colleague, had the spoils of the enemy collected into a heap, and burned them as an offering to Jupiter the victorious. The consul's body could not be found that day, being hid under a heap of slaughtered Gauls. On the following, it was discovered and brought to the camp, amidst abundance of tears shed by the soldiers. Fabius, discarding all concern about any other business, solemnized the obsequies of his colleague in the most honorable manner, passing on him the high encomiums which he had justly merited. 30. During the same period, matters were managed successfully by Gnaeus Fulvius, propraetor, he having, besides the immense losses occasioned to the enemy by the devastation of their lands, fought a battle with extraordinary success, in which there were above 3,000 of the Perusians and Clusians slain, and 20 military standards taken. The Samnites, in their flight, passing through the Pelignian territory, were attacked on all sides by the Pelignians, and, out of 5,000, 1,000 were killed. The glory of the day on which they fought at Sentinum was great, even when truly estimated. But some have gone beyond credibility by their exaggerations, who assert in their writings, that there were in the army of the enemy 40,330 foot, 6,000 horse, and 1,000 chariots, that is, including the Etrurians and Umbrians, who, they affirm, were present in the engagement, and, to magnify likewise the number of Roman forces, they add to the consuls another general, Lucius Volumnius, proconsul, and his army to the legions of the consul. In the greater number of annals, that victory is ascribed entirely to the two consuls. Volumnius was employed in the meantime in Samnium. He drove the army of the Samnites to Mount Typhernus, and, not deterred by the difficulty of the ground, routed and dispersed them. Quintus Fabius, leaving Decius's army in Etruria, and leading off his own legions to the city, triumphed over the Gauls, Etrurians, and Samnites. The soldiers attended him in his triumph. The victory of Quintus Fabius was not more highly celebrated, in their coarse military verses, than the illustrious death of Publius Decius. And the memory of the father was recalled, whose fame had been equalled by the praiseworthy conduct of the son, in respect of the issue which resulted both to himself and to the public. Out of the spoil, donations were made to the soldiers of 82 asses 176 to each, with cloaks and vests. Rewards for service, in that age, by no means contemptible. 31. Notwithstanding these successes, peace was not yet established either among the Samnites or Etrurians, for the latter, at the instigation of the Perusians, resumed their arms, after his army had been withdrawn by the consul. And the Samnites made predatory incursions on the territories of Vetia and Formii, and also on the other side, on those of Isernia, and the parts adjacent to the river Vulturnus. Against these was sent the praetor Appius Claudius, with the army formerly commanded by Decius. In Etruria, Fabius, on the revival of hostilities, slew 4,500 of the Perusians, and took prisoners 1,740, who were ransomed at the rate of 310 asses 177 each. All the rest of the spoil was bestowed on the soldiers. The legions of the Samnites, though pursued, some by the praetor Appius Claudius, the others by Lucius Volumnius, proconsul, formed a junction in the country of the Stellations. Here sat down the whole body of the Samnites, and Appius and Volumnius, with their forces united in one camp. A battle was fought with the most rancorous animosity, one party being spurred on by rage against men who had so often renewed their attacks on them, and the other now fighting in support of their last remaining hope. Accordingly, there were slain, of the Samnites, 16,300, and 2,700 made prisoners. Of the Roman army fell 2,700. This year, so successful in the operations of war, was filled with distress at home, arising from a pestilence, and with anxiety, occasioned by prodigies, for accounts were received that, in many places, showers of earth had fallen. And that very many persons, in the army of Appius Claudius, had been struck by lightning, in consequence of which, the books were consulted. At this time, Quintus Fabius Gurges, the consul's son, having prosecuted some matrons before the people on a charge of adultery, built, with the money accruing from the fines which they were condemned to pay, the temple of Venus, which stands near the circus. Still we have the wars of the Samnites on our hands, notwithstanding that the relation of them has already extended, in one continued course, through 4 volumes of our history, and through a period of 46 years. From the consulate of Marcus Valerius and Aulus Cornelius, who first carried the Roman arms into Samnium. And, not to recite the long train of disasters sustained by both nations, and the toils which they underwent, by which, however, their stubborn breasts could not be subdued. Even in the course of the last year, the Samnites, with their own forces separately, and also in conjunction with those of other nations, had been defeated by 4 several armies, and 4 generals of the Romans, in the territory of Sentinum, in that of the Pelignians, at Tifernum, and in the plains of the Stellations. Had lost the general of the highest character in their nation, and, now, saw their allies in the war, the Etrurians, the Umbrians, and the Gauls, in the same situation with themselves. But, although they could now no longer stand, either by their own or by foreign resources, yet did they not desist from the prosecution of hostilities. So far were they from being weary of defending liberty, even though unsuccessfully, and they preferred being defeated to not aspiring after victory. Who does not find his patience tired, either in writing, or reading, of wars of such continuance? And which yet exhausted not the resolution of the parties concerned. 32. Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius were succeeded in the consulship by Lucius Postumius Magellus and Marcus Attilius Regulus. The province of Samnium was decreed to both in conjunction, because intelligence had been received that the enemy had embodied 3 armies, with one that Etruria was to be recovered, with another the ravages in Campania were to be repeated. And the third was intended for the defense of their frontiers. Sickness detained Postumius at Rome, but Attilius set out immediately, with design to surprise the enemy in Samnium, before they should have advanced beyond their own borders. For such had been the directions of the Senate. The Romans met the enemy, as if by mutual appointment, at a spot where, while they could be hindered, not only from ravaging, but even from entering the Samnite territory, they could likewise hinder the Samnites from continuing their progress into the countries which were quiet, and the lands of the allies of the Roman people. While their camps lay opposite to each other, the Samnites attempted an enterprise, which the Romans, so often their conquerors, would scarcely have ventured to undertake. Such is the rashness inspired by extreme despair. This was to make an assault on the Roman camp. And although this attempt, so daring, succeeded not in its full extent, yet it was not without effect. There was a fog, which continued through a great part of the day, so thick as to exclude the light of the sun, and to prevent not only the view of anything beyond the rampart, but scarcely the sight of each other, when they should meet. Depending on this, as a covering to the design, when the sun was scarcely yet risen, and the light which he did afford was obscured by the fog, the Samnites came up to an advanced guard of the Romans at one of the gates, who were standing carelessly on their post. In the sudden surprise, these had neither courage nor strength to make resistance. An assault was then made, through the Decuman gate, in the rear of the camp. The quaestor's quarters in consequence were taken, and the quaestor, Lucius Opimius Pansa, was there slain. On this a general alarm was given to take up arms. 33. The consul, being roused by the tumult, ordered 2 cohorts of the allies, a Lucanian and Suessanian, which happened to be nearest, to defend the headquarters, and led the companies of the legions down the principal street. These ran into the ranks, scarcely taking time to furnish themselves with arms. And, as they distinguished the enemy by their shout rather than by sight, could form no judgment how great their number might be. Thus, ignorant of the circumstances of their situation, they at first drew back, and admitted the enemy into the heart of the camp. Then when the consul cried out, asking them, whether they intended to let themselves be beaten out beyond the rampart, and then to return again to storm their own camp, they raised the shout, and uniting their efforts, stood their ground. Then made advances, pushed closely on the enemy, and having forced them to give way, drove them back, without suffering their first terror to abate. They soon beat them out beyond the gate and the rampart, but not daring to pursue them, because the darkness of the weather made them apprehend an ambush, and content with having cleared the camp, they retired within the rampart, having killed about 300 of the enemy. Of the Romans, including the first advanced guard and the watchmen, and those who were surprised at the quaestor's quarters, 230 perished. This not unsuccessful piece of boldness raised the spirits of the Samnites so high, that they not only did not suffer the Romans to march forward into their country, but even to procure forage from their lands. And the foragers were obliged to go back into the quiet country of Sora. News of these events being conveyed to Rome, with circumstances of alarm magnified beyond the truth, obliged Lucius Postumius, the consul, though scarcely recovered from his illness, to set out for the army. However, before his departure, having issued a proclamation that his troops should assemble at Sora, he dedicated the Temple of Victory, for the building of which he had provided, when curule edile, out of the money arising from fines. And, joining the army, he advanced from Sora toward Samnium, to the camp of his colleague. The Samnites, despairing of being able to make head against the 2 armies, retreated from thence, on which the consuls, separating, proceeded by different routes to lay waste the enemy's lands and besiege their towns. 34. Postumius attempted to make himself master of Millionia, at first by storm and an assault, but these not succeeding, he carried his approaches to the walls, and thus gained an entrance into the place. The fight was continued in all parts of the city from the 4th hour until near the 8th, the result being a long time uncertain. The Romans at last gained possession of the town. 3,200 of the Samnites were killed, 4,700 taken, besides the other booty. From thence the legions were conducted to Ferentinum, out of which the inhabitants had, during the night, retired in silence through the opposite gate, with all their effects which could be either carried or driven. The consul, on his arrival, approached the walls with the same order and circumspection, as if he were to meet an opposition here equal to what he had experienced at Milionia. Then, perceiving a dead silence in the city, and neither arms nor men on the towers and ramparts, he restrains the soldiers, who were eager to mount the deserted fortifications, lest they might fall into a snare. He ordered 2 divisions of the Confederate Latin horse to ride round the walls, and explore every particular. These horsemen observed one gate, and, at a little distance, another on the same side, standing wide open, and on the roads leading from these every mark of the enemy having fled by night. They then rode up leisurely to the gates, from whence, with perfect safety, they took a clear view through straight streets quite across the city. They report to the consul, that the city was abandoned by the enemy, as was plain from the solitude, the recent tracks on their retreat, and the things which, in the confusion of the night, they had left scattered up and down. On hearing this, the consul led round the army to that side of the city which had been examined, and making the troops halt at a little distance from the gate, gave orders that 5 horsemen should ride into the city. And when they should have advanced a good way into it, then, if they saw all things safe, 3 should remain there, and the other 2 return to him with intelligence. These returned and said, that they had proceeded to a part of the town from which they had a view on every side, and that nothing but silence and solitude reigned through the whole extent of it. The consul immediately led some light-armed cohorts into the city, ordering the rest to fortify a camp in the meantime. The soldiers who entered the town, breaking open the doors, found only a few persons, disabled by age or sickness. And such effects left behind as could not, without difficulty, be removed. These were seized as plunder, and it was discovered from the prisoners, that several cities in that quarter had, in pursuance of a concerted plan, resolved on flight. That their townspeople had gone off at the first watch, and they believed that the same solitude they should find in the other places. The accounts of the prisoners proved well founded, and the consul took possession of the forsaken towns. 35. The war was by no means so easy with the other consul, Marcus Attilius. As he was marching his legions towards Luceria, to which he was informed that the Samnites had laid siege, the enemy met him on the border of the Lucerian territory. Rage supplied them, on this occasion, with strength to equal his, the battle was stubbornly contested, and the victory doubtful. In the issue, however, more calamitous on the side of the Romans, both because they were unaccustomed to defeat, and that, on leaving the field, they felt more sensibly, than during the heat of the action, how much more wounds and bloodshed had been on their side. In consequence of this, such dismay spread through the camp, as, had it seized them during the engagement, a signal defeat would have been the result. Even as the matter stood, they spent the night in great anxiety, expecting, every instant, that the Samnites would assault the camp, or that, at the first light, they should be obliged to stand a battle with a victorious enemy. On the side of the enemy, however, although there was less loss, yet there was not greater courage. As soon as day appeared, they wished to retire without any more fighting. But there was only one road, and that leading close by the post of their enemy, on their taking which, they seemed as if advancing directly to attack the camp. The consul, therefore, ordered his men to take arms, and to follow him outside the rampart, giving directions to the lieutenants general, tribunes, and the prefects of the allies, in what manner he would have each of them act. They all assured him that, they would do everything in their power, but that the soldiers were quite dejected, that, from their own wounds, and the groans of the dying, they had passed the whole night without sleep. That if the enemy had approached the camp before day, so great were the fears of the troops, that they would certainly have deserted their standards. Even at present they were restrained from flight merely by shame. And, in other respects, were little better than vanquished men. This account made the consul judge it necessary to go himself among the soldiers, and speak to them. And, as he came up to each, he rebuked them for their backwardness in taking arms, asking, why they loitered, and declined the fight. If they did not choose to go out of the camp, the enemy would come into it. And they must fight in defense of their tents, if they would not in defense of the rampart. Men who have arms in their hands, and contend with their foe, have always a chance for victory. But the man who waits naked and unarmed for his enemy, must suffer either death or slavery. To these reprimands and rebukes they answered, that they were exhausted by the fatigue of the battle of yesterday, and had no strength, nor even blood remaining, and besides, the enemy appeared more numerous than they were the day before. The hostile army, in the meantime, drew near. So that, seeing everything more distinctly as the distance grew less, they asserted that the Samnites carried with them palisades for a rampart, and evidently intended to draw lines of circumvallation round the camp. On this the consul exclaimed, with great earnestness, against submitting to such an ignominious insult, and from so dastardly a foe. "Shall we even be blockaded," said he, "in our camp, and die, with ignominy, by famine, rather than bravely by the sword, if it must be so? May the gods be propitious. And let every one act in the manner which he thinks becomes him. The consul Marcus Attilius, should no other accompany him, will go out, even alone, to face the enemy, and will fall in the middle of the Samnite battalions, rather than see the Roman camp enclosed by their trenches." The lieutenants general, tribunes, every troop of the cavalry, and the principal centurions, expressed their approbation of what the consul said, and the soldiers at length, overcome by shame, took up their arms, but in a spiritless manner. And in the same spiritless manner, marched out of the camp. In a long train, and that not everywhere connected, melancholy, and seemingly subdued, they proceeded towards the enemy, whose hopes and courage were not more steady than theirs. As soon therefore as the Roman standards were beheld, a murmur spread from front to rear of the Samnites, that, as they had feared, the Romans were coming out to oppose their march. That there was no road open, through which they could even fly thence, in that spot they must fall, or else cut down the enemy's ranks, and make their way over their bodies. 36. They then threw the baggage in a heap in the center, and, with their arms prepared for battle, formed their line, each falling into his post. There was now but a small interval between the two armies, and both stood, waiting until the shout and onset should be begun by their adversary. Neither party had any inclination to fight, and they would have separated, and taken different roads, unhurt and untouched, but that each had a dread of being harassed, in retreat, by the other. Notwithstanding this shyness and reluctance, an engagement unavoidably began, but spiritless, and with a shout which discovered neither resolution nor steadiness, nor did any move a foot from his post. The Roman consul, then, in order to infuse life into the action, ordered a few troops of cavalry to advance out of the line in charge, most of whom being thrown from their horses and the rest put in disorder, several parties ran forward. Both from the Samnite line, to cut off those who had fallen, and from the Roman, to protect their friends. In consequence the battle became a little more brisk, but the Samnites had come forward with more briskness, and also in greater numbers, and the disordered cavalry, with their affrighted horses, trod down their own party who came to their relief. Flight commencing in this quarter, caused the whole Roman line to turn their backs. And now the Samnites had no employment for their arms but against the rear of a flying enemy, when the consul, galloping on before his men to the gate of the camp, posted there a body of cavalry, with orders to treat as an enemy any person who should make towards the rampart, whether Roman or Samnite. And, placing himself in the way of his men, as they pressed in disorder towards the camp, denounced threats to the same purport. "Whither are you going, soldiers?" said he. "Here also you will find both men and arms. Nor, while your consul lives, shall you pass the rampart, unless victorious. Choose therefore which you will prefer, fighting against your own countrymen, or the enemy." While the consul was thus speaking the cavalry gathered round, with the points of their spears presented, and ordered the infantry to return to the fight. Not only his own brave spirit, but fortune likewise aided the consul, for the Samnites did not push their advantage, so that he had time to wheel round his battalions, and to change his front from the camp towards the enemy. The men then began to encourage each other to return to the battle, while the centurions snatched the ensigns from the standard-bearers and bore them forward, pointing out to the soldiers the enemy, coming on in a hurry, few in number, and with their ranks disordered. At the same time the consul, with his hands lifted up towards heaven, and raising his voice so as to be heard at a distance, vowed a temple to Jupiter Stator, if the Roman army should rally from flight, and, renewing the battle, cut down and defeat the Samnites. All divisions of the army, now, united their efforts to restore the fight, officers, soldiers, the whole force, both of cavalry and infantry, even the powers of heaven seemed to have looked, with favor, on the Roman cause. So speedily was a thorough change effected in the fortune of the day, the enemy being repulsed from the camp, and, in a short time, driven back to the spot where the battle had commenced. Here they stopped, being obstructed by the heap of baggage, lying in their way, where they had thrown it together, and then, to prevent the plundering of their effects, formed round them a circle of troops. On this, the infantry assailed them vigorously in front, while the cavalry, wheeling, fell on their rear, and, being thus enclosed between the two, they were all either slain, or taken prisoners. The number of the prisoners was 7,200, who were all sent under the yoke. The killed amounted to 4,800. The victory did not prove a joyous one, even on the side of the Romans. When the consul took an account of the loss sustained in the 2 days, the number returned, of soldiers lost, was 7,300. During these transactions in Apulia, the Samnites with the other army having attempted to seize on Iteramna, a Roman colony situated on the Latin road, did not however obtain the town. Whence, after ravaging the country, as they were driving off spoil, consisting of men and cattle, together with the colonists whom they had taken, they met the consul returning victorious from Luceria, and not only lost their booty, but marching in disorder, in a long train, and heavily encumbered, were themselves cut to pieces. The consul, by proclamation, summoned the owners to Iteramna, to claim and receive again their property, and leaving his army there, went to Rome to hold the elections. On his applying for a triumph, that honor was refused him, because he had lost so many thousands of his soldiers, and also, because he had sent the prisoners under the yoke without imposing any conditions. 37. The other consul, Postumius, because there was no employment for his arms in Samnium, having led over his forces into Etruria, first laid waste the lands of the Volsinians. And afterwards, on their marching out to protect their country, gained a decisive victory over them, at a small distance from their own walls. 2,200 of the Etrurians were slain, the proximity of their city protected the rest. The army was then led into the territory of Rosella, and there, not only were the lands wasted, but the town itself taken. More than 2,000 men were made prisoners, and somewhat less than that number killed on the walls. But a peace, effected that year in Etruria, was still more important and honorable than the war had been. 3 very powerful cities, the chief ones of Etruria, Volsinii, Perugia, and Arretium, sued for peace. And having stipulated with the consul to furnish clothing and corn for his army, on condition of being permitted to send deputies to Rome, they obtained a truce for 40 years, and a fine was imposed on each state of 500,000 asses. 178 to be immediately paid. When the consul demanded a triumph from the Senate, in consideration of these services, rather to comply with the general practice, than in hope of succeeding. And when he saw that one party, his own personal enemies, another party, the friends of his colleague, refused him the triumph, the latter to console a similar refusal. Some on the plea that he had been rather tardy in taking his departure from the city. Others, that he had passed from Samnium into Etruria without orders from the Senate. He said, Conscript fathers, I shall not be so far mindful of your dignity, as to forget that I am consul. By the same right of office by which I conducted the war, I shall now have a triumph, when this war has been brought to a happy conclusion, Samnium and Etruria being subdued, and victory in peace procured. With these words he left the Senate. On this arose a contention between the plebeian tribunes, some of them declaring that they would protest against his triumphing in a manner unprecedented, others, that they would support his pretensions, in opposition to their colleagues. The affair came at length to be discussed before the people, and the consul being summoned to attend, when he represented, that Marcus Horatius and Lucius Valerius, when consuls, and lately Caius Marcus Rutilius, father of the present censor, had triumphed, not by direction of the Senate, but by that of the people. He then added that he would in like manner have laid his request before the public, had he not known that some plebeian tribunes, the abject slaves of the nobles, would have obstructed the law. That the universal approbation and will of the people were and should be with him equivalent to any order whatsoever. Accordingly, on the day following, by the support of 3 plebeian tribunes, in opposition to the protest of the other 7, and the declared judgment of the Senate, he triumphed, and the people paid every honor to the day. The historical accounts regarding this year are by no means consistent. Claudius asserts, that Postumius, after having taken several cities in Samnium, was defeated and put to flight in Apulia. And that, being wounded himself, he was driven, with a few attendants, into Luceria. That the war in Etruria was conducted by Attilius, and that it was he who triumphed. Fabius writes, that the 2 consuls acted in conjunction, both in Samnium and at Luceria, that an army was led over into Etruria, but by which of the consuls he has not mentioned, that at Luceria, great numbers were slain on both sides. And that in that battle, the temple of Jupiter Stator was vowed, the same vow having been formerly made by Romulus, but the fane only, that is, the area appropriated for the temple, had been yet consecrated. However, in this year, the state having been twice bound by the same vow, it became a matter of religious obligation that the Senate should order the temple to be erected. 38. In the next year, we find a consul, distinguished by the united splendor of his own and his father's glory, Lucius Papirius Cursor, as also a war of vast importance, and a victory of such consequence, as no man, excepting Lucius Papirius, the consul's father, had ever before obtained over the Samnites. It happened too that these had, with the same care and pains as on the former occasion, decorated their soldiers with the richest suits of splendid armor. And they had, likewise, called in to their aid the power of the gods, having, as it were, initiated the soldiers, by administering the military oath, with the solemn ceremonies practiced in ancient times, and levied troops in every part of Samnium. Under an ordinance entirely new, that, if any of the younger inhabitants should not attend the meeting, according to the general's proclamation, or shall depart without permission, his head should be devoted to Jupiter. Orders being then issued, for all to assemble at Aquilonia, the whole strength of Samnium came together, amounting to 40,000 men. There a piece of ground, in the middle of the camp, was enclosed with hurdles and boards, and covered overhead with linen cloth, the sides being all of an equal length, about 200 feet. In this place sacrifices were performed, according to directions read out of an old linen book, the priest being a very old man, called Ovius Pacius, who affirmed, that he took these ceremonials from the ancient ritual of the Samnites, being the same which their ancestors used, when they had formed the secret design of wresting Capua from the Etrurians. When the sacrifices were finished, the general ordered a beadle to summon every one of those who were most highly distinguished by their birth or conduct. These were introduced singly. Besides the other exhibitions of the solemnity, calculated to impress the mind with religious awe, there were, in the middle of the covered enclosure, altars erected, about which lay the victims slain. And the centurions stood around with their swords drawn. The soldier was led up to the altars, rather like a victim, than a performer in the ceremony, and was bound by an oath not to divulge what he should see and hear in that place. He was then compelled to swear, in a dreadful kind of form, containing execrations on his own person, on his family and race, if he did not go to battle, whithersoever the commanders should lead. And, if either he himself fled from the field, or, in case he should see any other flying, did not immediately kill him. At first some, refusing to take the oath, were put to death round the altars, and lying among the carcasses of the victims, served afterwards as a warning to others not to refuse it. When those of the first rank in the Samnite nation had been bound under these solemnities, the general nominated 10, whom he desired to choose each a man, and so to proceed until they should have called up the number of 16,000. This body, from the covering of the enclosure wherein the nobility had been thus devoted, was called the Linen Legion. They were furnished with splendid armor and plumed helmets, to distinguish them above the rest. They had another body of forces, amounting to somewhat more than 20,000, not inferior to the Linen Legion either in personal appearance, or renown in war, or their equipment. This number, composing the main strength of the nation, sat down at Aquilonia. 39. On the other side, the consuls set out from the city. First, Spurius Carvilius, to whom had been decreed the veteran legions, which Marcus Attilius, the consul of the preceding year, had left in the territory of Interamna, marched at their head into Samnium. And, while the enemy were busied in their superstitious rites, and holding their secret meeting, he took by storm the town of Amiternum. Here were slain about 2,800 men. And 4,270 were made prisoners. Papirius, with a new army, which he raised in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, made himself master of the city of Duronia. He took fewer prisoners than his colleague, but slew much greater numbers. Rich booty was acquired in both places. The consuls then, overrunning Samnium, and wasting the province of Attinum with particular severity, arrived, Carvilius at Cominium, and Papirius at Aquilonia, where the main force of the Samnites were posted. Here, for some time, there was neither a cessation of action, nor any vigorous effort. The day was generally spent in provoking the enemy when quiet, and retiring when they offered resistance, in menacing, rather than making an attack. By which practice of beginning, and then desisting, even those trifling skirmishes were continually left without a decision. The other Roman camp was 20 miles distant, and the advice of his absent colleague was appealed to on everything which he undertook, while Carvilius, on his part, directed a greater share of his attention to Aquilonia, where the state of affairs was more critical and important, than to Cominium, which he himself was besieging. When Papirius had fully adjusted every measure, preparatory to an engagement, he dispatched a message to his colleague, that he intended, if the auspices permitted, to fight the enemy on the day following. And that it would be necessary that he, Carvilius, should at the same time make an assault on Cominium, with his utmost force, that the Samnites there might have no leisure to send any succor to Aquilonia. The messenger had the day for the performance of his journey, and he returned in the night, with an answer to the consul, that his colleague approved of the plan. Papirius, on sending off the messenger, had instantly called an assembly, where he descanted, at large, on the nature of the war in general, and on the present mode of equipment adopted by the enemy, which served for empty parade, rather than for anything effectual towards ensuring success. For plumes, he said, made no wounds, that a Roman javelin would make its way through shields, however painted and gilt. And that the army, refulgent from the whiteness of their tunics, would soon be besmeared with blood, when matters came to be managed with the sword. His father had formerly cut off, to a man, a gold and silver army of the Samnites. And such accoutrements had made a more respectable figure, as spoils, in the hands of the conquering foe, than as arms in those of the wearers. Perhaps it was allotted, by destiny, to his name and family, that they should be opposed in command against the most powerful efforts of the Samnites, and should bring home spoils, of such beauty, as to serve for ornaments to the public places. The immortal gods were certainly on his side, on account of the league so often solicited and so often broken. Besides, if a judgment might be formed of the sentiments of the deities, they never were more hostile to any army, than to that which, smeared with the blood of human beings mixed with that of cattle in their abominable sacrifice. Doomed to the twofold resentment of the gods, dreading on the one hand the divinities, witnesses of the treaties concluded with the Romans, on the other hand the imprecations expressed in the oath sworn in contradiction to those treaties. Swore with reluctance, abhorred the oath, and feared at once the gods, their countrymen, and their enemies. 40. When the consul had recounted these particulars, ascertained from the information of the deserters, to the soldiers already enraged of themselves, they then, filled with confidence in both divine and human aid, with one universal shout, demanded the battle. Were dissatisfied at the action being deferred to the following day, they are impatient under the intended delay of a day and a night. Papirius, at the third watch, having received his colleague's letter, arose in silence, and sent the keeper of the chickens to take the auspices. There was no one description of men in the camp who felt not earnest wishes for the fight, the highest and the lowest were equally eager, the general watching the ardor of the soldiers, and the soldiers that of the general. This universal zeal spread even to those employed in taking the auspices, for the chickens having refused to feed, the auspex ventured to misrepresent the omen, and reported to the consul that they had fed voraciously. 179 The consul, highly pleased, and giving notice that the auspices were excellent, and that they were to act under the direction of the gods, displayed the signal for battle. Just as he was going out to the field, he happened to receive intelligence from a deserter, that 20 cohorts of Samnites, consisting of about 400 each, had marched towards Cominium. Lest his colleague should be ignorant of this, he instantly dispatched a messenger to him, and then ordered the troops to advance with speed, having already assigned to each division of the army its proper post, and appointed general officers to command them. The command of the right wing he gave to Lucius Volumnius, that of the left to Lucius Scipio, that of the cavalry to the other lieutenants general, Caius Caedicius and Caius Trebonius. He ordered Spurius Nautius to take off the panniers from the mules, and to lead them round quickly, together with his auxiliary cohorts, to a rising ground in view, and there to show himself during the heat of the engagement, and to raise as much dust as possible. While the general was employed in making these dispositions, a dispute arose among the keepers of the chickens, about the auspices of the day, which was overheard by some Roman horsemen, who, deeming it a matter not to be slighted, informed Spurius Papirius, the consul's nephew, that there was a doubt about the auspices. The youth, born in an age when that sort of learning which inculcates contempt of the gods was yet unknown, examined into the affair, that he might not carry an uncertain report to the consul, and then acquainted him with it. His answer was, "I very much applaud your conduct and zeal. However, the person who officiates in taking the auspices, if he makes a false report, draws on his own head the evil portended. But to the Roman people and their army, the favorable omen reported to me is an excellent auspice." He then commanded the centurions to place the keepers of the chickens in the front of the line. The Samnites likewise brought forward their standards, their main body followed, armed and decorated in such a manner, that the enemy afforded a magnificent show. Before the shout was raised, or the battle begun, the auspex, wounded by a random cast of a javelin, fell before the standards, which being told to the consul, he said, "The gods are present in the battle, the guilty has met his punishment." While the consul uttered these words, a crow, in front of him, cawed with a clear voice. At which augury, the consul being rejoiced, and affirming, that never had the gods interposed in a more striking manner in human affairs, ordered the charge to be sounded and the shout to be raised. 41. A furious conflict now ensued, but with very unequal spirit, in the combatants. Anger, hope, and ardor for conquest, hurried on the Romans to battle, thirsting for their enemies' blood. While the Samnites, for the most part reluctantly, as if compelled by necessity in religious dread, rather stood on their defense, than made an attack. Nor would they, familiarized as they were to defeats, through a course of so many years, have withstood the first shout and shock of the Romans, had not another fear, operating still more powerfully in their breasts, restrained them from flying. For they had before their eyes the whole scene exhibited at the secret sacrifice, the armed priests, the promiscuous carnage of men and cattle, the altars besmeared with the blood of victims and of their murdered countrymen, the dreadful curses, and the direful form of imprecation, drawn up for calling down perdition on their family and race. Prevented by these shackles from running away, they stood, more afraid of their countrymen than of the enemy. The Romans pushed on both the wings, and in the center, and made great havoc among them, stupefied as they were, through their fears of the gods and of men. A faint resistance is now made, as by men whom fear alone prevented from running away. The slaughter had now almost reached to their standards, when, on one side, appeared a cloud of dust, as if raised by the marching of a numerous army. It was Spurius Nautius, some say Octavius Medius, commander of the auxiliary cohorts, for these raised a greater quantity of dust than was proportioned to the number of men, the servants of the camp, mounted on the mules, trailing boughs of trees, full of leaves, along the ground. Through the light thus obscured, arms and standards were seen in front. Behind, a higher and denser cloud of dust presented the appearance of horsemen bringing up the rear. This effectually deceived, not only the Samnites, but the Romans themselves, and the consul confirmed the mistake, by calling out among the foremost battalions, so that his voice reached also the enemy, that Cominium was taken. And that his victorious colleague was approaching, bidding his men now make haste to complete the defeat of the enemy, before the glory should fall to the share of the other army. This he said as he sat on horseback, and then ordered the tribunes and centurions to open passages for the horse. He had given previous directions to Trebonius and Caedicius, that, when they should see him waving the point of his spear aloft, they should incite the cavalry to charge the enemy with all possible violence. Every particular, as previously concerted, was executed with the utmost exactness. The passages were opened between the ranks, the cavalry darted through, and, with the points of their spears presented, rushed into the midst of the enemy's battalions, breaking down the ranks wherever they charged. Voluminius and Scipio seconded the blow, and taking advantage of the enemy's disorder, made a terrible slaughter. Thus attacked, the cohorts, called Lentiidi, regardless of all restraints from either gods or men, quitted their posts in confusion, the sworn and the unsworn all fled alike, no longer dreading aught but the enemies. The body of their infantry which survived the battle, were driven into the camp at Aquilonia. The nobility and cavalry directed their flight to Bovianum. The horse were pursued by the Roman horse, the infantry by their infantry, while the wings proceeded by different roads, the right, to the camp of the Samnites, the left to the city. Volumnius succeeded first in gaining possession of the camp. At the city, Scipio met a stouter resistance, not because the conquered troops there had gained courage, but because walls were a better defense against armed men than a rampart. From these they repelled the enemy with stones. Scipio, considering that unless the business were effected during their first panic, and before they could recover their spirits, the attack of so strong a town would be very tedious, asked his soldiers, if they could endure, without shame, that the other wing should already have taken the camp, and that they, after all their success, should be repulsed from the gates of the city. Then, all of them loudly declaring their determination to the contrary, he himself advanced, the foremost, to the gate, with his shield raised over his head, the rest, following under the like cover of their shields conjoined, burst into the city. And dispersing the Samnites who were near the gate, took possession of the walls, but they ventured not to push forward into the interior of the city in consequence of the smallness of their number. 42. Of these transactions the consul was for some time ignorant, and was busily employed in calling home his troops, for the sun was now hastening to set, and the approach of night rendered every place suspicious and dangerous, even to victorious troops. Having rode forward a considerable way, he saw on the right the camp taken, and heard on the left a shouting in the city, with a confused noise of fighting, and cries of terror. This happened while the fight was going on at the gate. When, on riding up nearer, he saw his own men on the walls, and so much progress already made in the business, pleased at having gained, through the precipitate conduct of a few, an opportunity of striking an important blow, he ordered the troops, whom he had sent back to the camp, to be called out, and to march to the attack of the city. These, having made good their entrance on the nearest side, proceeded no farther, because night approached. Before morning, however, the town was abandoned by the enemy. There were slain of the Samnites on that day, at Aquilonia, 30,340, taken, 3,870, with 97 military standards. One circumstance, respecting Papirius, is particularly mentioned by historians, that, hardly ever was any general seen in the field with a more cheerful countenance, whether this was owing to his natural temper or to his confidence of success. From the same firmness of mind it proceeded, that he did not suffer himself to be diverted from the war by the dispute about the auspices. And that, in the heat of the battle, when it was customary to vow temples to the immortal gods, he vowed to Jupiter the victorious, that if he should defeat the legions of the enemy, he would, before he tasted of any generous liquor, make a libation to him of a cup of wine and honey. This kind of vow proved acceptable to the gods, and they conducted the auspices to a fortunate issue. 43. Matters were conducted with the same success by the other consul at Cominium. Leading up his forces to the walls, at the first dawn, he invested the city on every side. and posted strong guards opposite to the gates to prevent any sally being made. Just as he was giving the signal, the alarming message from his colleague, touching the march of the 20 Samnite cohorts, not only caused him to delay the assault, but obliged him to call off a part of his troops. When they were formed and ready to begin the attack, he ordered Decius Brutus Scaeva, a lieutenant general, with the 1st Legion, 10 auxiliary cohorts, and the cavalry, to go and oppose the said detachment. And in whatever place he should meet the foe, there to stop and detain them, and even to engage in battle, should opportunity offer for it, at all events not to suffer those troops to approach Cominium. He then commanded the scaling ladders to be brought up to the walls, on every side of the city, and, under offence of closed shields, advanced to the gates. Thus, at the same moment, the gates were broken open, and the assault made on every part of the walls. Though the Samnites, before they saw the assailants on the works, had possessed courage enough to oppose their approaches to the city, yet now, when the action was no longer carried on at a distance, nor with missile weapons, but in close fight. And when those, who had with difficulty gained the walls, having overcome the disadvantage of ground, which, they principally dreaded, fought with ease on equal ground, against an enemy inferior in strength, they all forsook the towers and walls. And being driven to the forum, they tried there for a short time, as a last effort, to retrieve the fortune of the fight. But soon throwing down their arms, surrendered to the consul, to the number of 11,400, 4,380 were slain. Such was the course of events at Cominium, such at Aquilonia. In the middle space between the two cities, where a third battle had been expected, the enemy were not found, for, when they were within 7 miles of Cominium, they were recalled by their countrymen, and had no part in either battle. At nightfall, when they were now within sight of their camp, and also of Aquilonia, shouts from both places reaching them with equal force induced them to halt. Then, on the side of the camp, which had been set on fire by the Romans, the wide-spreading flames indicating with more certainty the disaster, which had happened, prevented their proceeding any farther. In that same spot, stretched on the ground at random under their arms, they passed the whole night in great inquietude, at one time wishing for, at another dreading the light. At the first dawn, while they were still undetermined to what quarter they should direct their march, they were obliged to betake themselves hastily to flight, being descried by the cavalry, who having gone in pursuit of the Samnites, that left the town in the night, saw the multitude unprotected either by a rampart or advanced guard. This party had likewise been perceived from the walls of Aquilonia, and the legionary cohorts now joined in the pursuit. The foot were unable to overtake them, but about 280 of their rear guard were cut off by the cavalry. In their consternation they left behind them a great quantity of arms and 18 military standards. They reached Bovianum with the rest of their party in safety, as far as could be expected after so disorderly a rout. 44. The joy of both Roman armies was enhanced by the success achieved on the other side. Each consul, with the approbation of his colleague, gave to his soldiers the plunder of the town which he had taken. And, when the houses were cleared, set them on fire. Thus, on the same day, Aquilonia and Cominium were both reduced to ashes. The consuls then united their camps, where mutual congratulations took place between them and between their soldiers. Here, in the view of the two armies, Carvilius bestowed on his men commendations and presents according to the desert of each. And Papirius likewise, whose troops had been engaged in a variety of actions, in the field, in the assault of the camp, and in that of the city, presented Spurius Nautius, Spurius Papirius, his nephew, for centurions, and a company of the spearmen, with bracelets and crowns of gold to Nautius, on account of his behavior at the head of his detachment, when he had terrified the enemy with the appearance as of a numerous army. To young Papirius, on account of his zealous exertions with the cavalry, both in the battle and in harassing the Samnites in their flight by night, when they withdrew privately from Aquilonia. And to the centurions and company of soldiers, because they were the first who gained possession of the gate and wall of that town. All the horsemen he presented with gorgets and bracelets of silver, on account of their distinguished conduct on many occasions. As the time was now come for withdrawing the army out of Samnium, the expediency was considered, as to whether they should withdraw both, or at least one. It was concluded, that the lower the strength of the Samnites was reduced, the greater perseverance and vigor ought to be used in prosecuting the war, so that Samnium might be given up to the succeeding consuls perfectly subjected. As there was now no army of the enemy which could be supposed capable of disputing the field, there remained one mode of operations, the besieging of the cities. By the destruction of which, they might be enabled to enrich their soldiers with the spoil, and, at the same time, utterly to destroy the enemy, reduced to the necessity of fighting, their all being at stake. The consuls, therefore, after dispatching letters to the Senate and people of Rome, containing accounts of the services which they had performed, led away their legions to different quarters, Papirius going to attack Caepura, Carvilius to Valana. 45. The letters of the consuls were heard with extraordinary exultation, both in the Senate house and in the assembly of the people, and, in a thanksgiving of 4 days' continuance, the public rejoicings were celebrated with zeal by individuals. These successes were not only important in themselves to the Roman people, but peculiarly seasonable, for it happened, that at the same time intelligence was brought that the Etrurians were again in arms. The reflection naturally occurred to people's minds, how it would have been possible, in case any misfortune had happened in Samnium, to have withstood the power of Etruria. Which, being encouraged by the conspiracy of the Samnites, and seeing both the consuls, and the whole force of the Romans, employed against them, had made use of that juncture, in which the Romans had so much business on their hands, for reviving hostilities. Ambassadors from the allies, being introduced to the Senate by the praetor Marcus Attilius, complained that their countries were wasted with fire and sword by the neighboring Etrurians, because they had refused to revolt from the Romans. And they besought the conscript fathers to protect them from the violence and injustice of their common enemy. The ambassadors were answered that the Senate would take care that the allies should not repent their fidelity. That the Etrurians should shortly be in the same situation with the Samnites. Notwithstanding which, the business respecting Etruria would have been prosecuted with less vigor, had not information been received, that the Philicians likewise, who had for many years lived in friendship with Rome, had united their arms with those of the Etrurians. The consideration of the near vicinity of that nation quickened the attention of the Senate, insomuch that they passed a decree that heralds should be sent to demand satisfaction, which being refused, war was declared against the Philicians by direction of the Senate and order of the people. And the consuls were desired to determine, by lots, which of them should lead an army from Samnium into Etruria. Carvilius had, in the meantime, taken from the Samnites Valana, Palumbinum, and Herculaneum. Valana after a siege of a few days, Palumbinum the same day on which he approached the walls. At Herculaneum, it is true, the consul had 2 regular engagements without any decisive advantage on either side, and with greater loss on his side than on that of the enemy, but afterwards, encamping on the spot, he shut them up within their works. The town was besieged and taken. In these 3 towns were taken or slain 10,000 men, of whom the prisoners composed somewhat the greater part. On the consuls casting lots for the provinces, Etruria fell to Carvilius, to the great satisfaction of the soldiers, who could no longer bear the intensity of the cold in Samnium. Papirius was opposed at Caepinum with a more powerful force. He had to fight often in pitched battles, often on a march, and often under the walls of the city, against the eruptions of the enemy. And could neither besiege, nor engage them on equal terms, for the Samnites not only protected themselves by walls, but likewise protected their walls with numbers of men and arms. At length, after a great deal of fighting, he forced them to submit to a regular siege. This he carried on with vigor, and made himself master of the city by means of his works, and by storm. The rage of the soldiers on this occasion caused the greatest slaughter in the taking of the town. 7,400 fell by the sword, the number of the prisoners did not amount to 3,000. The spoil, of which the quantity was very great, the whole substance of the Samnites being collected in a few cities, was given up to the soldiers. 46. The snow had now entirely covered the face of the country, and they could no longer dispense with the shelter of houses. The consul therefore led home his troops from Samnium. While he was on his way to Rome, a triumph was decreed him with universal consent, and accordingly he triumphed while in office, and with extraordinary splendor, considering the circumstances of those times. The cavalry and infantry marched in the procession, adorned with presents. Great numbers of civic, valar, and mural crowns were seen. 180 the spoils of the Samnites were inspected with much curiosity, and compared, in respect of magnificence and beauty, with those taken by his father, which were well known, from being frequently exhibited as ornaments of the public places. Several prisoners of distinction, renowned for their own exploits and those of their ancestors, were led in the cavalcade. There were carried in the train 2,033,000 asses in weight. 181 this money was said to be produced by the sale of the prisoners. Of silver, taken in the cities, 1,330 pounds. All the silver and brass were lodged in the treasury, no share of this part of the spoil being given to the soldiers. The ill humor in the commons was further exasperated, because the tax for the payment of the army was collected by contribution. Whereas, said they, if the vain parade of conveying the produce of the spoil to the treasury had been disregarded, donations might have been made to the soldiers out of the spoil, and the pay of the army also supplied out of that fund. The temple of Quirinus, vowed by his father when dictator, for that he himself had vowed it in the heat of battle, I do not find in any ancient writer, nor indeed could he in so short a time have finished the building of it, the son. In the office of consul, dedicated and adorned with military spoils. And of these, so great was the abundance, that not only that temple and the forum were decorated with them, but some were also distributed among the allies and colonies in the neighborhood, to serve as ornaments to their temples and public places. Immediately after his triumph, he led his army into winter quarters in the territory of Vetia, because that country was harassed by the Samnites. Meanwhile, in Etruria, the consul Carvilius having set about laying siege to Troilium, suffered 470 of the richest inhabitants to depart. They had paid a large sum of money for permission to leave the place, the town, with the remaining multitude, he took by storm. He afterwards reduced, by force, 5 forts strongly situated, wherein were slain 2,400 of the enemy, and not quite 2,000 made prisoners. To the Philicians, who sued for peace, he granted a truce for a year, on condition of their furnishing 100,000 asses in weight, 182 and that year's pay for his army. This business completed, he returned home to a triumph, which, though it was less illustrious than that of his colleague, in respect of his share in the defeat of the Samnites, was yet raised to an equality with it. By his having put a termination to the war in Etruria. He carried into the treasury 390,000 asses in weight. 183 out of the remainder of the money accruing to the public from the spoils, he contracted for the building of a temple to Furs Fortuna, near to that dedicated to the same goddess by King Servius Tullius. And gave to the soldiers, out of the spoil, 102 asses each, and double that sum to the centurions and horsemen, who received this donative the more gratefully, on account of the parsimony of his colleague. 47. The favor of the consul saved from a trial, before the people, Postumius. Who, on a prosecution being commenced against him by Marcus Scantius, plebeian tribune, evaded, as was said, the jurisdiction of the people, by procuring the commission of lieutenant general. So the indictment against him could only be held out as a threat, and not put in force. Though the year having now elapsed, new plebeian tribunes had come unto office, and for these, in consequence of some irregularity on their appointments, others had been, within 5 days after, substituted in their room. The lustrum was closed this year by the censors Publius Cornelius Arvina and Caius Marcius Rutilius. The number of citizens rated was 262,322. These were the 26th pair of censors since the first institution of that office, and this the 19th lustrum. In this year, persons who had been presented with crowns, in consideration of meritorious behavior in war, first began to wear them at the exhibition of the Roman games. Then, for the first time, palms were conferred on the victors according to a custom introduced from Greece. In the same year the paving of the road from the Temple of Mars to Bovili was completed by the curule aediles, who exhibited those games out of fines levied on the farmers of the pastures. Lucius Papirius presided at the consular election, and returned consuls Quintus Fabius Gurges, son of Maximus, and Decius Junius Brutus Scaeva. Papirius himself was made praetor. This year, prosperous in many particulars, was scarcely sufficient to afford consolation for one calamity, a pestilence, which afflicted both the city and country. The mortality was prodigious. To discover what end, or what remedy, was appointed by the gods for that calamity, the books were consulted. In the books it was found that Aesculapius must be brought to Rome from Epidaurus. Nor were any steps taken that year in that matter, because the consuls were fully occupied in the war, except that a supplication was performed to Aesculapius for one day. Here 10 books of the original are lost, making a chasm of 75 years. The translator's object being to publish the work of Livy only, he has not thought it his duty to attempt to supply this deficiency, either by a compilation of his own, or by transcribing or translating those of others. The reader, however, who may be desirous of knowing the events which took place during this interval, will find as complete a detail of them as can now be given, in Hooke's or Rollin's Roman History. The contents of the lost books have been preserved, and are as follows. Books 11xx. YR 460. BC 292. Fabius Gurges, consul, having fought an unsuccessful battle with the Samnites, the Senate deliberate about dismissing him from the command of the army. Are prevailed upon not to inflict that disgrace upon him, principally by the entreaties of his father, Fabius Maximus, and by his promising to join the army, and serve, in quality of lieutenant general, under his son, which promise he performs. And the consul, aided by his counsel and cooperation, obtains a victory over the Samnites, and a triumph in consequence. C. Pontius, the general of the Samnites, led in triumph before the victor's carriage, and afterwards beheaded. A plague at Rome. YR 461. BC 291. Ambassadors sent to Epidaurus, to bring from thence to Rome the statue of Aesculapius, a serpent, of itself, goes on board their ship, supposing it to be the abode of the deity, they bring it with them. And, upon its quitting their vessel, and swimming to the island in the Tiber, they consecrate there a temple to Aesculapius. L. Postumius, a man of consular rank, condemned for employing the soldiers under his command in working upon his farm. YR 462, BC 290, Curius Dentatus, consul, having subdued the Samnites, and the rebellious Sabines, triumphs twice during his year of office. YR 463. BC 289. The colonies of Castrum, Senna, and Adria, established. 3 judges of capital crimes now first appointed. A census and lustrum, the number of citizens found to be 273,000. After a long-continued sedition, on account of debts, the commons secede to the Janiculum, YR 466, BC 286, are brought back by Hortensius, dictator, who dies in office. Successful operations against the Vulcinians and Lucanians, YR 468. BC 284, against whom it was thought expedient to send succor to the Thuringians. Book 12. Y. R. 469. BC 283. The Senonian Gauls having slain the Roman ambassadors, war is declared against them, they cut off L. Caecilius, praetor, with the legions under his command, YR 470. BC 282. The Roman fleet plundered by the Tarentines, and the commander slain, ambassadors, sent to complain of this outrage, are ill-treated and sent back, whereupon war is declared against them. The Samnites revolt. Against whom, together with the Lucanians, Bruttians, and Etruscans, several unsuccessful battles are fought by different generals. YR 471. BC 281. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, comes into Italy, to succor the Tarentines. A Campanian legion, sent, under the command of Decius Gebellius, to garrison Rhegium, murder the inhabitants, and seize the city. Book 13. YR 472. BC 280. Valerius Lavinus, consul, engages with Pyrrhus, and is beaten, his soldiers being terrified at the unusual appearance of elephants. After the battle, Pyrrhus, viewing the bodies of the Romans who were slain, remarks, that they all of them lay with their faces turned towards their enemy. He proceeds towards Rome, ravaging the country as he goes along. c. Fabricius is sent by the Senate to treat for the redemption of the prisoners. The king, in vain, attempts to bribe him to desert his country. The prisoners restored without ransom. Cinnaeus, ambassador from Pyrrhus to the Senate, demands, as a condition of peace, that the king be admitted into the city of Rome, the consideration of which being deferred to a fuller meeting. Appius Claudius, who, on account of a disorder in his eyes, had not, for a long time, attended in the Senate, comes there. Moves, and carries his motion, that the demand of the king be refused. Gnaeus Domitius, the first plebeian censor, holds a lustrum, the number of the citizens found to be 278,222. A second, but undecided battle with Pyrrhus. YR 473. BC 279. The treaty with the Carthaginians renewed a fourth time. An offer made to Fabricius, the consul, by a traitor, to poison Pyrrhus. YR 474. BC 278. He sends him to the king, and discovers to him the treasonable offer. Successful operations against the Etruscans, Lucanians, Bruttians, and Samnites. Book 14. Pyrrhus crosses over into Sicily. YR 475. BC 277. Many prodigies, among which, the statue of Jupiter in the Capitol is struck by lightning, and thrown down. YR 476. BC 276. The head of it afterwards found by the priests. Curius Dentatus, holding a levy, puts up to sale the goods of a person who refuses to answer to his name when called upon. YR 477. BC 275. Pyrrhus, after his return from Sicily, is defeated, and compelled to quit Italy. The censors hold a lustrum, and find the number of the citizens to be 271,224. YR 479. BC 273. A treaty of alliance formed with Ptolemy, king of Egypt. Sextilia, a Vestal, found guilty of incest, and buried alive. 2 colonies sent forth, to Posidonium and Casa. YR 480. BC 272. A Carthaginian fleet sails, in aid of the Tarentines, by which act the treaty is violated. Successful operations against the Lucanians, Samnites, and Bruttians. Death of King Pyrrhus. Book 15. The Tarentines overcome, peace and freedom granted to them. YR 481. BC 271. The Campanian legion, which had forcibly taken possession of Rhegium, besieged there, lay down their arms, and are punished with death. Some young men, who had ill-treated the ambassadors from the Apollonians to the Senate of Rome, are delivered up to them. Peace granted to the Picentians. YR 484. BC 268. 2 colonies established. One at Ariminum in Picenum, another at Beneventum in Samnium. Silver coin now, for the first time, used by the Roman people. YR 485. BC 267. The Umbrians and Salentines subdued. The number of quaestors increased to 8. Book 16. YR 488, BC 264. Origin and progress of the Carthaginian state. After much debate, the Senate resolves to succor the Mamertines against the Carthaginians, and against Hiero, king of Syracuse. Roman cavalry, then, for the first time, crossed the sea, and engaged successfully, in battle with Hiero, who solicits and obtains peace. YR 489. BC 263. A lustrum, the number of the citizens amounts to 292,224. D. Junius Brutus exhibits the first show of gladiators, in honor of his deceased father. YR 490. BC 262. The Zernian colony established. Successful operations against the Carthaginians and Volsinians. YR 491. BC 261. Book 17. YR 492. BC 260. Gnaeus Cornelius, consul, surrounded by the Carthaginian fleet. And, being drawn into a conference by a stratagem, is taken. YR 493. BC 259. C. Duilius, consul, engages with and vanquishes the Carthaginian fleet, is the first commander to whom a triumph was decreed for a naval victory. In honor of which, he is allowed, when returning to his habitation at night, to be attended with torches and music. L. Cornelius, consul, fights and subdues the Sardinians and Corsicans, together with Hanno, the Carthaginian general, in the island of Sardinia. YR 494. BC 258. Attilius Collatinus, consul, drawn into an ambuscade by the Carthaginians, is rescued by the skill and valor of M. Calpurnius, a military tribune, who making a sudden attack upon the enemy, with a body of only 300 men, turns their whole force against himself. YR 495. BC 257. Hannibal, the commander of the Carthaginian fleet which was beaten, is put to death by his soldiers. Book 18. YR 496. BC 256. Attilius Regulus, consul, having overcome the Carthaginians in a sea fight, passes over into Africa, kills a serpent of prodigious magnitude, with great loss of his own men. YR 497. BC 255. The Senate, on account of his successful conduct of the war, not appointing him a successor, he writes to them, complaining. And, among other reasons for desiring to be recalled, all edges, that his little farm, being all his subsistence, was going to ruin, owing to the mismanagement of hired stewards. YR 498. BC 254. A memorable instance of the instability of fortune exhibited in the person of Regulus, who is overcome in battle, and taken prisoner by Xanthippus, a Lacedaemonian general. YR 499. BC 253. The Roman fleet shipwrecked. Which disaster entirely reverses the good fortune which had hitherto attended their affairs. Titus Coracanius, the first high priest chosen from among the commons. YR 500. BC 252. P. Sempronius Sophus and M. Illyrius Maximus, censors, examine into the state of the Senate, and expel 13 of the members of that body. YR 501. BC 251. They hold a lustrum, and find the number of citizens to be 297,797. YR 502. BC 250. Regulus being sent by the Carthaginians to Rome to treat for peace, and in exchange of prisoners, binds himself by oath to return if these objects be not attained. Dissuades the Senate from agreeing to the propositions, and then, in observance of his oath, returning to Carthage, is put to death by torture. Book 19. YR 502. BC 250. C. Caecilius Metellus, having been successful in several engagements with the Carthaginians, triumphs with more splendor than had ever yet been seen. 13 generals of the enemy, and 120 elephants, being exhibited in the procession, YR 503. BC 249. Claudius Pulcher, consul, obstinately persisting, notwithstanding the omens were inauspicious, engages the enemy's fleet, and is beaten, drowns the sacred chickens which would not feed, recalled by the Senate, and ordered to nominate a dictator. He appoints Claudius Glycia, one of the lowest of the people, who, notwithstanding his being ordered to abdicate the office, yet attends the celebration of the public games in his dictator's robe. Y.R. 504. B.C. 248. Attilius Collatinus, the first dictator who marches with an army out of Italy. An exchange of prisoners with the Carthaginians. 2 colonies established at Fregene and Brundusium in the Salentine territories. Y.R. 505. B.C. 247. Illustrum. The citizens numbered amount to 251,222. Y.R. 506. B.C. 246. Claudia, the sister of Claudius, who had fought unsuccessfully, in contempt of the auspices, being pressed by the crowd, as she was returning from the game, cries out, "I wish my brother were alive and had again the command of the fleet," for which offense she is tried and fined. Y.R. 507. B.C. 245. 2 praetors now first created. Aulus Postumius, consul, being priest of Mars, forcibly detained in the city by Caecilius Metellus, the high priest, and not suffered to go forth to war, being obliged by law to attend to the sacred duties of his office. Y.R. 508. B.C. 244. After several successful engagements with the Carthaginians, Caius Lutatius, consul, puts an end to the war, Y.R. 509. B.C. 243, by gaining a complete victory over their fleet, at the island of Egate. The Carthaginians sue for peace, which is granted to them. Y.R. 510. B.C. 242. The temple of Vesta being on fire, the high priest, Caecilius Metellus, saves the sacred utensils from the flames. Y.R. 511. B.C. 241. 2 new tribes added, the Veline and Quirine. The Felici rebel, are subdued in 6 days. Book XX. A colony settled at Spoletum. Y.R. 512. B.C. 240. An army sent against the Ligurians, being the first war with that state. The Sardinians and Corsicans rebel, and are subdued. Y.R. 514. B.C. 238. Tuccia, a Vestal, found guilty of incest. War declared against the Illyrians, who had slain an ambassador, they are subdued and brought to submission. Y.R. 515. B.C. 237. The number of praetors increased to 4. The Transalpine Gauls make an eruption into Italy, are conquered and put to the sword. Y.R. 516. B.C. 236. The Roman army, in conjunction with the Latins, is said to have amounted to no less than 300,000 men. Y.R. 517. B.C. 235. The Roman army for the first time crosses the Po, fights with and subdues the Insubrian Gauls. Y.R. 530. B.C. 222, Claudius Marcellus, consul, having slain Viridomarus, the general of the Insubrian Gauls, carries off the Spolia Opima. Y.R. 531. B.C. 221. The Istrians subdued, also the Illyrians, who had rebelled. Y.R. 532. B.C. 220. The censors hold a lustrum, in which the number of the citizens is found to be 270,213. The sons of freedmen formed into 4 tribes, the Esquiline, Palatine, Saburan, and Colline. Y.R. 533. B.C. 219, Caius Flaminius, censor, constructs the Flaminian Road, and builds the Flaminian Circus. Book XXI. B.C. 219–218. Origin of the Second Punic War. Hannibal's character. In violation of a treaty, he passes the Iberus. Besieges Saguntum, and at length takes it. The Romans send ambassadors to Carthage, declare war. Hannibal crosses the Pyrenees, makes his way through Gaul, then crosses the Alps, defeats the Romans at the Ticinus. The Romans again defeated at the Trebia. Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio defeats the Carthaginians in Spain, and takes Hanno, their general, prisoner. 1. I may be permitted to premise at this division of my work, what most historians 184 have professed at the beginning of their whole undertaking. That I am about to relate the most memorable of all wars that were ever waged, the war which the Carthaginians, under the conduct of Hannibal, maintained with the Roman people. For never did any states and nations more efficient in their resources engage in contest, nor had they themselves at any other period so great a degree of power and energy. They brought into action too no arts of war unknown to each other, but those which had been tried in the first Punic War. And so various was the fortune of the conflict, and so doubtful the victory, that they who conquered were more exposed to danger. The hatred with which they fought also was almost greater than their resources. The Romans being indignant that the conquered aggressively took up arms against their victors, the Carthaginians, because they considered that in their subjection it had been lorded over them with haughtiness and avarice. There is besides a story, that Hannibal, when about 9 years old, while he boyishly coaxed his father Hamilcar that he might be taken to Spain, at the time when the African War was completed. And he was employed in sacrificing previously to transporting his army thither, was conducted to the altar. And, having laid his hand on the offerings, was bound by an oath to prove himself, as soon as he could, an enemy to the Roman people. The loss of Sicily and Sardinia grieved the high spirit of Hamilcar, for he deemed that Sicily had been given up through a premature despair of their affairs. And that Sardinia, during the disturbances in Africa, had been treacherously taken by the Romans, while, in addition, the payment of a tribute had been imposed. 2. Being disturbed with these anxieties, he so conducted himself for 5 years in the African War, which commenced shortly after the peace with Rome, and then through 9 years employed in augmenting the Carthaginian Empire in Spain, that it was obvious that he was revolving in his mind a greater war than he was then engaged in. And that if he had lived longer, the Carthaginians under Hamilcar would have carried the war into Italy, which, under the command of Hannibal, they afterwards did. The timely death of Hamilcar and the youth of Hannibal occasioned its delay. Hasdrubal, intervening between the father and the son, held the command for about 8 years. He was first endeared to Hamilcar, as they say, on account of his youthful beauty, and then adopted by him, when advanced in age, as his son-in-law, on account of his eminent abilities. And, because he was his son-in-law, he obtained the supreme authority, against the wishes of the nobles, by the influence of the Barcine faction 185, which was very powerful with the military and the populace. Prosecuting his designs rather by stratagem than force, by entertaining the princes, and by means of the friendship of their leaders, gaining the favor of unknown nations, he aggrandized the Carthaginian power, more than by arms and battles. Yet peace proved no greater security to himself. A barbarian, in resentment of his masters having been put to death by him, publicly murdered him, and, having been seized by the bystanders, he exhibited the same countenance as if he had escaped. Nay, even when he was lacerated by tortures, he preserved such an expression of face, that he presented the appearance of one who smiled, his joy getting the better of his pains. With this Hasdrubal, because he possessed such wonderful skill in gaining over the nations and adding them to his empire, the Roman people had renewed the treaty 186 on the terms, that the river Iberus should be the boundary of both empires. And that to the Saguntines, who lay between the territories of the two states, their liberty should be preserved. 3. There was no doubt that in appointing a successor to Hasdrubal, the approbation of the commons would follow the military prerogative, by which the young Hannibal had been immediately carried to the praetorium, and hailed as general. Amid the loud shouts and acquiescence of all, Hasdrubal had sent for him by letter, when scarce yet arrived at manhood. And the matter had even been discussed in the Senate, the Barcine faction using all their efforts, that Hannibal might be trained to military service and succeed to his father's command. Hanno, the leader of the opposite faction, said, Hasdrubal seems indeed to ask what is reasonable, but I, nevertheless, do not think his request ought to be granted. When he had attracted to himself the attention of all, through surprise at this ambiguous opinion, he proceeded, Hasdrubal thinks that the flower of youth which he gave to the enjoyment of Hannibal's father may justly be expected by himself in return from the son, but it would little become us to accustom our youth, in place of a military education, to the lustful ambition of the generals. Are we afraid that the son of Hamilcar should be too late in seeing the immoderate power and splendor of his father's sovereignty? Or that we shall not soon enough become slaves to the son of him, to whose son-in-law our armies were bequeathed as an hereditary right? I am of opinion, that this youth should be kept at home, and taught, under the restraint of the laws and the authority of magistrates, to live on an equal footing with the rest of the citizens. Lest at some time or other this small fire should kindle a vast conflagration. 4. A few, and nearly every one of the highest merit, concurred with Hanno, but, as usually happens, the more numerous party prevailed over the better. Hannibal, having been sent into Spain, from his very first arrival drew the eyes of the whole army upon him. The veteran soldiers imagined that Hamilcar, in his youth, was restored to them. They remarked the same vigor in his looks and animation in his eye, the same features and expression of countenance, and then, in a short time, he took care that his father should be of the least powerful consideration in conciliating their esteem. There never was a genius more fitted for the two most opposite duties of obeying and commanding. So that you could not easily decide whether he were dearer to the general or the army, and neither did Hasdrubal prefer giving the command to any other, when anything was to be done with courage and activity. Nor did the soldiers feel more confidence and boldness under any other leader. His fearlessness in encountering dangers, and his prudence when in the midst of them, were extreme. His body could not be exhausted, nor his mind subdued, by any toil. He could alike endure either heat or cold. The quantity of his food and drink was determined by the wants of nature, and not by pleasure. The seasons of his sleeping and waking were distinguished neither by day nor night. The time that remained after the transaction of business was given to repose, but that repose was neither invited by a soft bed nor by quiet. Many have seen him wrapped in a military cloak, lying on the ground amid the watches and outposts of the soldiers. His dress was not at all superior to that of his equals, his arms and his horses were conspicuous. He was at once by far the first of the cavalry and infantry, and, foremost to advance to the charge, was last to leave the engagement. Excessive vices counterbalanced these high virtues of the hero. Inhuman cruelty, more than Punic perfidy, no truth, no reverence for things sacred, no fear of the gods, no respect for oaths, no sense of religion. With a character thus made up of virtue and vices, he served for 3 years under the command of Hasdrubal, without neglecting anything which ought to be done or seen by one who was to become a great general. 5. But from the day on which he was declared general, as if Italy had been decreed to him as his province, and the war with Rome committed to him, thinking there should be no delay, lest, while he procrastinated, some unexpected accident might defeat him, as had happened to his father, Hamilcar, and afterwards to Hasdrubal, he resolved to make war the Saguntines. As there could be no doubt that by attacking them the Romans would be excited to arms, he first led his army into the territory of the Alcaides, a people beyond the Ibris, rather within the boundaries than under the dominion of the Carthaginians. So that he might not seem to have had the Saguntines for his object, but to have been drawn on to the war by the course of events. After the adjoining nations had been subdued, and by the progressive annexation of conquered territory, he storms and plunders Cartiae, a wealthy city, the capital of that nation. At which the smaller states being dismayed, submitted to his command and to the imposition of a tribute. His army, triumphant and enriched with booty, was led into winter quarters to New Carthage. Having there confirmed the attachment of all his countrymen and allies by a liberal division of the plunder, and by faithfully discharging the arrears of pay, the war was extended, in the beginning of spring, to the Vacii. The cities Hermandica and Arbocula were taken by storm. Arbocula was defended for a long time by the valor and number of its inhabitants. Those who escaped from Hermandica joining themselves to the exiles of the Alcaides, a nation subdued the preceding summer, excite the Carpetani to arms. And having attacked Hannibal near the river Tagus, on his return from the Vacii, they threw into disorder his army encumbered with spoil. Hannibal avoided an engagement, and having pitched his camp on the bank, as soon as quiet and silence prevailed among the enemy, forded the river. And having removed his rampart so far that the enemy might have room to pass over, resolved to attack them in their passage. He commanded the cavalry to charge as soon as they should see them advanced into the water. He drew up the line of his infantry on the bank with 40 elephants in front. The Carpetani, with the addition of the Alcades and Vacii, amounted to 100,000, an invincible army, were the fight to take place in the open plain. Being therefore both naturally ferocious and confiding in their numbers. And since they believed that the enemy had retired through fear, thinking that victory was only delayed by the intervention of the river, they raise a shout, and in every direction, without the command of any one, dash into the stream. Each where it nearest to him. At the same time, a heavy force of cavalry poured into the river from its opposite bank, and the engagement commenced in the middle of the channel on very unequal terms. For there the foot soldier, having no secure footing, and scarcely trusting to the ford, could be borne down even by an unarmed horseman, by the mere shock of his horse urged at random. While the horseman, with the command of his body and his weapons, his horse moving steadily even through the middle of the eddies, could maintain the fight either at close quarters or at a distance. A great number were swallowed up by the current. Some being carried by the whirlpools of the stream to the side of the enemy, were trodden down by the elephants. And whilst the last, for whom it was more safe to retreat to their own bank, were collecting together after their various alarms, Hannibal, before they could regain courage after such excessive consternation, having entered the river with his army in a close square, forced them to fly from the bank. Having then laid waste their territory, he received the submission of the Carpetani also within a few days. And now all the country beyond the Iberus, excepting that of the Saguntines, was under the power of the Carthaginians. 6. As yet there was no war with the Saguntines, but already, in order to a war, the seeds of dissension were sown between them and their neighbors, particularly the Turitani, with whom when the same person sided who had originated the quarrel. And it was evident, not that a trial of the question of right, but violence, was his object. Ambassadors were sent by the Saguntines to Rome to implore assistance in the war which now evidently threatened them. The consuls then at Rome were Publius Cornelius Scipio and Tiberius Sempronius Longus, who, after the ambassadors were introduced into the Senate, having made a motion on the state of public affairs, it was resolved that envoys should be sent into Spain to inspect the circumstances of the allies. And if they saw good reason, both to warn Hannibal that he should refrain from the Saguntines, the allies of the Roman people, and to pass over into Africa to Carthage, and report the complaints of the allies of the Roman people. This embassy having been decreed but not yet dispatched, the news arrived, more quickly than anyone expected, that Saguntum was besieged. The business was then referred anew to the Senate. And some, decreeing Spain and Africa as provinces for the consuls, thought the war should be maintained both by sea and land, while others wished to direct the whole hostilities against Spain and Hannibal. There were others again who thought that an affair of such importance should not be entered on rashly, and that the return of the ambassadors from Spain ought to be awaited. This opinion, which seemed the safest, prevailed. And Publius Valerius Flaccus, and Quintus Baebius Tamphilus, were, on that account, the more quickly dispatched as ambassadors to Hannibal at Saguntum, and from thence to Carthage, if he did not desist from the war, to demand the general himself an atonement for the violation of the treaty. 7. While the Romans thus prepare and deliberate, Saguntum was already besieged with the utmost vigor. That city, situated about a mile from the sea, was by far the most opulent beyond the Iberus. Its inhabitants are said to have been sprung from the island Zacynthus, and some of the Rutulian race from Ardea to have been also mixed with them. But they had risen in a short time to great wealth, either by their gains from the sea or the land, or by the increase of their numbers, or the integrity of their principles, by which they maintained their faith with their allies, even to their own destruction. Hannibal having entered their territory with a hostile army, and laid waste the country in every direction, attacks the city in 3 different quarters. There was an angle of the wall sloping down into a more level and open valley than the other space around. Against this he resolved to move the Vinii, by means of which the battering ram might be brought up to the wall. But though the ground at a distance from the wall was sufficiently level for working the Vinii, yet their undertakings by no means favorably succeeded, when they came to effect their object. Both a huge tower overlooked it, and the wall, as in a suspected place, was raised higher than in any other part, and a chosen band of youths presented a more vigorous resistance, where the greatest danger and labor were indicated. At first they repelled the enemy with missile weapons, and suffered no place to be sufficiently secure for those engaged in the works. Afterwards, not only did they brandish their weapons in defense of the walls and tower, but they had courage to make sallies on the posts and works of the enemy. In which tumultuary engagements, scarcely more Saguntines than Carthaginians were slain. But when Hannibal himself, while he too incautiously approached the wall, fell severely wounded in the thigh by a javelin, such flight and dismay spread around, that the works and Vinii had nearly been abandoned. 8. For a few days after, while the general's wound was being cured, there was rather a blockade than a siege, during which time, though there was a respite from fighting, yet there was no intermission in the preparation of works and fortifications. Hostilities, therefore, broke out afresh with greater fury, and in more places, in some even where the ground scarcely admitted of the works, the Vinii began to be moved forward, and the battering ram to be advanced to the walls. The Carthaginian abounded in the numbers of his troops, for there is sufficient reason to believe that he had as many as 150,000 in arms. The townsmen began to be embarrassed, by having their attention multifariously divided, in order to maintain their several defences, and look to everything. Nor were they equal to the task, for the walls were now battered by the rams, and many parts of them were shattered. One part by continuous ruins left the city exposed. 3 successive towers and all the wall between them had fallen down with an immense crash, and the Carthaginians believed the town taken by that breach. Through which, as if the wall had alike protected both, there was a rush from each side to the battle. There was nothing resembling the disorderly fighting which, in the storming of towns, is wont to be engaged in, on the opportunities of either party. But regular lines, as in an open plain, stood arrayed between the ruins of the walls and the buildings of the city, which lay but a slight distance from the walls. On the one side hope, on the other despair, inflamed their courage. The Carthaginian believing that, if a little additional effort were used, the city was his. The Saguntines opposing their bodies in defense of their native city deprived of its walls, and not a man retiring a step, lest he might admit the enemy into the place he deserted. The more keenly and closely, therefore, they fought on both sides, the more, on that account, were wounded, no weapon falling without effect amidst their arms and persons. There was used by the Saguntines a missile weapon, called philarica, with the shaft of fir, and round in other parts except towards the point, whence the iron projected, this part, which was square, as in the pilum, they bound around with tow, and besmeared with pitch. It had an iron head 3 feet in length, so that it could pierce through the body with the armor. But what caused the greatest fear was, that this weapon, even though it stuck in the shield and did not penetrate into the body, when it was discharged with the middle part on fire, and bore along a much greater flame, produced by the mere motion, obliged the armor to be thrown down, and exposed the soldier to succeeding blows. 9. When the contest had for a long time continued doubtful, and the courage of the Saguntines had increased, because they had succeeded in their resistance beyond their hopes, while the Carthaginian, because he had not conquered, felt as vanquished, the townsmen suddenly set up a shout, and drive their enemies to the ruins of the wall. Thence they forced them, while embarrassed and disordered, and lastly, drove them back, routed and put to flight, to their camp. In the meantime it was announced that ambassadors had arrived from Rome, to meet whom messengers were sent to the seaside by Hannibal, to tell them that they could not safely come to him through so many armed bands of savage tribes, and that Hannibal at such an important conjuncture had not leisure to listen to embassies. It was obvious that, if not admitted, they would immediately repair to Carthage. He therefore sends letters and messengers beforehand to the leaders of the Barcine faction, to prepare the minds of their partisans, so that the other party might not be able in anything to give an advantage to the Romans. 10. That embassy, therefore, accepting that the ambassadors were admitted and heard, proved likewise vain and fruitless. Hanno alone, in opposition to the rest of the Senate, pleaded the cause of the treaty, amidst deep silence on account of his authority, and not from the approbation of the audience. He said, that he had admonished and forewarned them by the gods, the arbiters and witnesses of treaties, that they should not send the son of Hamilcar to the army. That the manes, that the offspring of that man could not rest in peace, nor ever, while any one of the Barcine name and blood survived, would the Roman treaties continue undisturbed. You, supplying as it were fuel to the flame, have sent to your armies a youth burning with the desire of sovereign power, and seeing but one road to his object, if by exciting war after war, he may live surrounded by arms and legions. You have therefore fostered this fire, in which you now burn. Your armies invest Saguntum, whence they are forbidden by the treaty. Ere long the Roman legions will invest Carthage, under the guidance of those gods through whose aid they revenged in the former war the infraction of the treaty. Are you unacquainted with the enemy, or with yourselves, or with the fortune of either nation? Your good general refused to admit into his camp ambassadors coming from allies and in behalf of allies, and set at naught the law of nations. They, however, after being there repulsed, where not even the ambassadors of enemies are prohibited admittance, come to you, they require restitution according to the treaty, let not guilt attach to the state. They demand to have delivered up to them the author of the transgression, the person who is chargeable with this offense. The more gently they proceed, the slower they are to begin, the more unrelentingly, I fear, when they have once commenced, will they indulge resentment. Set before your eyes the islands Aegates and Eryx, all that for 24 years ye have suffered by land and sea. Nor was this boy the leader, but his father Hamilcar himself, a second Mars, as these people would have it, but we had not refrained from Tarentum, that is, from Italy, according to the treaty, as now we do not refrain from Saguntum. The gods and men have, therefore, prevailed over us. And as to that about which there was a dispute in words, whether of the two nations had infringed the treaty, the issue of the war, like an equitable judge, hath awarded the victory to the party on whose side justice stood. It is against Carthage that Hannibal is now moving his Vinian towers, it is the wall of Carthage that he is shaking with his battering ram. The ruins of Saguntum, oh that I may prove a false prophet, will fall on our heads. And the war commenced against the Saguntines must be continued against the Romans. Shall we, therefore, some one will say, deliver up Hannibal? In what relates to him I am aware that my authority is of little weight, on account of my enmity with his father. But I both rejoice that Hamilcar perished, for this reason, that, had he lived we should have now been engaged in a war with the Romans, and this youth, as the fury and firebrand of this war, I hate and detest. Nor ought he only to be given up in atonement for the violated treaty. But even though no one demanded him, he ought to be transported to the extremest shores of earth or sea, and banished to a distance, whence neither his name nor any tidings of him can reach us. And he be unable to disturb the peace of a tranquil state. I therefore give my opinion, that ambassadors be sent immediately to Rome to satisfy the Senate, others to tell Hannibal to lead away his army from Saguntum, and to deliver up Hannibal himself, according to the treaty to the Romans. And I propose a third embassy to make restitution to the Saguntines. 11. When Hanno had concluded, there was no occasion for any one to contend with him in debate, to such a decree were almost all the senators devoted to Hannibal. And they accused Hanno of having spoken with more malignity than Flaccus Valerius, the Roman ambassador. It was then said in answer to the Roman ambassadors, that the war had been commenced by the Saguntines, not by Hannibal. And that the Roman people acted unjustly if they preferred the Saguntines to the most ancient 187 alliance of the Carthaginians. Whilst the Romans waste time in sending embassies, Hannibal, because his soldiers were fatigued with the battles and the works, allowed them rest for a few days, parties being stationed to guard the Vinii and other works. In the meantime he inflames their minds, now by inciting their anger against the enemy, now with the hope of reward. But when he declared before the assembled army, that the plunder of the captured city should be given to the soldiers. To such a degree were they all excited, that if the signal had been immediately given, it appeared that they could not have been resisted by any force. The Saguntines, as they had a respite from fighting, neither for some days attacking nor attacked, so they had not, by night or day, ever ceased from toiling, that they might repair anew the wall in the quarter where the town had been exposed by the breach. A still more desperate storming than the former then assailed them, nor whilst all quarters resounded with various clamours, could they satisfactorily know where first or principally they should lend assistance. Hannibal, as an encouragement, was present in person, where a movable tower, exceeding in height all the fortifications of the city, was urged forward. When being brought up it had cleared the walls of their defenders by means of the catapulti and ballistae ranged through all its stories. Then Hannibal, thinking it a favourable opportunity, sends about 500 Africans with pickaxes to undermine the wall, nor was the work difficult, since the unhewn stones were not fastened with lime, but filled in their interstices with clay, after the manner of ancient building. It fell, therefore, more extensively than it was struck, and through the open spaces of the ruins troops of armed men rushed into the city. They also obtained possession of a rising ground, and having collected thither catapulti and ballistae, so that they might have a fort in the city itself, commanding it like a citadel, they surround it with a wall, and the Saguntines raise an inner wall before the part of the city which was not yet taken. On both sides they exert the utmost vigour in fortifying and fighting, but the Saguntines, by erecting these inner defences, diminish daily the size of their city. At the same time, the want of all supplies increased through the length of the siege, and the expectation of foreign aid diminished, since the Romans, their only hope, were at such a distance, and all the country round was in the power of the enemy. The sudden departure of Hannibal against the Oritani and Carpetani 188 revived for a little their drooping spirits, which two nations, though exasperated by the severity of the levy, they had occasioned, by detaining the commissaries, the fear of a revolt, having been suddenly checked by the quickness of Hannibal, laid down the arms they had taken up. 12. Nor was the siege of Saguntum, in the meantime, less vigorously maintained. Maharbal, the son of Hamilco, whom Hannibal had set over the army, carrying on operations so actively that neither the townsmen or their enemies perceived that the general was away. He both engaged in several successful battles, and with 3 battering rams overthrew a portion of the wall, and showed to Hannibal, on his arrival, the ground all covered with fresh ruins. The army was therefore immediately led against the citadel itself, and a desperate combat was commenced with much slaughter on both sides, and part of the citadel was taken. The slight chance of a peace was then tried by 2 persons. Alcon a Saguntine, and Alorcus a Spaniard. Alcon, thinking he could effect something by entreaties, having passed over, without the knowledge of the Saguntines, to Hannibal by night, when his tears produced no effect, and harsh conditions were offered as from an exasperated conqueror, becoming a deserter instead of an advocate, remained with the enemy, affirming that the man would be put to death who should treat for peace on such terms. For it was required that they should make restitution to the Turdetani, and after delivering up all their gold and silver, departing from the city each with a single garment, should take up their dwelling where the Carthaginians should direct. Alcon having denied that the Saguntines would accept such terms of peace, Alorcus, asserting that when all else is subdued, the mind becomes subdued, offers himself as the proposer of that peace. Now at that time he was a soldier of Hannibal's, but publicly the friend and host of the Saguntines. Having openly delivered his weapon to the guards of the enemy and passed the fortifications, he was conducted, as he had himself requested, to the Saguntine praetor, whither when there was immediately a general rush of every description of people, the rest of the multitude being removed, an audience of the Senate is given to Alorcus, whose speech was to the following effect. 13. If your citizen Alcon, as he came to implore a peace from Hannibal, had in like manner brought back to you the terms of peace proposed by Hannibal, this journey of mine would have been unnecessary. By which circumstance I should not have had to come to you as the legate of Hannibal, nor as a deserter. Since he has remained with your enemies, either through your fault or his own, through his own, if he counterfeited fear. Through yours, if among you there be danger to those who tell the truth, that you may not be ignorant that there are some terms of safety and peace for you. I have come to you in consideration of the ancient ties of hospitality which subsist between us. But that I speak what I address to you for your sake and that of no other, let even this be the proof, that neither while you resisted with your own strength, nor while you expected assistance from the Romans, did I ever make any mention of peace to you. But now, after you have neither any hope from the Romans, nor your own arms nor walls sufficiently defend you, I bring to you a peace rather necessary than just, of effecting which there is thus some hope, if, as Hannibal offers it in the spirit of a conqueror, you listen to it as vanquished. If you will consider not what is taken from you as loss, since all belongs to the conqueror, but whatever is left as a gift. He takes away from you your city, which, already for the greater part in ruins, he has almost wholly in his possession. He leaves you your territory, intending to mark out a place in which you may build a new town. He commands that all the gold and silver, both public and private, shall be brought to him. He preserves inviolate your persons and those of your wives and children, provided you are willing to depart from Saguntum, unarmed, each with 2 garments. These terms a victorious enemy dictates. These, though harsh and grievous, your condition commends to you. Indeed I do not despair, when the power of everything is given him, that he will remit something from these terms. But even these I think you ought rather to endure, than suffer, by the rights of war, yourselves to be slaughtered, your wives and children to be ravished and dragged into captivity before your faces. 14. When an assembly of the people, by the gradual crowding round of the multitude, had mingled with the Senate to hear these proposals, the chief men suddenly withdrawing before an answer was returned, and throwing all the gold and silver collected, both from public and private stores, into a fire hastily kindled for that purpose, the greater part flung themselves also into it. When the dismay and agitation produced by this deed had pervaded the whole city, another noise was heard in addition from the citadel. A tower, long battered, had fallen down. And when a Carthaginian cohort, rushing through the breach, had made a signal to the general that the city was destitute of the usual outposts and guards, Hannibal, thinking that there ought to be no delay at such an opportunity, having attacked the city with his whole forces, took it in a moment, command being given that all the adults should be put to death. Which command, though cruel, was proved in the issue to have been almost necessary. For to whom of those men could mercy have been shown, who, either shut up with their wives and children, burned their houses over their own heads, or abroad in arms made no end of fighting, except in death? 15. The town was taken, with immense spoil. Though the greater part of the goods had been purposely damaged by their owners, and resentment had made scarce any distinction of age in the massacre, and the captives were the booty of the soldiers. Still it appears that some money was raised from the price of the effects that were sold, and that much costly furniture and garments were sent to Carthage. Some have written that Saguntum was taken in the 8th month after it began to be besieged. That Hannibal then retired to New Carthage, into winter quarters, and that in the 5th month after he had set out from Carthage he arrived in Italy. If this be so, it was impossible that Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius could have been consuls, to whom both at the beginning of the siege the Saguntine ambassadors were dispatched, and who, during their office, fought with Hannibal. The one at the river Ticinus, and both some time after at the Trebia. Either all these events took place in a somewhat shorter period, or Saguntum was not begun to be besieged, but taken at the beginning of the year in which Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius were consuls. For the battle at Trebia could not have been so late as the year of Gnaeus Servilius and Caius Flaminius, since Flaminius entered on the office at Ariminum, having been created by the consul Tiberius Sempronius, who, having repaired to Rome after the battle at Trebia for the purpose of creating consuls, returned when the election was finished to the army into winter quarters. 16. Nearly about the same time, both the ambassadors who had returned from Carthage brought intelligence to Rome that all appearances were hostile, and the destruction of Saguntum was announced. Then such grief, and pity for allies so undeservingly destroyed, and shame that aid was withheld, and rage against the Carthaginians, and fear for the issue of events, as if the enemy were already at the gates. Took at once possession of the senators, that their minds, disturbed by so many simultaneous emotions, trembled with fear rather than deliberated. For they considered that neither had a more spirited or warlike enemy ever encountered them, nor had the Roman state been ever so sunk in sloth, and unfit for war, that the Sardinians, the Corsicans, the Istrians, and the Illyrians had rather kept in a state of excitement than exercised the Roman arms. And with the Gauls it had been more properly a tumult than a war. That the Carthaginian, a veteran enemy, ever victorious during the hardest service for 23 years among the tribes of Spain, first trained to war under Hamilcar, then Hasdrubal, now Hannibal, a most active leader, and fresh from the destruction of a most opulent city, was passing the Iberus. That along with them he was bringing the numerous tribes of Spain, already aroused, and was about to excite the nations of Gaul, ever desirous of war, and that a war against the world was to be maintained in Italy and before the walls of Rome. 17. The provinces had already been previously named for the consuls, and having been now ordered to cast lots for them, Spain fell to Cornelius, and Africa with Sicily to Sempronius. 6 legions were decreed for that year, and as many of the allies as should seem good to the consuls, and as great a fleet as could be equipped. 24,000 Roman infantry were levied, and 1,800 horse, 40,000 infantry of the allies, and 4,400 horse, 220 ships of 3 banks of oars, and 20 light galleys were launched. It was then proposed to the people, whether they willed and commanded that war should be declared against the people of Carthage. And for the sake of that war a supplication was made through the city, and the gods were implored that the war which the Roman people had decreed might have a prosperous and fortunate issue. The forces were thus divided between the consuls. To Sempronius 2 legions were given, each of these consisted of 4,000 infantry and 300 horse, and 16,000 of the infantry of the allies, and 1,800 horse, 160 ships of war, and 12 light galleys. With these land and sea forces Tiberius Sempronius was dispatched to Sicily, in order to transport his army to Africa if the other consul should be able to prevent the Carthaginian from invading Italy. Fewer troops were given to Cornelius, because Lucius Manlius, the praetor, also had been sent with no weak force into Gaul. The number of ships in particular was reduced to Cornelius. 60 of 5 banks of oars were assigned to him, for they did not believe that the enemy would come by sea, or would fight after that mode of warfare, and 2 Roman legions with their regular cavalry, and 14,000 of the infantry of the allies, with 1,600 horse. The province of Gaul being not as yet exposed to the Carthaginian invasion, had, in the same year, 2 Roman legions, 10,000 allied infantry, 1,000 allied cavalry, and 600 Roman. 18. These preparations having been thus made, in order that everything that was proper might be done before they commenced war, they sent Quintus Fabius, Marcus Livius, Lucius Aemilius, Caius Licinius, and Quintus Baebius, men of advanced years, as ambassadors into Africa, to inquire of the Carthaginians if Hannibal had laid siege to Saguntum by public authority. And if they should confess it, as it seemed probable they would, and defend it as done by public authority, to declare war against the people of Carthage. After the Romans arrived at Carthage, when an audience of the Senate was given them, and Quintus Fabius had addressed no further inquiry than the one with which they had been charged, then one of the Carthaginians replied, "Even your former embassy, O Romans, was precipitate, when you demanded Hannibal to be given up, as attacking Saguntum on his own authority, but your present embassy, though so far milder in words, is in fact more severe. For then Hannibal was both accused, and required to be delivered up, now both a confession of wrong is exacted from us, and, as though we had confessed, restitution is immediately demanded. But I think that the question is not, whether Saguntum was attacked by private or public authority, but whether it was with right or wrong. For in the case of our citizen, the right of inquiry, whether he has acted by his own pleasure or ours, and the punishment also, belongs to us. The only dispute with you is, whether it was allowed to be done by the treaty. Since, therefore, it pleases you that a distinction should be made between what commanders do by public authority, and what on their own suggestion, there was a treaty between us made by the consul Lutatius. In which, though provision was made for the allies of both, there is no provision made for the Saguntines, for they were not as yet your allies. But in that treaty which was made with Hasdrubal, the Saguntines are excepted. Against which I am going to say nothing but what I have learned from you. For you denied that you were bound by the treaty which Caius Lutatius the consul first made with us, because that it had neither been made by the authority of the Senate nor the command of the people. And another treaty was therefore concluded anew by public authority. If your treaties do not bind you unless they are made by your authority in your commands, neither can the treaty of Hasdrubal, which he made without our knowledge, be binding on us. Cease, therefore, to make mention of Saguntum and the Iberus, and let your mind at length bring forth that with which it has long been in labor. Then the Roman, having formed a fold in his robe, said, Here we bring to you peace and war. Take which you please. On this speech they exclaimed no less fiercely in reply, he might give which he chose. And when he again, unfolding his robe, said, he gave war, they all answered that, they accepted it, and would maintain it with the same spirit with which they accepted it. 19. This direct inquiry and denunciation of war seemed more consistent with the dignity of the Roman people, both before and now, especially when Saguntum was destroyed, than to cavil in words about the obligation of treaties. For if it was a subject for a controversy of words, in what was the treaty of Hasdrubal to be compared with the former treaty of Lutatius, which was altered? Since in the treaty of Lutatius, was expressly added, that it should only be held good if the people sanctioned it, but in the treaty of Hasdrubal, neither was there any such exception. And that treaty during its life had been so established by the silence of so many years, that not even after the death of its author was any change made in it. Although even were they to abide by the former treaty, there had been sufficient provision made for the Saguntines by accepting the allies of both states. For neither was it added, those who then were, nor those who should afterwards be admitted, and since it is allowable to admit new allies, who could think it proper, either that no people should be received for any services into friendship, or that, being received under protection, they should not be defended. It was only stipulated, that the allies of the Carthaginians should not be excited to revolt, nor, revolting of their own accord, be received. The Roman ambassadors, according as they had been commanded at Rome, passed over from Carthage into Spain, in order to visit the nations, and either to allure them into an alliance or dissuade them from joining the Carthaginians. They came first to the Bargusii, by whom having been received with welcome, because they were weary of the Carthaginian government, they excited many of the states beyond the Iberus to the desire of a revolution. Thence they came to the Volsciani, whose reply being celebrated through Spain, dissuaded the other states from an alliance with the Romans. For thus the oldest member in their council made answer, What sense of shame have ye, Romans, to ask of us that we should prefer your friendship to that of the Carthaginians, when you, their allies, betrayed the Saguntines with greater cruelty than that with which the Carthaginians, their enemies, destroyed them? There, methinks, ye should look for allies, where the massacre of Saguntum is unknown. The ruins of Saguntum will remain a warning as melancholy as memorable to the states of Spain, that no one should confide in the faith or alliance of Rome. Having been then commanded to depart immediately from the territory of the Volsciani, they afterwards received no kinder words from any of the councils of Spain, they therefore pass into Gaul, after having gone about through Spain to no purpose. 20. Among the Gauls a new and alarming spectacle was seen, by reason of their coming, such is the custom of the nation, in arms to the assembly. When, extolling in their discourse the renown and valor of the Roman people, and the wide extent of their empire, they had requested that they would refuse a passage through their territory and cities to the Carthaginian invading Italy. Such laughter and yelling is said to have arisen, that the youths were with difficulty composed to order by the magistrates and old men. So absurd and shameless did the request seem, to propose that the Gauls, rather than suffer the war to pass on to Italy, should turn it upon themselves and expose their own lands to be laid waste instead of those of others. When the tumult was at length allayed, answer was returned to the ambassadors, that they had neither experienced good from the Romans, nor wrong from the Carthaginians, on account of which they should either take up arms in behalf of the Romans, or against the Carthaginians. On the contrary, they had heard that men of their nation had been driven from the lands and confines of Italy by the Roman people, that they had to pay a tribute, and suffered other indignities. Nearly the same was said and heard in the other assemblies of Gaul, nor did they hear anything friendly or pacific before they came to Marseilles. There, everything found out by the care and fidelity of the allies was made known to them that the minds of the Gauls had been already prepossessed by Hannibal, but that not even by him would that nation be found very tractable. So fierce and untamable are their dispositions, unless the affections of the chiefs should every now and then be conciliated with gold, of which that people are most covetous. Having thus gone round through the tribes of Spain and Gaul, the ambassadors returned to Rome not long after the consuls had set out for their provinces. They found the whole city on tiptoe in expectation of war, the report being sufficiently confirmed, that the Carthaginians had already passed the Iberus. 21. Hannibal, after the taking of Saguntum, had retired to New Carthage into winter quarters. And there, having heard what had been done and decreed at Rome and Carthage, and that he was not only the leader, but also the cause of the war, after having divided and sold the remains of the plunder, thinking there ought to be no longer delay, he calls together and thus addresses his soldiers of the Spanish race: I believe, tribes, that even you yourselves perceive that, all the tribes of Spain having been reduced to peace, we must either conclude our campaigns and disband our armies, or transfer the war into other regions, for thus these nations will flourish amid the blessings not only of peace, but also of victory, if we seek from other countries spoils and renown. Since, therefore, a campaign far from home soon awaits you, and it is uncertain when you shall again see your homes, and all that is there dear to you, if any one of you wishes to visit his friends, I grant him leave of absence. I give you orders to be here at the beginning of spring, that, with the good assistance of the gods, we may enter on a war which will prove one of great glory and spoil. This power of visiting their homes, voluntarily offered, was acceptable to almost all, already longing to see their friends, and foreseeing in future a still longer absence reposed through the whole season of winter. Between toils already undergone and those that were soon to be endured, prepared the vigor of their bodies and minds to encounter all difficulties afresh. At the beginning of spring they assembled according to command. Hannibal, when he had reviewed the auxiliaries of all the nations, having gone to Gades, performs his vows to Hercules, and binds himself by new vows, provided his other projects should have a prosperous issue. Then dividing his care at the same time between the offensive and defensive operations of the war, lest while he was advancing on Italy by a land journey through Spain and Gaul, Africa should be unprotected and exposed to the Romans from Sicily, he resolved to strengthen it with a powerful force. For this purpose he requested a reinforcement from Africa, chiefly of light-armed spearmen, in order that the Africans might serve in Spain, and the Spaniards in Africa, each likely to be a better soldier at a distance from home, as if bound by mutual pledges. He sent into Africa 13,850 targeteers, 870 Balearic slingers, and 1,200 horsemen, composed of various nations. He orders these forces partly to be used as a garrison for Carthage and partly to be distributed through Africa, at the same time having sent commissaries into the different states. He orders 4,000 chosen youth whom they had levied to be conducted to Carthage, both as a garrison and as hostages. 22. Thinking also that Spain ought not to be neglected, and the less because he was aware that it had been traversed by the Roman ambassadors, to influence the minds of the chiefs, he assigns that province to his brother Hasdrubal, a man of active spirit, and strengthens him chiefly with African troops, 11,850 African infantry, 300 Ligurians, and 500 Balearians. To these forces of infantry were added 400 horsemen of the Libyan Phoenicians, a mixed race of Carthaginians and Africans. Of the Numidians and Moors, who border on the ocean, to the number of 1,800, and a small band of Ilergetes from Spain, amounting to 200 horse, and, that no description of land force might be wanting, 14 elephants. A fleet was given him besides to defend the sea coast, because it might be supposed that the Romans would then fight in the same mode of warfare by which they had formerly prevailed, 50 quinquiremes, 2 quadriremes, 5 triremes, but only 32 quinquiremes and 5 triremes were properly fitted out and manned with rowers. From Gades he returned to the winter quarters of the army at Carthage, and then setting out, he led his forces by the city Edivissa to the Iberus and the sea-coast. There, it is reported, a youth of divine aspect was seen by him in his sleep, who said, that he was sent by Jupiter as the guide of Hannibal into Italy, and that he should, therefore, follow him, nor in any direction turn his eyes away from him. At first he followed in terror, looking nowhere, either around or behind. Afterwards, through the curiosity of the human mind, when he revolved in his mind what that could be on which he was forbidden to look back, he could not restrain his eyes. Then he beheld behind him a serpent of wonderful size moving along with an immense destruction of trees and bushes, and after it a cloud following with thunderings from the skies. And that then inquiring, what was that great commotion, and what the cause of the prodigy, he heard in reply, that it was the devastation of Italy, that he should continue to advance forward, nor inquire further, but suffer the fates to remain in obscurity. 23. Cheered by this vision, he transported his forces in 3 divisions across the Iberus, having sent emissaries before him to conciliate by gifts the minds of the Gauls, in the quarter through which his army was to be led, and to examine the passes of the Alps. He led 90,000 infantry and 12,000 cavalry across the Iberus. He then subdued the Ilergetes, the Bargusii, the Occitani, and that part of Laestania which lies at the foot of the Pyrenean mountains. And he placed Hanno in command over all this district, that the narrow gorges which connect Spain with Gaul might be under his power. 10,000 infantry, and 1,000 cavalry, were given to Hanno for the defense of the country he was to occupy. After the army began to march through the passes of the Pyrenees, and a more certain rumor of the Roman war spread through the barbarians. 3,000 of the Carpatanian infantry turned back. It clearly appeared that they were not so much swayed by the prospect of the war as by the length of the journey and the insuperable passage of the Alps. Hannibal, because it was hazardous to recall or detain them by force, lest the fierce minds of the rest might also be irritated, sent home above 7,000 men, whom also he had observed to be annoyed with the service, pretending that the Carpatani had also been dismissed by him. 24. Then, lest delay and ease might unsettle their minds, he crosses the Pyrenees with the rest of his forces, and pitches his camp at the town Iberus. The Gauls, though they had heard that the war was directed against Italy, yet because there was a report that the Spaniards on the other side of the Pyrenees had been reduced by force, and that strong forces had been imposed on them, being roused to arms through the fear of slavery, assembled certain tribes at Rusino. When this was announced to Hannibal, he, having more fear of the delay than of the war, sent envoys to say to their princes, that he wished to confer with them, and that they should either come nearer to Iberus, or that he would proceed to Rusino, that their meeting might be facilitated by vicinity, for that he would either be happy to receive them into his camp, or would himself without hesitation come to them, since he had entered Gaul as a friend, and not as an enemy, and would not draw the sword, if the Gauls did not force him, before he came to Italy. These proposals, indeed, were made by his messengers. But when the princes of the Gauls, having immediately moved their camp to Iberus, came without reluctance to the Carthaginian, being won by his presence, they suffered his army to pass through their territories, by the town of Rusino, without any molestation. 25. In the meantime no further intelligence had been brought into Italy to Rome by the ambassadors of Marseilles than that Hannibal had passed the Iberus. When the boy asked if he had already passed the Alps, revolted after instigating the Insubrians, not so much through their ancient resentment towards the Roman people, as on account of their having felt aggrieved that the colonies of Placentia and Cremona had been lately planted in the Gallic territory about the Pa. Having therefore, suddenly taken up arms, and made an attack on that very territory, they created so much of terror and tumult, that not only the rustic population, but even the Roman triumvirs, Caius Lutatius, Caius Servilius, and Titus Aeneas, who had come to assign the lands, distrusting the walls of Placentia, fled to Mutina. About the name of Ludius there is no doubt. In place of Caius Servilius and Titus Aeneas, some annals have Quintus Acilius and Caius Herenrius, others, Publius Cornelius Asina and Caius Papirius Maso. This point is also uncertain, whether the ambassadors went to expostulate to the boys suffered violence, or whether an attack was made on the triumvirs while measuring out the lands. While they were shut up in Mutina, and a people unskilled in the arts of besieging towns, and, at the same time, most sluggish at military operations, lay inactive before the walls, which they had not touched. Pretended proposals for a peace were set on foot. And the ambassadors, being invited out to a conference by the chiefs of the Gauls, are seized, not only contrary to the law of nations, but in violation of the faith which was pledged on that very occasion. The Gauls denying that they would set them free unless their hostages were restored to them. When this intelligence respecting the ambassadors was announced, and that Mutina and its garrison were in danger, Lucius Manlius, the praetor, inflamed with rage, led his army in haste to Mutina. There were then woods on both sides of the road, most of the country being uncultivated. There, having advanced without previously exploring his route, he fell suddenly into an ambuscade. And after much slaughter of his men, with difficulty made his way into the open plains. Here a camp was fortified, and because confidence was wanting to the Gauls to attack it, the spirit of the soldiers revived, although it was sufficiently evident that their strength was much clipped. The journey was then commenced anew. Nor while the army was led in march through open tracts did the enemy appear, but, when the woods were again entered, then attacking the rear, amid great confusion and alarm of all, they slew 800 soldiers, and took 6 standards. There was an end to the Gauls of creating, and to the Romans of experiencing terror, when they escaped from the pathless and entangled thicket. Then easily defending their march through the open ground, the Romans directed their course to Tenitum, a village near the Po, where, by a temporary fortification, and the supplies conveyed by the river, and also by the aid of the Brescian Gauls, they defended themselves against the daily increasing multitude of their enemies. 26. When the account of this sudden disturbance was brought to Rome, and the senators heard that the Punic had also been increased by a Gallic war, they ordered Caius Atilius, the praetor, to carry assistance to Manlius with 1 Roman legion and 5,000 of the allies, enrolled in the late levy by the consul, who, without any contest, for the enemy had retired through fear, arrived at Tenitum. At the same time Publius Cornelius, a new legion having been levied in the room of that which was sent with the praetor, setting out from the city with 60 ships of war, by the coast of Etruria and Liguria, and then the mountains of the Sales, arrived at Marseilles, and pitched his camp at the nearest mouth of the Rhone, for the stream flows down to the sea divided into several channels, scarcely as yet well believing that Hannibal had crossed the Pyrenean mountains. Whom when he ascertained to be also meditating the passage of the Rhone, uncertain in what place he might meet him, his soldiers not yet being sufficiently recovered from the tossing of the sea, he sends forward, in the meantime, 300 chosen horses, with Massilian guides and Gallic auxiliaries, to explore all the country, and observe the enemy from a safe distance. Hannibal, the other states being pacified by fear or bribes, had now come into the territory of the Volsci, a powerful nation. They, indeed, dwell on both sides of the Rhone, but doubting that the Carthaginian could be driven from the hither bank, in order that they might have the river as a defence, having transported almost all their effects across the Rhone, occupied in arms the farther bank of the river. Hannibal, by means of presents, persuades the other inhabitants of the river side, and some even of the Volsci themselves, whom their homes had detained, to collect from every quarter and build ships. And they at the same time themselves desired that the army should be transported, and their country relieved, as soon as possible, from the vast multitude of men that burthened it. A great number, therefore, of ships and boats rudely formed for the neighboring passages, were collected together, and the Gauls, first beginning the plan, hollowed out some new ones from single trees. And then the soldiers themselves, at once induced by the plenty of materials and the easiness of the work, hastily formed shapeless hulks, in which they could transport themselves and their baggage, caring about nothing else, provided they could float and contain their burthen. 27. And now, when all things were sufficiently prepared for crossing, the enemy over against them occupying the whole bank, horse and foot, deterred them. In order to dislodge them, Hannibal orders Hanno, the son of Bomilcar, at the first watch of the night, to proceed with a part of the forces, principally Spanish, 1 day's journey up the river. And having crossed it where he might first be able, as secretly as possible, to lead round his forces, that when the occasion required he might attack the enemy in the rear. The Gauls, given him as guides for the purpose, inform him that about 25 miles from thence, the river spreading round a small island, broader where it was divided, and therefore with a shallower channel, presented a passage. At this place timber was quickly cut down and rafts formed, on which men, horses, and other burthens might be conveyed over. The Spaniards, without making any difficulty, having put their clothes in bags of leather, and themselves leaning on their bucklers placed beneath them, swam across the river. And the rest of the army, after passing on the rafts joined together, and pitching their camp near the river, being fatigued by the journey of the night and the labor of the work, are refreshed by the rest of 1 day. Their leader being anxious to execute his design at a proper season. Setting out next day from this place, they signify by raising a smoke that they had crossed, and were not far distant, which when Hannibal understood, that he might not be wanting on the opportunity, he gives the signal for passing. The infantry already had the boats prepared and fitted. A line of ships higher up transporting the horsemen for the most part near their horses swimming beside them, in order to break the force of the current, rendered the water smooth to the boats crossing below. A great part of the horses were led across swimming, held by bridles from the stern, except those which they put on board saddled and bridled, in order that they might be ready to be used by the rider the moment he disembarked on the strand. 28. The Gauls run down to the bank to meet them with various whoopings and songs, according to their custom, shaking their shields above their heads, and brandishing their weapons in their right hands. Although such a multitude of ships in front of them alarmed them, together with the loud roaring of the river, and the mingled clamors of the sailors and soldiers, both those who were striving to break through the force of the current, and those who from the other bank were encouraging their comrades on their passage. While sufficiently dismayed by this tumult in front, more terrifying shouts from behind assailed them, their camp having been taken by Hanno. Presently he himself came up, and a twofold terror encompassed them, both such a multitude of armed men landing from the ships, and this unexpected army pressing on their rear. When the Gauls, having made a prompt and bold effort to force the enemy, were themselves repulsed, they break through where a way seemed most open, and fly in consternation to their villages around. Hannibal, now despising these tumultuary onsets of the Gauls, having transported the rest of his forces at leisure, pitches his camp. I believe that there were various plans for transporting the elephants. At least there are various accounts of the way in which it was done. Some relate, that after the elephants were assembled together on the bank, the fiercest of them being provoked by his keeper, pursued him as he swam across the water, to which he had run for refuge, and drew after him the rest of the herd. The mere force of the stream hurrying them to the other bank, when the bottom had failed each, fearful of the depth. But there is more reason to believe that they were conveyed across on rafts. Which plan, as it must have appeared the safer before execution, is after it the more entitled to credit. They extended from the bank into the river one raft 200 feet long and 50 broad, which, fastened higher up by several strong cables to the bank, that it might not be carried down by the stream they covered, like a bridge, with earth thrown upon it, so that the beasts might tread upon it without fear, as over solid ground. Another raft equally broad and 100 feet long, fit for crossing the river, was joined to this first. And when the elephants, driven along the stationary raft as along a road had passed, the females leading the way, on to the smaller raft which was joined to it, the lashings, by which it was slightly fastened, being immediately let go, it was drawn by some light boats to the opposite side. The first having been thus landed, the rest were then returned for and carried across. They gave no signs of alarm whatever while they were driven along as it were on a continuous bridge. The first fear was, when, the raft being loosed from the rest, they were hurried into the deep. Then pressing together, as those at the edges drew back from the water, they produced some disorder, till mere terror, when they saw water all around, produced quiet. Some, indeed, becoming infuriated, fell into the river. But, steadied by their own weight, having thrown off their riders, and seeking step by step the shallows, they escaped to the shore. 29. Whilst the elephants were conveyed over, Hannibal, in the meantime, had sent 500 Numidian horsemen towards the camp of the Romans, to observe where and how numerous their forces were, and what they were designing. The 300 Roman horsemen sent, as was before said, from the mouth of the Rhone, meet this band of cavalry, and a more furious engagement than could be expected from the number of the combatants takes place. For, besides many wounds, the loss on both sides was also nearly equal, and the flight and dismay of the Numidians gave victory to the Romans, now exceedingly fatigued. There fell of the conquerors 160, not all Romans, but partly Gauls, of the vanquished more than 200. This commencement, and at the same time omen of the war, as it portended to the Romans a prosperous issue of the whole, so did it also the success of a doubtful and by no means bloodless contest. When, after the action had thus occurred, his own men returned to each general, Scipio could adopt no fixed plan of proceeding, except that he should form his measures from the plans and undertakings of the enemy, and Hannibal. Uncertain whether he should pursue the march he had commenced into Italy, or fight with the Roman army which had first presented itself, the arrival of ambassadors from the boy, and of a petty prince called Magellus, diverted from an immediate engagement, who, declaring that they would be the guides of his journey and the companions of his dangers, gave it as their opinion, that Italy ought to be attacked with the entire force of the war, his strength having been nowhere previously impaired. The troops indeed feared the enemy, the remembrance of the former war not being yet obliterated, but much more did they dread the immense journey in the Alps, a thing formidable by report, particularly to the inexperienced. 30. Hannibal, therefore, when his own resolution was fixed to proceed in his course and advance on Italy, having summoned an assembly, works upon the minds of the soldiers in various ways, by reproof and exhortation. He said, that he wondered what sudden fear had seized breasts ever before undismayed, that through so many years they had made their campaigns with conquest, nor had departed from Spain before all the nations and countries which two opposite seas embrace, were subjected to the Carthaginians. That then, indignant that the Romans demanded those, whosoever had besieged Saguntum, to be delivered up to them, as on account of a crime, they had passed the Ibris to blot out the name of the Romans, and to emancipate the world. That then the way seemed long to no one, though they were pursuing it from the setting to the rising of the sun. That now, when they saw by far the greater part of their journey accomplished, the passes of the Pyrenees surmounted, amid the most ferocious nations, the Rhone, that mighty river, crossed, in spite of the opposition of so many thousand Gauls. The fury of the river itself having been overcome, when they had the Alps in sight, the other side of which was Italy, should they halt through weariness at the very gates of the enemy, imagining the Alps to be what else than lofty mountains. That supposing them to be higher than the summits of the Pyrenees, assuredly no part of the earth reached the sky, nor was insurmountable by mankind. The Alps in fact were inhabited and cultivated, produced and supported living beings. Were they passable by a few men and impassable to armies? That those very ambassadors whom they saw before them had not crossed the Alps borne aloft through the air on wings. Neither were their ancestors indeed natives of the soil, but settling in Italy from foreign countries, had often as emigrants safely crossed these very Alps in immense bodies, with their wives and children. To the armed soldier, carrying nothing with him but the instruments of war, what in reality was impervious or insurmountable? That Saguntum might be taken, what dangers, what toils were for 8 months undergone. Now, when their aim was Rome, the capital of the world, could anything appear so dangerous or difficult as to delay their undertaking? That the Gauls had formerly gained possession of that very country which the Carthaginian despairs of being able to approach. That they must, therefore, either yield in spirit and valor to that nation which they had so often during those times overcome, or look forward, as the end of their journey, to the plain which spreads between the Tiber and the walls of Rome. 31. He orders them, roused by these exhortations, to refresh themselves and prepare for the journey. Next day, proceeding upward along the bank of the Rhone, he makes for the inland part of Gaul, not because it was the more direct route to the Alps, but believing that the farther he retired from the sea, the Romans would be less in his way. With whom, before he arrived in Italy, he had no intention of engaging. After 4 days' march he came to the island. There the streams of the Aire and the Rhone, flowing down from different branches of the Alps, after embracing a pretty large tract of country, flow into one. The name of the island is given to the plains that lie between them. The Allobroges dwell near, a nation even in those days inferior to none in Gaul in power and fame. They were at that time at variance. 2 brothers were contending for the sovereignty. The elder, named Brancus, who had before been king, was driven out by his younger brother and a party of the younger men, who, inferior in right, had more of power. When the decision of this quarrel was most opportunely referred to Hannibal, being appointed arbitrator of the kingdom, he restored the sovereignty to the elder, because such had been the opinion of the Senate and the chief men. In return for this service, he was assisted with a supply of provisions, and plenty of all necessaries, particularly clothing, which the Alps, notorious for extreme cold, rendered necessary to be prepared. After composing the dissensions of the Allobroges, when he now was proceeding to the Alps, he directed his course thither, not by the straight road, but turned to the left into the country of the Tricastini. Thence by the extreme boundary of the territory of the Vocontii he proceeded to the Tricorii. His way not being anywhere obstructed till he came to the river Druentia. This stream, also arising amid the Alps, is by far the most difficult to pass of all the rivers in Gaul. For though it rolls down an immense body of water, yet it does not admit of ships. Because, being restrained by no banks, and flowing in several and not always the same channels, and continually forming new shallows and new whirlpools, on which account the passage is also uncertain to a person on foot. And rolling down besides gravelly stones, it affords no firm or safe passage to those who enter it. And having been at that time swollen by showers, it created great disorder among the soldiers as they crossed, when, in addition to other difficulties, they were of themselves confused by their own hurry and uncertain shouts. 32. Publius Cornelius the consul, about 3 days after Hannibal moved from the bank of the Rhone, had come to the camp of the enemy, with his army drawn up in square. Intending to make no delay in fighting, but when he saw the fortifications deserted, and that he could not easily come up with them so far in advance before him, he returned to the sea and his fleet. In order more easily and safely to encounter Hannibal when descending from the Alps. But that Spain, the province which he had obtained by lot, might not be destitute of Roman auxiliaries, he sent his brother Gnaeus Scipio with the principal part of his forces against Hasdrubal, not only to defend the old allies and conciliate new, but also to drive Hasdrubal out of Spain. He himself, with a very small force, returned to Genoa, intending to defend Italy with the army which was around the Po. From the Druentia, by a road that lay principally through plains, Hannibal arrived at the Alps without molestation from the Gauls that inhabit those regions. Then, though the scene had been previously anticipated from report, by which uncertainties are wont to be exaggerated, yet the height of the mountains when viewed so near, and the snows almost mingling with the sky. The shapeless huts situated on the cliffs, the cattle and beasts of burden withered by the cold, the men unshorn and wildly dressed, all things, animate and inanimate, stiffened with frost, and other objects more terrible to be seen than described, renewed their alarm. To them, marching up the first acclivities, the mountaineers appeared occupying the heights overhead, who, if they had occupied the more concealed valleys, might, by rushing out suddenly to the attack, have occasioned great flight and havoc. Hannibal orders them to halt, and having sent forward Gauls to view the ground, when he found there was no passage that way, he pitches his camp in the widest valley he could find, among places all rugged and precipitous. Then, having learned from the same Gauls, when they had mixed in conversation with the mountaineers, from whom they differed little in language and manners, that the pass was only beset during the day, and that at night each withdrew to his own dwelling, he advanced at the dawn to the heights, as if designing openly and by day to force his way through the defile. The day then being passed in feigning a different attempt from that which was in preparation, when they had fortified the camp in the same place where they had halted, as soon as he perceived that the mountaineers had descended from the heights, and that the guards were withdrawn, having lighted for show a greater number of fires than was proportioned to the number that remained, and having left the baggage in the camp, with the cavalry and the principal part of the infantry, he himself with a party of light-armed, consisting of all the most courageous of his troops, rapidly cleared the defile, and took post on those very heights which the enemy had occupied. 33. At dawn of light the next day the camp broke up, and the rest of the army began to move forward. The mountaineers, on a signal being given, were now assembling from their forts to their usual station, when they suddenly behold part of the enemy overhanging them from above, in possession of their former position, and the others passing along the road. Both these objects, presented at the same time to the eye and the mind, made them stand motionless for a little while. But when they afterwards saw the confusion in the pass, and that the marching body was thrown into disorder by the tumult which itself created, principally from the horses being terrified, thinking that whatever terror they added would suffice for the destruction of the enemy, they scramble along the dangerous rocks, as being accustomed alike to pathless and circuitous ways. Then indeed the Carthaginians were opposed at once by the enemy and by the difficulties of the ground, and each striving to escape first from the danger, there was more fighting among themselves than with their opponents. The horses in particular created danger in the lines, which, being terrified by the discordant clamors which the groves and re-echoing valleys augmented, fell into confusion. And if by chance struck or wounded, they were so dismayed that they occasioned a great loss both of men and baggage of every description, and as the pass on both sides was broken and precipitous, this tumult threw many down to an immense depth, some even of the armed men. But the beasts of burden, with their loads, were rolled down like the fall of some vast fabric. Though these disasters were shocking to view, Hannibal however kept his place for a little, and kept his men together, lest he might augment the tumult and disorder. But afterwards, when he saw the line broken, and that there was danger that he should bring over his army, preserved to no purpose if deprived of their baggage, he hastened down from the higher ground. And though he had routed the enemy by the first onset alone, he at the same time increased the disorder in his own army, but that tumult was composed in a moment, after the roads were cleared by the flight of the mountaineers. And presently the whole army was conducted through, not only without being disturbed, but almost in silence. He then took a fortified place, which was the capital of that district, and the little villages that lay around it, and fed his army for 3 days with the corn and cattle he had taken. And during these 3 days, as the soldiers were neither obstructed by the mountaineers, who had been daunted by the first engagement, nor yet much by the ground, he made considerable way. 34. He then came to another state, abounding, for a mountainous country, with inhabitants, where he was nearly overcome, not by open war, but by his own arts of treachery and ambuscade. Some old men, governors of forts, came as deputies to the Carthaginian, professing, that having been warned by the useful example of the calamities of others, they wished rather to experience the friendship than the hostilities of the Carthaginians, they would, therefore, obediently execute his commands, and begged that he would accept of a supply of provisions, guides of his march, and hostages for the sincerity of their promises. Hannibal, when he had answered them in a friendly manner, thinking that they should neither be rashly trusted nor yet rejected, lest if repulsed they might openly become enemies, having received the hostages whom they proffered, and made use of the provisions which they of their own accord brought down to the road, follows their guides, by no means as among a people with whom he was at peace, but with his line of march in close order. The elephants and cavalry formed the van of the marching body, he himself, examining everything around, and intent on every circumstance, followed with the choicest of the infantry. When they came into a narrower pass, lying on one side beneath an overhanging eminence, the barbarians, rising at once on all sides from their ambush, assailed them in front and rear, both at close quarters and from a distance, and rolled down huge stones on the army. The most numerous body of men pressed on the rear, against whom the infantry, facing about and directing their attack, made it very obvious, that had not the rear of the army been well supported, a great loss must have been sustained in that pass. Even as it was they came to the extremity of danger, and almost to destruction, for while Hannibal hesitates to lead down his division into the defile, because, though he himself was a protection to the cavalry, Livy had not in the same way left any aid to the infantry in the rear. The mountaineers, charging obliquely, and on having broken through the middle of the army, took possession of the road, and one night was spent by Hannibal without his cavalry and baggage. 35. Next day, the barbarians running into the attack between the two divisions, less vigorously, the forces were reunited, and the defile passed, not without loss, but yet with a greater destruction of beasts of burden than of men. From that time the mountaineers fell upon them in smaller parties, more like an attack of robbers than war, sometimes on the van, sometimes on the rear, according as the ground afforded them advantage. Or stragglers advancing or loitering gave them an opportunity. Though the elephants were driven through steep and narrow roads with great loss of time, yet wherever they went they rendered the army safe from the enemy, because men unacquainted with such animals were afraid of approaching too nearly. On the 9th day they came to a summit of the Alps, chiefly through places trackless. And after many mistakes of their way, which were caused either by the treachery of the guides, or, when they were not trusted, by entering valleys at random, on their own conjectures of the route. For 2 days they remained encamped on the summit. And rest was given to the soldiers, exhausted with toil and fighting, and several beasts of burden, which had fallen down among the rocks, by following the track of the army arrived at the camp. A fall of snow, it being now the season of the setting of the constellation of the Pleiades, caused great fear to the soldiers, already worn out with weariness of so many hardships. On the standards being moved forward at daybreak, when the army proceeded slowly over all places entirely blocked up with snow, and languor and despair strongly appeared in the countenances of all, Hannibal, having advanced before the standards, and ordered the soldiers to halt on a certain eminence, whence there was a prospect far and wide, points out to them Italy and the plains of the Po, extending themselves beneath the Alpine mountains. And said, that they were now surmounting not only the ramparts of Italy, but also of the city of Rome, that the rest of the journey would be smooth and downhill. That after one, or, at most, a second battle, they would have the citadel and capital of Italy in their power and possession. The army then began to advance, the enemy now making no attempts beyond petty thefts, as opportunity offered. But the journey proved much more difficult than it had been in the ascent, as the declivity of the Alps being generally shorter on the side of Italy is consequently steeper. For nearly all the road was precipitous, narrow, and slippery, so that neither those who made the least stumble could prevent themselves from falling, nor, when fallen, remain in the same place, but rolled, both men and beasts of burden, one upon another. 36. They then came to a rock much more narrow, and formed of such perpendicular ledges, that a light-armed soldier, carefully making the attempt, and clinging with his hands to the bushes and roots around, could with difficulty lower himself down. The ground, even before very steep by nature, had been broken by a recent falling away of the earth into a precipice of nearly 1,000 feet in depth. Here when the cavalry had halted, as if at the end of their journey, it is announced to Hannibal, wondering what obstructed the march, that the rock was impassable. Having then gone himself to view the place, it seemed clear to him that he must lead his army round it, by however great a circuit, through the pathless and untrodden regions around. But this route also proved impracticable. For while the new snow of a moderate depth remained on the old, which had not been removed, their footsteps were planted with ease as they walked upon the new snow, which was soft and not too deep. But when it was dissolved by the trampling of so many men and beasts of burden, they then walked on the bare ice below, and through the dirty fluid formed by the melting snow. Here there was a wretched struggle, both on account of the slippery ice not affording any hold to the step, and giving way beneath the foot more readily by reason of the slope. And whether they assisted themselves in rising by their hands or their knees, their supports themselves giving way, they would stumble again, nor were there any stumps or roots near, by pressing against which, one might with hand or foot support himself, so that they only floundered on the smooth ice and amid the melted snow. The beasts of burden sometimes also went into this lower ice by merely treading upon it, at others they broke it completely through, by the violence with which they struck in their hoofs in their struggling, so that most of them, as if taken in a trap, stuck in the hardened and deeply frozen ice. 37. At length, after the men and beasts of burden had been fatigued to no purpose, the camp was pitched on the summit, the ground being cleared for that purpose with great difficulty, so much snow was there to be dug out and carried away. The soldiers being then set to make a way down the cliff by which alone a passage could be effected, and it being necessary that they should cut through the rocks, having felled and lopped a number of large trees which grew around, they make a huge pile of timber. And as soon as a strong wind fit for exciting the flames arose, they set fire to it, and, pouring vinegar on the heated stones, they render them soft and crumbling. They then open a way with iron instruments through the rock thus heated by the fire, and soften its declivities by gentle windings, so that not only the beasts of burden, but also the elephants could be led down it. For days were spent about this rock, the beasts nearly perishing through hunger, for the summits of the mountains are for the most part bare, and if there is any pasture the snows bury it. The lower parts contain valleys, and some sunny hills, and rivulets flowing beside woods, and scenes more worthy of the abode of man. There the beasts of burden were sent out to pasture, and rest given for 3 days to the men, fatigued with forming the passage. They then descended into the plains, the country and the dispositions of the inhabitants being now less rugged. 38. In this manner chiefly they came to Italy in the 5th month, as some authors relate, after leaving New Carthage, having crossed the Alps in 15 days. What number of forces Hannibal had when he had passed into Italy is by no means agreed upon by authors. Those who state them at the highest, make mention of 100,000 foot and 20,000 horse. Those who state them at the lowest, of 20,000 foot and 6,000 horse. Lucius Cincius Alimentus, who relates that he was made prisoner by Hannibal, would influence me most as an authority, did he not confound the number by adding the Gauls and Ligurians. Including these, who, it is more probable, flocked to him afterwards, and so some authors assert, he says, that 80,000 foot and 10,000 horse were brought into Italy. And that he had heard from Hannibal himself, that after crossing the Rhone he had lost 36,000 men, and an immense number of horses, and other beasts of burden, among the Taurini, the next nation to the Gauls, as he descended into Italy. As this circumstance is agreed on by all, I am the more surprised that it should be doubtful by what road he crossed the Alps. And that it should commonly be believed that he passed over the Pennine mountain, and that thence 189 the name was given to that ridge of the Alps. Coelius says, that he passed over the top of Mount Cremo. Both which passes would have brought him, not to the Taurini, but through the Salasian mountaineers to the Libuan Gauls. Neither is it probable that these roads into Gaul were then open, especially once those which lead to the Pennine mountain would have been unlocked up by nations half German. Nor by Hercules, if this argument has weight with any one, do the Veragri, the inhabitants of this ridge, know of the name being given to these mountains from the passage of the Carthaginians, but from the divinity, whom the mountaineers style Penninus, worshipped on the highest summit. 39. Very opportunely for the commencement of his operations, a war had broken out with the Taurini, the nearest nation, against the Insubrians. But Hannibal could not put his troops under arms to assist either party, as they very chiefly felt the disorders they had before contracted, in remedying them. For ease after toil, plenty after want, and attention to their persons after dirt and filth, had variously affected their squalid and almost savage-looking bodies. This was the reason that Publius Cornelius, the consul, when he had arrived at Pisa with his fleet, hastened to the Po, though the troops he received from Manlius and Attilius were raw and disheartened by their late disgraces, in order that he might engage the enemy when not yet recruited. But when the consul came to Placentia, Hannibal had already moved from his quarters, and had taken by storm one city of the Taurini, the capital of the nation, because they did not come willingly into his alliance. And he would have gained over to him, not only from fear, but also from inclination, the Gauls who dwell beside the Po, had not the arrival of the consul suddenly checked them while watching for an opportunity of revolt. Hannibal at the same time moved from the Taurini, thinking that the Gauls, uncertain which side to choose, would follow him if present among them. The armies were now almost in sight of each other, and their leaders, though not at present sufficiently acquainted, yet met each other with a certain feeling of mutual admiration. For the name of Hannibal, even before the destruction of Saguntum, was very celebrated among the Romans. And Hannibal believed Scipio to be a superior man, from the very circumstance of his having been specially chosen to act as commander against himself. They had increased too their estimation of each other. Scipio, because, being left behind in Gaul, he had met Hannibal when he had crossed into Italy, Hannibal, by his daring attempt of crossing the Alps and by its accomplishment. Scipio, however, was the first to cross the Po, and having pitched his camp at the river Ticinus, he delivered the following oration for the sake of encouraging his soldiers before he led them out to form for battle. 40. If, soldiers, I were leading out that army to battle which I had with me in Gaul, I should have thought it superfluous to address you. For of what use would it be to exhort either those horsemen who so gloriously vanquished the cavalry of the enemy at the river Rhone, or those legions with whom, pursuing this very enemy flying before us, I obtained in lieu of victory a confession of superiority, shown by his retreat and refusal to fight? Now because that army, levied for the province of Spain, maintains the war under my auspices 190 and the command of my brother Gnaeus Scipio, in the country where the Senate and people of Rome wished him to serve, and since that you might have a consul for your leader against Hannibal and the Carthaginians, have offered myself voluntarily for this contest, few words are required to be addressed from a new commander to soldiers unacquainted with him. That you may not be ignorant of the nature of the war nor of the enemy, you have to fight, soldiers, with those whom in the former war you conquered both by land and sea, from whom you have exacted tribute for 20 years. From whom you hold Sicily and Sardinia, taken as the prizes of victory. In the present contest, therefore, you and they will have those feelings which are wont to belong to the victors and the vanquished. Nor are they now about to fight because they are daring, but because it is unavoidable. Except you can believe that they who declined the engagement when their forces were entire, should have now gained more confidence when 2/3 of their infantry and cavalry have been lost in the passage of the Alps. And when almost greater numbers have perished than survive. Yes, they are few indeed, some may say, but they are vigorous in mind and body, men whose strength and power scarce any force may withstand. On the contrary, they are but the resemblances, nay, are rather the shadows of men. Being worn out with hunger, cold, dirt, and filth, and bruised and enfeebled among stones and rocks. Besides all this, their joints are frostbitten, their sinews stiffened with the snow, their limbs withered up by the frost, their armor battered and shivered, their horses lame and powerless. With such cavalry, with such infantry, you have to fight, you will not have enemies in reality, but rather their last remains. And I fear nothing more than that when you have fought Hannibal, the Alps may appear to have conquered him. But perhaps it was fitting that the gods themselves should, without any human aid, commence and carry forward a war with a leader and a people that violate the faith of treaties. And that we, who next to the gods have been injured, should finish the contest thus commenced and nearly completed. 41. I do not fear lest any one should think that I say this ostentatiously for the sake of encouraging you, while in my own mind I am differently affected. I was at liberty to go with my army into Spain, my own province, whither I had already set out. Where I should have had a brother as the bearer of my counsels and my dangers, and Hasdrubal, instead of Hannibal, for my antagonist, and without question a less laborious war, nevertheless, as I sailed along the coast of Gaul. Having landed on hearing of this enemy, and having sent forward the cavalry, I moved my camp to the Rhone. In a battle of cavalry, with which part of my forces the opportunity of engaging was afforded, I routed the enemy. And because I could not overtake by land his army of infantry, which was rapidly hurried away, as if in flight, having returned to the ships with all the speed I could, after compassing such an extent of sea and land. I have met him at the foot of the Alps. Whether do I appear, while declining the contest, to have fallen in unexpectedly with this dreaded foe, or encounter him in his track. To challenge him and drag him out to decide the contest. I am anxious to try whether the earth has suddenly, in these 20 years, sent forth a new race of Carthaginians, or whether these are the same who fought at the island's Aegates, and whom you permitted to defeat from Eryx. Valued at 18 denarii a head. And whether this Hannibal be, as he himself gives out, the rival of the expeditions of Hercules, or one left by his father the tributary and taxed subject and slave of the Roman people. Who, did not his guilt at Saguntum drive him to frenzy, would certainly reflect, if not upon his conquered country, at least on his family, and his father, and the treaties written by the hand of Hamilcar. Who, at the command of our consul, withdrew the garrison from Eryx, who, indignant and grieving, submitted to the harsh conditions imposed on the conquered Carthaginians, who agreed to depart from Sicily, and pay tribute to the Roman people. I would, therefore, have you fight, soldiers, not only with that spirit with which you are wont to encounter other enemies, but with a certain indignation and resentment, as if you saw your slaves suddenly taking up arms against you. We might have killed them when shut up in Eryx by hunger, the most dreadful of human tortures. We might have carried over our victorious fleet to Africa, and in a few days have destroyed Carthage without any opposition. We granted pardon to their prayers, we released them from the blockade, we made peace with them when conquered, and we afterwards considered them under our protection when they were oppressed by the African war. In return for these benefits, they come under the conduct of a furious youth to attack our country. And I wish that the contest on your side was for glory, and not for safety. It is not about the possession of Sicily and Sardinia, concerning which the dispute was formerly, but for Italy, that you must fight, nor is there another army behind, which, if we should not conquer, can resist the enemy. Nor are there other Alps, during the passage of which fresh forces may be procured. Here, soldiers, we must make our stand, as if we fought before the walls of Rome. Let every one consider that he defends with his arms not only his own person, but his wife and young children, nor let him only entertain domestic cares and anxieties, but at the same time let him revolve in his mind that the Senate and people of Rome now anxiously regard our efforts. And that according as our strength and valor shall be, such henceforward will be the fortune of that city and of the Roman Empire. 42. Thus the consul addressed the Romans. Hannibal, thinking that his soldiers ought to be roused by deeds rather than by words, having drawn his army around for the spectacle, placed in their midst the captive mountaineers in fetters. And after Gallic arms had been thrown at their feet, he ordered the interpreter to ask, whether any among them, on condition of being released from chains, and receiving, if victorious, armor and a horse, was willing to combat with the sword. When they all, to a man, demanded the combat and the sword, and lots were cast into the urn for that purpose, each wished himself the person whom fortune might select for the contest. As the lot of each man came out, eager and exulting with joy amidst the congratulations of his comrades, and dancing after the national custom, he hastily snatched up the arms, but when they fought, such was the state of feeling, not only among their companions in the same circumstances, but among the spectators in general, that the fortune of those who conquered was not praised more than that of those who died bravely. 43. When he had dismissed the soldiers, thus affected after viewing several pairs of combatants, having then summoned an assembly, he is said to have addressed them in these terms: If, soldiers, you shall by and by, in judging of your own fortune, preserve the same feelings which you experienced a little before in the example of the fate of others, we have already conquered. For neither was that merely a spectacle, but as it were a certain representation of your condition. And I know not whether fortune has not thrown around you still stronger chains and more urgent necessities than around your captives. On the right and left 2 seas enclose you, without your possessing a single ship even for escape. The river Po around you, the Po larger and more impetuous than the Rhone, the Alps behind, scarcely passed by you when fresh and vigorous, hem you in. Here, soldiers, where you have first met the enemy, you must conquer or die. And the same fortune which has imposed the necessity of fighting, holds out to you, if victorious, rewards, than which men are not wont to desire greater, even from the immortal gods. If we were only about to recover by our valor Sicily and Sardinia, wrested from our fathers, the recompense would be sufficiently ample. But whatever, acquired and amassed by so many triumphs, the Romans possess, all, with its masters themselves, will become yours. To gain this rich reward, hasten, then, and seize your arms with the favor of the gods. Long enough in pursuing cattle among the desert mountains of Lusitania 191 and Celtiberia, you have seen no emolument from so many toils and dangers. It is time to make rich and profitable campaigns, and to gain the great reward of your labors. After having accomplished such a length of journey over so many mountains and rivers, and so many nations in arms. Here fortune has granted you the termination of your labors, here she will bestow a reward worthy of the service you have undergone. Nor, in proportion as the war is great in name, ought you to consider that the victory will be difficult. A despised enemy has often maintained a sanguinary contest, and renowned states and kings been conquered by a very slight effort. For, setting aside only the splendor of the Roman name, what remains in which they can be compared to you? To pass over in silence your service for 20 years, distinguished by such valor and success, you have made your way to this place from the Pillars of Hercules, from the ocean and the remotest limits of the world, advancing victorious through so many of the fiercest nations of Gaul and Spain. You will fight with a raw army, which this very summer was beaten, conquered, and surrounded by the Gauls. As yet unknown to its general, and ignorant of him. Shall I compare myself, almost born, and certainly bred in the tent of my father, that most illustrious commander, myself the subjugator of Spain and Gaul, the conqueror too not only of the Alpine nations, but what is much more, of the Alps themselves, with this 6 months general, the deserter of his army? To whom, if any one, having taken away their standards, should show today the Carthaginians and Romans, I am sure that he would not know of which army he was consul. I do not regard it, soldiers, as of small account, that there is not a man among you before whose eyes I have not often achieved some military exploit. And to whom, in like manner, I the spectator and witness of his valor, could not recount his own gallant deeds, particularized by time and place. With soldiers who have 1,000 times received my praises and gifts, I, who was the pupil of you all before I became your commander, will march out in battle array against those who are unknown to and ignorant of each other. 44. On whatever side I turn my eyes I see nothing but what is full of courage and energy, a veteran infantry. Cavalry, both those with and those without the bridle, composed of the most gallant nations, you are most faithful and valiant allies, you Carthaginians, who are about to fight as well for the sake of your country as from the justest resentment. We are the assailants in the war, and descend into Italy with hostile standards, about to engage so much more boldly and bravely than the foe, as the confidence and courage of the assailant are greater than those of him who is defensive. Besides suffering, injury, and indignity inflame and excite our minds, they first demanded me your leader for punishment, and then all of you who had laid siege to Saguntum. And had we been given up they would have visited us with the severest tortures. That most cruel and haughty nation considers everything its own, and at its own disposal. It thinks it right that it should regulate with whom we are to have war, with whom peace. It circumscribes and shuts us up by the boundaries of mountains and rivers, which we must not pass. And then does not adhere to those boundaries which it appointed. Pass not the Iberus, have nothing to do with the Saguntines. Saguntum is on the Iberus, you must not move a step in any direction. Is it a small thing that you take away my most ancient provinces Sicily and Sardinia? Will you take Spain also? And should I withdraw thence, you will cross over into Africa. Will cross, did I say? They have sent the 2 consuls of this year, one to Africa, the other to Spain. There is nothing left to us in any quarter, except what we can assert to ourselves by arms. Those may be cowards and dastards who have something to look back upon. Whom, flying through safe and unmolested roads, their own lands and their own country will receive, there is a necessity for you to be brave. And since all between victory and death is broken off from you by inevitable despair, either to conquer, or, if fortune should waver, to meet death rather in battle than flight. If this be well fixed and determined in the minds of you all, I will repeat, you have already conquered. No stronger incentive to victory has been given to man by the immortal gods. 45. When the minds of the soldiers on both sides had been animated to the contest by these exhortations, the Romans throw a bridge over the Ticinus, and, for the sake of defending the bridge, erect a fort on it. The Carthaginian, while the Romans were engaged in this work, sends Maharbal with a squadron of 500 Numidian horse, to lay waste the territories of the allies of the Roman people. He orders that the Gauls should be spared as much as possible, and the minds of their chiefs be instigated to a revolt. When the bridge was finished, the Roman army being led across into the territory of the Insubrians, took up its station 5 miles from Victumbii. At this place Hannibal lay encamped. And having quickly recalled Maharbal and the cavalry, when he perceived that a battle was approaching, thinking that in exhorting the soldiers enough could never be spoken or addressed by way of admonition, he announces to them, when summoned to an assembly, stated rewards, in expectation of which they might fight. He promised, that he would give them land in Italy, Africa, Spain, where each man might choose, exempt from all burdens to the person who received it, and to his children. If any one preferred money to land, he would satisfy him in silver. If any of the allies wished to become citizens of Carthage, he would grant them permission. If others chose rather to return home, he would lend his endeavors that they should not wish the situation of any one of their countrymen exchanged for their own. To the slaves also who followed their masters he promised freedom, and that he would give 2 slaves in place of each of them to their masters. And that they might know that these promises were certain, holding in his left hand a lamb, and in his right a flint, having prayed to Jupiter and the other gods, that, if he was false to his word, they would thus slay him as he slew the lamb. After the prayer he broke the skull of the sheep with the stone. Then in truth all, receiving as it were the gods as sureties, each for the fulfillment of his own hopes, and thinking that the only delay in obtaining the object of their wishes arose from their not yet being engaged, with one mind and one voice demanded the battle. 46. By no means so great an alacrity prevailed among the Romans, who, in addition to other causes, were also alarmed by recent prodigies, for both a wolf had entered the camp, and having torn those who met him, had escaped unhurt. And a swarm of bees had settled on a tree overhanging the general's tent. After these prodigies were expiated, Scipio having set out with his cavalry and light-armed spearmen towards the camp of the enemy, to observe from a near point their forces, how numerous, and of what description they were, falls in with Hannibal, who had himself also advanced with his cavalry to explore the circumjacent country, neither at first perceived the other, but the dust arising from the trampling of so many men and horses soon gave the signal of approaching enemies. Both armies halted, and were preparing themselves for battle. Scipio places his spearmen and Gallic cavalry in front, the Romans and what force of allies he had with him, in reserve. Hannibal receives the horsemen who rode with the rein in the center, and strengthens his wings with Numidians. When the shout was scarcely raised, the spearmen fled among the reserve to the second line. There was then a contest of the cavalry, for some time doubtful. But afterwards, on account of the foot soldiers, who were intermingled, causing confusion among the horses, many of the riders falling off from their horses, or leaping down where they saw their friends surrounded and hard pressed. The battle for the most part came to be fought on foot, until the Numidians, who were in the wings, having made a small circuit, showed themselves on the rear. That alarm dismayed the Romans, and the wound of the consul, and the danger to his life, warded off by the interposition of his son, then just arriving at the age of puberty, augmented their fears. This youth will be found to be the same to whom the glory of finishing this war belongs, and to whom the name of Africanus was given, on account of his splendid victory over Hannibal and the Carthaginians. The flight, however, of the spearmen, whom the Numidians attacked first, was the most disorderly. The rest of the cavalry, in a close body, protecting, not only with their arms, but also with their bodies, the consul, whom they had received into the midst of them, brought him back to the camp without anywhere giving way in disorder or precipitation. Coelius attributes the honor of saving the consul to a slave, by nation a Ligurian. I indeed should rather wish that the account about the son was true, which also most authors have transmitted, and the report of which has generally obtained credit. 47. This was the first battle with Hannibal. from which it clearly appeared that the Carthaginian was superior in cavalry, and on that account, that open plains, such as lie between the Po and the Alps, were not suited to the Romans for carrying on the war. On the following night, therefore, the soldiers being ordered to prepare their baggage in silence, the camp broke up from the Ticinus, and they hastened to the Po, in order that the rafts by which the consul had formed a bridge over the river, being not yet loosened, he might lead his forces across without disturbance or pursuit of the enemy. They arrived at Placentia before Hannibal had ascertained that they had set out from the Ticinus. He took, however, 600 of those who loitered on the farther bank, who were slowly unfastening the raft. But he was not able to pass the bridge, as the whole raft floated down the stream as soon as the ends were unfastened. Coelius relates that Mago, with the cavalry and Spanish infantry, immediately swam the river, and that Hannibal himself led the army across by fords higher up the Po, the elephants being opposed to the stream in a line to break the force of the current. These accounts can scarcely gain credit with those who are acquainted with that river. For it is neither probable that the cavalry could bear up against the great violence of the stream, without losing their arms or horses, even supposing that inflated bags of leather had transported all the Spaniards. And the fords of the Po, by which an army encumbered with baggage could pass, must have been sought by a circuit of many days' march. Those authors are more credited by me, who relate that in the course of 2 days a place was with difficulty found fit for forming a bridge of rafts across the river, and that by this way the light-armed Spanish cavalry was sent forward with Mago, whilst Hannibal, delaying beside the river to give audience to the embassies of the Gauls, conveys over the heavy-armed forces of infantry. In the meantime Mago and the cavalry proceed towards the enemy at Placentia 1 day's journey after crossing the river. Hannibal, a few days after, fortified his camp 6 miles from Placentia, and on the following day, having drawn up his line of battle in sight of the enemy, gave them an opportunity of fighting. 48. On the following night a slaughter was made in the Roman camp by the auxiliary Gauls, which appeared greater from the tumult than it proved in reality. 2,000 infantry and 200 horse, having killed the guards at the gates, desert to Hannibal, whom the Carthaginians having addressed kindly, and excited by the hope of great rewards, sent each to several states to gain over the minds of their countrymen. Scipio, thinking that that slaughter was a signal for the revolt of all the Gauls, and that, contaminated with the guilt of that affair, they would rush to arms as if a frenzy had been sent among them. Though he was still suffering severely from his wound, yet setting out for the river Trebia at the 4th watch of the following night with his army in silence, he removes his camp to higher ground and hills more embarrassing to the cavalry. He escaped observation less than at the Ticinus, and Hannibal, having dispatched first the Numidians and then all the cavalry, would have thrown the rear at least into great confusion, had not the Numidians, through anxiety for booty, turned aside into the deserted Roman camp. There whilst, closely examining every part of the camp, they waste time, with no sufficient reward for the delay, the enemy escaped out of their hands. And when they saw the Romans already across the Trebia, and measuring out their camp, they kill a few of the loiterers intercepted on that side of the river. Scipio being unable to endure any longer the irritation of his wound, caused by the roughness of the road, and thinking that he ought to wait for his colleague, for he had now heard that he was recalled from Sicily, fortified a space of chosen ground, which, adjoining the river, seemed safest for a stationary camp. When Hannibal had encamped not far from thence, being as much elated with the victory of his cavalry, as anxious on account of the scarcity which every day assailed him more severely, marching as he did through the territory of the enemy, and supplies being nowhere provided, he sends to the village of Clastidium, where the Romans had collected a great stock of corn. There, whilst they were preparing for an assault, a hope of the town being betrayed to them was held out. Decius, a Brundusian, the governor of the garrison, having been corrupted for 400 pieces of gold, no great bribe truly. Clastidium is surrendered to Hannibal. It served as a granary for the Carthaginians while they lay at the Trebia. No cruelty was used towards the prisoners of the surrendered garrison, in order that a character for clemency might be acquired at the commencement of his proceedings. 49. While the war by land was at a stand beside the Trebia, In the meantime operations went on by land and sea around Sicily and the islands adjacent to Italy, both under Sempronius the consul, and before his arrival. 20 quinquiremes, with 1,000 armed men, having been sent by the Carthaginians to lay waste the coast of Italy, 9 reached the Lipari, 8 the island of Vulcan, and 3 the tide drove into the strait. On these being seen from Messana, 12 ships sent out by Hiero king of Syracuse, who then happened to be at Messana, waiting for the Roman consul, brought back into the port of Messana the ships taken without any resistance. It was discovered from the prisoners that, besides the 20 ships, to which fleet they belonged, and which had been dispatched against Italy, 35 other quinquiremes were directing their course to Sicily. In order to gain over their ancient allies, that their main object was to gain possession of Lilybaeum, and they believed that that fleet had been driven to the island's Aegates by the same storm by which they themselves had been dispersed. The king writes these tidings, according as they had been received, to Marcus Aemilius the praetor, whose province Sicily was, and advises him to occupy Lilybaeum with a strong garrison. Immediately the lieutenants, generals, and tribunes, with the praetor, were dispatched to the different states, in order that they might keep their men on vigilant guard. Above all things it was commanded, that Lilybaeum should be secured, an edict having been put forth that, in addition to such warlike preparations, the crews should carry down to their ships dressed provisions for 10 days. So that no one when the signal was given might delay in embarking. And that those who were stationed along the whole coast should look out from their watchtowers for the approaching fleet of the enemy. The Carthaginians, therefore, though they had purposely slackened the course of their ships, so that they might reach Lilybaeum just before daybreak, were descried before their arrival, because both the moon shone all night. And they came with their sails set up. Immediately the signal was given from the watchtowers, and the summons to arms was shouted through the town, and they embarked in the ships. Part of the soldiers were left on the walls and at the stations of the gates. And part went on board the fleet. The Carthaginians, because they perceived that they would not have to do with an unprepared enemy, kept back from the harbor till daylight, that interval being spent in taking down their rigging and getting ready the fleet for action. When the light appeared, they withdrew their fleet into the open sea, that there might be room for the battle, and that the ships of the enemy might have a free egress from the harbor. Nor did the Romans decline the conflict, being emboldened both by the recollection of the exploits they had performed near that very spot, and by the numbers and valor of their soldiers. 50. When they had advanced into the open sea, the Romans wished to come to close fight, and to make a trial of strength hand to hand. The Carthaginians, on the contrary, eluded them, and sought to maintain the fight by art, not by force, and to make it a battle of ships rather than of men and arms, for though they had their fleet abundantly supplied with mariners, yet it was deficient in soldiers. And when a ship was grappled, a very unequal number of armed men fought on board of it. When this was observed, their numbers increased the courage of the Romans, and their inferiority of force diminished that of the others. 7 Carthaginian ships were immediately surrounded, the rest took to flight. 1,700 soldiers and mariners were captured in the ships, and among them were 3 noble Carthaginians. The Roman fleet returned without loss to the harbor, only 1 ship being pierced, and even that also brought back into port. After this engagement, before those at Messana were aware of its occurrence, Titus Sempronius the consul arrived at Messana. As he entered the strait, King Hiero led out a fleet fully equipped to meet him. And having passed from the royal ship into that of the general, he congratulated him on having arrived safe with his army and fleet, and prayed that his expedition to Sicily might be prosperous and successful. He then laid before him the state of the island and the designs of the Carthaginians, and promised that with the same spirit with which he had in his youth assisted the Romans during the former war, he would now assist them in his old age. That he would gratuitously furnish supplies of corn and clothing to the legions and naval crews of the consul, adding, that great danger threatened Lilybaeum and the maritime states, and that a change of affairs would be acceptable to some of them. For these reasons it appeared to the consul that he ought to make no delay, but to repair to Lilybaeum with his fleet. The king and the royal squadron set out along with him, and on their passage they heard that a battle had been fought at Lilybaeum, and that the enemy's ships had been scattered and taken. 51. The consul having dismissed Hiero with the royal fleet, and left the praetor to defend the coast of Sicily, passed over himself from Lilybaeum to the island Melita, which was held in possession by the Carthaginians. On his arrival, Hamilcar, the son of Gisco, the commander of the garrison, with little less than 2,000 soldiers, together with the town and the island, are delivered up to him. Thence, after a few days, he returned to Lilybaeum. And the prisoners taken, both by the consul and the praetor, excepting those illustrious for their rank, were publicly sold. When the consul considered that Sicily was sufficiently safe on that side, he crossed over to the islands of Vulcan. Because there was a report that the Carthaginian fleet was stationed there, but not one of the enemy was discovered about those islands. They had already, as it happened, passed over to ravage the coast of Italy, and having laid waste the territory of Vibo, were also threatening the city. The descent made by the enemy on the Vibonentian territory is announced to the consul as he was returning to Sicily, and letters were delivered to him which had been sent by the Senate, about the passage of Hannibal into Italy, commanding him as soon as possible to bring assistance to his colleague. Perplexed with having so many anxieties at once, he immediately sent his army, embarked in the fleet, by the upper sea to Ariminum. He assigned the defence of the territory of Vibo, and the sea-coast of Italy, to Sextus Pomponius, his lieutenant general, with 25 ships of war. He made up a fleet of 50 ships for Marcus Aemilius the praetor. And he himself, after the affairs of Sicily were settled, sailing close along the coast of Italy with 10 ships, arrived at Ariminum, whence, setting out with his army for the river Trebia, he joined his colleague. 52. Both the consuls and all the strength of Rome being now opposed to Hannibal, made it sufficiently obvious that the Roman Empire could either be defended by those forces, or that there was no other hope left. Yet the one consul being dispirited by the battle of the cavalry in his own wound, wished operations to be deferred, the other having his spirits unsubdued, and being therefore the more impetuous, admitted no delay. The tract of country between the Trebia and the Po was then inhabited by the Gauls, who, in this contest of two very powerful states, by a doubtful neutrality, were evidently looking forward to the favor of the conqueror. The Romans submitted to this conduct of the Gauls with tolerable satisfaction, provided they did not take any active part at all. But the Carthaginian bore it with great discontent, giving out that he had come invited by the Gauls to set them at liberty. On account of that resentment, and in order that he might at the same time maintain his troops from the plunder, he ordered 2,000 foot and 1,000 horse, chiefly Numidians, with some Gauls intermixed, to lay waste all the country straightforward as far as the banks of the Po. The Gauls, being in want of assistance, though they had up to this time kept their inclinations doubtful, are forced by the authors of the injury to turn to some who would be their supporters. And having sent ambassadors to the consul, they implore the aid of the Romans in behalf of a country which was suffering for the too great fidelity of its inhabitants to the Romans. Neither the cause nor the time of pleading it was satisfactory to Cornelius. And the nation was suspected by him, both on account of many treacherous actions, and though others might have been forgotten through length of time, on account of the recent perfidy of the boy. Sempronius, on the contrary, thought that it would be the strongest tie upon the fidelity of the allies, if those were defended who first required support. Then, while his colleague hesitated, he sends his own cavalry, with about 1,000 spearmen on foot in their company, to protect the Gallic territory beyond the Trebia. These, when they had unexpectedly attacked the enemy while scattered and disordered, and for the most part encumbered with booty, caused great terror, slaughter, and flight, even as far as the camp and outposts of the enemy. Whence being repulsed by the numbers that poured out, they again renewed the fight with the assistance of their own party. Then pursuing and retreating in doubtful battle, though they left it at last equal, yet the fame of the victory was more with the Romans than the enemy. 53. But to no one did it appear more important and just than to the consul himself. He was transported with joy that he had conquered with that part of the forces with which the other consul had been defeated, that the spirits of the soldiers were restored and revived. That there was no one, except his colleague, who would wish an engagement delayed, and that he, suffering more from disease of mind than body, shuddered, through recollection of his wound, at arms and battle. But others ought not to sink into decrepitude together with a sick man. For why should there be any longer protraction or waste of time? What third consul, what other army did they wait for? The camp of the Carthaginians was in Italy, and almost in sight of the city. It was not Sicily and Sardinia, which had been taken from them when vanquished, nor Spain on this side of the Iberus, that was their object, but that the Romans should be driven from the land of their fathers, and the soil in which they were born. How deeply, he continued, would our fathers groan, who were wont to wage war around the walls of Carthage, if they should see us their offspring, 2 consuls and 2 consular armies, trembling within our camps in the heart of Italy. While a Carthaginian had made himself master of all the country between the Alps and the Apennine. Such discourses did he hold while sitting beside his sick colleague, and also at the headquarters, almost in the manner of an harangue. The approaching period of the elections also stimulated him, lest the war should be protracted till the new consuls were chosen, and the opportunity of turning all the glory to himself, while his colleague lay sick. He orders the soldiers, therefore, Cornelius in vain attempting to dissuade him, to get ready for an immediate engagement. Hannibal, as he saw what conduct would be best for the enemy, had scarce at first any hope that the consuls would do anything rashly or imprudently, but when he discovered that the disposition of the one, first known from report, and afterwards from experience, was ardent and impetuous, and believed that it had been rendered still more impetuous by the successful engagement with his predatory troops, he did not doubt that an opportunity of action was near at hand. He was anxious and watchful not to omit this opportunity, while the troops of the enemy were raw, while his wound rendered the better of the 2 commanders useless, and while the spirits of the Gauls were fresh, of whom he knew that a great number would follow him with the greater reluctance the farther they were drawn away from home. When, for these and similar reasons, he hoped that an engagement was near and desired to make the attack himself, if there should be any delay. And when the Gauls, who were the safer spies to ascertain what he wished, as they served in both camps, had brought intelligence that the Romans were prepared for battle, the Carthaginian began to look about for a place for an ambuscade. 54. Between the armies was a rivulet, bordered on each side with very high banks, and covered around with marshy plants, and with the brushwood and brambles with which uncultivated places are generally overspread. And when, riding around it, he had, with his own eyes, thoroughly reconnoitred a place which was sufficient to afford a covert even for cavalry, he said to Mago his brother, "This will be the place which you must occupy. Choose out of all the infantry and cavalry 100 men of each, with whom come to me at the first watch. Now is the time to refresh their bodies." The council was thus dismissed, and in a little time Mago came forward with his chosen men. "I see," said Hannibal, "the strength of the men. But that you may be strong not only in resolution, but also in number, pick out each from the troops in companies 9 men like yourselves. Mago will show you the place where you are to lie in ambush. You will have an enemy who is blind to these arts of war. 1,000 horse and 1,000 foot, under the command of Mago, having been thus sent off, Hannibal orders the Numidian cavalry to ride up, after crossing the river Trebia by break of day, to the gates of the enemy, and to draw them out to a battle by discharging their javelins at the guards. And then, when the fight was commenced, by retiring slowly to decoy them across the river. These instructions were given to the Numidians. To the other leaders of the infantry and cavalry it was commanded that they should order all their men to dine, and then, under arms and with their horses equipped, to await the signal. Sempronius, eager for the contest, led out, on the first tumult raised by the Numidians, all the cavalry, being full of confidence in that part of the forces. Then 6,000 infantry, and lastly all his army, to the place already determined in his plan. It happened to be the winter season and a snowy day, in the region which lies between the Alps and the Apennine, and excessively cold by the proximity of rivers and marshes. Besides, there was no heat in the bodies of the men and horses thus hastily led out without having first taken food, or employed any means to keep off the cold. And the nearer they approached to the blasts from the river, a keener degree of cold blew upon them. But when, in pursuit of the flying Numidians, they entered the water, and it was swollen by rain in the night as high as their breasts, then in truth the bodies of all, on landing, were so benumbed, that they were scarcely able to hold their arms. And as the day advanced they began to grow faint, both from fatigue and hunger. 55. In the meantime the soldiers of Hannibal, fires having been kindled before the tents, and oil sent through the companies to soften their limbs, and their food having been taken at leisure. As soon as it was announced that the enemy had passed the river, seized their arms with vigor of mind and body, and advanced to the battle. Hannibal placed before the standards the balliers and the light-armed troops, to the amount of nearly 8,000 men. Then the heavier-armed infantry, the chief of his power and strength, on the wings he posted 10,000 horse, and on their extremities stationed the elephants divided into two parts. The consul placed on the flanks of his infantry the cavalry, recalled by the signal for retreat, as in their irregular pursuit of the enemy they were checked, while unprepared, by the Numidians suddenly turning upon them. There were of infantry 18,000 Romans, 20,000 allies of the Latin name, besides the auxiliary forces of the Cenomani, the only Gallic nation that had remained faithful. With these forces they engaged the enemy. The battle was commenced by the balliers, whom when the legions resisted with superior force, the light-armed troops were hastily drawn off to the wings. Which movement caused the Roman cavalry to be immediately overpowered, for when their 4,000 already with difficulty withstood by themselves 10,000 of the enemy, the wearied, against men for the most part fresh. They were overwhelmed in addition by a cloud as it were of javelins, discharged by the balliers. And the elephants besides, which held a prominent position at the extremities of the wings, the horses being greatly terrified not only at their appearance, but their unusual smell, occasioned flight to a wide extent. The battle between the infantry was equal rather in courage than strength. For the Carthaginian brought the latter entire to the action, having a little before refreshed themselves, while, on the contrary, the bodies of the Romans, suffering from fasting and fatigue, and stiff with cold, were quite benumbed. They would have made a stand, however, by dint of courage, if they had only had to fight with the infantry. But both the balliers, having beaten off the cavalry, poured darts on their flanks, and the elephants had already penetrated to the center of the line of the infantry. While Mago and the Numidians, as soon as the army had passed their place of ambush without observing them, starting up on their rear, occasioned great disorder and alarm. Nevertheless, amid so many surrounding dangers, the line for some time remained unbroken, and, most contrary to the expectation of all, against the elephants. These the light infantry, posted for the purpose, turned back by throwing their spears. And following them up when turned, pierced them under the tail, where they received the wounds in the softest skin. 56. Hannibal ordered the elephants, thus thrown into disorder, and almost driven by their terror against their own party, to be led away from the center of the line to its extremity against the auxiliary Gauls on the left wing. In an instant they occasioned unequivocal flight, and a new alarm was added to the Romans when they saw their auxiliaries routed. About 10,000 men, therefore, as they now were fighting in a circle, the others being unable to escape, broke through the middle of the line of the Africans, which was supported by the Gallic auxiliaries. With immense slaughter of the enemy, and since they neither could return to the camp, being shut out by the river, nor, on account of the heavy rain, satisfactorily determine in what part they should assist their friends, they proceeded by the direct road to Placentia. After this several eruptions were made in all directions, and those who sought the river were either swallowed up in its eddies, or whilst they hesitated to enter it were cut off by the enemy. Some, who had been scattered abroad through the country in their flight, by following the traces of the retreating army, arrived at Placentia. Others, the fear of the enemy inspired with boldness to enter the river, having crossed it, reached the camp. The rain mixed with snow, and the intolerable severity of the cold, destroyed many men and beasts of burden, and almost all the elephants. The river Trebia was the termination of the Carthaginians' pursuit of the enemy, and they returned to the camp so benumbed with cold, that they could scarcely feel joy for the victory. On the following night, therefore, though the guard of the camp and the principal part of the soldiers that remained passed the Trebia on rafts, they either did not perceive it, on account of the beating of the rain, or being unable to bestir themselves, through their fatigue and wounds, pretended that they did not perceive it. And the Carthaginians remaining quiet, the army was silently led by the consul Scipio to Placentia, thence transported across the Po to Cremona, lest one colony should be too much burdened by the winter quarters of two armies. 57. Such terror on account of this disaster was carried to Rome, that they believed that the enemy was already approaching the city with hostile standards, and that they had neither hope nor aid by which they might repel his attack from the gates and walls. One consul having been defeated at the Ticinus, the other having been recalled from Sicily, and now both consuls and their two consular armies having been vanquished, what other commanders, what other legions were there to be sent for? The consul Sempronius came to them whilst thus dismayed, having passed at great risk through the cavalry of the enemy, scattered in every direction in search of plunder, with courage, rather than with any plan or hope of escaping, or of making resistance if he should not escape it. Having held the assembly for the election of the consuls, the only thing which was particularly wanting at present, he returned to the winter quarters. Gnaeus Servilius and Caius Flaminius were elected consuls. But not even the winter quarters of the Romans were undisturbed, the Numidian horse ranging at large, and where the ground was impracticable for these, the Celtiberians and Lusitanians. All supplies, therefore, from every quarter, were cut off, except such as the ships conveyed by the Po. There was a magazine near Placentia, both fortified with great care and secured by a strong garrison. In the hope of taking this fort, Hannibal having set out with the cavalry and the light-armed horse, and having attacked it by night, as he rested his main hope of effecting his enterprise on keeping it concealed, did not escape the notice of the guards. Such a clamor was immediately raised, that it was heard even at Placentia. The consul, therefore, came up with the cavalry about daybreak, having commanded the legions to follow in a square band. In the meantime an engagement of cavalry commenced, in which the enemy being dismayed because Hannibal retired wounded from the fight, the fortress was admirably defended. After this, having taken rest for a few days, and before his wound was hardly as yet sufficiently healed, he sets out to lay siege to Victumbii. This magazine had been fortified by the Romans in the Gallic War. Afterwards a mixture of inhabitants from the neighboring states around had made the place populous, and at this time the terror created by the devastation of the enemy had driven together to it numbers from the country. A multitude of this description, excited by the report of the brave defense of the fortress near Placentia, having snatched up their arms, went out to meet Hannibal. They engaged on the road rather like armies in order of march than in line of battle. And since on the one side there was nothing but a disorderly crowd, and on the other a general confident in his soldiers, and soldiers in their general, as many as 35,000 men were routed by a few. On the following day, a surrender having been made, they received a garrison within their walls. And being ordered to deliver up their arms, as soon as they had obeyed the command, a signal is suddenly given to the victors to pillage the city, as if it had been taken by storm. Nor was any outrage, which in such cases is wont to appear to writers worthy of relation, left unperpetrated. Such a specimen of every kind of lust, barbarity, and inhuman insolence was exhibited towards that unhappy people. Such were the expeditions of Hannibal during the winter. 58. For a short time after, while the cold continued intolerable, rest was given to the soldiers. And having set out from his winter quarters on the first and uncertain indications of spring, he leads them into Etruria, intending to gain that nation to his side, like the Gauls and Ligurians, either by force or favor. As he was crossing the Apennines, so furious a storm attacked him, that it almost surpassed the horrors of the Alps. When the rain and wind together were driven directly against their faces, they at first halted, because their arms must either be cast away, or striving to advance against the storm they were whirled round by the hurricane, and dashed to the ground. Afterwards, when it now stopped their breath, nor suffered them to respire, they sat down for a little, with their backs to the wind. Then indeed the sky resounded with loud thunder, and the lightnings flashed between its terrific peals. All, bereft of sight and hearing, stood torpid with fear. At length, when the rain had spent itself, and the fury of the wind was on that account the more increased, it seemed necessary to pitch the camp in that very place where they had been overtaken by the storm. But this was the beginning of their labors, as it were, afresh. For neither could they spread out nor fix any tent, nor did that which perchance had been put up remain, the wind tearing through and sweeping everything away, and soon after. When the water raised aloft by the wind had been frozen above the cold summits of the mountains, it poured down such a torrent of snowy hail, that the men, casting away everything, fell down upon their faces. Rather buried under than sheltered by their coverings. And so extreme an intensity of cold succeeded, that when each wished to raise and lift himself from that wretched heap of men and beasts of burden, he was for a long time unable, because their sinews being stiffened by the cold. They had great difficulty in bending their joints. Afterwards, when, by continually moving themselves to and fro, they succeeded in recovering the power of motion, and regained their spirits, and fires began to be kindled in a few places, every helpless man had recourse to the aid of others. They remained as if blockaded for 2 days in that place. Many men and beasts of burden, and also 7 elephants, of those which had remained from the battle fought at the Trebia, were destroyed. 59. Having descended from the Apennines, he moved his camp back towards Placentia, and having proceeded as far as 10 miles, took up his station. On the following day he leads out 12,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry against the enemy. Nor did Sempronius the consul, for he had now returned from Rome, decline the engagement. And during that day 3 miles intervened between the 2 camps. On the following day they fought with amazing courage and various success. At the first onset the Roman power was so superior, that they not only conquered the enemy in the regular battle, but pursued them when driven back quite into their camp, and soon after also assaulted it. Hannibal, having stationed a few to defend the rampart and the gates, and having admitted the rest in close array into the middle of the camp, orders them to watch attentively the signal for sallying out. It was now about the 9th hour of the day when the Roman, having fatigued his soldiers to no purpose, after there was no hope of gaining possession of the camp, gave the signal for retreat. Which when Hannibal heard, and saw that the attack was slackened, and that they were retreating from the camp, instantly having sent out the cavalry on the right and left against the enemy, he himself in the middle with the main force of the infantry rushed out from the camp. Seldom has there been a combat more furious, and few would have been more remarkable for the loss on both sides, if the day had suffered it to continue for a longer time. Night broke off the battle when raging most from the determined spirit of the combatants. The conflict therefore was more severe than the slaughter, and as it was pretty much a drawn battle, they separated with equal loss. On neither side fell more than 600 infantry, and half that number of cavalry. But the loss of the Romans was more severe than proportionate to the number that fell, because several of equestrian rank, and 5 tribunes of the soldiers, and 3 prefects of the allies were slain. After this battle Hannibal retired to the territory of the Ligurians, and Sempronius to Lucca. 2 Roman quaestors, Caius Fulvius and Lucius Lucretius, who had been treacherously intercepted, with 2 military tribunes and 5 of the equestrian order, mostly sons of senators, are delivered up to Hannibal when coming among the Ligurians. In order that he might feel more convinced that the peace and alliance with them would be binding. 60. While these things are transacting in Italy, Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio having been sent into Spain with a fleet and army, when, setting out from the mouth of the Rhone, and sailing past the Pyrenean mountains, he had moored his fleet at Emporii, having there landed his army, and beginning with the Lacedæmoni, he brought the whole coast, as far as the river Iberus, under the Roman dominion, partly by renewing the old, and partly by forming new alliances. The reputation for clemency, acquired by these means, had influence not only with the maritime states, but now also with the more savage tribes in the inland and mountainous districts. Nor was peace only effected with them, but also an alliance of arms, and several fine cohorts of auxiliaries were levied from their numbers. The country on this side of the Iberus was the province of Hanno, whom Hannibal had left to defend that region. He, therefore, judging that he ought to make opposition, before everything was alienated from him, having pitched his camp in sight of the enemy, led out his forces in battle array. Nor did it appear to the Roman, that the engagement ought to be deferred, as he knew that he must fight with Hanno and Hasdrubal, and wished rather to contend against each of them separately, than against both together. The conflict did not prove one of great difficulty, 6,000 of the enemy were slain, and 2,000 made prisoners, together with the guard of the camp. For both the camp was stormed, and the general himself, with several of the chief officers, taken, in Sissus, a town near the camp, was also carried by assault. But the spoil of this town consisted of things of small value, such as the household furniture used by barbarians and slaves that were worth little. The camp enriched the soldiers. Almost all the valuable effects, not only of that army which was conquered, but of that which was serving with Hannibal in Italy, having been left on this side the Pyrenees, that the baggage might not be cumbrous to those who conveyed it. 61. Before any certain news of this disaster arrived, Hasdrubal, having passed the Iberus with 8,000 foot and 1,000 horse, intending to meet the Romans on their first approach, after he heard of the ruin of their affairs at Sissus, and the loss of the camp, turned his route towards the sea. Not far from Tarraco, having dispatched his cavalry in various directions, he drove to their ships, with great slaughter, and greater rout, the soldiers belonging to the fleet and the mariners. While scattered and wandering through the fields, for it is usually the case that success produces negligence, but not daring to remain longer in that quarter, lest he should be surprised by Scipio, he withdrew to the other side of the Iberus. And Scipio, having quickly brought up his army on the report of fresh enemies, after punishing a few captains of ships and leaving a moderate garrison at Tarraco, returned with his fleet to Emporii. He had scarcely departed, when Hasdrubal came up, and having instigated to a revolt the state of the Ilergetes, which had given hostages to Scipio, he lays waste, with the youth of that very people, the lands of the faithful allies of the Romans. Scipio being thereupon roused from his winter quarters, Hasdrubal again retires from in all the country on this side the Iberus. Scipio, when with a hostile army he had invaded the state of the Ilergetes, forsaken by the author of their revolt, and having driven them all into Athanasia, which was the capital of that nation, laid siege to the city. And within a few days, having imposed the delivery of more hostages than before, and also fined the Ilergetes in a sum of money, he received them back into his authority and dominion. He then proceeded against the Occitani near the Iberus, who were also the allies of the Carthaginians. And having laid siege to their city, he cut off by an ambuscade the Lacedani, while bringing assistance by night to their neighbors, having attacked them at a small distance from the city, as they were designing to enter it. As many as 12,000 were slain, the rest, nearly all without their arms, escaped home, by dispersing through the country in every direction. Nor did anything else but the winter, which was unfavorable to the besiegers, secure the besieged. The blockade continued for 30 days, during which the snow scarce ever lay less deep than 4 feet. And it had covered to such a degree the sheds and mantelets of the Romans, that it alone served as a defense when fire was frequently thrown on them by the enemy. At last, when Amulius, their leader, had fled to Hasdrubal, they are surrendered, on condition of paying 20 talents of silver. They then returned into winter quarters at Tarraco. 62. At Rome during this winter many prodigies either occurred about the city, or, as usually happens when the minds of men are once inclined to superstition, many were reported and readily believed. Among which it was said that an infant of good family, only 6 months old, had called out, Io Triumphi, in the herb market, that in the cattle market an ox had of his own accord ascended to the 3rd story, and that thence, being frightened by the noise of the inhabitants, had flung himself down. That the appearance of ships had been brightly visible in the sky, and that the temple of Hope in the herb market had been struck by lightning, that the spear at Lanuvium had shaken itself. That a crow had flown down into the temple of Juno and alighted on the very couch, that in the territory of Amiternum figures resembling men dressed in white raiment had been seen in several places at a distance, but had not come close to any one. That in Picenum it had rained stones, that at Caira the tablets for divination had been lessened in size, and that in Gaul a wolf had snatched out the sword from the scabbard of a soldier on guard, and carried it off. On account of the other prodigies the Decemvirs were ordered to consult the books. But on account of its having rained stones in Picenum the festival of 9 days was proclaimed, and almost all the state was occupied in expiating the rest, from time to time. First of all the city was purified, and victims of the greater kind were sacrificed to those gods to whom they were directed to be offered, and a gift of 40 pounds weight of gold was carried to the temple of Juno at Lanuvium. And the matrons dedicated a brazen statue to Juno on the Aventine, and a lectisternium was ordered at Caira, where the tablets for divination had diminished, and a supplication to fortune at Algidum. At Rome also a lectisternium was ordered to youth, and a supplication at the temple of Hercules, first by individuals named and afterwards by the whole people at all the shrines. 5 greater victims were offered to genius. And Caius Atilius Serenus the praetor was ordered to make certain vows if the republic should remain in the same state for 10 years. These things, thus expiated and vowed according to the Sibylline books, relieved, in a great degree, the public mind from superstitious fears. 63. Flaminius, one of the consuls elect, to whom the legions which were wintering at Placentia had fallen by lot, sent an edict and letter to the consul, desiring that those forces should be ready in camp at Ariminum on the Ides of March. He had a design to enter on the consulship in his province, recollecting his old contests with the fathers, which he had waged with them when tribune of the people, and afterwards when consul, first about his election to the office, which was annulled, and then about a triumph. He was also odious to the fathers on account of a new law which Quintus Claudius, tribune of the people, had carried against the Senate, Caius Flaminius alone of that body assisting him, that no senator, or he who had been father of a senator, should possess a ship fit for sea service, containing more than 300 amphorae. This size was considered sufficient for conveying the produce of their lands. All traffic appeared unbecoming a senator. This contest, maintained with the warmest opposition, procured the hatred of the nobility to Flaminius, the advocate of the law, but the favor of the people, and afterwards a second consulship. For these reasons, thinking that they would detain him in the city by falsifying the auspices, by the delay of the Latin festival, and other hindrances to which a consul was liable, he pretended a journey, and, while yet in a private capacity, departed secretly to his province. This proceeding, when it was made public, excited new and additional anger in the senators, who were before irritated against him. They said, that Caius Flaminius waged war not only with the Senate, but now with the immortal gods. That having been formerly made consul without the proper auspices, he had disobeyed both gods and men, recalling him from the very field of battle. And now, through consciousness of their having been dishonored, had shunned the Capitol and the customary offering of vows, that he might not on the day of entering his office approach the temple of Jupiter, the best and greatest of gods. He might not see and consult the Senate, himself hated by it, as it was hateful to him alone, that he might not proclaim the Latin festival, or perform on the Alban Mount the customary rites to Jupiter Latiaris. That he might not, under the direction of the auspices, go up to the Capitol to recite his vows, and thence, attended by the lictors, proceed to his province in the garb of a general. But that he had set off, like some camp boy, without his insignia, without the lictors, in secrecy and stealth, just as if he had been quitting his country to go into banishment. As if forsooth he would enter his office more consistently with the dignity of the consul at Ariminum than Rome, and assume the robe of office in a public inn better than before his own household gods. It was unanimously resolved that he should be recalled and brought back, and be constrained to perform in person every duty to gods and men before he went to the army and the province. Quintus Terentius and Marcus Antiscius having set out on this embassy, for it was decreed that ambassadors should be sent, prevailed with him in no degree more than the letter sent by the Senate in his former consulship. A few days after he entered on his office, and as he was sacrificing a calf, after being struck, having broken away from the hands of the ministers, sprinkled several of the bystanders with its blood. Flight and disorder ensued, to a still greater degree at a distance among those who were ignorant what was the cause of the alarm. This circumstance was regarded by most persons as an omen of great terror. Having then received 2 legions from Sempronius, the consul of the former year, and 2 from Caius Atilius, the praetor, the army began to be led into Etruria, through the passes of the Apennines.